Our story begins with the protagonist, Zhang Chaofan, trying to understand what is happening now. And where he is, the last thing he remembered was being sucked into a cosmic vortex. As the thought suddenly came to him, that he was now walking straight into another dimension. He was happy about it because no matter how useless he was, he would still manage to become a martial arts master, and he would have a group of beautiful girls landing. Xiao Fan shouted out that he had not expected such a good thing to happen to him. A 20th century orphan, but unfortunately for him, his arrival in the new world was not so gentle. A moment later, he realized his situation and began to beg to be taken back. Calling Xiao Fan a stinky beggar, he was told to shut up if he didn't want to be killed. Xiao Fan realized that beautiful girls were expensive, and he was poor. He then noticed the magazine lying on top of him, and decided that, since there was nothing he could do to prevent it, he might as well just sit back and enjoy it. The night is long, and he can look around. But after a little thought, he decided to do it sometime later. And right now, it was more important to get some sleep. The next morning, Jiang Xiao Fan woke up to the noise of the crowd. He went to check out what was going on. That was making so much noise and looking outside. He was amazed, for there are cultivators here. Moreover, the girl cultivator turned out to be quite beautiful. He had read about immortal cultivators in novels in his past life, but he didn't expect to see them in person. The immortal thanked the residents for all their love and told them that they had come to recruit people for their school, but a cultivator must be talented. Seeing the girls rejoicing at the sight of such a beautiful immortal, Zhang Chao Fan felt a growing anger. The immortal waved his hand, and a ladder appeared in the square. After that, he said that whoever climbed the 3 steps would be able to enter their school. In practice, immediately after the explanation, a big guy burst out of the crowd and volunteered to climb the stairs first. The big guy managed to stand on the first step with no problem. He wished everyone would look at him, but suddenly, he realized he couldn't feel his body and slumped to the ground. The residents were surprised at the failure of the big guy, since he looked so strong. Jiang Xiao Fan wondered if these were not simple 9 steps, but then why did it seem hard, like climbing a mountain of swords and crossing a sea of fire? As suddenly, another man volunteered to climb up from the crowd. It was the son of the village headman. Without feeling any heaviness, he began to climb the stairs, bypassing the recent big man. But after climbing to the 9th step, he realized that this was his limit and tried to catch his breath. Seeing such a result, the immortal could hardly believe his eyes. Being able to rise to the 6th step was already considered excellent, which meant that such a very talented kid was found in such a remote village. The immortal told the headman's son that his talent was good enough, and asked him to follow him to the Xiang sect, after which he thanked the master. Immortal asked the residents if anyone else would like to try it. But the residents in the square immediately began to disperse, convinced they didn't stand a chance. Carefully and gently, the headman's son tried to put 1 foot down on a lower step, so that he would not collapse from fatigue. Since no one else wants to get nailed, Immortal Chan announced the end of recruitment and got ready to fly away. As he was suddenly asked to wait for a while, Zhang Xiaofan said that he would do so. The residents began to mock Zhang Xiaofan because the little beggar suddenly thought he could get into the Zhang sect. Someone clearly doesn't know his place. Zhang Xiaofan stood on the first step. The residents didn't expect such a thing. They even started to wonder if a little beggar could do it. Climbing the first step was much easier than Zhang Xiaofeng had expected. Just as suddenly, he lost control of his body and slumped down. The headman's son asked the little beggar, "Does this kind of trash also want to cultivate?" Zhang Xiaofeng began to be mocked for the little toad, suddenly decided to become a swan. Chofan demanded the headman's son to get out of his way, and to the amusement of the residents, he began to fall down the stairs, over and over again. They scoffed at the fact that such garbage would forever remain garbage, and that the stinking beggar, who had decided to show off, clearly deserved it. Since there was no one else left in the village, the girl cultivator offered to leave. But Immortal Chan didn't hear it, as he drooled, thinking about her. She asked him what he was waiting for, after which he came to his senses and agreed to get out of here. Noticing this, Zhang Xiaofan realized that he had a chance to attract a cultivator. Xiaofan asked for Immortal Chan to listen to one request of his. The fact is that he has a limited and rare collection of knowledge of ancient sages, and he wants to present it to the Immortal Chen. He hopes that the Immortal will accept this compendium and recognize it. Seeing this compilation, Immortal Chen coughed and recalled that the Xiang'an sect had recently lost its mountain guards and asked if he wanted to go. By chance, Zhang Xiaofan happily agreed and thanked the Immortal. As he had expected, Immortal Chung turned out to be an animal. Flying away with the Immortals, Jiang Xiaofan mentally said goodbye to the foolish rednecks, for he was going to the practitioner sect. After flying outside the village, Xiaofan regarded the surroundings with a twinkle in his eyes. Until the headman's son asked the filthy beggar, why was he flying with them, too? Immortal Chan explained that Jiang Xiaofan had become their brother's disciple specifically to get into the Xiang sect. Xiaofan, on the other hand, mentally flaunted as he was able to pass. Except that his collection had suffered so suddenly. Jiang Xiaofan started to get motion sickness due to the flight, and Immortal Chan noticed it. Immortal Chan told his sister to go ahead, while he would take Xiaofan to rest for a while. After which, they would continue on their way. After landing, Immortal Chan recognized that Jiang Xiaofan was very smart. Except that sometimes, being overly smart was just a curse. Such as now, the Immortal explained that there were things he was allowed to know about, and things he was not allowed to know about. And if it becomes known in the future that he reads such books, his image will be destroyed. Therefore, he cannot let Jiang Xiaofan live. Immortal Chung kicked Xiaofan, throwing him off the mountain. After which, he said it was all his own fault. Jiang Xiaofan plummeted from the heights and went down. After a while, the pain-weary Xiaofan managed to make it to dry land. He was angry at this handsome man, who had gone so far to achieve his goal, that he had abandoned his virtue. When he returns, he will definitely kill this immortal. However, where is he anyway? This place was too strange. Hence, Jiang Xiaofan decided to quietly leave this place. Suddenly, the monk under the tree said that he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. The old man introduced himself as an old monk and said that he had been sitting here for 1,800 years waiting for the right person to pass on the Buddhist scripture. Jiang Xiaofan said that it was too early for him to become a monk, for he was only a young boy. But the old man ignored Xiaofan's words and said that the Buddha had once said that heaven and earth were one and the same. The great universe, being the progenitor of all things in the world. Xiaofan realized that this monk wasn't that simple and clearly didn't belong to the same type as those old donkeys. In the temple, as he suddenly said that he had a copy of an exclusive secret book, and asked Xiaofan to take a look at it. Jiang Xiaofan managed to read the title, 15-year-old nuns, which made him realize that he was a fucking pedophile, and that he should run away. The monk realized that he had gotten the wrong book and awkwardly coughed, saying that it was his mistake. Xiaofan tried to run away from the old monk, but the old monk caught his hand, and said that it was just a misunderstanding, after which, he touched young Xiaofan's forehead, and countless knowledge began to pour into him. All of this was like some kind of magic, causing Xiaofan to wonder if this was an extension of the law. Xiaofan realized that it was an illusion. As he looked much older, just as suddenly, an unusual sensation appeared in Jiang Xiaofan's body. The monk uttered, "The path of heaven, a difficult journey filled with betrayal. The age of prosperity is about to begin, and the heavenly law will be restored. I long to be righteous in an endless world. Leave your body and go to the imperial palace. Put aside your status as a monk, and comprehend the true path. As a gift, it will follow the world of thousands of people, to temper its power and weaken evil spirits. Find a skillful method, gain a sense of righteousness. Heaven and man will return, and finally be reborn." Xiaofan asked the monk to stop. The monk was surrounded by bright flames, but it ended with the monk being modeled. Xiaofan was honored to behold the fate of the master monk, and he would certainly remember his path and continue his work. Shelvin paid his respects to his master. Shelvin began to toss the stone, pondering what kind of treasure the master had left him. Afterward, he squeezed his hand and marveled at the fact that he had managed to wipe the stone into powder. Jiang Xiaofan laughed, for with this, from strength, he would definitely manage to reach such heights in his life. But first, he decided to try to uncover the depths of this power. As soon as Xiaofan started meditating, an unknown fragment within him shone. After meditating for a bit, Jiang Xiaofan wondered why it wasn't working. Suddenly, Xiaofan felt a strange fragrance, and opening his eyes, he noticed a plant with pollen coming from it. Xiaofan was hungry after all, he hadn't eaten for a whole day. He thought that eating grass was too much, even for him. But Xiaofan couldn't resist, and started to eat it. After which, he hid the rest in his pocket. After a small meal, something amazing happened. Xiaofan felt that his body was now full of energy. As soon as Jiang Xiaofan took a step, he suddenly flew high into the sky. But moments later he collapsed, begging for help. 3 days later, Jiang Xiaofan had already gotten used to his new abilities and decided to leave. In the woods, to the pink-haired girl, molested 2 guys. One of them asked the girl where she was in such a hurry, and the second offered to have a drink with them. The girl said she wasn't sure she knew them. At the same moment, Jiang Xiaofan was passing nearby. He just came down from the mountains. How can he already be a hero to the haughty? At least he can use these molesters as a punching bag. One of the guys put his hand on the girl's shoulder and said they wouldn't hurt her. Eventually, the girl agreed, as she suddenly grabbed the molester's arm and took him in her grasp. The pink-haired girl asked if Big Brother was okay. Immediately afterwards, she beat the two men with lightning speed. The girl said that the two of them looked quite strong, which made her unable to do anything but beat them up. After seeing what she was capable of, Zhang Chao Fan decided to leave quietly, as he had nothing to do here. But to his dismay, the pink-haired girl quickly caught up with him and asked him if he was trying to escape, and was he related to the two behind him. With tears in his eyes, Zhang Xiaofan mumbled that he was innocent. He was just passing by. The pink-haired girl easily believed that Xiaofan was not related to those two, and turned around, and Xiaofan started to thank her for not beating him up. The girl said that she had to hurry to Huangshimen and said goodbye to Xiaofan, who, at this moment, was only thinking about how beautiful she was hearing. Oh, Huang Tian and Shangfan told Miss that coincidentally he had to go there too, and offered to go together. Hearing that the stranger was going to the same place as her, Miss agreed, but unfortunately they needed food. She asked if he had any, after which Xiao Fan took out a bundle of grass from his pocket. Suddenly, the girl cried out that it was an immortal, spiritual root, and began to look at it enthusiastically. Jiang Xiao Fan, on the other hand, was surprised by her words and asked if she was referring to this herb. The girl couldn't believe that this plant was called herb, because it was an incredibly rare and priceless medicine. Immortal spiritual root contains a lot of spiritual qi, and if you are lucky enough to get even one of these, your spirit will become very strong. Xiao Fan said that he didn't care how much this herb cost, and offered the girl to take the 3 stalks. When the girl heard of such a bounty, she hugged young Xiao Fan with joy and began to thank him for the root. Xiao Fan realized that he had suddenly become stronger because he had recently eaten 7 such roots. Young Xiao Fan and Miss arrived just in time for the exam to start. Xiao Fan asked why there were so many people here, and wasn't it too much? The girl, however, did not understand his surprise. She explained that Huang Tianmen's fame was unimaginable, and that it was reasonable that everyone in the world wanted to be a disciple. In their sect, the Elder in the Sky explained that the one who could climb 3 steps would pass the exam. Zhang Xiaofan felt uneasy. After all, this was the exam he had failed, not too long ago. Miss introduced herself as Yi Yuan Shui, and said that she had come to give it a try. Immediately after that, she started walking up the stairs quickly. She was awesome. People around began to discuss that it was unusual to see such great power and immense talent in such a young girl. Zhang Xiaofan realized that if he failed again, it would be very embarrassing for him, but no matter what, Yi Jian Shui is waiting for him. And so he decided to take the challenge. He would try his best not to be a weakling. As he started climbing up the stairs, Zhang Chao Fan was increasingly surprised at how easily he made it to the top. And after a few steps, the elder announced that Zhang Chao Fan had passed. Yi Jianshui praised Xiao Fan for managing to pass, and the latter said that it was easy. After which, he felt embarrassed that he had almost embarrassed himself. In front of Xiao Shui, after the test, the elders with those who passed the test headed towards the Dao Rock. The elder explained to the new recruits that, to achieve immortality, their body must be one with the Tao. Then, they would be able to influence heaven and earth, and use their power to control objects if they reached the top. They would be able to soar in the sky, and move mountains and seas. After which, he explained that the cultivator level was divided into 5 realms. Minor consciousness, saint, emperor, and immortal. Each had 9 levels, also known as the 9 heavens. Zhang Xiaofan was delighted by the elder's words. He said that it was amazing, and Xiao Shui agreed. The elder said that the green jade scroll contained the jade purity method, the main method of their sect, and the blue jade scroll contained pills to keep them from feeling hungry, after which he said that they would meditate here for 3 months. After some time of meditation, Jiang Xiaofan had achieved some sort of cultivation success. He decided that he would tell Xiao Shui about his achievements, unexpectedly cultivating. With knowledge of Buddhist sutras, it is quite mysterious. 3 months later, using his new strength, Jiang Xiaofan lifted a large boulder. Then he threw it, and it hit the ground with a thud. The disciples shouted that the elders were already here, whereupon Zhang Xiaofan and Xiao Shui headed straight towards them. The disciple in front told his fellow disciple that he was thinking of settling on one of the main peaks after 3 months. But he had in no way expected that there would be another month of trials. After which, the second said that they had been practicing for a long time, and it was still very difficult to become an inner disciple. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaofan almost let out a gasp, for this sounded worse than a college entrance exam. After which, Xiao Shui grabbed his hand and smilingly suggested that he hurry up and choose a good place to practice together. After a while, they found a nice place. Xiao Shuai said that it was very beautiful here, and offered to stay here, blushing. Zhang Xiaofan agreed that it was indeed beautiful here. As other students suddenly approached them, the student asked her brother, why don't they just back off? After all, apparently, those two liked the place too, and she wasn't sure if they would agree to give in to them. But the latter asked Xiaoximai not to worry about it, because there weren't many people in the sect who could dare to go against the Zhu family. After which, he introduced Xiaofan as Juxixi, the cousin of Jushido, one of the core disciples of the Emperor Heaven sect. He asked if his brother could let his younger sister take the position. Jiang Xiaofan apologized, and said that they liked it here too, and therefore, those should find another place. Jiang Xiaofan hoped that Jushui would take his sister, and get out of here as soon as possible. Zhu Siwei explained that he was a very persistent person, and that there was nothing he couldn't get. He thought that the kid in front of him was just reckless. Xiaofan said that he would see how the one could get the place. A disciple nearby suggested that Xiaofan was fed up with life because everyone in the sect was afraid of the Zhu brothers. For a reason, his fellow disciple added that not many people would dare to go against them. Jishu had told Xiaofan that he had given him a chance, but he didn't grab it right. After which, his bodyguard popped out of nowhere, and said that Master Jishua had no need to get his hands dirty with such a petty bastard. Jiang Xiaofan smirked in anticipation. Immediately afterward, he kicked a rather large boulder, which was enough to deal with this upstart. Everyone was amazed at this guy's strength. Its power was simply terrifying, causing the students to wonder, where could such a monster come from? Juicy Wei shouted that this man had insulted the sect members, in order to get rid of him. Immediately after which, the bodyguard surrounded Zhang Xiaofan in a flash. The blonde man asked Xiaofan if he wanted to become a hero, and attacked with the words that he wasn't even close to being a hero. But as soon as he approached, Shelvin dodged and stripped that one of several teeth with a punch. As he hit the tree, he asked the others what they were staring at, and suggested we all attack together. Seeing 3 level 4 masters attacking at the same time, the surrounding people decided that this kid couldn't escape. But after a moment, Jiang Xiaofan quickly dealt with all 3 of them. The disciples were amazed at such a sudden outcome. Xiaoshuai told Xiaofan that, although he had beaten these people badly, they deserved it. Jusius Wei shouted that he was willing to give Xiaofan one last chance. Young Xiaofan should just kneel before him, bow down and beg for mercy, then break his arms and leave the Heavenly Emperor sect, or else. Jun Xiaofan asked Jushu Wei who the heck he is, so that he needs to bow down and beg for mercy. Xiaofan asked if the man thought he deserved it, and kicked a large boulder at Jushu Wei. But this time, the boulder shattered without reaching its target. Jushu Wei chopped the boulder, thanks to the strange blade. Xiaofan asked Xiao Shui what it was and how it was possible, to which she replied that it was a spiritual weapon. The spiritual weapons of the Huayuan continent were divided into several levels: mortal, spiritual, precious, supreme, and the most valuable treasure, the legendary immortal weapon. Spiritual weapons greatly increase a cultivator's power. Very few within the realm of consciousness could master a weapon of this rank. Juicy Wei was enraged. He gave the boy a chance to survive, but he refused. Xiaoshuai asked Xiaofan to be more careful. After all, spiritual weapons were not to be taken lightly. Xiaofan took a deep breath, and stretched a bit before fighting. Seeing this, the disciples were surprised at how nimble this guy was. Just as suddenly, Jikui jumped on Xiaofan and asked, what difference did it make, since he would die anyway? But in an instant, but a hit, Jiang Xiaofan bounced off, causing Jikui to split the ground. Jushui decided to take the matter seriously. He threw off his clothes, and rushed towards Jiang Xiaofan. Once again, he shouted to Xiaofan that in the next life, he should be smarter, and learn to discern who could be provoked, and who could not. Juxuai was dangerously close to Xiaofan, causing Xiaoshuai to shout at Xiaofan to run away. It was terrifying for the disciples to watch this. The spiritual weapon was too strong. As soon as the sword touched young Xiaofan, he suddenly bounced to the side. Juxuai couldn't believe what he saw. For some disciple to be able to resist a spiritual weapon. While Jusui was cringing, Zhang Xiaofan jumped up to him and delivered a crushing blow. Zhang Xiaofan was much stronger than everyone thought. His speed and strength were unbelievable. And on top of that, he had struck Jusui with his bare hands. Jusiwei barely managed to get up, after which he shouted that whoever defeats this bastard would be rewarded with his Qingyun sword. Everyone was surprised by such a valuable reward, and even wished to obtain it. Except, this kid managed to knock Jusiwei down. Noticing that no one was in a hurry to attack, Xiaofan promised that he would remember this day, and that next time, Xiaofan had better run away. When they met, suddenly, Zhang Xiaofan appeared right in front of Jishuwei. Xiao Fan admitted that he hated people of the type. Jishu Wei was cutting Jishu Wei down. Xiao Fan asked, how did the latter dare to threaten him? Xiao Fan then asked the bodyguards to take this guy and get out of here now, as he and his girlfriend needed to train. One of the bodyguards told Xiao Fan that Xiao Fan was in trouble now because, as soon as his older brother finished his training, Xiao Fan would die a horrible death. After the showdown, the students began to disperse, as there was nothing more to see here. Xia Shuai asked Xiao Fan if he was alright. Xia Shuai asked Xiao Fan if he was fine. Xia Shuai pulled Xiao Fan's hand and asked, what was the meaning of the word friend? Jiang Xiao Fan tried to pick up the words, but in the end, he just said that it was a boy and a girl, who have a really close relationship. The girl is the boy's friend, and the boy is the girl's friend. From Xiao Fan's words, Xiao Shui concluded that he was her boyfriend, to which Xiao Shui embarrassedly replied that it was exactly like that, and that she had gotten it right, he was now her boyfriend, the only one. A month later, only Jiang Xiao Fan, who was just waking up, yawned. Just as suddenly, Xiu Shuai giggled and asked if he was already awake. Xiao Shuai asked Xiao Fan if he wanted to eat, seeing that she was awake. Xiao Fan assumed that she hadn't cultivated at all. Suddenly, they noticed elders in the distance. The elders flew in as the tournament hour for the inner circle had finally arrived. The elders told the disciples that they could challenge anyone. Within each of the 7 circles, only one winner would be accepted from each circle. Just as Xiao Fan was about to discuss things with Xiao Shuai, she jumped into the arena, saying that she had come to receive instruction. Gradually, the leaders of the arenas began to be replaced by others. The elders said that the 6 current leaders were quite good. They were much better than the disciples of the last tournament, which meant that luck had smiled on their sect. For the elders, this sight was simply marvelous, for so many talents, with excellent skills, had gathered here. While Zhang Xiaofan was resting on the tree, the 2 disciples below him started discussing the rumors. This time, the reward is a spiritual weapon, which is pretty cool. After which, they started discussing, isn't Xiaofan afraid of Jishui's revenge? He must really have a lot of audacity in him, since he dared to insult Jishui. Meanwhile, the arena battles continued. A huge flaming hand confronted the ball of lightning. The winner of this battle was Jin Moheo, who was at the 7th step of the small sphere. Jin Moheo shouted to Xiaofan to stop hiding in his shell, like a turtle, and fight him like a man. Jiang Xiaofan told the person that those were too loud words for a cheat. Jin Moheo was. As if he was afraid that he would just not be noticed, the audience was amazed at Jiang Xiaofan's boldness, and his words about Jin Manhwa cheating. Jin Manhwa explained that he only carried his spiritual weapon as a matter of habit, and that he only needed one hand to deal with whoever had harmed Master Zhu and his juniors. Today he would get justice. Jiang Xiaofan started laughing at Jin Moheo's words. He asked everyone to look at how the latter intended to defeat him with just one hand, so that when he lost, he would have no excuses. Jiang Xiaofan thanked Jin Moha for his mercy and rushed into the fight, surprising Jin Moha with his speed. Jumping into the arena, Xiaofan punched Jin Moheo right into the block, causing him to shift out of his seat. Xiaofan then grinned and said that, besides, Brother Jin was being merciful. He was also so kind that he didn't even resist. Jin Mohu became enraged by Xiaofan's taunts, and attacked him, but the latter managed to grab his arm. Immediately after, Jin Mohu let his left hand in as well, but Jiang Xiaofan grabbed it as well. Xiaofan was a little surprised and admitted that he didn't know about Jin Mohu's left hand being so cute. Xiao Shuai laughed because of Xiaofan's mockery, and said that he was very funny. Jin Mohua demanded that Xiaofan let go of his hand. Xiaofan let go of his hand, but immediately afterwards, he kicked Jin Moheo, which sent him flying a long distance away. Jin Moheo roared that he had never been humiliated like this in his life, and promised Xiaofan that he would kill him. After which, he activated his trump card, the Qin Yun sword. Young Xiaofan was surprised to see such a sword again, but afterwards, he concluded that it was obviously not for nothing. With renewed vigor, Jin Mohua attacked Xiaofan, wanting to finally kill him. But as soon as he approached, Xiaofan snatched his spiritual weapon. With a sharp movement, Xiaofan asked if he was just trying to scare him. Immediately after, he threw Jin Moheo away with a punch of his hand. Jiang Xiaofan lifted Jin Moheo by his clothes and asked what happened to him, what had happened to his mercy. To so brazenly use a spiritual weapon by retracting his words, Xiaofan said that he just had to beat him to death for something like this, immediately after which Xiaofan struck a crushing blow. At this moment, Jin Moheo was crushed by the thought that he had lost, even though he had a spiritual weapon. The disciples were astonished at such bullying of Jin Moheo. After all, the latter was a 7th step. Master Xiaofan thought it was just a joke. That Jin Moheo thought as if he was strong enough with this sword. Their abilities were like heaven and earth, and even the greatest weapons could not help the one fighting him. Now the 7 inner disciples had finally been chosen. Suddenly, a new opponent arrived at Zhang Xiaofan's door. Jiu Yunlin asked Xiaofan, how did he just dare to take his Qingyun's sword? Jin Moheo started complaining to Yunlin that Zhang Xiaofan not only insulted him, but also took away the sword that Yunlin had given him, plus Xiaofan doesn't take him seriously. After hearing this, Yunlin said that today he suddenly. Xiaofan gave Xiangling a flick, whereupon he asked if this was the lackey that Juyu had found, after which he asked Xiaofan what kind of sword he would need if he still had milk on his lips. Xiaofan's words angered Xiangling. He asked, how dare he disrespect him? Immediately afterward, he began to use his powers. Xiaofan asked the little guy if he was a good fighter, but in any case, he was unlucky because he was stronger. Xiaofan rushed towards Xianlin, as his sword suddenly shattered into fragments. The disciple beside Xiao Shuai was surprised at what he saw, for this was Ju Sadeo's sole practice. Tower Jikaido had given it to Ju Yunlin because he was afraid that his younger brother might be bullied during his absence. Ju Yunlin confirmed that it was indeed his elder brother's secret weapon, then told Zhang Xiaofan that it should be a great honor for him to die under this tower. Xiao Shuai advised Xiaofan to be careful. This thing is quite scary, causing Xiaofan to assume that it was probably him, with his 6-step strength. Suddenly, the tower was directly above Zhang Xiaofan from surprise. He didn't even have time to finish his thought. And a moment later, he found himself locked inside a tower. Surrounded by dragons, Xiao Fan's business was bad, as he doesn't even know any techniques to counter enemy techniques. Zhexinlin advised Xiao Fan that he should not even try to resist. For this was the 9 dragons sealing the heavens, a secret technique that would crush even a master of the consciousness. This is the text realm. Meanwhile, the Tower of Soul practice began to shrink in size. Feeling himself being squeezed, Jiang Xiao Fan wondered, was there really no way to survive? As suddenly, memories from his new life surfaced in his mind, how the old monk had given Xiao Fan his power, and the time spent together with Shuai. She said that he was her boyfriend, and she was his girlfriend. Xiao Shuai asked Xiao Fan to be more careful. Jiang Xiao Fan refused to give up. He didn't want to die. And thanks to the feelings that had flared up, he had discovered new strength within himself. Suddenly, the Tower of Soul practice began to be covered in cracks, and a few moments later, the tower exploded, revealing Xiao Fan's silhouette. Xiao Fan was out of breath. This piece of junk almost made him die. Jiang Xiao Fan lifted Xiangling up by his clothes, immediately after which he shouted that Xiao Fan wouldn't dare to hit him. Xiao Fan chuckled and punched the little guy. Xiao Fan shouted that he would kick his ass, then asked, what about his big brother who had his back? He is willing to fight him, and advised him to come out instead of hiding. Jin Manhwa shouted to Xiao Fan that he was now a corpse, for Master Jidao would not let him go. Suddenly, a certain guest helped Ju Xianlin up, and said that he wanted to look at the one who dared. The students were shocked to see the guest, for it was Juxideo, who was a core disciple. Jushido asked Xiao Fan how dare he injure his brother like that. Jiang Xiao Fan grew serious. The aura felt from Jushido was incredibly strong. Jushido sprang into action, lightning fast, attacking Xiao Fan with an energy whip. Shelvin didn't even have a chance to dodge, and now he couldn't break free. Just as suddenly, the whip was destroyed by an intruder. It was Yi Chuyu. Yi Chuyu congratulated Brother Ju on achieving soul incarnation. He was the first of the new generation of the Heavenly Emperor Gates Sack to do so. After which, she reminded that if someone of similar status as Brother Ju fought with newcomers, he might lose his reputation. Yi Chuyu asked, why wouldn't he stop there? The disciples were dumbfounded by what they heard. After all, this was an embodiment of consciousness, some kind of secret technique. Jiu's Dao told Yunlin that they were leaving, whereupon Jin Moheo shouted to Xiao Fan that they would meet again. While Jiang Xiao Fan was admiring the goddess who had saved him, Yi Chuyu said that they could go now. Noticing Xiao Fan's gaze, Xiao Shui angrily asked, this pervert, where is he looking at? Jiang Xiao Fan thanked the goddess for saving them. Suddenly, Xiao Shui rushed into her arms and said that she really missed her little sister, shocking Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan wondered if these two sisters were really sisters. Yi Chuyu complained that Xiu Shui hadn't told her for 2 months that she had arrived in Huangshenmen, and now said that she missed her, to which Xiao Shui replied that she just wanted to surprise her little sister. After which, she handed over the immortal spiritual root to her sister. But yet you said that she couldn't take it, because this root was too precious. Jiang Xiao Fan told Sister Yi that she had saved his life, and that this root was just a thank you that she should accept. Xiao Shui agreed that Sister Yi should accept it. Under the junior's pressure, Yichuyu was forced to take the immortal spiritual route. After which, she asked Shui if she wanted to return with her. Xiao Shui was about to agree, when she suddenly hesitated. And clenching her fist, she said no. Because then, Xiao Fan would be alone. At this moment, Jiang Xiao Fan realized that he was very happy. In this world, after all. Some are worried that he might be alone. Jiang Xiao Fan told Xu Shui that she was very kind to him. After which, he asked if she wanted him to thank her with his body. Xiao Shui snorted unhappily and asked, who needed his body anyway? Meanwhile, Xiao Fan and Xiao Shui were being followed. Xiao Shui asked Xiao Fan what he was thinking about. To which the man replied that he was thinking about when he could marry Xiao Shui. Xiao Shui asked who said she would marry him, which made Xiao Fan start laughing. After which, Xiao Fan suddenly became serious and asked Xiao Shui if she could tell him anything about this world. This was the first time Xiao Shui saw Xiao Fan so serious. She wondered what exactly he meant. But eventually, started at the beginning. This world is known as the Way on Earth. Many astronomers have speculated that this small purple star, which is far from Earth, is another source of life in the universe. But with current technology, this theory may be limited to speculation, but people on Earth will never know that there really is life here. Jiang Xiaofan had actually passed through time and space. Xiao Shui tried to get Xiaofan's attention, as he started to hover in the clouds again. After which, Jiang Xiaofan inquired about the division of power in this world. Yi Xiaoshui revealed that there were currently 4 major forces at work: the Xiaowei, Jiao, Huang, and Tianmen, the Xian sect and the Bingong Ice Palace. But there are actually several other hidden clans that have existed for generations. Since time immemorial, they are even scarier and much stronger than the 4 sects. Jiang Xiaofan thought it was cool that there were such powerful and hidden sects, so he asked Xiao Shui what was the biggest and most powerful force. Xiao Shui replied that he was a fool because these were hidden clans, and they were naturally unknown to ordinary people, and she has no way of knowing either way. After which, she suggested taking Huang Tianmeng as an example. This place was originally the remnants of a primordial sacred Taoist sect. After the sect disappeared, an incomparable hero took over this land and founded the Heavenly Emperor sect, which is still thriving today. The secrets of the Tao sect are hidden here, and over the years, there have been many people, world masters, and even cultivators who have surpassed the mysterious immortal realm, trying to find the key to solving this riddle. But they have never been able to find it. Xiao Fan thought to himself that this girl was simply wonderful. Xiao Fan asked, how does she know all this? She replied that her grandfather had told her all of this. Jiang Xiaofan suggested that, to know so many ancient secrets, Xiao Shui's grandfather must be a supreme master. Xiao Shui said that, on second thought, they only had 5 days left. She advised Xiaofan to take a spiritual route. Now she would help him with his training by channeling qi energy, after which, she promised she would tell him something later, and winked. Xiaofan was alarmed by this girl's words, so he decided to ask if there was any risk involved. Xiao Shui asked him to relax, because the worst thing that could happen to him was his body exploding. Xiao Shui threatened that if Xiao Fan didn't eat the root, she would no longer be his girl, forcing Xiao Fan to surrender. Jiang Xiao Fan ate the spiritual root, after which Xiao Shui placed her hands on his back, and asked him to control his sea of consciousness, and allow his spiritual consciousness to penetrate his body. Any being born into this world contains more or less impurities in its body. By purifying their bodies from bone to marrow, the practitioner unlocks the powers hidden within them, providing themselves an advantage for their future cultivation. This is the first time Yi Yuan Shui is helping someone to cleanse their bones. She mentally chuckled, as she didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Suddenly, Jiang Xiaofan began to feel an inner discomfort. Xu Shui asked him what was going on and why there was so much spiritual qi inside Xiaofan's body. Xiaofan was trying to figure out what was going on right now. After all, he couldn't wake up. He felt like his body was about to explode, but he didn't want to die. Xiao Fan asked the copper fragment if it had saved his life before. He reminded the fragment that he would die if it didn't save him. By using spirit to develop the body, divinity to nurture the body, and willpower to harden the body, the boundaries of all things in nature can be broken. A moment later, a golden pill melted inside Jiang Xiaofan. Jiang Xiaofan praised the copper fragment for the work it had done, but at the same moment, a pillar of golden energy rushed out of the lodge, which even frightened the spy. It was a mystical technique for training the body. Those who cultivated this technique at an early stage possessed a strong physique, like a diamond, possessing incredible strength. The body cannot be damaged by ordinary weapons. Once a cultivator reaches the final stage and breaks the boundaries of all things in nature, he or she will possess an indestructible diamond body. The spy was dumbfounded by what he saw. He was trying to figure out what the hell was going on here. The golden beam that soared into the sky was Xiao Fan. Xiao Shui asked what he was doing. Xiao Shui asked him to stop because he might disturb the entire Heavenly Emperor. Sect Xiao Fan admitted that he himself would like to stop it, but he can't. Xiao Fan asked the copper shard to help him again, and hid this key inside his body, so that no one could detect it. Immediately after that, Xiao Fan's aura disappeared, and he began to fall to the ground. Xiao Fan asked the copper brother if he was really willing to let him fall to the ground. After which, Zhang Xiao Fan landed on the ground with a clatter. Xiao Shui ran out of the house and immediately started asking Xiao Fan if anything had happened to him. Since he didn't react in any way, Xiao Shui sobbingly began to beg Xiao Fan not to die, and even promised to be his girlfriend. As Xiao Fan suddenly rose sharply, then frightened Xiao Shui, and agreed that he would not die for now, and he also asked her not to forget her words. Xiao Shui was enraged. She hates people who deceive her. The next day, at this moment, Xiao Fan was currently at the 7th step of the small sphere. Not only was he able to recover his strength, but he had also raised his level. Xiao Fan had learned how to control the shard a bit, and because of that, he was able to hide his real level by displaying the 5th stage of the small sphere. While Xiao Fan was meditating, Xiao Shui came out to him. Xiao Fan confessed that he already knew that he was beautiful, but Xiao Shui shouldn't keep up with this beauty all the time. After all, sooner or later, he would become her man. Xiao Shui inquired about who could be watching him, after which she decided to change the topic and asked how he could change steps. Xiao Fan promised to tell her this on the condition that she would marry him. Xiao Shui was outraged by what she heard, and asked, "How dare he?" After which, Xiao Fan reminded Xiao Shui that she wanted to say something to him. Xiao Shui admitted that she had already forgotten about it, the immortal. The old man said that they were living in a special time. Xiao Fan inquired about it. Xiao Shui said that someone from this era comprehends the Tao, and reaches the heavens from the predicted legends. After hearing about comprehending the Tao and the heavens, Xiao Fang suddenly had a realization. By practicing constantly, exploring the essence of the Tao, transcending the mundane, dominating the 5 elements, and even more, reaching the heavens. Xiao Fan inquired, just how strong is this old man? Xiao Shui admitted that even she didn't know, she had never seen him, but he was definitely stronger than Xiao Fan Jiang. Xiao Fan smirked, after which he said that he had made his decision. He will witness the Tao and reach the heavens. He firmly believes that this is a great path practiced by a person who has been seeking great wisdom all his life. Zhang Xiaofan asked for Xu Shui to believe that he would take the right path. He wanted to protect her. Xiaofan's words made Xu Shui's breath catch. But after a moment, she asked, who needed him anyway? Oh, and why protect her when she was already strong? Xiao Fan chuckled and agreed that she was indeed strong, after which Xiao Shui ordered him not to laugh, and Xiao Fan agreed to Madame's order. 3 days later, Xiao Shui wondered, what are the 7 major peaks, and which peak would they be assigned to? The 7 major peaks are Tianheng Peak, Chandu Peak, Chanam Peak, Chanang Peak, Chanxing Peak, and Chana Peak, where Xiao Shui's sister is. The elder explained that the students would be assigned to the main summits today, and asked them to remember to teach others in the future, and to focus on practice. The disciples bowed, and promised that they would live up to the elder's expectations. Immediately after that, they began to be distributed. Chen Yifeng goes to Tianyang Peak, and receives 1 yin-yang pill. Lei Hu goes to Tianyang Peak and receives 1 luo pill. Yu Yuan Shui goes to Tianyu Peak and gets 1 spirit ice pill. All that's left for Jiang Xiaofan is Jianing Peak, where Jishu Dao is. Xiaofan wondered, could he be so unlucky? Zhang Xiaofan was assigned to Wei Peak, and given 1 soul growth pill. Xiaofan was surprised to hear the unfamiliar name, and wondered why he hadn't heard of this peak. After the distribution, the senior disciple guided Zhang Xiaofan to Wei Peak. When he reached the gate, the elder said that it was in place, and asked Xiao Fan to go up himself. Seeing the condition of the peak, Xiao Fan felt uneasy. He wondered if it could even be considered a major peak. Even without calling it a mountain, this disciple had given it a great honor. As Xiao Fan suddenly noticed something. It was a trap. Xiao Fan beat up the 2 disciples who were following him, after which he asked what the 2 of them were doing, sneaking attacks on him. The 2 disciples were both on the 3rd realm of the small sphere. Lin Quan said that Zhang was a ferocious person and that he deserved his name. After which, Tang Yu added that they were happy to hear about their brother's achievements. Just as suddenly, Xiao Fan noticed an old man walking towards them. Lu Qing greeted the young man who had gotten to their peak. The old man told him that this place was not comparable to the 7 major peaks. There weren't many resources here, so he gave Xiao Fan a pill as a gift. Xiao Fan took the pill and thanked the elder. After that, the old man said that he would take a break, and asked the disciples to enjoy their time. Xiao Fan asked the elder to take care of himself. In the evening of the same day, Lin Quan told Xiao Fan that he had no idea how famous he was, after which he asked for another rabbit's foot. But Tang Yu refused him, as it was a leg for Senior Lu. Xiao Fan said that they were very kind to him. Lin Quan said that when Xiao Fan arrived in the sect, he beat up Zhu Shidao's cousin and ended up beating up his younger brother. After that, Tong Yu said that Juxideo is the main disciple of the sect, but he has a mysterious past. And even many elders treat him with respect, and yet Xiao Fan managed to offend him. Xiao Fan assumed that he wouldn't have gotten here without Juxideo's intervention. After which, he suggested that we finish talking about him, and asked why they were here, and who was this old man. Tang Yu noticed that Brother Fan suddenly stopped being so serious. After which, he revealed that they were originally disciples of the alchemist's pavilion. But unfortunately, they destroyed the pill vial and were sent here as punishment. As for the elder Lu, he was actually put under arrest. Xiao Fan was stunned by what he heard, and he questioned about it. Lin Quan revealed that this old man's name was Lu Qing'an, and he was an elder of the Heavenly Emperor sect. But because of the deviation, his cultivation was permanently lost. And he was exiled here, even though Senior Lu didn't do anything. He lost his cultivation, but his sea of consciousness still exists. And if someone could locate Old Man Lu, he would be able to retrieve many sect secrets from his sea of consciousness. Xiao Fan now realized what kind of arrest this was. Lin Quan said that the old man's body is very weak, and the sect is not going to provide mortal needs like food instead. They give them pills as the body sustenance. They only give them 2 pills every day, even they find it difficult to quench their thirst and hunger, let alone Old Man Lu, whose cultivation is damaged. They gave some of their pills to the old man, but he keeps them and never uses them. Every couple of nights, he secretly feeds them with them. And all the while, he thinks they don't know about it. Xiao Fan said that recently, Old Man Lu gave him his pill. Like that, Xiao Fan thought about the fact that Old Man Lu had devoted most of his life to the sect. But in the end, it was his destiny, these so-called immortal. Taoist sex is even more cruel than mortal sex. Zhang Chao Fan asked. Could these bastards be called humans? As suddenly a cough was heard nearby. Old Man Liu asked, who is that noise? Old Man Liu asked the boys what they smelled so badly, then Lin Quan told the master that he had arrived just in time and offered the rabbit that Brother Fan had roasted. Xiao Fan asked Master Lu to give it a try, and if he liked it, he would catch rabbits and roast them every day. Examining the rabbit's foot, Old Man Lu began to praise the crispy crust on the outside, the tender flesh inside, and the enticing flavor. Suddenly, a stone flew into Old Man Lu's hand, causing him to drop the rabbit's foot. The disciple who was watching them asked, what kind of behavior is this? This is the great sect of the Heavenly Emperor, and they dare to roast meat here. Wang Chong, a Chiang Peak disciple, who was at the 7th step, ordered to get out of here. Now Lin Quan wondered if Big Brother was overdoing it. After all, they had only decided to roast some game, and they weren't violating anything. What Wang Chuan heard angered Wang Chuan, and he asked Lin Quan how dare he cross him. He clearly understood that there wasn't even anyone above the 5th level among this bunch of scum. Old Man Lu explained to Wang Chuan that these guys only wanted to feed the weakened. Old man, so that he could regain his strength. He also promised that it would not affect their martial arts training. Wang Chong began to mock Old Man Lu, for he had fallen so low as to start satisfying his hunger with such slop. Lin Quan and Tong Yu were about to stand up for the old man, but Zhang Xiaofan asked them to calm down and let him handle everything. Wang Chong was pleased that at least someone here appeared to be sensible. Just as suddenly, Zhang Xiaofan's fist appeared right in front of his face. Immediately after which, Wang Chong flew into a tree, standing a dozen meters away. Wang Chong asked Xiao Fan how only the latter dared. How? Only dared some scum from Away Peak hit? An inner disciple, Zhang Xiaofan, explained that if Wang Chong managed to hit some scum, then poor Wang Chong was even worse. Wang Chong reached the boiling point and attacked Xiaofan, but at the last moment, Xiaofan seemed to vaporize. Xiaofan asked his brother, where is he looking? As soon as Wang Chuan turned around, he was hit in the face with a rock. Wang Chong was furious. He was trying to understand why he was unable to sense Zhang Xiaofan's cultivation level. After which, he promised Xiaofan that he would still wait at his place. Zhang Xiaofan smirked and asked his brother to calm down, after which he suggested that Wang Chun call his friends over so that they could practice together. The next day, Jiang Xiaofan was cultivating by the river when he suddenly heard some noise. Climbing up the tree, Xiao Fan saw that Wang Chong and his reinforcements had beaten up Lin Qian and Tang Yu. Old man Lu told the young man that this was too much, but Wang Chong ordered him to shut up and also told the brat, Xiao Fan, that he should show respect and come to them. Just as suddenly, a cobblestone flew onto Wang Chong's head. Xiao Fan asked if he was the one they were talking about. As it turned out, his brother was looking for him. Jun Xiao Fan praised his brother's obedience, as he brought him his friends. Immediately after which, he attacked them. The Tianyang Peak disciples were much weaker than Xiao Fan, causing him to dispatch them all in a flash. After which, Jun Xiao Fan picked up one of the blades. He wondered, was this sword strong enough? Xiao Fan lightly tried to bend the sword, immediately after which it broke into 2 pieces. Xiao Fan told Wang Chun that their first meeting was unsuccessful, and returned the sword to him. Wang Chun was astonished to see his sword broken so easily, although this sword wasn't a spiritual weapon. But it had taken a great deal of effort to create, and even a 9th-level master could not match it. The kid in front of him turned out to be truly terrifying. One of the disciples warned the old man not to even think about what he could find. Without letting the disciple finish speaking, Jiang Xiaofan threw a stone at the disciple's knee, causing the disciple to kneel down. Xiaofan told his disciple that he should treat his elders with respect, then ordered him to kneel down and beg for forgiveness. The disciple was about to express everything to Xiaofan, but he managed to contain his anger, then told the boys to let them go. But Xiaofan wasn't going to let them go so easily. He asked the students to stay for a moment. Afterward, he asked if they were just trying to get away, after destroying his house. After a while, the disciples were trying to figure out what was going on here. They saw Wang Chun from Qinyang Peak and Shenheng from Chengdu Peak. Tang Yu told Brother Feng that it was too much, after which Lin Quan added that there were too many people looking at it, but Xiaofan replied that he didn't think it was too much. Jiang Xiaofan had his disciples rebuild their house. Everything was just so perfect. Xiaofan turned around to the spectators, immediately after which those spectators started trying to retreat, saying that Wang Chong had clearly started first. Jiang Xiaofan sat down on a chair, after which Lin Quan and Tang Yu began to serve him. From then on, Jiang Xiaofan became known as the legendary ruthless Jiang Xiaofan of Wuwu Peak. During construction, Wang Chong dropped a log, after which Jiang Xiaofan asked him why nothing had been done here. Wang Chong shouted that they hadn't violated anything, and ordered Xiaofan not to bully people. Xiaofan said that since he ordered them to fix it, they should fix it. Either they could bring in helpers from the secret realm to entertain him, and if they couldn't, Wang Chun should just shut up. Suddenly, Xiaofan felt an unknown object flying towards him. Quickly, immediately afterward, he grabbed this object, which turned out to be a leaf. He felt a terrifying inner strength. Unexpectedly, Xiao Shui arrived to visit him. She said that she had heard a lot about how bad Xiaofan was. Xiaofan explained that the brothers were just helping him rebuild the house. Then, he asked the brothers if he was telling the truth, and they were compelled to agree with him. As soon as Xiaofan turned away for a second, Xiao Shui surrounded Lin Quan with Tong Yu. Lin Quan said that they had a great time, while Tang Yu tried to find out her name. Xiao Shui suggested changing the topic, after which she told Xiaofan that she had been given an assignment, and offered to go on it together. At the foot of Tianmu Peak, when Xiao Shui left, she told Xiaofan that she would wait for him tomorrow. Lin Quan asked the boss if he was really going to go to Tianmu Peak. Hearing such a question, Jiang Xiaofan wondered what's the big deal. Was it possible that they wanted to complete the task together with his Xiao Shui? Lin Quan immediately replied that he hadn't even thought of such a thing, and it was generally impossible. Tang Yu hinted to Boss Fang that it was forbidden here, and Lin Quan said that the point was, as soon as they looked at Jiang Xiaofan, he was gone. There were 2 guards on duty at the gate of Tianyu Peak. Xiaofan suddenly jumped out of the bushes and said that he wanted to find someone, then asked his sisters to show him the way. Unexpectedly, the guards ignored Xiaofan. Jiang Xiaofan started to ask the sisters if they could hear him. He wanted to tell them. Suddenly, one of the guards put a spear to Xiaofan's neck and asked him, "How dare you come to Tianyu Peak after all men were forbidden to be here?" Jiang Xiaofan was puzzled by what he heard. He tried to understand why Lin Quan and Tong Yu didn't tell him about it. Suddenly, Xiaofan pointed his finger at the guards behind his back, and shouted that there were flying saucers, causing the girls to turn away. It was enough to distract them and get inside. The guards realized that things were bad. They had to alert everyone that someone had broken into Tianhu Peak. Meanwhile, Lin Quan and Tang Yu were quietly giggling from the bushes. Their boss was really cool. As soon as possible after Xiaofan's infiltration, the Peak disciples were gathered and told that an intruder had infiltrated the Peak, and that they should find him as soon as possible. Once someone came across him, they would have the right to punish the intruder properly. Jiang Xiaofan, on the other hand, felt that these ladies were too over the top. After all, he had just come to visit. Besides, Xiao Shuai had even told him where she lived. As Xiao Fan suddenly felt a powerful energy. This girl was clearly from the secret realm. Seeing her, Xiao Fan panicked. He realized that he needed to hide as soon as possible. Just as suddenly, the cultivator in the sky disappeared. The cultivators on Tianhu Peak were even too skillful, causing Xiao Fan to decide to hurry up and look for Xiao Shui. After a while, Xiao Fan was finally able to pass on, narrowly escaping detection. Jiang Xiaofan walked to the nearest river and washed his face while thinking about this peak. On his way, he encountered as many as 3 Holy Realm Masters. If Copper Brother hadn't helped him hide his energy, the 5 Masters of the Holy Sphere. Suddenly, Xiao Fan noticed an object floating on the river. Taking it out, Xiao Fan realized that it was a corset. Right after that, he noticed a movement in the water. It was probably an enemy. Immediately afterward, one of Tianhu Peak's female students surfaced out of the water. Humming a tune, the girl began to tidy up her hair. Whereupon, she reached for her corset, but did not fumble for it. Zhang Qiaofan handed her the corset, for which he heard a thank you. Suddenly, the female disciple realized what had happened, and saw Zhang Qiaofan. Zhang Xiaofan asked, would she believe him if he said that he was just passing by and wanted to refresh his face? The girl dressed up at the same time, agreeing with Xiaofan felt uncomfortable at how easily this girl believed him. But seeing the ice creeping across the water, he wondered if she really believed him. Xiaofan awkwardly said that he still had things to do, and that he would leave first. Immediately after, the girl clenched her fist and attacked Xiaofan with ice. Jiang Xiaofan managed to hide behind a rock and started begging his copper brother to help him hide. Meanwhile, the girl urged Xiaofan not to leave and sat down so that they could talk. The girl was trying to figure out what was going on, because she couldn't hear this guy breathing, which made her even wonder if he was still here. She then began to prepare another attack, while ordering this coward out before she cut off his head immediately afterward. The girl chopped up the rocks without seeing Xiao Fan. The girl once again ordered him to come out. Xiao Fan held his breath and thought about the fact that if the man said he wouldn't come out, he wouldn't come out. As Xiao Fan suddenly heard a familiar voice. The owner of the voice came to Sister Bing. Xiao Fan immediately greeted Xiao Shuai. He could just smell the most pleasant fragrance. Xiao Shuai was surprised to see Xiao Fan here, but Bing Xing shouted that he was a womanizer and was about to finish him off. Zhang Xiaofan immediately hid behind Xiao Shuai and asked Bing Xing to stop, as it was all a misunderstanding. Bing Xing herself was shocked at this moment, because of Xiaofan's speed. Xiao Shui asked her sister how she can only call Xiaofan a womanizer. Bing Xing said he is suddenly. Chu Yu appeared to them, and immediately asked what they were doing here. After sitting down with everyone at the table, and hearing about what had happened, Chu Yu realized what the matter was here. Chu Yu smirked and told Xiao Shuai that it was nonsense to just let young Master John came to her peak so easily. Xiao Shuai giggled and apologized for forgetting that men were forbidden to be here. Without the permission of the peak chief, even experienced masters from the Heavenly Emperor sect can't come to Tianwu Peak. You have to register, otherwise, whoever breaks this rule will be expelled. Chu Yu explained that the young master was unaware that entering Tianyu Peak had always been forbidden for men. This rule was invented by the first head of Tianyu Peak. Jiang Xiaofan was dumbfounded by the prohibition of the life source, causing him to express that old woman was too cruel. He even almost got caught. After which, Chu Yu reached into her sleeve for some item. Chu Yu asked Xiaofan to accept this jade pendant so that he could enter and exit Tianyu Peak freely. The female students and teachers would never embarrass him again. Xiaofan said that, in that case, he had better show more respect and thank his sister. Xiao Shuai unhappily said that it was all because of Yu Pai's sister. After all, she was the head of the first generation. Xiaofan asked, what is she talking about? Yu Pai is the head of the first generation. Xiao Shuai confirmed it, which made Xiaofan feel uneasy. Because if it was that old woman's item, it was probably bad luck. Xiaofan smiled, and thanked Sister Chu Yu for how kind she was to him. While Bing Xing hissed in displeasure, Chu Yu recalled that they hadn't introduced themselves properly yet, and revealed that Bing Xing was not only a disciple of Tianyu Peak, but also the heiress of the Ice Palace. Xiao Fan glanced at Bing Xing, pondering over who she appeared to be. Bing Xing, on the other hand, looked at him with coldness in her eyes. Only now did Xiao Fan realize the trouble he was in. Bing Xing was the heiress of the Ice Palace, one of the 4 great sects, and at that, he had seen it all. Jiang Xiaofan asked if it turns out that they need to complete the task with her. To which Xiao Shui replied that it was absolutely true. They needed to go to the Ice Palace together with Bing Xing to find the secret letter there and deliver it. To the head, Xiao Fan said that he suddenly felt sick due to his recent injuries. And unfortunately, he wouldn't be able to keep Xiao Shui company. Xiao Shui asked, "What's wrong with him?" Just as suddenly, Bing Xing grinned and said that he was just afraid. Such a cruel method, Xiao Fan wondered if he could bear it. If they wanted him to go, he wouldn't do it in his life. That pleasant fragrance, Xiao Fan agreed to go with them. And Chu Yu said she was counting on him. Zhang Xiaofan didn't care. After all, he doesn't hate Bing Xing. And besides, she wouldn't do anything to him, right? Just as suddenly, Xiaofan and the girls got in the way. Jin Moho noticed that this fellow had become more energetic after so many days of absence, after which he laughed. Young Xiaofan thanked him for his concern. But he asked who the man was anyway. Jin Moho's forehead vein inflated, and he shouted at Xiaofan for being insolent. Then introduced himself as Jin Moho, the inner disciple of Qian Wan Peak. Xiaofan said that he now realized who he was, after which he said that he was sorry. But he shouldn't be blamed for it. After all, as far as he knew, Jin Moheo still hadn't found his tooth. Jin Moha was furious at Xiaofan's further provocation. But he was stopped by a fellow student, and then he said that young John, so thoughtless, had offended the elders. Then he was sent to Wuwu Peak, and the spiritual sword he was to be given was given to his brother. Jin Moheo confirmed the words of the fellow student, and said that he was ashamed, and then laughed. Shaolin finally found out how things turned out. And since that one was so embarrassed, why doesn't brother Jin pay him? After which, Xiao Fan motioned for Xiao Shui and sister Bing to go ahead. Jin Moheo shouted at Xiao Fan that he was just a creep, after which he advised the girls to stay away from such a villain, so that he wouldn't tarnish their honor. And he also gave them advice that it was better to follow him and protect their cultivation path, which was much better than tangling with some brat. Bing Xing glanced icily at Jin Moheo and her fellow students, and asked if they had finished already. In the blink of an eye, the three disciples were turned to ice. Jiang Xiaofan said that it was very cool, as expected from Bing Xing, then added that this was the way to deal with them. But at the same moment, he thought that it was very cold, and he couldn't stand this kind of thing. After a while, they stopped, dumbfounded by the way forward. Zhang Xiaofan asked if they could pass through here. They were on a high mountain, almost reaching the clouds. Bing Xing confirmed that they would be able to pass through here, except it would take about 10 years. Xiaofan was stunned by this answer and lifelessly asked, "How is it 10 years suddenly?" Xiao Shui shouted, "Go!" and kicked Xiaofan's butt, throwing him off the cliff. After which, she watched with laughter as he flew down. Just as suddenly, Xiaofan crashed into the flying sword, causing him to feel a terrifying pain, as if something had shattered. Once your cultivation level reaches the secret realm, you can travel through the air, relying only on your own strength, and not using items like swords and others. Xiao Fan was horrified. Why only with a sword? He was going to complain about it, except that complaining about something like this wouldn't be accepted. Xiao Fan noticed that Bing Xing had reached the secret realm and could fly freely. Except, why wasn't Xiao Shui using a sword? Could it be? Xiao Fan asked Xiao Shui if it was possible that she had stepped up a notch today. Xiao Shui said that he guessed and showed her tongue. In other words, Zhang Xiaofan is the weakest here. After a while, they reached the city. Xiao Shui said that there was a tea house nearby and offered Xiaofan a break there. Because of this kind of care, Xiaofan was convinced that Xiao Shui loved him. Daydreaming, Xiaofan didn't look at the road, causing him to crash into someone. Xiaofan asked the man why the hell he was standing in his way. But the man asked, so Xiaofan wouldn't ask stupid questions, and looked over there. There was a sign outside the building that said, "No devils or dogs allowed in." Xiaofan asked his uncle what this foreign thing was. He explained that he was a pure Taoist, to which the man replied that he had never said anything about Xiaofan being a demon, which meant that he simply thought Xiaofan was a dog. Xiaofan couldn't stand it, and started beating the man, telling him to go to hell. Then he told him not to look at him like a dog. Because he was a human, the man said that Xiaofan was a demon dog. The man wept and asked Xiaofan why he was beating him. The woman in front said that Xiaofan was her watchdog. Even after sitting down at the table, Xiaofan couldn't forget this anger. Meanwhile, the girls were laughing at him. Suddenly, a noise was heard from below. People wondered where the beggar had come from. They tried to chase him away. Visitors from downstairs complained about the stench and ordered the guy to get the hell out of here and beg elsewhere, but the man wasn't going to give up. He begged for them to help. "Grandpa Jiang, the master," asked the young man. How dare he distract him from drinking tea? He kicked the boy again and ordered him to get out of here. The girls were angry about what those visitors were allowing themselves. And Zhang Xiaofan quietly picked up a glass of tea. Grandpa Zhang asked Jia to return home, as he had already lived enough. But he refused, for the uncle who bought the vegetables said that there were experts here. And therefore, he was obliged to cure his grandfather. The Lord asked the guy if he realized he was just a son of a bitch. But if he could take a dozen of his kicks and survive, then so be it. He would help his grandfather. Jia dared to agree to a dozen kicks. For this was the only way he could save his grandfather. After which, Jia agreed and ducked down. Preparing for a beating, the gentleman smirked. And told the guy that he had asked for it. After which, he started kicking Jia with his foot. On the 10th strike, Jia couldn't stand it. And vomited out a mouthful of blood. After which, the master laughed and left, saying that today was just fine. Jia asked the Lord to wait, which angered him once again. Jia reminded the man that they had agreed that the master would save his grandfather, and the master was only surprised that Jia was still alive. After which, he explained that, although he had promised to save his grandfather, that didn't mean he could do it, so the promise was meaningless. Gaia was astonished to hear about the one who had tricked him. Whereupon he grabbed the gentleman by the leg and shouted that he must know the way to save his grandfather. The gentleman was dumbfounded by such insolence, which means he needs to teach this kid a lesson again. Meanwhile, Xiao Shuai noticed that Xiao Fan had disappeared. Somewhere, suddenly, Xiao Fan saved Gaia by stopping Mr. G's foot. After which, he ordered the man to stop unless, of course, he wished to die. When Jiang Xiao Fan was young, he was accused of taking someone else's toy, and was about to be beaten to death. He was 10 years old then, and his grandfather took him away that day. Grandfather was not rich, so in order to give his grandson everything he needed, and send him to school, he saved a lot, even on food. That was when Xiao Fan felt warm and happy. For the first time, however, God is ruthless, unfortunately. When Xiao Fan was 15, his grandfather passed away. God never gave him a chance to repay his grandfather. This pain haunts him through life. From his last strength, Jia begged his older brother to help save his grandfather. The cultivator who beat up Jia was Shin Fengmeng, who was at the 7th step. Shin Fengmeng asked Xiao Fan if he was tired of living. Xiao Fan reached under his clothes with his hand, during which he told Shin Feng that he was giving him 10 minutes. After which, he corpsed Shin Feng, and the servants began to mock the arrogant boy, who thought he could kill them. Some kid with a level 5 dares to challenge him. Xiao Fan took out a pill and fed it to Jia. One of Shin Feng's servants swept up that it was Pei Yuan Dan, the golden pill, causing him to wonder who this guy was. Xiao Shui remembered that this was the pill that Xiao Fan received when he was accepted as an inner disciple, and even Bing Xing was surprised by his action. The medicines on the purple star are generally divided into 5 levels, from the most basic to the highest. Their spiritual energy increases as the level increases. These medicines are divided into basic pill, golden pill, and spiritual pill, immortal pill and emperor pill. There was even a mysterious sect that specialized in alchemy. Nothing could compare to their achievements, of course, but the maximum they could obtain was an immortality pill, not to mention an imperial pill. However, all this exists only in ancient legends. For a small sect, even a golden pill is very expensive. Jia suddenly jumped up and noticed that his body was completely healed. Xiao Shui then suggested that he go to his sisters and wait for Xiao Fan to deal with the bad guy and help his grandfather. Gaia was surprised at the sudden kindness, and thanked the sisters, after which, Gaia and his grandfather went upstairs together, and thanked the girls again. Bing Xing suggested that Grandpa drink tea, but seeing his hand, it suddenly dawned on her that, with this old man. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiao Fan clapped his hands and announced the time was running out, after which he reminded the cultivator that he had given him a chance. But he never took it, so now Shin Feng asked, and what would the insolent young man do to him? To which Xiao Fan replied that he would personally destroy him, and immediately attack Shin Feng. Shin Feng thought this was simply impossible. After all, this guy's strength definitely couldn't be above the 5th level. Shin Fengmeng's servants took up arms. Xiao Fan had touched their master, which meant he must die. Young Xiao Fan praised the servant for the correct answer, and began to knead his hands. Immediately afterward, he dealt with everyone with lightning speed. When he tried to get up, one of the servants said that they were Shenmeng's men, and if he touched them, the master wouldn't let him go. But Xiao Fan didn't care about any of this, and just asked him to shut up. As they left Shin Feng, the servants shouted to Xiao Fan that they would still have him waiting. Suddenly, the owner of the place appeared behind Xiao Fan's back and praised his cultivation. Except that one had ruined their boss's place, which meant that he wouldn't be able to leave here today until he gave an explanation. Zhang Xiaofan was shocked by the spiritual energy felt from the old man. That the manager of the most ordinary establishment in the most ordinary street should have such a cultivation of the. Xiaofan complained to the manager that he had only started to act now. Then he asked why he didn't show up when people were in trouble. To which the latter replied that they were only mortals. Xiaofan called that one a bastard, for he would not put the life of a mortal at any cost. After which, he reminded the cultivators from the top floor that they too were mortals until they stepped onto the path of immortality. But all but cultivators remained silent. And even Bing Xing gloom. The manager said that he had. But now that he was a cultivator, he only wanted the truth. The life and death of ordinary mortals didn't concern him. The other cultivators began to agree with him. They only wanted the truth. Junk, Xiaofan shouted that he wanted to treat mortals fairly, and swung at the manager, preparing to hit him. The master asked the brat if he wanted to die immediately after. He created a large purple hand, aimed at Xiaofan. There was simply a terrifying aura emanating from this hand. Xiaofan was afraid that he was no match for him. Just as suddenly, an icy snowflake flew in from the second floor, and easily destroyed the manager's hand. Bing Xing asked the old man, had he not heard anything at all? Before you hit a dog, you need to look at his owner's face. The manager was amazed that this girl turned out to be the heiress of the Ice Palace. After which, the cultivators on the second floor began to discuss. Was she really the heir to one of the 4 great powers? Or was she an imposter? Bing Xing sighed, and said that they didn't deserve to know. After which, she told Xiaofan that they were leaving. The manager admitted that he had just insulted Xiaofan, and asked him to take care of himself. After that, young Xiaofan found himself rescued. But also resentful, Xiaofan asked, why would they go to the village of these people? After all, they could just borrow some medicine and heal their wounds at the pub. Xiaohui whispered to Xiaofan that he was a fool, after all. He didn't notice that there was evil in that old man. Xiaofan wondered if this was really the case, and turned around, and noticed a dark aura emanating from the old man. Bing Xing explained that they could only suppress it temporarily, but if they wanted to eradicate it, they had to find the source of the evil. Xiaoshu explained that demonic sources had always been a taboo for cultivators, even though they had been destroyed hundreds of years ago, but if an evil spirit was found in a person's body, it had to be killed immediately. If the cultivators from the pub found out about this, even Sister Bing Xing would be powerless. In the end, the only way to heal the old man is to find the source of the evil, sooner rather than later. Jiang Xiaofan, you simply couldn't believe that Bing Xing's face was expressing absolute indifference, making it completely unclear what she was thinking. Jia stopped and said that they were in place. After which, he pointed to his village. Seeing this village, Xiaofan and the girls were simply dumbfounded, for it was too abnormal. After which, they went to the headman, and Jia told the one that he had brought help. The headman asked if they would really be able to help them, to which Jia replied that it was quite possible. This brother and sister are very capable, and they can definitely find a way out. The headman bowed to Bing Xing and begged the cultivators to help save the village. On behalf of the entire village, he thanked them in advance. Bing Xing asked him not to be too polite, and to lead them. The headman took the guests to the sick villagers and told them that the people of their village were sick, as many in their village were quite strong. The headman asked that the cultivators take care of those who were weaker first. After thinking it over for a bit, Bing Xing said that it was rather strange, and Xiaofan wondered what the big deal was here. After which, he guessed that everyone in this village is sick. But Jia is the only one who is fine. Bing Xing said that they should head to Jia's house. Jia apologized to the guests for making them come all this way, and offered to drink tea. Since they were gathered here, Bing Xing decided to ask the old man directly, when did he become possessed by an evil spirit? To which the latter replied, that it probably happened 10 days ago. Bing Xing noticed that the old man didn't panic at all when she asked about the evil energy, after which she asked, could an ordinary old man, living in a village where everyone was sick, knowing what an evil spirit was? The only answer could only be that it was possible, since that one was an evil spirit cultivator. Jia cried out that it wasn't true, for his grandfather couldn't be like this. Grandpa Zhang smiled at his grandson, and asked him to go to another room, while he chatted with the boys. Jia tried to warn his grandfather after all their guests had called that one a demonic cultivator. But Grandpa Zhang asked his grandson not to worry, as they wouldn't hurt him. Only after that, Jia agreed to leave for the next room. Leaving Grandpa alone once the extra heirs were gone, Grandpa Zhang praised Bing Xing for being observant. Although his evil spirit cultivation base was lost, she still managed to notice it. He said that Bing Xing was, indeed, a worthy heiress of the demonic palace. To which Bing Xing replied that he was flattering her. Listening to their conversation, Zhang Xiaofan became convinced that this grandfather was, indeed, a demonic cultivator. Grandpa Zhang said it's quite a long story. 30 years ago, the heavenly demon sect was unknown to anyone. No one had any idea of its might. Could compare to the 4 greatest sects. Back then, he was only one of the many followers of the heavenly demon sect. However, the sudden disappearance of the head caused internal conflict. The brothers and sisters killed each other to take the sect's throne, and soon the thriving heavenly demon sect became a battlefield. In just a month, almost all the core members of the sect had died. The heavenly demon sect that was so great simply disappeared. Although he survived, he lost his cultivation, after which he took the heavenly demon sword, the sacred sword of their sect. After their lord disappeared, the heavenly demon sword was sealed, and became the most ordinary sword. Then he buried this sword in the mountains. Behind this village, he was going to retire here, stay here forever now. Bingxing was able to understand what the matter was here. Xiao Fan asked the old man what happened to the villager's evil spirit energy. After all, he said, the sword had been sealed. Old man Zhang replied that this was exactly the problem that occurred 10 days ago. About 10 days ago, he felt some change in the mountains, after which he headed towards the sword and dug it out. It turned out that the heavenly demon sword, that had been sealed for over 30 years, began to slowly unseal. Because of the village's proximity to the mountains, the villagers were eventually imbued with evil energy. He himself had been exposed to the heavenly demon sword many times, causing him to have the most horrible symptoms. It was only because of the remnants of his former cultivation that he was still alive, as suddenly. Old man Zhang fell to his knees and admitted that he had no say. After what had happened, however, he still hoped that the cultivators would help seal the sword again for the sake of the innocent villagers. Sobbing, the old man said that he was the only one to blame for all this, and all the sins were also on him. The villagers had done nothing. Zhang Xiaofan asked the old man to let him stand up, but he continued to insist on his guilt. Xiaofan asked the old man what is good and evil. Then he said that there are no evil or good ways in this world, only evil and good people. If he had not harmed anyone, then there was nothing to worry about. Unexpectedly, Xiao Fan turned out to be more understanding than Ba Xing had previously thought, and he didn't disappoint Xiao Shuai either. Old man Jiang was touched by Xiao Fan's words. He admitted that he really appreciated it, and Xiao Fan asked for the dais not to worry about it. After a while, Xiao Fan's group arrived at the mountains. Bingxing asked the old man, why was Bingxing not affected by the evil spirit? The old man said they had gone very far, and so, he ventured to tell all the. Not far from where the heavenly demon sword is buried, there is a small body of water. 10 years ago, he was patrolling in these parts when suddenly he heard a child crying. He followed the crying until he saw the lake. The area around the lake was spiritless, just like the Shanxi lake that was rumored, and a crying child in the middle of the lake was Jia. Jia was probably not a person, but Xuanwu's natural essence, which was a spirit. Hearing this, Xiao Fan and the girls were dumbfounded. Ba Xing asked the old man if he was sure that this was the right lake. Xiao Fan felt a little embarrassed, as his sister was thinking about the wrong thing. Xiao Fan asked Xiao Shuai, what kind of lake is this? And she said that Swan Lake is a mysterious and unusual body of water, in which you can see the past and the future. If the books are to be believed, the water in the lake is comparable to the rumored sacred medicine. It is probably even more effective than the immortal spiritual root. Zhang Xiaofan was surprised that there was something more effective than a miracle drug. After which, he decided to ask what was wrong, causing Xiao Shuai to almost fall over, and Bai Xing to turn to stone in shame. Xiao Shuai started to reprimand Xiaofan for not listening to her, and learning Buddhist canons. Bing Xing refused to even look at this idiot. Xiao Shuai asked Xiaofan, letting him listen to her carefully. There are many different kinds of medicine on the Purple Star, from the weakest to the strongest: treasure medicine, immortality medicine, ancient medicine of kings, and sacred medicine. Divine medicine is the rarest of them all. It can bring the dead back to life. Xiaovan said that he understood the matter. Jia is safe because he is a spirit. Xiao Shuai ordered Xiaofan to recite the Buddhist canons. While they were talking, old man Zhang suddenly stopped, and said that they had come. After which, Xiaofan said that he would go check what the heck was going on, and headed into the cave. As something strange suddenly happened to Xiaofan, Xiao Shui tried to say that he, Zhang. Xiaofan pointed at himself and asked what was wrong with him. Xiao Shui then asked if he was all right. Xiaofan was surprised by her question, and asked what they were so worried about. Bingxing could hardly believe what she saw. After all, this guy is able to resist the evil spirit. Xiaofan asked the girls, why did he suddenly stand like a stumbling block, and suggested that they head to the cave. Old man Zhang explained that, because of the heavenly demon sword, a terrifying energy had accumulated here, and the sword itself was at the end of the cave. Xiao Fan looked at the entrance of the cave and was horrified at the density of this energy. And there was much more of it further away. After which, Xiao Fan asked the old man about the class of the sword. Was it considered a spiritual weapon, or a precious weapon? The old man admitted that he didn't know. That the Lord once said that the heavenly demon sword was at least a precious weapon. And even if that sword had been sealed for a long time, it still possessed killing power. However, in the past 30 years, no one other than Old Man Zhong had managed to come out of the cave alive. Bingxing said that, in that case Bingxing ordered Xiao Fan to look around there, and kicked his ass, pushing him into the cave. Falling down, Xiao Fan shouted out that Bingxing had an icy heart. After which, he finally hit bottom. Dissatisfied with these endless falls, Xiao Fan stood up and noticed something strange. Apparently, this devil spirit is afraid of him. Walking deep into the cave, Xiao Fan laughed at those outside, for they were afraid of some sword with a weak aura. After briefly exploring the cave, Xiao Fan finally found the heavenly demon sword, after which he noticed that this sword simply had an unimaginable aura. Young Xiao Fan tried to understand what was going on here. After all, the sword should be under seal right now. Just as suddenly evil souls began to burst out of the sword, and immediately decided to devour it. Suddenly, the evil spirit released an energy beam that instantly pierced Xiao Fan's chest. Diving deeper and deeper, Xiao Fan asked the Copper Brother for help. He shouldn't be killed by the heavenly demon sword. Just as suddenly, the copper shard began to glow. So much so that this light broke through the caves and burst out. Xiao Shuai and Bingxing immediately realized that Xiao Fan was in danger, and immediately rushed to help. As Xiao Fan suddenly asked, where were they going in such a hurry? They don't need to go down into the cave. As he's already back, Old Man Jiang admitted that he did not doubt Xiao Fan's strength, but he still decided to ask if he had really succeeded in sealing the heavenly demon's sword. Jiang Xiao Fan said with a proud look that he had indeed done so, and the old man could easily verify this by looking at the fact that the evil aura was no longer there. Old Man Jiang looked around, after which, he was forced to admit that it was indeed true. Xiao Fan smirked evilly, for this sword now belonged to him. Bai Xing said that she doubted it and asked if he had anything to tell. Xiao Fan panicked. He was trying to figure out if Bai Xing had found out about the demonic sword. After that, he panicked and said that he had nothing to hide. The heavenly demon sword was much weaker than they all thought, so he only had to use a bit of spiritual power to seal it. Xiao Fan asked Bingxing not to worry about it, as it wouldn't be a bother for another 100 years. Xiao Shui told her sister that if Xiao Fan said so, then everything was fine, and suggested that she leave this place. Bingxing wondered if she should do something about it, but in the end, she agreed to just go back to the village to see what was going on, and then continue on to the Ice Palace. The next morning, Jia thanked his brother and sisters for their help, and said that they would, definitely, see each other again after a while. Zhang Chao and company arrived at the Ice Palace. At the entrance of the palace, Bingxing was greeted by two girl cultivators. Zhang Xiaofan looked at the outfits the local maidens were wearing, and commented that it was so cold here, yet they were so lightly dressed. Hearing this, Xiao Shuai was jealous of Xiaofan. After which, she remarked that Xiaofan was even too observant. This is the text, causing him to agree out of fear. Jiang Xiaofan coughed into his sleeve and changed the topic, suggesting that Xiao Shuai go to the palace with Bingxing. After all, the Ice Palace is a sacred place for nuns. Hence, he would wait for her here. Hearing this, Bingxing said that men are indeed not allowed to enter the Ice Palace at will. But Master Zhang has nothing to worry about, since he is Shuai's friend. He can freely enter. However, since Mr. Zhang is so polite, he won't impose on her. She won't mind if he decides to wait here. But just in case, Bingxing had warned Xiao Fan that there were wolves roaming nearby at night, that he should be wary of. Xiao Fan rolled his eyes and wondered what he had to worry about. He could just not go there. And besides, it was just some wolves. On the night of the same day, Xiao Fan built a fire to keep warm. On such a cold night, the girls were only supposed to pick up the letter, but they were already very late. Xiao Fan even suspected that Ba Xing just wanted to get rid of him. He was going to tell her everything as soon as she came out. He would be sure to pay her back. Suddenly, Xiao Fan heard a noise behind him. Turning around, he saw a wolf pack moving towards him. Zhang Xiaofan said that it had become too noisy here, and sinister energy began to accumulate near his ring. Immediately after he unleashed the heavenly demon sword, Xiaofan was about to sacrifice these wolves to his new sword. Xiaofan was among the wolves, in the blink of an eye. After which, he began to rapidly reduce their population. One of the wolves used its speed to bypass Xiao Fan and attack from the back. But Xiao Fan chopped that one down. Xiao Shuai asked, Sister Bingxing, if she was sure they were doing everything right. The Ice Palace maid asked Miss Shu not to worry, for their celestial had a plan. Meanwhile, Bingxing was scrutinizing Xiaofan's sword. Xiaofan was able to deal with the wolves with ease, but there were too many of them. And he was getting tired, suddenly. A terrifying wolf emerged from the pack, which managed to shock Jiang Xiaofan. This wolf was even too huge compared to the others. The Ice Palace attendant was astonished. She was trying to understand. Where could a snow wolf king come from here? Just as suddenly, Xiaofan hid his heavenly demon sword back into the ring, surprising the ladies with this. The maid explained that the strength of the Snow Wolf King was no lower than the seventh heaven. Yet Xiaofan was going to defeat him with his bare hands. This is too bad of a development for Xiaofan. Realizing what the problem was, Bingxing ordered him to send help, unexpectedly. Xiao Shui asked her sister not to do this. She reasoned that Xiaofan wanted to prove her power to everyone, and besides, she believes he can do it. Shelvin tried to provoke the Snow Wolf King by suggesting that he attack him. The wolf, in turn, was surprised at such behavior, after which it howled and attacked Shelvin with its mouth. As soon as the Snow Wolf King closed its jaws, Shelvin managed to jump out of the fanged grip at the last moment, after which he aimed for the beast's head. But Xiaofan miscalculated. The wolf abruptly turned around and hit Xiaofan with its tail, from which Xiaofan flew back into the stone. With a lightning bolt from the damage he received, Xiaofan vomited out a mouthful of blood. The strength gap between the two of them, wolf, was even too great. Even so, he wasn't going to just despair. Young Xiaofan dared to fight the Snow Wolf King to the last man. Xiaofan jumped up and shouted to the wolf to provoke it. The Snow Wolf King was confused by this man's action. After landing on the ground, Xiaofan gathered strength in his legs immediately, after which he swiftly crashed into the wolf's face and bounced back to his previous position. Zhang Xiaofan continued to face the huge Snow Wolf King again and again, and so the morning came. Xiaofan was already struggling to stand on his feet, but the Snow Wolf King wasn't in a good position either. The Snow Wolf King dared to attack the annoying human again, but as soon as he caught up with Xiaofan, he once again dodged his fangs and jumped behind him. Immediately after which, Zhang Xiaofan bounced into the air and asked the wolf if the wolf really still wanted him dead. After which, he put all his strength into a single blow. The girls were amazed at what they saw. Zhang Xiaofan still managed to defeat the Snow Wolf King, trying to catch his breath. Xiaofan said that he had finally killed him. Immediately afterward, he collapsed due to accumulated fatigue. The girls were happy that Xiaofan had survived and managed to defeat the seventh Sky Snow Wolf King. After a while, Zhang Xiaofan woke up in an unfamiliar environment. Immediately afterward, he jumped up and asked where he was and what happened. Xie Shui tapped Xiaofan's head and asked him if he had forgotten about her. Then, she asked him to wake up soon, as they had to go. For a long time, Xiaofan didn't mind leaving this place. At least, he wouldn't see this ice maiden again. After going outside, Xiaofan thanked Bingxing for her hospitality, and said that he wouldn't forget it. Xiaofan thanked Bingxing for her hospitality, and said that he wouldn't forget it. Xiaofan shot back, saying that they would meet again. Xiaofan wondered how many times she had acted rude to him. How many times had he almost died because of her? He hoped that they would never meet again. Bingxing nonchalantly deflected Xiaofan's shot. Xiao Shui asked Bingxing's sister when would they meet again. After all, she would miss her. Xiao Shui replied that Xiao Shui was always welcome here. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaofan started shooting Bingxing with his eyes. Suddenly, someone called out to Bingxing, calling her Xin. The guy asked Xin if he met her here, because she was waiting for him. Hearing him call her Xin, Jiang Xiaofan felt disgusted with this guy. Bingxing explained to young Master Shay that she was here to see off her friends. Shay Fengming noticed that Xiao Shui was also here, and jumped towards them. Xiao Shui asked what Fengming was doing here. He replied that he was here to propose marriage to Miss Bing, of course, since this was a suggestion for Bingxing's sister. Bingxing Xiao Shui decided to check this guy out first. Xiao Shui pushed Zhang Xiaofan towards Bingxing's sister and asked if he would stand up for his sister. Hearing this, Bingxing suddenly blushed. Shi Fengming explained to Xiaofan that they were in very different positions, and the latter couldn't even stand on his feet, while Xin was a fan of long relationships. He then asked if Xiaofan wanted Xiaofan to believe that he could protect Bingxing. Bingxing asked the young master how many times she had already explained to him. Suddenly, Xiaofan stood in front of her and asked Xiao Fengming if he had any respect for Bingxing at all. And what right does he have to call her Bingxing? Xiao Fan asked, letting Xiao Fengming not make himself look tough. Xia Fengming suggested. To see how good Xiao Fan would turn out to be, Bingxing asked Xia Fengming why he had come to the Ice Palace, to which he replied that he had come to see Elder Shi. Then, he told the elder that he had been devoted to Bingxing since he was a child, and this time he came to ask all the elders and masters of the palace to marry her to him. Elder Shou asked what the hell, after which she asked Bingxing if it was true, but Bingxing replied that she had no intention of marrying him. Afterward, Elder Shou said that the man should have heard everything. She explained that it wasn't that she didn't want to give Shinra away in marriage, but that she herself didn't want to. In this ice palace, even the head can't force her in the slightest. Xia Fengming said that there was no problem with that, and besides, he was sincere to Celestial's sister Bingxing, and that wouldn't change, even if she rejected him. He will definitely come again and again until sister Bingxing agrees. Xia Fengming ordered a servant to bring this. He then took out a gold jewelry box. Xia Fengming took out a crystal from the box and said, "It is rumored that ice jade is the hardest thing in the world. Inside the jade is a lot of pure ice power that can help sister Bingxing refine her skills. In order to obtain this jade, he had to put in a lot of effort." Xie Fengming said that he is giving this jade to Bingxing, in the hope that she will be pleased with such a gift. His feelings for the celestial woman are like this. Polar ice, jade, just as indestructible. The members of the Ice Palace were amazed at such a gift. Real jade or fake, it is a very precious gift. Xia Fengming really turned out to be very generous. Just as suddenly, Zhang Xiaofan chuckled and asked, "Is this really the most solid, indestructible thing in the world? This is really very exciting. Just take a small ice cube and say it's the hardest thing in the world. And yet, someone might believe that." Xie Fengming said that he was just a simple boy who probably didn't even know what a polar ice jade was. Hearing this, Xia Fengming's entourage started laughing at the foolish young man. Since Xia Fengming is so sure that he's right, Jian Xiaofan has offered to argue with him. He would open Xia Fengming's eyes so that he could see how complicated their so-called world was. Elders, he asked, "Who is this person?" And Bingxing said that it was a friend that Qing Er had met recently. Jiang Xiaofan from the Qinmen Empire. He had come to the Ice Palace to receive a secret letter. Xia Fengming said that one was just ignorant, and therefore, he agrees to get an introduction from that one. Xiaofan said that he was willing to show that person everything in black and white. Xia Fengming laughed and asked Xiaofan if he was willing to bet his life, and he readily agreed to it. Bingxing told the two to calm down and asked what they were doing here in the first place. But Xiaofan ordered her to shut up. There was no way Bingxing had expected such a thing from Xiaofan. She was discouraged that the man suddenly yelled at her. Xia Fengming placed the polar ice jade on the floor and offered Xiaofan just a taste of what he wanted. Xiaofan said that he would do it without blinking an eye, immediately after which, he pulled out the heavenly demon sword and chopped the ice jade with ease. Xia Fengming simply couldn't believe what he was seeing. The strongest ice jade was suddenly chopped in half. Elder Si wondered how Jiang Xiaofan was able to shatter the ice jade with a sword that didn't even give off spiritual energy. Jiang Xiaofan asked Brother Shay what he thought about what had happened. Xie Fengming called Xiaofan a bastard and was about to attack, but he was stopped by one of the attendants. He asked the Lord to stop it, or else the Ice Palace mistress would get angry. Xie Fengming was forced to swallow his resentment. He said that he was willing to accept defeat, since he only had one life. Xiaofan explained that it was immediately obvious. And now, Xia Fengming must get out of the Ice Palace right now. Xia Fengming promised himself that he would not let Xiaofan get away with this. He promised Xiaofan that he would remember him, and that they would meet again. Xiaofan wished him to see him soon. Xiaofan thought it was very foolish to waste his life on this offense. Xu Shuai hugged Xiaofan with joy. He had managed to solve the most annoying problem of the Ice Palace. Xiao Shuai recognized that he was simply incredible. Just as suddenly, Bingxing turned to Xiaofan and tried to look away. She thanked him, but Xiaofan moved closer and interrogated what she had just said. He then started circling around her, begging her to say it louder, as he couldn't hear very well. Unable to endure such a thing, Xiao Shuai punched Xiaofan. After leaving the palace, Elder Si personally thanked Xiaofan for handling this situation herself. Xin is the most outstanding descendant of the Ice Palace for thousands of years, and she cannot marry someone like Xia Fengming. However, because of the family's status, they couldn't just refuse him. She was very grateful to Zhang Xiaofan, and therefore, he would always be welcome in the Ice Palace. Zhang Xiaofan politely refused Elder Si, after which, Xiaofan caught up with Xiao Shui and asked her not to hurry so much, but she was still pouting at him because of how he had recently bullied Sister Bing. Looking at the back of the departing young Xiaofan, Bing Xing wondered what kind of person he was. Elders, he asked Shiner if something had confused her. It wouldn't be long before she would reach the peak of the heavenly path. To be reborn as the most outstanding successor, she is fully prepared to walk this path. But whether or not Bin Shan will go on, or not, is for her to decide for herself. Bin Shan said that the elders' words are law to her. Meanwhile, in Xiaofengming's group, the old servant asked the young master if he wanted him to eliminate Jiang Xiaofan and Yi Yuan Shui. He was ready to act as soon as he received the order. Hearing this, Shi Fengming fearfully asked this idiot if he was serious about Yi Yuan Shui. He asked the old man if he realized that they were still alive, just because they hadn't touched her. The whole problem is that she's from the Qi family. The old subordinate admitted he was wrong. After which, Shi Fengming asked that his subordinate listen to him carefully. He must not provoke the Qi family girl in any way. If a single hair falls from her head, the whole world will tremble. Except there was no way that this Zhang Xiaofan would always stay by the side of a girl from the Qi family. After a while, Zhang Xiaofan, along with Xiao Shui, finally returned home. After such a difficult journey back, Zhang Xiaofan threw up, and Xiao Shui laughed. As they just flew through the swords, Jiang Xiaofan was overjoyed that he was finally able to descend from the sword. He wanted to complete this mission as soon as possible. After resting for a bit, Xiaofan and Xiao Shui finally completed their mission, and their contributions were recorded. After which, the owner of the pavilion apologized and quickly left. Xiaofan was dissatisfied with the pavilion master's hospitality. He just couldn't believe that he didn't give anything in return. Xiao Shui was already satisfied that they had managed to complete this mission. Xiao Shui said that she was going back to Tiannu Peak and said goodbye to Xiaofan, and Xiaofan asked if she could wait a little longer. But she ran away. Xiaofan tried to understand why everyone around him was in such a big hurry. Jiang Xiaofan headed to Wuwei Peak. It had been almost a month since he had been there, so Xiaofan hoped that everything was fine there. Just as suddenly, Xiaofan heard some noise nearby. As he got closer, he saw the disciples beating their fellow disciple. Calling him a traitor, Wang Chong was surprised that this dog could still stay on his feet. Suddenly, a rock hit him in the head. Wang Chong immediately asked, "Who dared to do this, wishing to die?" After which, Zhang Xiaofan jumped out to them. Xiaofan asked, "What kind of group bullying is this?" In broad daylight, the disciples turned blue with fear. When they saw that it was Xiaofan who came out to them, Wang Chong asked Xiaofan, how did he only dare to appear before him, and his fellow said that it had nothing to do with Xiaofan. If Xiaofan remembered correctly, not long ago, this person had asked for mercy for him. Now, they were shifting the blame onto him, while saying that it was none of his business. Xiaofan asked the beaten disciple if he was alright. The disciple said that he was at death's door. But then, Xiaofan came, and so he thanked him. Xiaofan realized that it was over. Before he even arrived, that was enough for him. Xiaofan asked his fellow man not to worry about it, for he would take care of everything. Now he would show the plebeians where they belong. Xiaofan took out his blade and told his disciple that those guys wouldn't be able to bully him for a long time, because they wouldn't even be able to stand on their feet. Immediately after which, Zhang Xiaofan attacked the disciples. In the blink of an eye, destroying their weapons at the same time. There are techniques that Xiaofan had wanted to try out for a long time. Xiaofan laughed because of these guys. If they couldn't take some beatings, then they could consider them already dead. Wang Chong pulled himself up, and with difficulty, told Xiaofan that he would not let him go until his brother came, Jiang. Xiaofan kicked Wang Chong and ordered him to shut up. Xiaofan asked if they heard what he told them. They would fall to the bottom at any opportunity. The disciple asked Xiaofan if he had beaten them too badly. Xiaofan appeared at his counterpart's back and replied that it was no big deal. After all, they would only be in bed for about half a year. Xiaofan then asked what his fellow man's name was, to which the latter awkwardly replied that his name was Xiaoping. After a while, Zhang Xiaofan threw a stone across the water, and asked Xiaoping why didn't he just leave the peak, since he was so miserable. Xiaoping asked where could he go. After all, there was a slim chance that some peak would be willing to accept such a slacker disciple. Since he didn't care where to go, Jiaofan suggested that Xiaoping go with him to Wuwu Peak. At Wuwu Peak, neither honor, status, nor power were important. But by staying there, he would be able to live without any restrictions. Xiaofan threw another stone, and promised Xiaoping that he would be welcome there. Xiaoping wondered why this guy's words that sounded so implausible managed to trigger in him the desire to do something. After talking to Xiaoping, Xiaofan returned to Wuwei Peak. Standing at the entrance, he shouted to the old man and the brethren that he had returned. Immediately after, Lin Quan and Tang Yu ran up to him. Lin Quan wanted to know who the two fairies were, who had come down the mountain with him, and Tang Yu congratulated Xiao Fan on his return. Xiao Fan asked them, what other health fairies were there? He almost died there. Hearing that Xiao Fan had almost died in battle, Lin Quan became inflamed after thinking the wrong thing and asked how it was, and Tang Yu was about to write down the techniques. Their boss used meanwhile. Old Man Lu came to the entrance of the peak and immediately greeted Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan hadn't been at Wu Wei Peak for a month, so he started asking Old Man Lu how he was feeling, to which Old Man Lu replied that he was fine for now. Lin Quan, behind him, begged Xiao Fan not to leave so quickly. After all, he still hadn't told them about his techniques. Xiao Fan promised the old man that he would make him a great kebab today. Tang Yu smirked and started to compose to Lin Quan what their boss was doing, together with the two fairies. A few days later, Xiao Fan was meditating on Wu Wei Peak. Both on Earth and on the star of Wu Wei, there is an eternal and unchanging law. The law of the weak and the strong. If you have no strength, you will simply be destroyed. There is no other way. That's why he has to become as strong as possible. Much stronger than he is now. Xiao Fan vowed that one day, he would step onto the path of enlightenment. Suddenly, Xiao Fan began to release more and more spiritual energy. Xiao Fan headed to the Xuanyang Pavilion to receive a new mission. Receiving the assignment, he looked at the sheet with anticipation. But upon seeing the target of the task, Xiao Fan couldn't hold back a shout. After a while, Xiao Fan arrived at the flame forest. Xiao Fan was unhappy that Xiao Shui had sent him a mission sheet, only to end up doing it himself. Xiao Shui wrote that this mission is very easy, and that Xiao Fan will be able to handle it alone, and she will get a good night's sleep. In the meantime, the purpose of the mission is to kill 100 firebirds and extract their bile. Firebirds are quite common on Seaway Star, and most of the population has a cultivation level of 3rd to 4th heaven. They were named so because these birds can spew flames, and their bile is an ingredient for some elixirs. In a nutshell, Xiao Fan's goal is to slaughter 100 chickens. And the best news is that the flame forest isn't that far away, because of which, he doesn't have to use his sword to fly. Otherwise, he would die. While Xiao Fan was pondering on his own, he had already been spotted by several hot birds. Xiao Fan stepped on the branch, emitting a loud cracking sound immediately. After which, the firebirds attacked him with flames, but Xiao Fan easily dodged. One of the birds swooped down, trying to pierce Xiao Fan with its beak or claws. But Xiao Fan jumped up, after which, he showed his heavenly demon sword to that chicken. Taking the chance, the remaining 2 birds flew towards Xiao Fan and shot flames up close, but even that was useless. Dodging the next volleys, Xiao Fan struck in a circular strike. All the firebirds were killed, and Xiao Fan finally managed to breathe. Xiao Fan cut open the firebird and took out a small, yellow object from it. Looking at it, Xiao Fan assumed that it was the bile of the firebird. Since it was so simple, it was time to show off his strength. Xiao Fan began his hunt. He killed 33 firebirds. The trailing number of birds killed quickly escalated to 88 killed firebirds. And soon, he had extracted 99 bile. This hunt has been more tiring than he could have imagined, but it was finally coming to an end, with only 1 firebird left to kill. Just as suddenly, he heard another hot bird fly by nearby. Chofin jumped out at the bird, shouting that it wouldn't be able to escape. But after a moment he stopped, surprised at how this little guy looked. Xiao Fan asked the one if he was really a firebird. After which, Xiao Fan noticed that this little guy was injured. Using spiritual energy, Xiao Fan quickly healed the bird's wounds, then told the bird that he had to leave to continue his mission. As soon as Xiao Fan stepped back, the little guy started chasing him and chirped merrily. Xiao Fan asked the one why he was chasing him. He asked the bird if it wanted to follow him, then the bird nodded twice in agreement. Xiao Fan laughed off the bird and agreed to take it with him, then asked the bird what its name was. But hearing nothing, Xiao Fan turned around and saw that swords had been put to the little guy. The people who pointed their blades at the bird turned out to be Shi Fang Ming's henchmen. And the worst part was that Xiao Fan didn't even notice that so many people had caught up with him. Xiao Fan complained to the old man about scaring his pet. The old man signaled immediately, after which, all of his subordinates attacked Xiao Fan with a single stream. All these blows combined into a crushing attack. But, at the last moment, Xiao Fan managed to dodge the attack. Things were bad, for all the enemies were above the 8th level of the sky. Hence, Xiao Fan turned to the heavenly demon's sword. But to his surprise, Xiao Fan failed to summon his blade. Xiao Fan commanded the sword not to play with him. But at that moment, he noticed that an enemy spear was moving towards him. So, he managed to dodge it. In order not to worry about the little guy getting crushed, Xiao Fan ordered him to wait for him by the fire forest. After which, the bird flew away from the battlefield. And Xiao Fan dodged his opponent's spear. Immediately after, Xiao Fan punched the enemy soldier in the stomach with all his might. After getting rid of the first opponent, Xiao Fan picked up his spear, after which he felt that it suited him. Xiao Fan wondered who this chef, Feng Ming, was since he was able to attract so many masters. Xiao Fan told the old man that all this obviously didn't happen by chance. In that case, he was willing to fight them to the end. Night came. Xiao Fan killed another servant of Chef Feng Ming. It was the first time he'd ever had to kill a man. Suddenly, one of the soldiers managed to wound Xiao Fan by attacking him stealthily, cradling the wound from such an attack. Xiao Fan vowed that he would kill Xia Fenming. One day after losing a few soldiers, the old man beckoned to the soldiers. After which, those stood up and stuck their spears into the ground. Seeing the earth glow, Xiao Fan wondered what was going on. Immediately after, a pillar of light rose into the sky. The old man, who had arranged to attack Xiao Fan, decided to come out to fight in person, and bounced off the branch. The old man was so strong that Xiao Fan didn't even have a chance to dodge, causing him to get hit. The old man told the soldiers that their mission was complete, and ordered them to prepare to return to the city. Suddenly, he heard that Xiao Fan was still breathing. Xiao Fan recognized that the ghost god at the 9th level of the sky was indeed unusual. Unexpectedly, Xiao Fan announced his surrender, and if the old man agreed to lower his arms and spare his life, Xiao Fan was willing to give him rare plants. The old man wondered how was it possible that this kid could still stand on his feet. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Fan rushed away from Xiao Feng's soldiers. With all his might, he was going to fight to the end. Hiding behind a large tree in the distance, Xiao Fan began to quickly eat the immortal spiritual roots. The old man beckoned to the soldiers and asked them to stop, since Xiao Fan was somewhere nearby. Xiao Fan climbed up a tree branch and was finally able to summon the heavenly demon sword to attack the enemies from above. As suddenly, the old man pointed in his direction and shouted to the soldiers that Xiao Fan was in a tree. But to his surprise, Xiao Fan wasn't there, which was strange since he had just felt a breath there. Just as suddenly, the two soldiers behind fell lifelessly. Due to Xiao Fan's stealthy attacks, hearing the commotion, the old man asked what was going on there. After which, they discovered the corpses. The old man shouted that they should find him. Xiao Fan wondered what could the old man do, even if he found him, for in this impenetrable darkness, he is a god. Xiao Fan jumped out of the darkness and sliced the throat of one of the soldiers. Seeing the golden aura from Xiao Fan, the soldiers were surprised, for they had never seen an aura of this color before. Xiao Fan said that people who want to kill should also prepare to be killed themselves. Immediately after which he disappeared. The soldier shouted to his fellow soldiers to be careful and adopt a defensive formation. After which, the old man ordered them to simply concentrate, so that Xiao Fan could no longer circle them. He ordered them not to fall for this kid's tricks, and said he had to hide somewhere around here. The soldiers began to look around, trying to see Xiao Fan in the darkness, but all attempts were futile. Suddenly, one of the guards heard a noise from his fellow guard. Turning around, he saw that the one who had already been finished off by Xiao Fan. Immediately after, he attacked Xiao Fan, but he bounced back. Xiao Fan said that to be merciful to the enemy was to be cruel to himself. Not that he was cruel and bloodthirsty, but they were the ones who had gotten this far by deciding to attack him. The two soldiers attacked Xiao Fan, but they couldn't keep up with his speed, causing them to collide with their spears. Immediately afterward, Xiao Fan killed with a circular strike. The soldier who saw this suddenly trembled, terrified that he might die like this. He shouted that Xiao Fan was a pure devil. Throwing his spear, started to run away. Immediately afterward, the old man attacked the deserter. The old man explained that it was in vain. Looking ahead, the old man noticed that Xiao Fan had, once again, hidden from his gaze. The old man shouted to the kid to not be a coward, and just come out to fight. The old man assumed that Xiao Fan had something that could hide his scent and breath. He then shouted to Xiao Fan that there was no more use in sneak attacks, since it was just the two of them. The old man asked Xiao Fan not to hide and to fight unknown. Running out of patience, the old man ordered the bastard to come out to him now. Xiao Fan climbed down from the tree and rushed towards the old man. He was about to fulfill the old man's wish, but the moment his sword touched the old man's back, Xiao Fan was pierced by lightning. Xiao Fan created a small explosion to blind the old man, and immediately began to retreat. After finding a safe place, Xiao Fan started the immortal spiritual roots. If it wasn't for them, he would have died twice already. The worst part was that he never hit that old man. Just as suddenly, Xiao Fan noticed that the air here was quite humid, which gave him an idea. Xiao Fan decided to craft a small structure, made of a branch and a stone, for the dew to drip onto. After which, he hid behind the old man's back, and began to wait for the moment. At the same time, as the structure began to collapse, Xiao Fan attacked the old man from the back. Under the pressure of the dew, the structure broke, and the stone fell to the ground, causing the old man to turn in that direction, thinking that it was Xiao Fan. But a moment later, Xiao Feng pierced him from the back. The old man couldn't believe what had happened. To be killed by some kid. Zhang Xiao Feng said that if they offended him, he would return the favor. They were responsible for their own fate. The morning came. Xiao Fan sat and searched one of the soldiers. After finishing the search, Xiao Fan was very happy with the findings. Spiritual weapons, the Great Ring of Space, 13 gold cores for all of these. He would be able to get 136 jin to become rich. Xiao Fan turned to the rising sun and said that he, Jiang Xiao Fan, had made a deal with Xia Fengming. No matter how capable the latter was, either way, Xiao Fan would win. At the entrance of the forest, Xiao Fan found the little boy, who had been waiting for him all this time. Xiao Fan told the fledgling that he was fine, and offered to go home. It's nice to know there's someone waiting for you. At home, Shenfen returned to the Xuanyang pavilion, then walked out, happy that he had completed this mission. Xiao Fan asked the little girl to go to her sister's house with him. As soon as Xiao Fan climbed Tianyu Peak, the female disciples immediately took notice of him. Immediately after that, they ran up to Xiao Fan, and said that they wanted to hug and kiss him. Lin Quan and Tang Yu couldn't understand what they had just seen. Xiao Fan just walked up to the girls, and they immediately started clinging to him. The girls couldn't get enough of the cute creature, sitting in Xiao Fan's arms. Lin Quan and Tang Yu were simply petrified with envy. One of the girls wanted to give the chick a bath because he was very dirty. The other one asked why he was so shy, and offered to sleep with her tonight. Hearing all this, Lin Quan and Tang Yu wanted Xiao Fan to take them with him. Soon, Zhang Xiao Fan finally reached Chao Shui's room. He said that he had brought her a cute friend and asked if she thought he was cute, seeing him. Xiao Shui happily hugged Xiao Fan with the cute little chick, and thanked Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan said that it didn't cost him anything. Just as suddenly, Xiao Fan flinched, due to the wounds he had received recently. Xiao Shui wondered what had happened to that one. Could she have offended him? Xiao Fan replied that it couldn't be, because he was so strong. Taking the chick in her arms, Xiao Shui asked Xiao Fan not to carry everything on his back, as it was very tiring, she asked, lest he forget that he had her. Scenes from his last mission flashed in Xiao Fan's mind, but he was unwilling to dump it all on Shishui. When Xiao Fan went home to rest, Shishui asked him not to worry, as she would be able to take care of the baby. For a few days, moving farther away, Xiao Fan was finally able to exhale. The recent incidents had made him tired, like a dog. After which, he thought of Xiao Shui with the chick, and asked himself how could he be so happy. Just as suddenly, Lin Quan and Tang Yu jumped out of the bushes, and shouted "Big Star," nearly scaring him to death. Xiao Fan asked his brothers why they suddenly called him Big Star. Lin Quan asked, does the latter really not understand anything? Xiao Fan is the first person who can enter and exit Tianyu Peak, unhindered, whereupon Tang Yu said that in the past 2 hours, Xiao Fan had been recognized as the most handsome man of their sect. Lin Quan said that Xiao Fan was already the idol of all the sect disciples. After that they began to beg Xiao Fan to help them enter and exit Tianyu Peak unhindered. This is the text. As well, Xiao Fan said that it was very easy. They only needed to fit a couple of criteria. First of all, they need a pretty face. Lin Quan and Tang Yu said goodbye, and ran away, shouting that it was their bedtime. Xiao Fan asked his brothers not to leave after all. He hadn't told them about the second criterion yet. Zhang Xiaofan shouted that the second criterion was to have a good character and be well read. Lin Quan asked. Who would even want Xiaofan in the first place? Struggling is really the best way to accelerate yourself. Improvement in about a month. He would already be able to ascend to the 9th heaven of the small sphere, looking at the ring of space. Xiao Fan wondered if the pills he had picked up could help him improve his skills. After which, he swallowed one. Immediately afterward, he felt that probably that one had begun to take effect. Except, is it really effective to use one pill at a time? Without thinking long, Xiao Fan swallowed more pills to reach the 9 heavens. Small sphere, as soon as possible. Suddenly, Xiao Fan took off and flew into the distance, without realizing what was happening. After a while, Xiao Fan woke up and wondered where he was and why it had suddenly gone dark. After which, he realized that he had fallen asleep while flying. Xiao Fan summoned the heavenly demon sword. But this time, it was much easier than easier. Xiao Fan grabbed the blade and chopped the stones, unexpectedly. But he had gained the strength of the 13 moon swords. Xiao Fan realized that he had conquered the 9 heavens. After all, after reaching the 9 heavens with the Jade Purity method, one could only cultivate 13 lunar swords. Zhang Xiaofan decided to go to Xiao Shui and tell her about it, after which she would definitely be happy and hug him again. But this was not destined to be thwarted anytime soon, for a clear detractor stood in his way. Xiao Fan asked the stranger what he wanted from him. As he suddenly jumped up and tried to grab Xiao Fan, the stranger was much stronger than Xiao Fan had originally thought. The disciples were astonished at what they saw. How did Xiao Fan even manage to dodge? Xiao Fan asked his disciple what he wanted. He replied that he had bad news for Xiao Fan. After which, 2 disciples came up to him and shouted that it was their head disciple, Peak Tianyang, who had personally come to seek justice. Xiao Fan assumed that Wang Chun's gang were merely the tax collectors of these people. Xiao Fan said that their guides had broken into his Wu Wei Peak, and even sicked their comrades on him, after which he had just taught them a lesson. And even if they decide to report it to the Lord, he has nothing to fear, since his heart is pure. Ing said that there was no point for them to say such a thing, as he only knows that Yun Chung had made an attempt on his Chenyang brothers. Zhang Xiaofan asked what he wanted. In response, however, Ing offered Xiaofan an unknown duel. Xiao Fan proudly said that he was born a winner. Afterward, Ing said that the loser would have to die. Tang Yu reminded Ing that the latter was already a Saint Realm expert, while Jiang Xiao Fan hadn't even reached the consciousness realm. After which, Lin Quan said that this wasn't a very fair fight. Tong Yu asked if it was bullying with his level of development, and Lin Quan added that this was how Qianyang Peak mocked people. And that said it all. Xiao Fan wondered why these 2 had come in the first place. Ignoring the sneers from the Wu Wei Peak disciples, the head disciple of Tianyang Peak introduced himself as Ing Tianyang, after which he said that he would fight at the same level as Xiao Fan. Ing Tianyang tossed Xiao Fan a scroll and said that, if he agreed, they would see each other in the main ring. But if Xiao Fan refused, he would die right there. Zhang Xiao Fan squeezed the scroll, and said that he accepted the invitation. As he left, one of Ing Tianyang's men admitted that he hoped that Xiao Fan wouldn't run away with his tail tucked. Not even an hour later, the news spread throughout the peaks that Ing Tianyang had challenged Zhang Xiaofan to a fight. After he beat up his younger brother, Zhang Xiaofan is known as the one who holds the entire 3 peaks in fear, and has free entry to Tianmu Peak, while Ing Tianyang is the second strongest disciple of their sect. Everyone was just burning with anticipation, waiting for their battle. Zhang Xiaofan was angry at Ing Tianyang after all. He had challenged him without wanting to listen to him. Xiao Fan heard a knock on the door. Opening the door, he saw an old man, Lu, wanting to say a few words to Xiao Fan. Old man Lu told Xiao Fan that it was too early for him and Tianyang to fight, and so, he would ask Master Ing to cancel this fight. Xiao Fan thanked old man Lu for his concern, but he was unwilling to give up, and besides, he was confident that he wouldn't lose to Ing Tianyang if he kept his word and suppressed cultivation. Old man Lu said that he respected Xiao Fan's decision, so he didn't dare to insist. He only said that he hoped that nothing bad would happen to Xiao Fan. Since they had talked about pressing matters, old man Lu was about to leave. Xiao Fan asked him to take care of himself. Once old man Lu left, Xiao Fan was finally able to breathe in peace. After being left alone, suddenly, he saw Shuxuai and the baby in front of him, and, shouted in surprise. Xiao Fan asked Shuxuai, where did she come from, and why is she looking at him like that? Xiao Shuai asked if there was nothing wrong with his head, and how did he even agree to something like this? She said that she forbid him to fight against Ing Tangyan. Xiao Fan stroked Xiao Shuai, and asked if she would come to support him, to which Xiao Shuai replied that she would, of course, support him. As she left, she demanded that Xiao Fan promise that nothing would happen to him. The main ring of the Huantian men sect, the spectators were placing bets, some betting that Zhang Xiao Fan wouldn't be able to withstand even 5 punches, while others were betting that he would be able to withstand even a dozen punches. Lin Quan asked if their boss would be alright, and Tang Yu asked him not to say such nonsense, as Ing Tianyang promised. Elder Ing suppressed his cultivation to a small sphere. One of the disciples suddenly called out to Jiang Xiao Fan. He asked Xiao Fan to be careful after all, even though Ing Tianyang's cultivation Ing Tianyang had been suppressed, yet he had still reached the level of the holy sphere, causing him to remain stronger than the minor sphere. Xiao Fan thanked Brother Chen for the information, and said that he was indebted to him. Yin Tanjian asked Xiao Fan why he was delaying, and demanded that he start the fight now. Xiao Fan smiled slyly, agreeing that it was already time to start the fight. Immediately. After which, he was right in front of Ing Tianyang. In the blink of an eye, Ying Tianyang managed to block Xiaofang's punch, but Xiaofang's strength caused him to be pushed back. Xiao Shui, along with the chicks, supported Xiaofang. They believed that he would be able to beat up Ying Tangyan. The female disciple next to her wondered if it could be that Ying Tangyan was weak, to which her fellow disciple replied that there was no such thing. Shaking off the dust from his clothes, Ying Tangyan praised Jiang Xiaofan, as there are few from the younger generation who can push him away, but unfortunately, Xiaofan is destined to die today. Xiaofan said that he was already tired of hearing such things, and asked if he could start acting. After all, this is really boring. Ying Tangyan called Xiaofan ungrateful and created an energy sword. He was going to teach Xiaofan to appreciate his praise. With a sweep of his blade, Ying Tangyan created an energy wave that almost hit Xiaofan. Xiaofan recognized that the execution of this technique was very good. It meant that Ying Tangyan had practiced the 13 Moon Sword technique almost to perfection. The audience began to praise Tangyang's skill. This was exactly the skill that was expected of him. After which, the audience started shouting for him to kill that ignorant Jiang Xiaofan. Elder Ying was satisfied with what he saw. Ying Tianyang's skill had greatly increased from last time. After which, he asked Old Man Lu if he agreed with this. Xiaofan is probably in great danger right now. Old Man Lu couldn't help but agree with Ying Tangyan's talent. Ying Tangyan created more blades and offered Xiaofan to find out how long he could resist his 13 moon blades. Xiaofan agreed to play with Ying Tianyang's swords. Right after that, he used the 13 moon swords himself. Everyone was amazed at what they saw because Xiaofan had answered Ying Tianyang in the same way, which meant that he had already reached the 9th level of jade purity. One of the spectators shouted out that he had trained for 5 years, and this Xiaofan had reached this level in just 3 months. This is really too fast. Ying Tianyang was caught off guard by what had happened, and Xiao Shui pouted, as Xiao Feng hadn't even told her what level he had reached. Ying Tianyang acknowledged that the fight is getting interesting. Immediately after which, he managed to hit Xiao Feng with a single dash. Ying Xinyang turned around, knowing that there was no way Xiaofan could withstand his punch. But what he saw struck him. After all, Jiang Xiaofan appeared unharmed, and many of his spears started running around him. Xiaofan offered Tianyang to hit him again, and Ying Tianyang asked, what kind of tricks were these? Some spectators rubbed at their eyes, realizing that they were just imagining things. But there was indeed more than one Jiang Xiaofeng in the arena. Looking around, Ying Tianyang couldn't figure out which of Xiaofeng's images was real, so he released his spiritual energy to get rid of them. All at once, Xiaofan had been waiting for this moment. And given the opportunity, he caught Ying Tianyang from the back. Xiaofan punched Ying Tianyang with his fist, but the latter managed to hit him with his foot, which caused them both to take damage and scatter to different edges of the arena. The spectators' mouths dropped open at such an exciting fight. Xiaofan had once again surpassed Ying Tianyang's expectations. He has an absolute advantage in combat experience and physical strength, but even so, he can't just crush Xiaofan. This guy turned out to be far stronger than all of his peers. Meanwhile, Xiaofan was pondering that if he hadn't practiced the Diamond Sutra, he would have already died. Even though Ying Tianyang had suppressed his cultivation to a small realm, his physical body was still at a holy level. He recognized that Ying Tianyang was truly something. After regaining his senses, Ying Tianyang admitted to Xiaofan that he had already pissed him off. Xiaofan recognized that the one was indeed strong, but he also chose to remind that it was Ying Tianyang who had proposed the battle. Not for life, but for death. He was the one who sent the letter of war, and therefore he had no right to say that it made him angry. If Ying Tianyang were to say such things, he would be despised. Listening to this, Ying Tianyang began to tremble with anger. Unable to bear it, Ying Tianyang rushed towards Jiang Xiaofan, shouting that he must die. Ying Tianyang drew his sword and chopped Xiaofan. But the moment he struck, he disappeared immediately. After which, Xiaofan was at his back. Xiaofan decided to remind Ying Tianyang, although not a very reasonable statement. But arrogant people don't live long. Ying Tianyang couldn't dodge such a blow, causing him to be thrown far away. The onlookers were astonished. Ying Tianyang was just punched with his fist like that. It was simply impossible. Meanwhile, Shishui and his chick were praising Xiaofan. Hearing all the cheers from the audience, Ying Tianyang shouted out that he would finish off Jiang Xiaofan. Today, Xiaofan wondered how the other one would do it. Suddenly, Xiaofan was seized by a sense of all-consuming danger. Immediately afterward, an extremely powerful pillar of energy struck him. At the last moment, but Xiaofan still managed to dodge such a dangerous attack. Xiaofan was frightened by this divine light. If he was hit by the fire, he would be severely injured if not dead. If it wasn't for the subtle sensation he had just experienced, he would have just died. Xia Shuai cried out, "What the hell? They are fighting at the level of the minor sphere." But Ing Tang Yen dares to use mysterious arts that are only available to practitioners of the consciousness spheres and above. He is a despicable person. Hearing this, the onlookers realized what it was just now and began to agree with Xiao Shuai little by little. Elder Ing ordered Xiao Shuai to shut his mouth. After all, there were no rules against using one's full strength in mortal combat. Elder Ing asked Xiao Shuai, how dare she talk to her elders like that? He promised that he would teach a lesson instead of her. Master Xiao Shuai asked the elder, how dare he bully the younger ones like that? Even so, she was not afraid of him, as he would not dare to confront her. Elder Lu asked Master not to be angry, and to be patient. He shouldn't be so cruel to the younger generation. Elder Ing shouted that this was just outrageous, and fired a fireball at Xia Shuai to teach her a lesson. Old man Lu realized that things are not good, because this strength surpasses even what a saint sphere cultivator can withstand. Master Ing is trying to. Zhang Xiaofan asked the elder what the man was doing. He shouted that if he touched a single hair on Xiao Shui's head, he would cut out his entire family. The situation was simply dire. Xia Shuai could not withstand such an attack. But at the last moment, the Master of Spades, along with her sister, came to her rescue. Elder Ing told Wu Wuyang that she had arrived just in time, for he was going to train her disciple. To which Wu Wuyang replied that Xiao Shuai was her student, and that he had no right to punish her. Elder Ing complained that Xiao Shuai was young, yet she didn't respect her elders. That means Wu Yang didn't teach her the rules well, and he is obligated to do it in her place. Xiao Fan growled through clenched teeth that this low life was going too far. Suddenly, Xiao Fan felt something strange in his chest. His body suddenly became lighter and began to absorb the energy. From the copper fragment, Xiao Fan shouted to Elder Ing that he would kill his son first. Ing Tianyang was stunned by what had happened. The impossible had happened, as Xiao Fan had suddenly become so strong. But he refused to lose so easily. Ing Tianyang began to create new swords. As suddenly, Zhang Xiaofan was right in front of him in the blink of an eye and punched him, throwing him into the air. Immediately after which, Zhang Xiaofan jumped towards him and kicked Ing Tianyang against the ground. After flying some distance, Yin Xinyang still managed to regain his balance. But glancing at Xiaofan, he once again saw that he was not alone. At a tremendous speed, Xiaofan began to beat up Ing Tianyang, forced him to go into a deep defense. Ing Tianyang unleashed his power, destroying all of Xiaofan's images. After which, he ordered Zhang Xiaofan to come out now. Xiaofan said, here, horrifying Ing Tianyang. As it turns out, Xiaofan is right above Ing Tianyang. But a moment later, it landed on Ing Tianyang, causing him serious damage. After which, he bounced away from Ing Tianyang, who was wailing in pain. Master Ing was astonished that Xiaofan had managed to hit his son. He shouted to Xiaofan that if anyone harmed his son, he would personally deal with his ill wisher Yu Yang, warning Tianlin not to say such things, if he didn't want to lose face. Because his son had a huge advantage in this fight, but even so, he wanted to interfere. Ing Tianlin replied that if anything happened to his son, he would take revenge on both her and that boy. Xiao Shu shouted that he was an old man who had broken his word. And Ing Tianlin asked, how dare the woman say such a thing? Yu Yang asked so that Ing Tianlin wouldn't blame her for not warning him later. Just one stupid move by him could bring disaster to their sect. Sui is vast and boundless, and many things are far beyond their comprehension. If Ing Tianlin continues to persist in his ignorance, he won't even be able to realize how he will already die in the end. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaofan ran up to Ing Tianlin and started beating him up, shouting to the old man that if he dared to touch Xiao Shuai, he would beat his son so badly that he wouldn't even recognize him. He then asked Xiao Shuai not to be afraid because he would beat Ing Tianlin's son. Every time this old man dared to bark at her, Xiao Shuai was satisfied with what she heard. She asked for Xiao Fan to knock at least something into that bad head. Suddenly, Xiao Fan sensed danger and managed to dodge the attack at the last moment. Immediately afterward, he rebounded to break the distance with Ing Tianyang. Ing Tianyang ordered Xiao Fan to stop it, after which he admitted that he had underestimated him too much. But now, he would fall from this spear. The onlookers began to discuss the fact that Xiao Fan would definitely die now, because Ing Tianyang had pulled out his weapon. Old Man Li told Master Ing that the cross spear is a long-known weapon of their sect. It is so strong that this fight can be called unfair, to which Ing Tian replied that although the cross spear is a precious weapon, his son's hands are bound, so the strength of the spear can only match a spiritual weapon. At most, Ing Tianlin asked not to make a big deal out of it, because, in the worst-case scenario, Xiao Fan would just lose an arm or a leg. Young Tianyang promised Xiao Fan that he would pay for the humiliation he had caused him during the fight. Xiao Fan didn't accept young Tianyang's words and quickly rushed towards him, asking, didn't he wish to stay alive? Immediately after, he took out the spear he had borrowed from the Xia Fengling soldier from the spatial ring, and clashed with young Tianyang in a spear fight. Everyone was discussing that Ying Tianyang's spear was worthy of its fame, because it could unleash such power, even though Ying Tianyang was suppressed to the level of a small spear. Facing Xiao Fan's new weapon, Ying Tianyang couldn't help but wonder, what kind of weapon was this? After that, the spectators also noticed that Xiao Fan's weapon successfully countered Ying Tianyang's crossed spear, causing them to begin to suspect that it might also be a spiritual weapon. Yu Wujiang was able to recognize the quality of Xiao Fan's spear. It was a first-rate spiritual weapon. Hearing this, Xiao Shui decided to question Xiao Fan after the battle, daring her to hide so many things behind her back. Meanwhile, Xiao Fan managed to throw Ying Tianyang backwards. Ying Tianyang began to lose patience. He couldn't gain an advantage, even by using the cross spear. Xiao Fan shouted to Ying not to chicken out and attacked him. After that, Xiao Fan thought about the recent ambush. He didn't even realize that the soldiers attacking him were so good. Ying Tianyang unleashed his strength and shouted at Xiao Fan that he would die for his arrogance. Suddenly, Xiao Fan once again sensed the approaching danger. Ying Tianyang attacked Xiao Fan, shouting that he could win, even if his strength was limited. But if Xiao Fan continued to speak, he would have no choice but to cut off his tongue. Such a powerful attack managed to break through the ring barrier, after which, a wave of spiritual energy flew right beside the spectators. Ying Tianyang threatened Xiao Fan that he would die if he made him angry. Right after that, he managed to overpower Xiao Fan and inflict damage on him. That caused Xiao Fan to fly to the very edge of the arena. For the first time in the fight, Ying Tianyang managed to inflict serious damage on Xiao Fan, causing him to start vomiting blood. After recovering a bit, Xiao Fan asked Ying Tianyang not to blame him for his death, after which, he summoned the heavenly demon sword. Xiao Fan wanted to preserve the power of the copper fragment to slap Ying Tianlin, but now Ying Tianyang would feel it. With double the strength, Zhang Xiaofan rushed towards Ying Tianlin, shocking him once again with his increased strength. Ying Tianyang tried to block Xiaofan's attack, but he suddenly lost his arm. Ying Tianyang cried out in pain. He asked Xiaofan, what did he do? To which Jiang Xiaofan replied that he would tell him everything now. And pierced through, Ying Tianyang inflicted fatal damage on him. Xiaofan said that this was the end of their Nanlefen death battle. Tears flowed from Ying Tianlin's eyes. He asked the bastard Xiaofan, how could he only dare to kill his son? Immediately afterward, he jumped up and punched Xiaofan. With that, he caught up with the flying Xiaofan and shouted that he would kill him. There was a golden flash that covered the entire arena. Some of the spectators began to move away from the arena, in fear of being hit. When Xiaofan opened his eyes, he saw that he was saved by Yu Oing. She reminded Ying Tianlin that this was a battle, not for life and death, and his son had lost it. And this was the fault of Ying Tianyang alone, as his skills were not good enough. Yu Ouyang reminded Ying Tianlin that he was not some child, and therefore he should not act so shamefully. After which, she turned to Master Yangxing, who had been watching the performance all this time, and asked him to announce the results. Master Yangxing came down to the arena and said that Zhang Xiaofan was the winner of this battle. Not daring to bicker, Ying Tianlin left Xiaofan and rushed to his son. Ying Chenyang turned to his father, but the latter asked him not to exert himself. Master Yangxing said that way, as Ying Tianlin suddenly asked the one to stop. Ying Tianlin rebuked Zhang Xiaofan for cheating. After all, he was only able to injure Ying Chenyang by relying on his weapon, something that also needed to be considered. Yu Wuyang reminded Ying Tianlin that there were many eyes watching the fight, and they all saw that Ying Tianyang had only lost because his skills were weaker, and yet Ying Tianlin was still trying to find an excuse to deny it. Yin Shinlin explained to Yu Wuyang that she couldn't notice it, but that bastard had cheated. He had personally seen that Xiaofan's sword was filled with dark energy, and this could only mean that Jiang Xiaofan had used demonic weapons. Xiaofan suddenly laughed, attracting the elder's attention. Xiaofan asked the shameless old man, did he really think that everything happened just because of this blade? But since that was the case, Xiaofan agreed to play along with Ying Tianlin. While talking, Xiaofan discreetly gathered all the demonic Tao into a ring. Then, he offered to take his sword, to test it and give a verdict. Since both sides insist, Master Yangxing agreed to test this sword. Examining the sword, Master Yangxing noticed that it was simply a great sword that didn't have the slightest fluctuation of energy on it. After finishing his inspection, Master Yongxing said that the sword was clean, which meant that Ng Tianlin's accusations were false. Ng Tianlin simply couldn't believe what he heard. For Xiao Fan to just be able to defeat his son. Suddenly, the arena was filled with the enthusiastic shouts of the spectators. They were all shouting enthusiastically that Jiang Xiao Fan had won. Lin Quan and Teng Yu climbed into the arena and began to toss Xiao Fan around. And Ng Tianlin took his son and quietly left the arena. Thus ended the life and death battle between Jiang Xiao Fan and Ng Tianyang. The very next day, talk of Jiang Xiao Fan had already spread throughout the sect. People were discussing that he had managed to defeat Ng Tianyang, even though the latter had used the cross spear. For a while, the interest in his name was very high. At the same time, the ruthless Xiao Fan Chiano, Peak Xiao Fan asked Xiao Shui if he could just not go on this mission, to which he replied that he was obligated to go on it. Xiao Shui ordered him to hurry up from Huang Tianmen to the Sunset Sea, which would take 6 days by sword, making Xiao Fan wonder if he could survive the journey. The Sunset Sea, the sacred sea where the sun sets at this time of year. Small tidal waves occur here, after which, the heart of the sea remains stranded. The task of Zhang Xiaofan and Xiao Shui is to recover this heart of the sea. Xiao Shui asked Xiaofan if he was ready to continue onward, to which Xiaofan replied that he was feeling better, but he's willing to put up with it. For a mission with a beautiful girl. If only he had another one. Xi Shui grabbed that pervert's ear and asked where he was looking like that. He is clearly thinking about something wrong. Xiao Fan said that there was no way he did that, and that he was completely clean. Xiao Shui agreed to give him a break this time, after which Xiao Fan said that he still couldn't believe that the mystic level task was so easy. Just as suddenly, he noticed that there were a couple of other cultivators standing not far from them. These two were Wang Ao, who was in the 6th heaven, and Lu Shi in the 3rd heaven. Xiao Fan wondered what these two were doing here. Xiao Shui asked Xiao Fan if something had happened. Xiao Shui asked Xiao Fan if anything had happened, to which he replied that nothing had happened, but he had just seen some old acquaintances. Xiao Shui inquired about these acquaintances, but Xiao Fan said that he was hardly familiar with them, and offered to move on. At this moment, Wang Ao noticed that there was someone else here. Once he saw Xiao Shui, he wondered, could there really be such beauty? Girls in this world. Immediately after, he jumped up to Xiao Shui and asked if she would allow him. Wang Ao, a disciple of Elder Mu Yun of the Xiang'e sect, to find out her name and where she was from. As it turns out, the descendants of the Xian sect are, just like their teachers, just as immoral. Young Xiaofan stood in front of Xu Shui and asked Wang Ao not to run amok. After all, his mom was already waiting for him for dinner. Wang Ao asked Xiaofan who the other person was and how he only dared to say something like that. Lu Shu recalled that it was the same beggar from their village. Hearing that someone dared to insult Xiaofan, Xiao Shu called Lu Shu a slut. Lu Shu asked, how dare such a harlot call her that? Xiaofan clenched his teeth in anger. It wasn't often that one would go on a mission and meet such scumbags. Suddenly, Xiaofan didn't hold back and slapped Lu Shu's face, ordering her to keep her mouth shut. Lu Shu called Xiaofan a piece of shit and asked, how dare he raise his hand on her? Wang Gao smirked evilly and asked Xiaofan, how could some beggar from the village have such strength? But it didn't matter to him because he was much more powerful than Lu Shu. Wang Gao reminded Xiaofan that he was just a scum who somehow didn't protect the mountain, whereupon he asked how he only dared to come down and hit an outer disciple. Wang Gao promised that today he would show Xiaofan where he belonged. A watchdog should be a watchdog. Not intending to endure any more provocation, Xiaofan punched Wang Gao in the head immediately, after which Xiaofan gave him a slip and began to beat the recumbent Wang Gao. During the beating, Xiaofan asked Wang Gao how he dared to consider himself immortal. After he had cultivated for several days, Xiaofan ordered Wang Ao not to dare to open his mouth in vain anymore. After a while, Xiaofan finished with the beating and spat, calling Wang Ao a scum. Just as suddenly, he noticed that Xiao Shui was looking at him strangely, after which, he started making excuses that he was actually the good guy here. After teaching Wang Ao a lesson, Jiang Xiaofan took Yijian Shui away and began to wait for the sunset tide as night fell. A lot of people arrived at the beach in search of the heart of the sea. Finally, a tidal wave broke the peace of the night sea. Xiaofan asked, what's going on here? Suddenly, a huge wave rose above the sea, targeting Xiaofan with Xiao Shui. As the wave approached, it crashed into the barrier and stopped Xiaofan. Assumed that someone was able to block the wave with their unusual strength. Afterward, people nearby began to enthusiastically discuss it and thank the legendary Poseidon. Meanwhile, some disciples went in search of the heart of the sea. Xiao Shui flew after them, shouting to the pervert from below to hurry up. Xiao Fan whined because, if he used the sword, he would surely have to vomit. before he even found the heart of the sea. After that, he ran off a bit and started doing warm-ups. Finished with the warm-up, Jiang Xiaofan ducked into the bloody sea to reach the heart of the sea. As soon as Jiang Xiaofan dived in, he had the mind to crash into the ground and get his hand stuck. Xiaofan exerted his strength to remove his hands from the rock, and after a few tries he still managed to get out. After looking around a bit, Xiaofan thought it was strange that he still didn't see a hint of the heart of the sea. After a while, Xiaofan had to surface to get some air. At the same moment, the cultivators in the air were discussing the fact that this place was surprisingly empty. Something strange was happening. Meanwhile, Xiaofan was approached by Xiao Shui in a boat and asked this pervert to get out of the water, and Xiaofan was trying to understand what was the reason why there was no heart of the sea. Hearing Xiao Shu, happily swam to her boat. Xiao Shui said that she had examined everything here. With her divine sense, she had not found anything like the heart of the sea. Therefore, there is a possibility that the heart of the sea is at a very deep depth. Xiao Shui asked Xiaofan to hurry up, but he started to refuse. Xiao Shui asked what was wrong with him. Since it was deep water, she assumed he was seasick, but how would he get around without a boat? Xiaofan had to give up on climbing the boat. He can't stand flying swords, and he is also seasick. Xiaofan wished that all transportation would just disappear. Just as suddenly, Xiaofan noticed something very strange. A strong smell of blood started coming from somewhere. Jiang Xiaofan immediately shouted that they were going back. They needed to go back now, while Xiao Shui tried to understand what had suddenly come over him. Xiaofan shouted to the cultivators in the sky, "Get out of here right now," as it was too dangerous. But they only laughed as they looked at him. The cultivators mistook him for an ordinary man who couldn't fly swords. None of them could simply believe the words of such a peasant. Just as suddenly, a blood-red tentacle sprang out of the water and swept around one of the cultivators in midair. In a flash, and a moment later he was gone, just as the cultivator had been swept away into the sea. It was only at this moment that the cultivators realized that they had to get out of here, but it was already too late. The monster started grabbing them, one by one. Suddenly, there was a whirlpool in the sea, and out of it emerged the owner of the tentacles, all covered with mouths. Seeing this creature, Jiang Xiaofan's mouth drooled, for he could get an almost limitless amount of takoyaki from such a huge octopus. Suddenly, a tentacle surfaced beside Xiaofan and pulled him out of the water. Xiaofan punched the beast to break free, but its strength was completely suppressed by its body. Xiaofan was astonished by what had happened, for even people in the Holy Realm would weep after his strike, while this ancient octopus didn't even feel anything. Meanwhile, the monster was catching more and more cultivators, but some still managed to avoid the tentacles. Xiao Shui asked, "Where did this little guy suddenly come out from? This kind of ugly thing? Isn't even half as cute as their chick." Xiaofan asked the miss, "With what eye did she see that it was a little critter? Besides, this little critter is going to eat them." Since Xiaofan was unable to free himself through brute force, he summoned the heavenly demon sword, thanks to which he was able to cut off the monster's tentacle with ease. Immediately afterward, Jiang Xiaofan fell into the water. Xiao Shui noticed that the monster was preparing another attack and shouted to Xiaofan to beware of the attack. The behemoth united its tentacles and sent them at Xiaofan once, but Xiaofan had no intention of being captured by the behemoth again. Therefore, he used the 13 swords of the clear moon technique to cut them down. Unfortunately, the behemoth managed to block Xiaofan's technique, then pushed him out of the water. Xiaofan began to panic, as this was clearly not a good thing. Xiao Shui ordered the behemoth to let it fall behind. Jiang Xiaofan began to prepare the technique. Immediately after, she fired energy at the monster, but it managed to block the attack with its tentacles. Immediately after which, Xiao Shui jumped off the boat and flew to Xiaofan's rescue. Cultivators were surprised to see the purple light of body defense. After all, it was a sign that this girl was really strong, as she had surpassed the realm of consciousness. Not wanting to become the dinner of an overgrown octopus, Xiaofan dared to fly up on his blade. Immediately after which, Xiaofan bounced off the sword, and he was picked up by Xiao Shui. Xiaofan shouted to her to fly faster. Xiao Shui called Xiaofan a pervert after all. He had purposely grabbed onto her in such an awkward way, but Xiaofan kept rushing her. Just as suddenly, Jiang Xiaofan noticed that the octopus was no longer trying to catch him. Xiaofan recognized that Xiao Shui was impressive, since even such an ancient octopus was afraid of her. Xiao Shui asked, "Who cares?" and told this pervert to just die, after which she started pounding him. After a while, Xiaofan and Xiao Shui reached the shore. Xiao Shui asked for Xiaofan to honestly admit that he had intentionally grabbed onto her. Xiaofan replied that she had misunderstood everything, There was no way he could admit to such a thing, otherwise he would be beaten to death. Xiao Shui said that, based on her analysis, the Sunset Sea was a very special place. Zhang Xiaofan couldn't disagree with such a thing. After all, such a huge octopus clearly couldn't appear in an ordinary sea. Usually, they should be much smaller. Suddenly, the sea began to churn again. Noticing this, Xiao Feng assumed that another wave was approaching them. But to everyone's surprise, fish people began to emerge from the sea. Xiao Feng wondered what kind of creatures were these. After which, he told Xiao Shui that they should run away from here as soon as possible. Just as suddenly, Xiao Shui noticed that the fish people were not walking in their direction, causing her to assume that they were looking for something. Xiao Feng said that the same thing was happening as with the tide a little earlier, except what nonsense was going on. Suddenly, one of the fishermen cracked open an unknown object. With a crackle, taking a closer look, Xiao Feng realized that these fish people were eating the hearts of the sea. Apparently, it was a simple treat for them. The cultivators, who were hiding nearby, also noticed it. Xia Hui ordered the perverted man to take the heart of the sea from the monsters. Right now, the beast opened its mouth in preparation for some refreshment. As suddenly, a man came out to him, and the man asked the monster brother to wait a bit. Xiao Fan asked the monster to share this pebble with him. But the monster ignored Xiao Fan and planted the heart of the sea in its mouth. Xiao Fan realized that he had been too kind to these monsters. Hence, he decided to get serious. Xiao Fan abruptly jumped up to the monster and grabbed its leg, after which he began to unwind it. And eventually, he launched the monster to safety. The cultivators were astonished that someone had gotten the idea to go down to the monsters. Immediately after, he returned to Xiao Shui, while the other monsters ignored him. Zhang Xiaofan did his best to force the monster to open its mouth, coaxing it to spit out the heart of the sea. Just as suddenly, the monster completely turned to dust. Xiao Shui assumed that these monsters were incapable of moving away from the water, which was the reason why they were standing on the shore. Xiao Fan was angry because of the wasted effort. Hence, he decided to act in earnest. Xiao Fan asked Shusho to step back, as he would now try to test the abilities of these monsters. Jiang Xiaofan made the monster drop the heart of the sea by throwing a stone at it. Immediately after, Xiaofan attacked the remaining monsters with the 13 swords of the clear moon. Xiaofan jumped off the cliff and began to break through to the heart of the sea. But the monster was faster and had already picked up the lost food. Only the monster was about to eat, as Xiaofan ordered him to put the heart of the sea on the ground and cut off the monster's arm. After obtaining the cherished heart of the sea, Jiang Xiaofan called out to Xu Shui and threw the heart of the sea to her. Immediately after, one of the monsters tried to bite Xiaofan, but Xiaofan dodged, leaning back. Immediately afterward, he kicked the monsters with his feet, and getting to his feet, he cut open the last of the monster that had attacked him, after which Xiaofan quickly retreated, bouncing off the monsters' heads. Xiaofan complained about the hard work, after which Xiao Shui praised the pervert for doing something wonderful again. The cultivators who were watching Xiaofan were surprised at what had happened because they thought that he didn't even know how to handle a sword, but he was a master. Xiaofan's actions were incredibly brave, and he was a true example to them. Jiang Xiaofan asked Xiao Shui about his reward, and she asked him what he wanted. Xiao Fan replied that he wanted her body, but Xiao Shui refused him, asking him to be at least a little serious. Meanwhile, someone approached them from behind. Jiang Xiaofan asked Xiao Shui to just give him a hug, but she refused, saying that he had already hugged her for a long time. After obtaining the heart of the sea, Xiao Fan and Xiao Shui began to prepare to return. But something unexpected happened. Scum, Xiao Fan was suddenly ordered to stop. Xiao Shui inquired from him, what did he want from them? To which Wan Hao replied that he just needed to have a chat with the guy beside. Xiao Shui, hearing this, Jiang Xiaofan laughed. After which, he asked Xiao Shui to leave it to him. Xiao Fan asked Wang Ao if he really thought he had such a good character. After all, if he beat Wang Ao one more time, he wouldn't want to continue living. Only Xiao Fan was about to strike Wang Ao, as his foot was stopped by the hand of a cultivator standing nearby. Immediately after, Xiao Fan pulled his foot out of the cultivator's grip and retreated slightly. Wang Ao thanked Brother Wu for his help, then told him that the man was deceitful and dishonorable, and asked Brother Wu to take action. Wu asked Zhang Xiaofan, who is that person? After all, he didn't have such a disciple in the Xiong sect. He offered Xiaofan to tell the whole truth, after which he would finish off Xiaofan without paying. Or else, Xiaofan wondered, what will the one do to him, too? Didn't he think he could handle him alone? Cultivator Wu was clearly unhappy with the response to his condescending suggestion. Wu said that he was going to give Xiaofan a chance, but apparently he wasn't interested, in which case, Offending a Xiang disciple meant sentencing himself to death. Xiao Fan asked if insulting Wang Gao is punishable by death, then what will they do? If this guy commits the offense himself, will Wu protect Wang Ao if he himself abuses others? Cultivator Wu replied that there were no such rules in their sect. Xiao Fan said, seeming to understand everything. Immediately after, he punched Cultivator Wu in the face. Knocking him backwards, Xiao Fan asked the cultivator. Didn't he think that he had become the strongest just because he was able to achieve a little strength? After one hard training, Wu was furious. He asked Xiao Fan how he even dared to do such a thing, after which he threatened Xiao Fan, saying that no one would save him today. Cultivator Wu summoned his flaming blade and attacked Xiao Fan, but the man easily dodged his blow. Immediately afterward, Xiao Fan grabbed Wu's arm and kicked his knee into his stomach, then threw the one back. But Cultivator Wu managed to stay on his feet. Xiao Fan said that the first guy was too weak. Cultivator Wu considers himself a disciple of the Xian sect, but he bullies himself. He is a complete lowlife. Watching Brother Willoughby's beating, Wang Ao couldn't believe that a person who had comprehended the first heaven, and was famous for his skills, was able to lose to Jiang Xiao Fan so easily. He was trying to figure out what kind of demon Xiao Fan was even after a small beating. Wu wasn't going to leave things like this, and was going to continue the altercation. If Xiao Shui hadn't saved Xiao Fan in the Sea of the Setting Sun, he would have died. Therefore, Xiao Fan decided that he had to mend his ways and become stronger. Xiao Fan ordered Cultivator Wu to get up. After all, he had only broken a few bones for him, which shouldn't be a problem for a cultivator of his level. Xiao Fan asked him not to look at him like that because it was rumored that those who surpassed the realm of consciousness had outstanding abilities. Therefore, Xiao Fan suggested that he check to see if he was really that good. Xiao Fan had fought Qing Qingling not too long ago and had already seen his so-called skills. But at that moment, he was so focused on winning that he didn't even notice it. And so, Xiao Fan decided to provoke Wu. Xiao Fan said that he was willing to fight. With such power, Xiao Shui demanded an answer from the perverted man as to what he meant, and whether he was fed up with his life, since he wanted to confront such a force. Xiao Fan said that everything would be fine and asked Shishua not to worry about it. Cultivator Wu told Xiao Fan that he was very funny, and since he wished for death, he would gladly provide it using the powers of heaven and earth. The cultivators were frightened by such pure energy. They were convinced that Xiao Fan was finished. As such, an attack could not be survived by an entry-level disciple. Wang Hao tried to figure out, did this scum really dare to try to repel such an attack? Seeing Wu's technique, Xiao Fan recognized that the powers of heaven and earth were indeed powerful, and they were far beyond the realm of consciousness, having only remotely felt the power of this fire. Xiao Feng could already barely keep the trembling in his body at bay. Wu shouted that, after everything that had happened, he was willing to torture Xiao Feng until he died. But if Jiang Xiao Feng apologized to him on his knees, he might let him live. Otherwise, he would experience the power of fire. By being burned to death on the Purple Star, few people would agree to such a thing. Xiao Fan replied that he wouldn't even think of kneeling in front of him. Immediately after which, Jiang Xiao Fan created a huge flaming blade and attacked Xiao Fan with it. Common sense was trumpeting for Xiao Fan to dodge, but he had to take this attack. A green glow appeared in Xiao Fan's hand. Those who were watching couldn't look at all of this, and Xiao Shui asked Xiao Fan to dodge this attack. The fiery sword collided with Xiao Fan's jade field, but could not immediately pierce through it. Xiao Fan thought it would be much easier. Except now, he was barely holding back the attack. Wu shouted to Xiao Fan that he would just drop like garbage right now. But Xiao Fan refused to die like this. There was no way he was going to give up. Barely containing the enemy's fire, Xiao Fan swung his fist backward. By commanding the energy of the earth and the heavens, the cultivator is able to move mountains and drain oceans. Xiao Fan asked Cultivator Wu, so what if the cultivator was able to control the energies of heaven and earth? After all, he, Jiang Xiaofan, would himself comprehend the Tao and ascend even higher than the heavens after shouting. Xiao Fan launched a huge jade fist at the enemy, which easily broke through Wu's fire sword. Cultivator Wu ordered scum Xiao Fan not to grind any more such nonsense, and poured even more energy into his technique. Xiao Fan shouted that he would gather all the divine energy and unleash it on his enemies, sweeping away everything in his path. After which, he ordered all that energy to destroy. In the next instant, Wu's defense was destroyed, causing him to vomit blood. Immediately after, he was engulfed in an explosion from Xiao Fan's attack. After miraculously surviving Xiao Fan's attack, Wu fell to the ground. Seeing Xiao Fan walking towards him, Wu began to beg him not to come any closer. But Xiao Fan asked that he not worry about it. After all, he wasn't done with him yet. Jiang Xiaofan used the 13 pure moon swords, and then pointed them upwards, creating an even bigger sword. Only upon seeing this did Wu's panic take over. He was trying to figure out what kind of technique this was. Finished with the technique, Xiaofan lowered the enormous blade straight at the cultivator. Wu promised Xiaofan that he would pay for it. After which, the last spark of life in him faded away. After the battle ended, Xiao Shui rushed over to Xiaofan to congratulate him on his victory. But for unknown reasons, Xiao Shui began to sigh heavily, holding his chest. The cultivators watching the battle were terrified because of the outcome of the battle. For a small sphere, Cultivator had torn apart the powers of earth and heaven, which was literally impossible. Seeing Xiao Fan's condition, Xiao Shui asked if he was alright. But Xiao Fan asked her to stay away from him. He no longer had the strength to restrain the copper shard, which meant he was on the verge of crossing over into the realm of consciousness. Suddenly, Xiao Fan flew away, leaving Xiao Shui without an explanation. He urgently tried to find a place where he could hide, flying away from the others. Xiao Fan landed sloppily on the ground. Xiao Fan no longer had the strength to do anything, but he could feel a simply unimaginable power starting to emanate from him. Immediately after which, the Copper Brother began to unleash his power, raising Xiao Fan's rank flying. After Xiao Fan, Xiao Shui saw a flash, followed by a cloud of smoke, causing her to wonder what was happening to him. Zhang. Xiao Fan had finally entered the realm of consciousness. Suddenly, Xiao Fan noticed an unknown glow around his hands, and tried to figure out what it was. It felt as if the space around his hands was distorting. In order to test this anomaly, Xiao Fan summoned the heavenly demon sword and tried to pierce this space. But to his surprise, he couldn't do anything with it. Xiao Fan wondered if he was capable of controlling the space. Just as suddenly, Xiao Fan's body lifted off the ground, and he soared upwards, flying back. Xiao Fan began to laugh, for he would no longer have to fly his sword. After flying for a bit, Xiao Fan saw Xiao Shui running towards him and told her that it was already time for them to return home. Seeing Xiao Fan soaring, Xiao Shui felt a little relieved, as he would not suffer from flying on the sword. Now, a few days later, somewhere on the peak of Yue, Xiao Fan pondered that, now, with the support of the Buddhist scriptures, he could match the strength of a holy realm cultivator. As Xiao Fan suddenly felt as if his copper shard moved slightly, something was clearly wrong. Hence, Xiao Fan decided to run through the Buddhist sutra. One more time, it was only when Xiao Fan started to run through the Buddhist sutra that he clearly felt that the jade shard was actually moving. Just as suddenly, Xiao Fan felt a fever in his chest, delivering unbearable pain. Immediately afterward, the Copper Brother burst out of his chest. Xiao Fan thought that the Shard Brother had decided to reward him for crossing over to the consciousness realm. Hence, he laughed and said that he shouldn't do that. After flying off a bit, the copper shard began to glow. Whereupon scripture began to manifest in the air. Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets everything else. These were the ancient scriptures. Having done its job, the Copper Brother flew back into Xiao Fan's chest. After which, a second wave of Tao energy erupted. Thanks to this, Zhang Xiao Fan had broken through to the second heaven of the consciousness realm. Xiao Fan could hardly believe that breaking through to the next heaven was so easy. The entrance to Tianyu Peak, Xiao Fan thought that he should take Lin Quan and Tang Yu on this mission, so that the two of them could gain experience. Just as suddenly, Xiao Fan noticed that something was not right here. He felt as if the air ahead was shaking this way and that, but there was no one there. As suddenly, he realized there was something there. After which, a cultivator came out from behind a tree and explained that he was a human, and not something. Xiao Fan grabbed Qin Lu by the collar, and asked him what he was doing here, and if he was trying to peep at the girls. Just as suddenly, Xiao Fan was spotted by Nurse Ning Ning, and asked what fate had brought him to them. Xiao Fan replied that he had come to ask Xu Xue if she would like to take a walk with him. Suddenly, Xiao Fan noticed that Qin Lu had broken free from his grip, and wondered where that loon could have disappeared to. As he ran out of the side, and started running towards his little sister like nothing had happened, Xiao Fan asked Ning Meng if she really knew him. She replied that Brother Qin was the head disciple of Tianyu Peak. Xiao Fan refused to believe what he had heard. After all, head disciples simply couldn't behave like this. Qin Lu said that little sister was even too kind to him, while Xiao Fan trembled at the fact that there was a more shameless person here than himself. In the end, Xiao Fan gave up, and said that he would not interfere with them, and that he would rather go in search of Xiao Shui. Nurse Ning Meng asked for Xiao Fan to wait for her for a while, after which, they would go together to look for Xiao Shui. Qin Lu was surprised at what he saw, for he didn't even know the fact that Xiao Fan was so popular with women. For a guy to be able to climb Tianan Peak so easily, Qinlu decided that he just had to find out what Xiaofan's secret was. After a short search, Jiang Xiaofan found out that Xiaofan was busy, which meant that he would have to go on a mission. With the youngsters only, they wouldn't be the only ones. Qinlu clung to Chao Fan's leg and begged him to tell him his secret. He wanted to know how Chao Fan had gained access to Tianan Peak. Chao Fan ordered Qinlu to get away from him, but he only agreed to leave after learning the secret. Chao Fan asked Qinlu to stay behind for a while, as he had a mission to accomplish. Immediately after, Qinlu grabbed one of the orders and shoved it into Chao Fan's hands. Telling him that it was just a great mission with a decent reward, he gave Chao Fan an Earth-level mission, near the Yangtze River. Seeing the difficulty of the mission, Chao Fan immediately refused to take it, as he can't drag his young proteges to an Earth-level mission. But looking at the board, Chao Fan was astonished. Chao Fan shouted that they were all just messing around, after all. Qin Luo should have distracted him for a few seconds, as all the tasks had been dealt with. Tearing his hair out, Chao Fan told Qin Luo to just look at what he had done. Qin Lu asked him not to thank him for it since it wasn't hard, and asked him to tell him how he could get to Tianan Peak, as Chao Fan suddenly grinned terrifyingly. He thought of what he should do. Jiang Xiaofan told his brother that he wanted to choose something lighter, but he had stuck him with an Earth-level mission. It might not be a problem for Qinluo, but for Xiaofan, it was a bit too much. Hence, Xiaofan assumed that Qinluo wouldn't be able to refuse his help. Qinluo replied that, unfortunately, he was too busy, as he needed to gather materials and stuff. Xiaofan approached Qinluo and bet that he had no idea how beautiful girls lived on Tianan Peak. Once he climbs a peak once, he will never wish to descend it again. Just recently, there was a rumor that an ancient tomb had been discovered in the Yangtze River Gorge. It is said that a man was buried in the tomb 6,000 years ago, who had repeatedly stirred up the purple star. That is why the opening of the tomb attracts so many different influential people who want to get their hands on its treasures. After 6 days in the Yin River Gorge, Chao Fan was a little surprised, as he hadn't even thought that there would be so many people here. Qin Lu called out to Chao Fan and asked him to look at the beauties nearby. Qin Lu said that these maidens had slender bodies, beautiful faces, and lush forms. Chao Fan asked the one to calm down, as these maidens were now looking at them. Chao Fan told the maidens that he didn't know the guy standing next to him, and Qin Lu started to apologize. The red-haired maiden asked how could they not be ashamed to gawk at them, and not even admit it afterward. Besides, the person beside Chao Fan at least bowed his head and confessed. Chao Fan grabbed Qin Lu and started complaining that it was Qin Lu's fault for being mistaken for a pervert. After which, the second maiden asked her sister not to talk to these people and move on. While Chao Fan and Qin Lu were fighting, the fog began to dissipate. After which, the cultivators ran towards the tomb. Chao Fan decided not to linger, and suggested that Qin Lu go on his way. After a while, Chao Fan remarked that this was a rather strange place, because the further they went, the thicker the fog became. Qin Lu agreed and added that they were off the path, so they had not met any people. Suddenly, Chao Fan and Qin Lu came across an Ambel, who immediately demanded that they get out of here, for their mistress had decided to go this way. Ambel explained that he wouldn't repeat himself. Twice, Chao Fan asked Qin Lu if he had any thoughts on this, to which he replied that they could just beat these guys up. Chao Fan admitted that he had also thought of something like this, but he didn't want to talk about it so directly, since he didn't want to humiliate these cultivators. Since those were in the majority, Qin Lu offered to take care of the big guy, while Chao Fan fought the others. Chao Fan started complaining as Qin Lu was offering too unfair terms, and Qin Lu asked if Chao Fan wanted to fight everyone at once. Hearing this, Chao Fan offered to forget about it and go with Qin Lu's original plan. Meanwhile, the big guy was losing his last drops of patience, listening to the bickering of these youngsters. The lady told the embalm that they had had enough chatter, and asked them to get these guys out of the way. After receiving the order, the embalm began to knead his fists, during which he reminded Chao Fan, with Qin Lu, that he had warned them. After which, he began to envelop his hand in flames. The partner asked the Ambo if he was overdosing. After all, they should at least leave these guys dead. But the Ambo said that they didn't even deserve it, and attacked Chao Fan with Qin Lu. Just as suddenly, Qin Lu stopped the ambusher by grabbing the latter's fist, and completely suppressed the recoil, whereupon he reminded the ambusher that he would be his opponent. Chao Fan asked Qin Lu to teach this ambusher some manners, and Qin Lu suggested that he start calling his daddy. Chao Fan then said that it was his turn, and summoned the others to attack him. Chao Fan said that he didn't like hitting women, and asked Madame to step aside. In response, she snorted and ordered the cultivators to make this guy disappear as soon as possible. Immediately after that, the 5 cultivators accepted the order, and all attacked Xiao Fan together. The first cultivator made a horizontal strike, but Xiao Fan dodged it with a leap. Immediately afterward, he punched the cultivator, who was shocked by his speed. Before the second cultivator knew it, Xiao Fan was already at his back. He was trying to figure out how a cultivator, who was in the realm of consciousness, could possess such speed. The cultivator tried to block Xiao Fan's punch, but Xiao Fan's punch shattered his blade. Immediately after which, Xiao Fan disarmed the second cultivator. At the last moment, he thought about the fact that, regardless of the strength, this guy doesn't stand a chance, after all. They had already surrounded him. And now, Xiao Fan had nowhere to run to. What happened afterwards shocked all the cultivators. They couldn't believe that such a thing was possible. Their swords rested against the barrier, except how? Could a consciousness realm cultivator manipulate space? Xiao Fan admitted that, at his current level, he couldn't attack with the space yet, but for defense, it was just fine. Immediately after, Zhang Xiaofan disarmed the remaining cultivators. In the blink of an eye, Xiaofan asked, was this all they were capable of? And just how could they think that they were capable of getting them out of the way? The old man said that, since Xiaofan's swords wouldn't take, they would use something else. Taking advantage of the technique, the old man created a huge rock, with a flower above Xiaofan. After which, he swung his hand, and the rock began to fall straight towards Xiaofan. Xiaofan was a little surprised. After all, the strength of these 4 was pretty good. They surpassed the level of most cultivators of the same level, and since that was the case, then he will show them what he has learned from the ancient scriptures. Xiao Fan punched his fist upwards, after which a seal burst out from his fist. A seal that managed to completely destroy the rock, created by enemy cultivators. The cultivators were amazed at what had happened. After all, this guy, the old man, is willing to bet that Xiao Fan, this is the text, is capable of fighting against cultivators strong enough to be Saint Realm cultivators. Suddenly, Xiao Fan jumped towards the old man, with a speed imperceptible to the eye. Right after which he punched him in the face. And with his next blow, he sent the old man flying. Without wasting time, Xiao Feng quickly dealt with the remaining cultivators. Madame asked Xiao Feng how he only dared to beat up her people. And did he even know who she was? Qin Lo said that he knew who she was. She was a woman, after which Xiao Fan remarked that Qin Lo had already finished his fight, and praised him. Mistress was furious about these 2, and therefore those 2 deserved to die. She shrieked and used the Great Seal. Cultivators realized that this was the end, for even such a strong man couldn't handle a Great Seal. And in terms of strength, this seal was almost no different from a precious spiritual weapon. Zhang Xiaofan thought about the fact that this miss was the weakest in her group. Yet she was entrusted with such a strong spiritual tool. In any case, this wouldn't help them. Xiao Fan shouted that he could just destroy her, and struck the Great Seal. Immediately afterward, the entire seal immediately cracked, and began to fall apart. Even Qin Lu did not expect his brother to be so incredible. The black-haired cultivator was astonished, for it was simply unthinkable for someone to destroy a great seal with their bare hands. The old man wondered what this guy's body was made of. After all, something like this was beyond the power of even a holy sphere cultivator. Madame's eyes flared with rage. She asked Xiao Fan, how did he even dare to destroy her seal? Does he even know who she is? Does he know who her father is? Xiao Fan said that he didn't care about it at all, and that he wasn't really interested in her father. Xiao Fan then asked Qin Luo if he would like to know his future father-in-law. Qin Lu asked Xiao Fun to treat beautiful girls more respectfully. Madame Xia demanded the cursed lecher to remove his stinking eyes now, or she would order her father to gouge them out. But the old man asked her to back off, as they didn't stand a chance against the young man. After which, they all turned around and started to walk away from Xiao Fan as they were leaving. Madame Xie shouted that they were just losers and asked them to be patient, as her Xi family would not let them go. The old man explained to Xiao Fan that he had insulted someone he shouldn't have insulted, and that he would regret what he had done. After all, in the Xi family, they were not the most powerful, and others would take their place, after which it would no longer be so much fun. Xiao Fan wondered, could it be that this family was related to Xiao Fang? Ming Xiao Fan suggested that Qin Lu should get out of here, but Qin Lu started shouting to Madame Xie that he hoped they would meet again, and asked her to call her father next time. Zhang Xiao Fan, threatening with his fist, ordered Qin Lu to stop fooling around, since it was time for them to go. A short journey later, Qin Lu asked Xiao Fan if he thought it was too quiet here. Xiao Fan agreed with Qin Lu and added that he felt rather uncomfortable. Qin Lu decided to mention the fact that there should be a lot of people here, but under strange circumstances, they only met a lady from the Xia family. Turning around, Qin Lu shouted about Xiao Fan having a ghost behind his back. Xiao Fan asked if it was shameful for a saint to pull such silly pranks. Qin Lu replied that he had no need to lie, and if he lied, he wouldn't look at pretty girls for a month. Xiao Fan warned Qin Lu not to even think about believing him. If he started swearing that he saw a pale, bloody zombie, with red eyes and sharp fangs. After which, Xiao Fan abruptly covered himself with goosebumps, and wondered could it be that Qin Lu wasn't joking? Immediately after he shouted that this dead man was behind Qin Lu, causing him to scream and bounce to the side. Xiao Fan began to assure Qin Lu that there was indeed a smiling ghost behind his back. And Qin Lu asked him not to laugh at him because he was being serious. And there was really something there. Xiao Fan said that he wasn't lying either, then shouted that behind Qin Lu, a ghost had reappeared immediately after that. He struck near Qin's head. Qin Lu asked Xiao Fan if he was crazy to do something like that. Unexpectedly, someone's red hair hung on Xiao Fan's fingers. Xiao Fan and Qin Lu instantly turned their backs to each other, and stood on alert. As it turned out, there was indeed someone around them. Xiao Fan ordered the enemy to come out, whoever it was, and unleashed his Dao. Afterward they saw that they were surrounded by zombies. Qin Lu noticed that some of these zombies seemed familiar to him. They had seen them in the river gorge. Except, they were alive then. Xiao Fan shouted that they needed to get out of here. After which, he and Qin Lu started running away. Xiao Fan asked Qin Lu if he knew this place. Qin Lu replied that he didn't see anything familiar. And moreover, because of the fog, he couldn't even feel Xiao Fan's presence. Xiao Fan had to admit that this mission wasn't given in Earth level. For nothing, and more importantly, he definitely wouldn't be able to handle it alone. They still haven't found the tomb. But they've already encountered danger more than once. Qin Lu asked Xiao Fan if this was the tomb he was talking about, and pointed to the side. After looking at the tomb, Xiao Fan said that this building was not much like a tomb, rather, it was a castle of some sort. And then he wondered, was there really a man buried here? Suddenly, there was the sound of footsteps behind. And a second later, a man ran past Xiao Fan, begging for rescue. Immediately afterward, the dead man caught up with him, and pierced his chest with his hand, before grabbing his heart. Seeing such cruelty, Xiao Fan, with Qin Lu, was speechless. But to make matters worse, the creature that had killed the cultivator suddenly started eating his heart, finishing his meal. The dead man looked at his new victims and chuckled. Xiao Fan was furious. He asked the dead man what the dead man was laughing at so much. Immediately after which, Xiao Fan used illusory steps to instantly overtake the beast. But as soon as he swung his sword, the dead man seemed to vaporize. Xiao Fan wondered, how could this be? After all, he couldn't keep up with this dead man, even using illusory steps. And he ended up missing the monster. Qin Lu asked Xiao Fan if he was alright. Xiao Fan asked Qin Lu if he had seen where the dead man had run off to. Qin Lu replied that the monster was too fast. In that case, Xiao Fan, with Qin Lu, only had to enter this tomb. Once inside the tomb, Qin Lu remarked that there were too many spirits, and that he felt as if there were many eyes looking at them. Xiao Fan asked Qin Lu if he was afraid of being mocked, since Tianyan Peak's chief disciple was afraid of some ghosts. Hearing this, Qin Lu looked at young Xiao Fan with disdain. After which, he said that if Xiao Fan's legs weren't shaking, it would have been a great sentence. Xiao Fan complained to Qin Lu about Qin Lu poking at him, and asked him to save his face in front of the readers. Suddenly, as if out of nowhere, a zombie pounced on Xiao Fan with Qin Lu. But Xiao Fan and Qin Lu managed to react in time, and quickly dealt with the zombies. Xiao Fan decided to complain about the fact that, apparently, these zombies didn't want to just get behind them. Qin Lu asked Xiao Fan if he had any ideas, to which Xiao Fan replied that there was not much left for them to do, but to beat up these dead people, one by one. Xiao Fan and Qin Lu began to deal with the zombies. The only problem is that, while zombies are negligible on their own, attacking in a crowd poses a huge danger to them. That was why the zombies had managed to corner Xiao Fan and Qin Lu. Qin Lu noticed that these things were never getting smaller, and asked what they should do. While Xiao Fan and Qin Lu were fighting off a few dozen zombies, another 100 came to them. Xiao Fan summoned the heavenly demon sword, and used the 13 pure moon blades, which has managed to reduce the number of the living dead a bit suddenly. Qin Lu sensed something ominous right after that. He told Xiao Fan that their matters were quite bad, as he had sensed a much more powerful undead than this one. Jiang Shangfan agreed with Qin Lu, since he had already seen this undead. It was the same creature as the one that had attacked them outside. When it saw its new victims, the undead began to laugh. Xiao Feng asked the monster why it was laughing, and rushed towards him. Noticing this, Qin Lu asked him to be more careful. Zhang Xiaofeng quickly caught up to the beast and chopped it with a horizontal strike. But just like the previous time, the beast suddenly disappeared and was at his back. Xiao Fan smirked and told the behemoth that it moved too predictably. Immediately after which, Xiao Fan abruptly turned around and chopped off the monster's arm, realizing that things were bad. The monster immediately bounced back to break the distance. Xiao Fan said that he managed to harm the monster, but the monster managed to escape too quickly. Qin Lu noticed that the dead people had become much less active, and wondered what was going on. Suddenly, the dead people just ran away. Qin Lu asked them to stop, and asked why they suddenly started running away. But there was no answer, they just took off. Qin Lu wondered, what kind of zombies were these? Xiao Fan told Qin Lu that this was not the time to have a chill, and that they needed to move on. Further along the way, Xiao Fan and Qin Lu came across dead cultivators. Qin Lu suggested that the path ahead is quite dangerous. Xiao Fan said that he was not blind and could see it for himself. Qin Lu asked Xiao Fan if he thought that everyone who had entered the tomb had already been killed. Xiao Fan replied that he had no idea about that. But still, they should move on. Walking further, Xiao Fan and Qin Lu saw what was called the soul lamp. The fuel that fuels the shower lamp is squeezed from the soul of the cultivator. This lamp is rumored to be able to burn for more than 10,000 years. Just where would such a treasure have come from? Xiao Fan asked Qin Lu. Was this thing really that valuable? Qin Lu revealed that this lamp required a very strong cultivation to create, which was against the law of the heavens, causing anyone who messed with the lamp to have very bad luck. Xiao Fan called Qin Lu a Luan, since he hadn't warned him about it earlier, and Qin Lu asked Xiao Fan to stay away from him. Just as suddenly, Jiang Xiao Fan noticed something strange. Xiao Fan wondered if this was really the tomb of a man. Xiao Fan suggested that Qin Lu take a look at it. Xiao Fan recognized that they were quite beautiful drawings, except that he didn't understand anything about them. Therefore, he asked Qin Lu if they reminded him of something. Qin Lu said that this was the first time he had seen something like this, but most likely the drawings were much older than the tomb master, and they were esoteric, divine scriptures from ancient times. Walking closer to the drawing, Xiao Fan accidentally kicked the old bull. Picking up the bull, Xiao Fan said that there were strange things in this tomb, and even a dog bull. After which Xiao Fan asked if there was a chance that the architect was Qin Lu's lost brother. Unexpectedly, Qin Lu ignored Xiao Fan and started talking to the girl who came out of nowhere. Qin Lu asked the girl if he could escort her to the exit since she was here alone, to which the girl replied that in that case, a part of her might just finish him off. Qin Lu admitted that she was very nice to be worried about him. Xiao Fan couldn't find the words to explain it. He tried to understand what was going on, and how could there be a little girl in this tomb? Just as suddenly, the girl when she noticed the bowl in Xiao Fan's hands. She said she finally found the master bowl, after which, she wondered how she even ended up here. The girl demanded Xiao Fan to return her bowl, whereupon Xiao Fan asked if that meant that she was living in this tomb, and since that was the case, he was happy to. Just as suddenly, Xiao Fan realized something. Xiao Fan felt that this girl had something to do with this mural. It was all a little too suspicious. Xiao Fan said that he found it on the floor, then asked how she could prove that the bowl really belonged to her. Xiao Fan asked the girl if she knew what happened in the tomb. The horned girl ordered Xiao Fan to return the bowl to her now, if he didn't want to just die. Xiao Fan started twirling the bowl while asking if it was really like this. The girl frightfully asked Xiao Fan to stop, and gently put the bowl on the floor. After which, she began to contemplate what she should do. Eventually, she decided to tell him about what was going on in that tomb. The girl told him that the tomb's seal had recently been weakened, causing the shadow to gather evil spirits. In order to seal the black shadow again, she is looking for an object to seal it. Coincidentally, the bowl in Xiao Fan's hands is that object, so he must give it to her, and then she will go about her mission. Xiao Fan speculated that this girl might actually be telling the truth, which meant that the end of their mission was near. June. Xiao Fan opened his arms and said that, since it's like this, he just as suddenly Xiao Fan realized that he had accidentally thrown the bowl. With this gesture, reacting in time, Qin Lu jumped and stretched out his hand, preparing to catch the bowl. But he failed to catch the bowl, causing it to shatter, and the girl behind him to lose her breath. Qin Lu reminded Xiao Fan that he had said that he would be haunted by misfortunes, whereupon Xiao Fan reminded Qin Lu which one of them had not caught the bowl. A sudden beam of energy stopped the strife between Xiao Fan and Qin Lu. The girl promised that they would both pay with their lives for her cup. Xiao Fan and Qin Lu were terrified. After all, this horned girl is within the realm of the human. Emperor Xiao Fan and Qin Lu once again shouted over who was to blame, after which, they asked the emperor to stop and have a word, but the girl asked what was there to talk about, and wished to kill them as soon as possible. Running away, Xiao Fan asked Qin Luo how he managed not to catch the bull, and Qin Luo asked Xiao Fan how he managed to drop the bull. Xiao Fan shot at Qin Luo, shouting out that he was talking about bad luck. But Qin Lu parried the shot by recalling that it was Xiao Fan who touched that cursed lamp. After running further down the corridor, Xiao Fan and Qin Lu reached a dead end. Xiao Fan told Qin Lu not to panic and to look for the hidden mechanism that could be seen in movies. Qin Lu said that there was nothing like that, then asked what was a movie. Just as suddenly, the human emperor once again applied her energy beam. Nearly dying, Xiao Fan and Qin Lu were seized by panic. They tried to get out of here without dying. Ominously approaching the two, the horned girl promised that they would pay for her bull. Xiao Fan begged her to stop, and then they would explain everything, and she would forgive them. Qin Lu asked what their plan was, and should they enter the battle. As much as Xiao Fan would like it, they have no choice but to attack such a powerful person. He said that he had faith in them, for together, they would be able to overcome any obstacles. The girl demanded that she be paid for the broken bowl right away. Xiao Van was surprised at this, and asked if she had thought of ordering them to do so. Xiao Van suggested that this brat might be impressed by his steadfastness and determination. Qin Luo told Xiao Fan that. The girl's face was getting angrier and angrier, then asked if Xiao Fan's plan was working. Even a little, Xiao Fan was disappointed that he had failed, since he had tried so hard. The girl said that they should realize how valuable that bowl was if they didn't want to die. Then, they should pay for its loss. Just as suddenly, Xiao Fan asked the girl to wait for a while. Looking at Xiao Fan's smug face, the girl asked what he wanted. Immediately after, Xiao Fan pointed at Qin Lu and said that it was his fault for not catching the bull. Qin Lu was astonished by such insolence. After which, Xiao Fan and Qin Lu once again began to search for whose fault it was. Meanwhile, a more sinister aura began to emanate from the girl. The girl said they were useless brats, after which she asked, why not just turn them into desserts? To refresh her brain, just as suddenly, Xiao Fan once again asked her to stop. The girl inquired if he wished to say his last words. After that, Xiao Fan and Qin Lu began to sob and started begging for pity, so that she would spare them, because they were still so young. The girl realized that talking to these two was useless, which meant it was easier for her to just swat them. In the face of impending doom, Qin Lu asked about how they could save themselves. But Xiao Fan asked him to shut up. Concentrating her energy, the girl, Emperor, shot out a stronger beam than before. But that one was completely blocked by a small, condensed space. The girl wondered how this was even possible, right as she attacked. The space between the two suddenly solidified. In the end, the girl decided that it would be better if she used this waste of humanity to seal the secret room and weaken the shadow. Meanwhile, Xiao Fan and Qin Lu were happy that they were still alive. The girl sat down and said that she could give them a chance, which made Xiao Fan and Qin Lu even more excited. After which, Xiao Fan decided to add something. They would agree to do anything, but in return, she must promise that she would leave them alone. After all this, the girl smirked, and said that Xiao Fan's last chance with Qin Lu was at their backs. Qin Lu reminded that it was just a wall, and the girl agreed with him. After which, she asked why they were suddenly staring at her, and ordered them to act if they didn't want her to finish them off. Xiao Fan summoned the heavenly demon sword, filled with evil spirit, and, with a few swings of his sword, he managed to destroy the wall. But upon opening the previously closed space, Xiao Fan sensed something. Looking down, Xiao Fan admitted that he had a bad feeling about the whole thing. What's creepiest of all are the coffins, surrounded by an ominous fog. Xiao Fan assumed that this was where the sinister spirits were sealed, which the horned girl confirmed. She then explained that this was also their only chance to redeem themselves for the broken bowl. Xiao Fan asked the girl if she had lost her mind after all. She's sending them to the very center of the broken seal, and still dares to call it their chance. The girl reminded Xiao Fan that the bowl was gone, which meant they were the only ones who could fix the seal, and if they couldn't, she would kill them. Xiao Fan said that there was no way they could do what a human emperor couldn't do. The girl ordered him to stop whining. After all, they had no other options anyway. Suddenly, Xiao Fan's nerves gave out, and he started screaming at the top of his voice. He wanted to understand what it was and why he had to die young. In the end, Xiao Fan said that she could just kill him, but he would like her to do it quickly. Qin Lu asked Xiao Fan not to take him with her. Meanwhile, one of the coffins began to tremble. The horned girl said that it was too late, and ordered Xiao Fan and Qin Lu to descend. Immediately after which, he dropped them. After landing, Qin Lu asked Xiao Fan what they would do. After all, from the looks of it, the coffin lid wouldn't be able to contain the evil spirit for long, and Xiao Fan complained about this little lowly. Xiao Fan wondered what other options they had, since they couldn't fight the evil spirit. They could only look for a way out. Qin Lu couldn't help but agree with Xiao Fan's reasoning. After which, Xiao Fan noticed something, and asked Qin Lu to take a look at it. Jiang Xiao Fan found a door, probably leading outside. He asked Qin Lu if they could open it. Jiang Xiao Fan and Qin Lu went to the door, and used all their strength to open it. But all their efforts were in vain, as the door didn't even move. Xiao Fan said that they should urgently think of something, since he was not very eager to fight the evil spirit. Xiao Fan complained that out of all the missions on the board, Qin Lu had managed to choose this one. But Qin Lu suggested not to look for the culprits, and tried to figure out how they could avoid becoming food for the evil spirit. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the lid of the coffin was thrown off. After which, an ominous mist began to emerge from the coffin. And after the master himself came out of the coffin, the evil spirit began to laugh loudly because he, Hu Hansen, will finally be able to take possession of the tomb. Mark Xiaofan told the spirit that there was no harm in dreaming. Except that, unfortunately for him, they would fight him until the very end. Qin Lu asked Xiaofan if he was going to seal Wu Hansen by himself, to which Xiaofan replied that he was certainly not going to do so. Qin Lu was able to exhale a little, for he had already thought that he was about to take him with him, when suddenly Xiaofan added that Qin Lu would be with him. Qin Lu cried out in terror. He wanted to know, was Xiaofan really not joking? And did he remember what that little loli had said? Zhang Xiaofan recognized that he still wanted to live. He wanted to return to Xiaoshui, and therefore he couldn't just disappear here. After which, Xiaofan asked Qin Luo how he could just disappear here before even finding a partner. Qin Luo realized that Xiaofan was right. Hence, he told the spirit that he would seal him for the good of the world. Today, he is willing to sacrifice himself, accompanying this gentleman. Qin Lu told Xiaofan that they would go. On the count of 3, listening to these bugs talk, the evil spirit lost patience, and asked if they could be more respectful to him. Meanwhile, Xiaofan counted to 2, and Qin Lu created 2 golden dragons around his hands, then rushed towards the spirit. Filled with determination, he shouted 1, and was about to attack the spirit. Along with Xiaofan, suddenly, he noticed that he was the only one here who had gathered to attack the evil spirit. Qinluo asked Xiangfan why the hell he just stood still, and Xiangfan complained that he was too impatient as Qinluo rushed over. Before he could even say anything, the evil spirits said that they were just a couple of comedians and suggested that they should attack him now, if they wanted to, with the evil spirit's permission. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Fan was behind his back and had already prepared an attack. The evil spirit praised Xiao Fan, then dodged his attack. Xiao Fan couldn't understand how the evil spirit managed to dodge, but the evil spirit hit Xiao Fan, and said that Xiao Fan was too slow. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Lo attacked the evil spirit from the blind spot, but the ghost abruptly turned around, and hit Qin Lo first, after which, Qin Lo twisted in the air and landed on the ground. As it turned out, Xiao Fan still hadn't given up, and approached the evil spirit once again. But the one just grabbed the heavenly demon sword with his bare hands afterward. The evil spirit offered to show something to them, namely, how much of a gap there is between the two. Immediately afterward, the evil spirit nailed Xiao Fan to the wall. Xiao Fan asked Qin Lu why he was still inactive. Meanwhile, Qin Lu took out his spiritual weapon, and had already prepared his next attack. Qin Lu swung his blade, after which a golden dragon manifested, which immediately flew towards the evil spirit. The evil spirit was forced to admit that Qin Lu wasn't that bad, but the evil spirit created a wall of bones to stop the attack and shouted that the gap between them was simply insurmountable. The evil spirit told Xiao Fan, with Qin Lu, that if that's all they can do. Suddenly, the evil spirit saw something that could in no way fail to surprise him. Those two just took off and ran away from him, without even letting him finish his sentence. Running away, Xiao Fan asked Qin Lu not to dare to tell him any more failures, and Qin Lu asked him not to thank him for saving his life. Xiao Fan ordered Qin Lu to shut up, as he had no idea that he would be such a bad fighter. But Qin Lu reminded him that they wouldn't have had to fight if someone hadn't broken the stupid bull. Throughout the day, Chao Han only made mistakes. Chao Han told Qin Lu that all he did was take advantage of him all the time, and if he hadn't started talking about failures, he might not have broken the bull. Qin Lu explained that he wasn't talking about anything like that, he just remembered a legend. After a while, Xiao Fan suddenly heard a noise up ahead. Qin Lu assumed that something had happened there, and offered to take a look. After running out of the corridor, they ran out into the same hall they had entered from the beginning, and the cultivators had already appeared in it. The most suspicious thing was that there were 2 corpses lying near the cultivators. Cultivators noticed that the 2 ran out of the inner rooms. Except, what was the point of that? Qin Lu was displeased, as there wasn't at least one sister among all these people. Zhang Xiaofan asked him to shut up, as this was clearly not the time to think about sisters. Xiaofan asked the cultivator, was the cultivator responsible for the death of those two in the middle of the hall? Immediately afterward, one of the cultivators said that these two were following Brother Qi Tang, but unfortunately, they were poisoned by the corpse, causing Brother Qi to kill some of his family to ensure everyone's safety. The red-haired cultivator then added that Brother Qi did so to put his brothers out of their misery. Everyone talked about how their elder brother, Qi, was very righteous, and was their model for their generation, and to kill the disciples following you. You have to be a real man. Xiao Fan said that, in that case, he and his brother would not bother them. After which, Qin Lu remarked that it was far from being that simple. The way out of the hall was sealed by some kind of force. So, it looks like people are only here because they can't get out. Suddenly, an ominous growl was heard from the depths of the hall, and a fog rolled in. Chiding asked the brothers to be careful, after which one of the cultivators ordered everyone to get into their positions. From the inner rooms came new hordes of dead. They should be as careful as possible, not to get injured. Xiao Fan complained about how troublesome it was. They had escaped from one trap to immediately fall into a new one. As if the world itself was against him, Qinluo wondered if this was a joke. After all, there are many more beautiful women waiting for him. In the outside world, Xiao Fan explained to Qinluo that if he wanted to go out and meet the beautiful sisters, he should try his best. Qinluo asked Xiao Fan if he was talking about himself. Xiao Fan said that, since Qinluo was now saying so, then, he is ready to put up a real fight here. Xiao Fan summoned the heavenly demon sword, and rushed into battle with Qin Lu. In the heat of battle, when Qin Lu was too focused, one powerful undead climbed behind his back. The satisfied monster was about to take Qin Lu's life to satiate himself, when suddenly, his hand was pierced by the heavenly demon sword. Jiang Xiao Fan admitted that he had already almost forgotten about this undead. Seeing Xiao Fan once again, the undead lost its still, recently satisfied face, due to the fact that he had deprived it of one of its hands, immediately after which the undead rushed out, leaving the puzzled Xiao Fan and Qin Lu behind. Xiao Fan decided to finally get rid of this undead, and used the 13 moon purity blades, who were fast enough to catch up with the fleeing undead. It ended with Xiao Fan sending the monster to the other world. At the same moment, Qin Lu saved Xiao Fan from the zombie by using a fire attack, after which Qin Lu told Xiao Fan that he felt as if these dead people were not ending. Meanwhile, Brother Qi Tang was destroying the mobs of dead people, one after another. The cultivators were delighted with their brother. They all felt that he was truly worthy of being the Ziwei clan's eldest disciple, as well as one of the strongest members of the younger generation. While one of the cultivators was admiring Qi Tang, a sinister shadow appeared above him, and finally found its victims at the last moment. But the cultivator managed to dodge the shadow magic, whereupon, a look of bewilderment appeared on his face. The cultivator was trying to figure out what it was. Shadow, on the other hand, laughed because of this kind of reaction. Shadow told the cultivators that they were going to the other world and shot out a mouthful of dark energy. At this moment, Qi Tang killed one of the zombies, after which, he felt a shadow attack. He realized that his brother, Lin Man, was in grave danger. Lin Man put all his strength to withstand Shadow's attack, then made Shadow laugh. For Lin Man was jumping far above his abilities. Just as suddenly, Lin Man saw that his blades could no longer withstand the onslaught of the enemy. Immediately afterward, the blades were destroyed, and Lin Man himself died as well. Xiao Fan told Qin Lu that the one that even the Emperor of Men feared had already caught up with them, and Qin Lu asked what they should do now. The horny loli was watching all of this. She couldn't help but admit that these two were much stronger than she thought. But no matter how hard they both try, there is nothing they can do, for there is no escaping death. Xiao Fan asked the girl where she was looking at, and then offered to give her a hand since she was the emperor of the people, and together with her, they would at least have a chance. The girl started slapping the barrier and complaining that she couldn't actually enter them. The horn loli told them that only a mad master has the power to seal the shadow, and this barrier is the boundary that the shadow has set up in the Great Hall. It is because of this barrier that she cannot go inside, which means they will all die. After thinking it over for a bit, Xiao Fan suggested that his aunt attack the border, to lure the shadow over so they would have a chance to destroy all the spirits inside. After listening to Yung Xiao Fan, Loli thought about the fact that by helping them, she could delay the moment when the shadow would open the light gate. Horny Loli agreed with Jay, but in return, he would have to pay her. Xiao Fan replied that he understood and asked Loli to hurry up. Shadow asked Xiao Fan if he really thought he could hold him back. Even a little bit, if he really thinks so. He will show them his true abilities. After a flash, four new evil spirits appeared in the middle of the hall. Xiao Fan asked everyone to be careful, as these four spirits were much stronger than the previous ones. After all, depending on the previous ones, a much stronger and more sinister aura emanates from these spirits. Xiao Fan cried out that it was a matter of little else, and that they needed to fight to the end. At the same time, Brother Chitang, along with his sex cultivators, continued to fight the throngs of zombies. One of the cultivators finished off another zombie by covering his palm with energy. Suddenly, one of the spirits summoned by the shadow decided to target him. The cultivator was terrified, for this dead man was far beyond what he could take on. In fear of death, he covered his eyes and waited for the end. But to his surprise, nothing ever happened. When he opened his eyes, he saw that he had been rescued by Kinloa. Kinloa asked the cultivator if he was all right. He replied that he was fine, thanks to him, after which Chinloa overpowered the evil spirit and managed to strike it with his blade. Only Chinloa himself did not manage to stay intact. The evil spirit managed to wound him at the last moment. Chinlu fell to his knee immediately afterward, and the cultivator he had saved started running away in fear. While fighting the evil spirit, Xiao Fan noticed that his brother was suddenly injured, and so, he ordered the evil spirit out of his way, and chopped with his blade. Immediately after which, he rushed over to Chin Lo, asking if the latter was all right. Chin Lo replied that he would be able to hold out for a while longer. But Xiao Fan insisted on inspecting his wounds. Looking at Chin Lu's wound, Xiao Fan immediately realized that Chin Lu was already infected. Chi Tang approached Jiang Xiao Fan and said that the situation was urgent, and that a great good was at stake. If Xiao Fan couldn't do it personally, he was willing to kill his brother instead. Xiao Fan glared threateningly at Chi Tang and asked what he was going to do, and how dare he even dare. Chi Tang explained that he was doing this for everyone's sake. Chin Lu had been poisoned, which meant he would become their new threat. At the same moment, one of Zhu's cultivators dealt with another living dead. He then advised Xiao Fan to move away from his brother. As he is a poisoned corpse, he should be killed, as he posed a threat to all of them. Panting heavily due to the effect of the corpse's poison, Chin Lu turned to his brother. Suddenly, the cultivator whom Chin Lu had rescued came up to them and told them that, in order to keep the entire group safe, their brother Qi had sent his brothers on a painful journey, becoming a model of righteousness for all of them, since it was a matter of safety for everyone. He asked Xiao Fan not to stop. Brother Qi, listening to these sub-cultivators, Xiao Fan had already lost all patience. He was about to say everything to them, but in the end, he agreed that he should be killed. Xiao Fan stood up and asked Chin Lu if he is suffering because of these guys. The cultivator that Chin Lu had saved not only wasn't grateful to him, but also wanted to kill him. Xiao Fan pointed his blade at that cultivator's neck and said that this particular person deserved to die. Jiang Xiao Fan ordered this cultivator to get the hell out of his sight, and the cultivator panicked and agreed with Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan then turned to the so-called role model, and said that the whole thing was ridiculous. After all, in his eyes, Xiao Fan only sees a cold, heartless, and selfish villain. All the while, the cultivators continued to fight against the living dead. Xiao Fan told Qin Lu that the situation was urgent, and held out an immortal spiritual root to him. Qin Lu was astonished to see such a valuable treasure. This is the text, causing him to ask if his eyes were deceiving him. Even Chi Tang was astonished. He would never have thought that these rascals would suddenly have such a treasure. Qin Lu admitted that he hadn't expected such generosity from his brother. After all, it felt like Xiao Fan ordered Qin Lu to shut up, eat the root, and attend to treating his wounds. Qin Lu obeyed his brother and ate the root, after which a pleasant green smoke began to emanate from his wound, aiding in the healing of his wound. Following that, Qin Lu began to meditate to speed up the process. Seeing how quickly the death energy dissipated, Cheting couldn't help but recognize the strength of the medicine. King Cheting asked Zhang Xiaofan why he shouldn't share it with all the cultivators, since he knew how to obtain it. He said that he had full confidence that the others would not forget Brother Yung's kind gesture. The disciples saved Qin Lu agreed with Brother Tung. After all, thanks to this herb, they would all be able to get out of the ruins. Then, he asked the other brother if he thought the same thing. If a man owns high-quality herbs, then he should share them with everyone. The cultivator pushed the evil spirit away, then agreed, adding that this herb would help strengthen the cultivation of their entire group. Not a moment later, all the cultivators who were busy restraining the evil spirit began to demand that Xiao Fan share the medicine king with them, and in return, they promised to remember his kindness. Each of them should receive an equal portion of the herb. They had Zhang Xiaofan hide his sword and summon his spear. While asking the cultivators, what did they mean by saying that they would remember his kindness? After all, Just now they all wanted to kill him, but when they saw the treasure, they suddenly coveted it. In front of them is a powerful enemy, but they have plenty of time to look at his treasure. Che Ting summarized that Xiao Fan was unwilling to help in their fight, then asked if that was really the case. The evil spirit took the opportunity and attacked Che Ting from the blind spot. But Che Ting suddenly grabbed his spear and counterattacked the ambushing enemy, thanks to which, he managed to throw it back to the host. Che Ting then said that if Xiao Fan was unwilling to give them the route, then for the sake of everyone's lives, they would be forced to massacre them. The cultivator that Qinluo had rescued agreed with his brother's words, and behind him were the other cultivators. Hungry for profit, they were willing to go to sin, but they didn't consider it a bad deed since they were doing it for everyone's life. Since all the cultivators decided to focus on their fellow cultivator, one of the evil spirits decided to attack them in the back. But the shadow ordered the evil spirit to stop. For now, these smug idiots would kill each other themselves. After which, they could take all the treasure. They claim to care about the common good, but in reality, they are driven only by their own selfish desires. What a noble family, willing to give their lives for the sight of a treasure. Looking at these men, the shadow had an opinion that these cultivators were far worse than his dead men. Jiang Xiao Fan asked, were they sure they could kill him? Suddenly, a spear flew at him, but Xiao Fan dodged it immediately, then rushed towards the new enemies. Concentrating the golden energy in his hand, Xiao Fan suddenly stopped and shot out a golden seal. Che Ting was astonished. He couldn't understand how Xiao Fan managed to break through the strength of his weapon. Unable to dodge, Che Ting recognized Xiao Fan's fury. After dealing with one of the problems, Xiao Fan said that it was the turn of the cultivator, who had been rescued by his brother a while ago. One of the cultivators ran forward and shrieked that he had arrived to help. Unable to bear it all, Qinlu ended his meditation. Afterwards he asked these hypocrites, how dare they even do such a thing? Xiao Fan asked Qinluo not to overexert himself and continue practicing self-repair. But he refused, as it no longer mattered to him. After all, these guys had already pissed him off. They couldn't defeat Xiao Fan alone. So now, they were going to attack as a whole group. The katana-wielding cultivator asked for Xiao Fan and Qin Luo not to talk such nonsense, and went on the attack together with everyone else. Xiao Fan told the cultivators that, in that case, they would all die, and then he unwound his spear, thanks to which, he was able to quickly deal with the first attackers. After which, Qin Liu ran into his recent friends as well. Meanwhile, a satisfied shadow watched their fight, as brother went against brother. He was even ashamed of this bunch of idiots. Shadow said that when he regained his powers, and opened the light gate, it would be her time to die as well. All the while, the horn Loli continued her attempts to weaken the barrier. Seeing what was going on inside the hall, she tried to figure out what these guys were up to. And did they suspect the power of the shadow? Because if the shadow took possession of the wooden slab, it would all be over. Seeing Xiao Fan killing their comrades one by one, the cultivator started shouting that he was a fiend. The shadow laughed, for he was watching a simply incredible show. In the meantime, he's almost finished his recovery, which means it's time to end it all. Just as suddenly, a white flash appeared behind the shadow, into which evil souls began to shrink. The horn Loli was terrified, for they were not doing well. She shouted to Zhang Xiaofan to stop Shadow now, for if he reached the door of light, he would all die hearing the Loli. The cultivators wondered what other light doors were there, and who was saying it. Xiao Fan shouted that he knew this and used the 13 moon purity blades to stop Shadow. But all the blades were blocked by evil spirits, so that the Shadow was able to reach the passage. Unhindered Shadow told Xiao Fan that he was overconfident, then asked him if he really thought he even had a chance against him. Shadow promised that when he got his hands on the wooden slab, he would be sure to feast on the corpses of the cultivators. In the tomb, they would just have to await their fate. Shangfan told Shinlo that they didn't have time to deal with these dumbass. Whereupon, they ran after the Shadow to thwart him. Meanwhile, the horned Loli noticed that the seal was beginning to weaken, which meant she had a chance. After exerting her strength, the horned Loli finally managed to break through the barrier. Right after which, she said that it would be hard for their level to break through further. Hence, she would help them overcome the obstacles. At the cost of a few moments, the horned Loli managed to deal with the evil spirits that were a threat to the other cultivators. Xiao Fan and Xinlu took the chance their aunt had told them about, and jumped into the passage. Loli followed them. She could not let the Shadow get the wooden slab, and she was willing to risk her life to fulfill her mission. Loli shouted to the two men to wait for her. The remaining cultivators watched, bewilderedly, as those two and the Lolis jumped into the passage, after which he disappeared. Moving to the other side, Xiao Fan asked about Qinlu's well-being. He gave him another root and asked him to eat it and not to be embarrassed. Qinlu felt awkward eating it, since Brother Jian gave him the root. As if it was some kind of appetizer, he's afraid that he just can't bear such kindness to himself. Just as suddenly, Xiao Fan and Qinlu sensed someone's arrival. Qinlu wondered who it could be. To which Xiao Fan replied that it was that group of cultivators that wanted to kill them and take the immortal spiritual root for themselves. Qinlu wondered what Xiao Fan was going to do with them, but Xiao Fan asked him not to worry about it, as he would definitely take Qinlu out safely. And naturally, he has a trump card to hit them with. Qinlu was surprised to see Brother Yun's strength. He inquired what was it. Xiao Fan replied that it was the power of Buddha's scriptures. But even so, Qinlu couldn't fully understand what it was. Suddenly, Xiao Fan heard a chuckle. Now, the Horned Loli understood why they were getting away with everything. Seeing her, Xiao Fan felt relieved and asked why she didn't say she was coming, after all. His heart almost jumped out. Loli ordered stopping this crap. Now that Shadow had opened the light door, he would be able to enter the madman's tomb. Where the wooden plaque was, she must stop him, or the entire tomb would come under his control. After which, she noticed that Xiao Fan's little friend was dying, yet continued to refuse the immortal spiritual root. Xiao Fan ordered Qinlu to eat the root now because, if he delayed, he would simply die. Qinlu told him that this place was full of dangers, and even if he ate the root, he would still need to heal his wounds, except where could he do it without putting himself in danger? The Horned Loli couldn't leave it like that, so she invited them to come to her and heal their wounds. After which, she told them that, after walking 50 meters, they would see a fork on the wall around the corner. They would have to press a mechanism behind, which would be a hidden dog passageway. This hiding place was the safest and also contained medicines left by the master to combat wounds inflicted by evil spirits. After which, he added that with his strength, Xiao Fan would be able to get out of here if he took a little breather. Xiao Fan asked the Loli what would happen to her, to which the woman replied that she would stop the shadow. The tomb is her home, and she can't let some shadow take it over. Xiao Fan, along with Qinlu, thanked the Loli and in return, she asked for them to let them recover, and afterwards support her in battle. After pressing the mechanism, a small passage opened up in the wall. Qinlu asked Xiao Fan if he thought that this scene looked quite familiar. Xiao Fan ordered Qinlu to shut up and crawl inside. To save his life, inside the dog aisle was a rather spacious room, with a cauldron of antidote. Inside, Xiao Fan asked Qinlu to take care of his self-medication as soon as possible, after which he added that he would brand the cauldron with his spirit, just in case. After that, Qinlu meditated, and Xiao Fan used the spirit sign on the cauldron to protect himself from unwanted guests. After a while, Qinlu finished his meditation. Thanks to the spirit root he received from his brother, he was able to cure half of his wounds. Qinlu was asked by his brother, what was he going to do next? Xiao Fan gloomed and asked, what else could he do but go and destroy Shadow? Qinlu was surprised at what he heard, and asked if he was really still thinking about it. Qinlu was said to have already accomplished their mission, and could already return home, but Xiao Fan refused after all. He can't help but keep his words, and if he doesn't keep them, well then, how would they be any different from all those bastards out there? Just as suddenly, a loud rumbling sound was heard from outside. Without thinking, Long Xiao Fan and Qinlu hurried towards Loli. Qinlu asked what they should do since the sound was already gone. After a short time, they stopped, a trail of gray blood appearing on the floor. If they followed this trail, however, they could definitely find the Horned Loli. After which, Xiao Fan and Qinlu rushed to a rescue. After all, if the Horned Loli was injured, they had almost no time left. The shadow threw the Horned Loli back into the wall, then ordered her to cease her resistance, for she had not a chance of winning. Loli admitted that she'd known it all along. Except that, even if she dies, there's no way she's going to let him get a wooden plaque. The shadow admitted that he could scarcely believe that a wretched dog dared go so far for some dead man, and since she was so stubborn, the shadow summoned his axe and brought it back. Then, he swung it vertically, wishing that the Loli would go to hell, straight to her master. Realizing that this was her end, the Loli covered herself with her arms and screamed, because of her unwillingness to die. Suddenly a spear flew in from the side, and managed to block Shadow's attack. Xiao Feng asked, letting no one forget that they were still here. The Shadow was not very pleased, for those ants had come to him again, and the Shadow asked if they really thought they could kill him. After which Loli asked why he came back, to which Xiao Fan replied that he wouldn't leave here until he paid back his debt. Loli wondered if he was crazy after all. Even the best cultivators from the most noble houses wouldn't be able to defeat Shadow so easily. Xiao Fan knew that the horned Loli's words were not far from the truth, for with just one strike, his spear cracked. Shadow said that the number of ants at his feet didn't matter, because they would die anyway. After which, he swung his axe, attacking Xiao Feng with sinister souls. Loli shrieked that it was a bad omen, and advised them to run, seeing Xiao Feng procrastinate. The Loli called him a fool and advised him to dodge. But Xiao Fan failed to dodge, and fell right under Shadow's attack. Shadow began to mock Xiao Fan, for this ant was unable to withstand even one strike. After losing his brother, Qin Lu shouted at Shadow that he was nothing but a low life, and that he would destroy him. Shadow told Qin Lu that the latter was particularly nothing on his own, and that he didn't have the patience to play with him right now. As suddenly as the Shadow grinned, for he had noticed something. The Shadow asked Xiao Fan if he thought he would be able to trick him again. Attacking Shadow, Xiao Fan realized that his matters were not good, for you had failed to catch him this time. Shadow swung his axe and sent Xiao Fan to hell. But the horned Lola folded her arms in a seal, and shouted to the Shadow that he would not dare. Immediately after, she transformed into a deer and rushed to Xiao Fan's rescue. And right after landing, she blocked the axe with her horn. Xiao Fan was surprised by the Loli's new appearance, noticing that he was distracted. She shouted to the dumbfounded Xiao Fan that now was not the time to chill. Young Xiao Fan listened to the Loli, and struck out with a swinging punch. After which, a smoke screen was formed. Qin Lo asked Xiao Fan if he was alright. Immediately after which, Xiao Fan jumped out of the smoke, holding a horned Loli. Breaking the distance with the enemy, Xiao Fan gently placed the Loli on the floor. Xiao Fan said that this monster's strength was too high, and that they were still alive only because of the elder. Loli sighed heavily and thanked Xiao Fan and Qin Lu for coming to her rescue. Meanwhile, the veil had already almost dissipated, thanks to which, Qin Lu saw something terrifying. Namely, the fact that Xiao Fan's last strike had failed. To destroy this monster, Shadow had told the ants that it wouldn't be that easy for them to deal with him. Even so, they managed to do a little damage to his main body. Since that was the case, he would have to use his full strength. Qin Lo was surprised that he hadn't fought at full strength. All this time, the Shadow summoned 5 axes, and said he would get rid of them all at once. Xiao Fan replied that he wasn't easy to kill either, then took out all the spears taken from the sea of family people. Xiao Fan and Shadow's attacks clashed in a single stream. But Xiao Fan was too much inferior to Shadow, causing him to be able to repel all the spears without much trouble. Xiao Fan refused to believe such a thing. He was defeated beyond belief. The Shadow praised the ant for learning many techniques. But suddenly, Qin Lu attacked Shadow from behind, shouting that he would finish him off. Immediately afterward, he unleashed his power in the form of a golden dragon. But that one hit the barrier. The Shadow supposed that those ants still didn't understand anything. Zhang Xiao Fan asked Qin Lu to retreat for alone. He would not be able to. Shadow swung his hand, pointing his blades at the dragons. After which, they flew straight at Qin Lu. With a single movement of his hand, Shadow repelled Qin Lu's strongest punch. Everyone wondered what this guy was made of. Xiao Fan told Qin Lu that he wasn't a Shadow opponent. Just as suddenly, a ripple went down the light gate, and a certain object started to emerge from it. Qin Lu wondered what it was that was coming out of the light gate. But Shadow and the horned Loli were the first to realize. It was a tree amulet, the horned Loli said. They couldn't let the Shadow get her master's wood amulet. Shadow asked the cultivators if they believed in themselves so much that they thought they could take the amulet away from him. The Shadow shouted that they were only here to die. Immediately afterward, tearing toward the amulet. In a moment later he had it in his hands. He had finally gotten what he so desired. Just as suddenly, a spear flew into his hand, causing him to drop the amulet. Xiao Fan suggested that the Loli take advantage of the moment, and release the deer. Immediately afterward she turned into a deer, and rushed toward the Shadow on all hoofs, thanks to which, she managed to snatch the plaque from the Shadow's tray. The Shadow said they were greatly mistaken in thinking they had a chance. He then ordered the deer to retrieve his sign, and shot dark orbs at it. Shelfin asked his aunt to be more careful, but it was already too late, and so, she threw the sign back to Shelfin. Trailing off, she came under fire from spheres of dark shadow energy. Immediately after, the horned Loli flew out of the smoke. Qin Lu shouted to his aunt that he was running towards her, after which, he caught the wounded Loli. Qin Lu assumed that Shadow was furious right now, and since they already had the wooden tablet with them, they should just run out of here with the Loli. The rage he felt, the Shadow began to tremble. He said they were all. Shadow ordered the tree amulet to be given to him now, and shot at the cultivators with all of his tentacles. Some of the tentacles landed at Xiao Fan's feet, causing him to shriek. Xiao Fan asked the boys to take cover in a safe place, while he diverted the shadow to himself. Qin Lu carried the loli away, and Xiao Fan was left alone, together with Shadow, taking a more terrifying form. The Shadow ordered that the wooden tablet be handed to him, or else he would. As young Xiao Fan suddenly sensed something, this copper sibling began to react, along with the wooden tablet. In that case, Xiao Fan decided. Xiao Fan offered Shadow the amulet he desired, which surprised him a little. After which, Xiao Fan suggested that Shadow just walk over and take the amulet if he so desired. Hearing this, Shadow smirked and had already reached for the tree amulet. Xiao Fan suddenly became serious and asked, Shadow? If he really liked this wooden amulet that much. If that's the case. Xiao Fan shouted that he was willing to give it to him, and held out the tree amulet forward. Upon contact with the wooden amulet, Shadow's hands suddenly began to burn, causing him to scream. Meanwhile, Qin Lu and his loli had managed to take a little breather, before suddenly hearing an explosion. Seeing what Xiao Fan had done, they wondered together. How had he managed to destroy Shadow? Because the amulet had destroyed the Shadow, Xiao Fan was convinced of just how incredible the power of the wooden amulet was. A ghost capable of defeating someone within the human emperor realm was killed after a single encounter with it. And all that remained of the formerly all-powerful enemy was a pool of blood. To make sure, for sure, Qin Lu asked if Xiao Fan had really managed to defeat Shadow. Qin Lu told Xiao Fan that he was simply marvelous, after which he asked how he used the wooden tablet and asked him to teach it to him as well. Xiao Fan said that he actually didn't know how he did it himself. It was just that he was suddenly able to unleash his power, after which the Horn Loli thanked Xiao Fan for coming to her rescue. Jiang Xiao Fan held out a wooden plaque to her and said that this belonged to her. Loli wondered what he was doing. Xiao Fan asked, wasn't this plaque a relic of her master? In that case, it was time to return the tablet to its master. Loli asked, didn't he need the wooden amulet? And Xiao Fan grinned, and replied that he didn't need it anymore. After which, Xiao Fan said that she had already helped them a lot, and therefore, she was entitled to the plaque. After which, Xiao Fan said that it was already time for them to go, and said goodbye to the elder. Qin Lo was amazed at such a quick goodbye, and asked if that was really the end of it. He assumed that Xiao Fan was just messing with him, but if Xiao Fan really didn't want this amulet, he could give it to him. Xiao Fan silently grabbed Qin Lo's sleeve, and pulled him towards the exit. As Xiao Fan left, he raised his hand to say goodbye to his aunt, and Qin Lo began to demand that Xiao Fan let him go, since he could go by himself. Loli looked at the wooden amulet, and thought admiringly of her master, after which, she made her final decision and ran after Xiao Fan, shouting for him to wait for her. After catching up with them, the Loli asked where they were going, and if they wanted her to be their bodyguard. Hearing this, Qin Lu only supported her. After which, Xiao Fan said that it was time for them to return to the Tianmen sect, and the Loli led them towards the exit. After a while, Yung Yongfeng, the core disciple of Tianxing Peak, noticed Chao Shuai and asked her to wait for him. Chao Shuai stopped and asked why he was there. Yung Yongfeng smiled and said that he had been waiting for her for a long time. After which, he came closer and asked if she was going to go along with him. Xiao Shuai felt nothing but disgust. Before Zhang Yongfeng could finish speaking, someone grabbed his face and pulled him back. Xiao Fan told Xiao Shuai that he had finally returned home, then asked about the guy, prying at her. The disciples of Tantric Peak asked Xiao Fan, how dare he do such a thing? After all, if he met Zhang Yongfeng, the head disciple of their peak, he should greet him first. Xiao Fan agreed with the two. After which, he asked who these Zhang Yongfeng and Zhang Nanfeng were, because he had never heard of them before. Qin Lu shook his head and said that he had also never heard of such, while the Loli in the form of a deer fawn didn't even understand what was happening. Xiao Fan and Qin Lu concluded that they were just being played. There were quite a few people who liked to pretend to be big shots, but had never actually heard of them. Listening to all this, the Tianxing Peak disciples felt embarrassed, and Xia Shuai laughed because of all this. Just as suddenly, Zhang Yongfeng ordered Xiao Fan to let go of him, and slapped his hand. Zhang Yongfeng was furious. He asked Xiao Fan how he only dared to abuse him, in front of a beautiful girl. Yung Yongfeng smirked evilly, for he definitely couldn't be accused of being ruthless. Now, Zhang Yongfeng said that none of this mattered because he had met Xia Shuai, and was too happy about it, hence he would not pay attention to Xiao Fan's rudeness. After which, Yung Yongfeng turned to Xia Shuai, and reached his hand under his robes. Zhang Yongfeng held out 4 golden pills and told them that he had specially ordered them, from an esteemed master, to give them one each. Yung Yunfeng was completely confident in his victory. After all, the golden pill was a first-class treasure of Emperor Tianzong. That was why he was willing to give so much. He was sure that if Xiao Fan had these pills, he would not have given them away to the others. Xiao Fan wondered if this young Feng was really going to hook girls. With some pills, Zhenjian Feng asked Xiao Fan what he could beat his golden pills with. And didn't he think they were some jelly beans? Although he supposed that Xiao Fan might have something worthwhile. What Zhang Yunfang saw next silenced him. And when he got a closer look, his eyes popped out of his orbits. And he fell to the ground. While the students were trying to get their boss cleaned up, he was yelling about how much his eyes hurt. And that it was all even too much. Xie asked Xiao Fan where he got so many first-rate items from. To which Xie replied that he was just lucky. A group of Tiananmen Peak disciples appeared nearby, seeing such a large pile of treasures. They wondered how come there were so many spiritual items. The female disciples surrounded Xiao Fan, looking at all of this, after which Xiao Fan decided to hand out one item to each of them. The satisfied maidens began to thank their brother for the gift. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunfang was trying to figure out what the hell was going on here. He simply couldn't believe that Xiao Fan suddenly had so many treasures. It was almost impossible. Yunfeng turned to his fellow students, but not hearing any response. He started looking around for them. He suddenly noticed that they were already drooling over Xiao Fan's treasures, and started hitting them to attract attention. They were sick with desire to get something from the treasure. After finishing with the sisters, Xiao Fan told Xiao Shui that he had saved the best item for her. But Xiao Shui said that it wasn't worth it. Xiao Shui said that she couldn't accept such a gift, and thanked Xiao Fan for his generosity. While Xiao Fan was persuading Xiao Shui to accept the gift, Zhang Yunfeng felt like the last dog. He wished for the goddess to stand in front of him, but because of Xiao Feng, he was humiliated in front of her. Zhang Yunfeng ordered Xiao Feng to stop. He recognized that it was a good thing, since Xiao Fan had a spiritual weapon. Except he was just lucky, and so Zhang Yunfeng offered Xiao Fan to fight him. While talking, Zhang Yunfeng pulled out a hidden blade from his sleeve. Xiao Fan inquired, what kind of duel is he talking about? After all, Zhang Yunfeng wouldn't even be able to overpower his pet. Xiao Fan asked Xiao Shui to step back, as he needed to deal with this type. And Xiao Shui asked him to be more careful. Zhang Yunfeng was hurt by Xiao Fan's words, hence, he prepared his hidden knife and threw it at Xiao Fan. But the latter managed to dodge without even looking at it. Xiao Fan asked Xiao Shui not to worry about him, as this type of person was not that strong to harm him. Xiao Fan ordered Xiao Bai to beat up Jiang Yunfeng. Jiang Yunfeng roared and started stomping the ground, complaining that Xiao Fan wanted to make him fight with his pet. After which, he jumped up and shouted that he would let this beast be buried next to Xiao Fan, and threw many knives at the pet. Unexpectedly, Xiao Bai was able to dodge all the hidden knives with ease, while Zhang Yunfeng was trying to figure out how this was possible. Xiao Bai bounced off the ground immediately. After which, she punched Zhang Yunfeng in the stomach, in the blink of an eye. And after doing many back somersaults, Xiao Bai landed on her hooves at the same time as Zhang Yunfeng. Xiao Bai made a dab as she emerged victorious in this fight. And Yunfeng's fellow students ran up to check on his condition. The disciple asked Yunfeng if he was alright, but Yunfeng was trembling. He was terrified of a power that was in no way lower than a human emperor. After realizing defeat, Yunfeng started to run away. But he warned Xiao Fan that he would still come back. After that, his fellow students chased after him, shouting for him to wait for them. Xiao Fan said that if they couldn't beat him, it was really better to run away. Young Xiao Fan stroked Xiao Bai, and praised her for the work she had done. Heda Xiao Shui asked Xiao Fan admiringly about this pet, as it possessed the strength of no less than a human emperor. This is the text, realm after her. The other sisters from Tiana Peak admired the pet. While the sisters were discussing that they, too, wanted such a pet, a chick flew up to Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai was stunned to realize who was in front of her, but she couldn't believe it. The chick, on the other hand, didn't quite understand why they were staring at him like that. Xu Shui told Xiao Fan that he had come back just in time because, according to rumors, the fairy peach trees would soon start blooming, and they could enjoy the spring peach blossoms and have fun together. Xiao Shui asked if Xiao Fan wanted to join her. After which, one of the sisters said that they had been ready to go for a long time. But Xiao Shui insisted on waiting for Xiao Fan. Xiao Shui felt embarrassed and said that it wasn't like that. The sister said that the Peach Blossom Garden was a place of great opportunity, and Xiao Fan just needed to say yes or no. Xiao Fan said that, since Xiao Shui had invited him, he would of course go, but he had a few things to finish up. Before doing so, Jiang Xiao Fan handed over the order to Xianyang Pavilion immediately, after which, he hurriedly returned to Xiao Shui. He said that he had finished all his business, and was ready to leave at the same moment. Lin Quan and Tang Yi walked by Xiao Fan's side. Lin Quan asked Tang Yu if it was their boss. And Tang Yu confirmed that it was indeed him. Lin Quan wondered why their boss was so lucky. And Tang Yu admitted that he was very jealous of him, the source of peach blossoms. While waiting for the peach blossoms to bloom, Xiao Fan and company decided to have a refreshment. One of the visitors next to him told him that the peach tree was an ancient miracle that blossomed only once every 10 years. And if one could catch a hint of the Tao, one could reach great heights in the future. After that, the man said that 10 years ago, a man from the Zhejiang sect had only the slightest idea of Taoism, but now he was on the verge of becoming an emperor. Xiao Shuai asked Zhang Xiaofan to eat a little slower, which made him laugh, and said that he couldn't help himself because of how delicious the food was. Xiaofan asked, Xiao Shuai, is this ancient tree real? As amazing as they say it is. Xiao Shuai said that it was all true, and if someone managed to feel even a trace of the Tao, then perhaps a student of Tiana Peak noticed that the peach had already started to bloom, and warned the others. Dao Yun was beginning to spread, which meant that they needed to concentrate now and prepare to realize it. They must not waste time in vain. A few seconds later, the first peach blossomed, which Xiao Fan immediately noticed. In motion for everyone to hurry out. Walking outside, Xiao Fan looked at the beautiful peach tree, after which, he felt his copper brother start to take action. Xiao Fan closed his eyes and wondered, is this the Dao Yun? Everyone was shocked to see that. The blooming had just started, but Xiao Fan had already started to realize. They tried to understand how such a thing was possible, and whether it was a divine plan. Without knowing it, Xiao Fan suddenly found himself in the world of gods, where many people were falling from the sky. After which, all these people would be plunged into the bloody sea. Xiao Fan was trying to figure out what was going on here. Xiao Shuai wondered what happened to this pervert. Just as suddenly, Xiao Fan started vomiting blood. Xiao Shui was worried about Xiao Fan and asked how he was feeling. To which Xiao Fan replied that he was fine. Immediately after, he took Xiao Shui's hand and said that they needed to leave this place. He wanted to take her away from the tree, as there was clearly something wrong with it. Zhang Xiaofan warned all the surrounding cultivators that there was something wrong with the tree, and it might be carrying danger, but those only wondered what could be wrong with it. And what is this guy even doing? One monk said that it was a very bad omen if something went wrong with enlightenment, and the man next to him suggested that the boy's cultivation was so low that he had not even been able to enjoy the opportunity, after which they wondered why to make an old tree the culprit. When you can't achieve everything yourself, old trees are in no way the problem. As that idiot thinks, moving away from the tree, Chao-Han said that although it might sound strange, it was the truth. Xiao Shui winked and said that she believed him. While the three were talking, someone finally found them. The girl came down lower and said that she had been looking for them for too long. Xiao Fan asked why she was suddenly looking for them and if something had happened to their sect. The girl explained that it wasn't about that at all, but the Ice Palace heiress. Bing Xing was asking for their help. It was about the survival of the Ice Palace. Xiao Shuai asked about the status of the Ice Palace, but the maiden said that they didn't have time. To explain, Bing Xing said that she would be waiting for them at the Ice Palace, and they should get there as soon as possible. Xiao Fan said that, in that case, they were setting off. And the maiden said that, in that case, she would lead them. After a while, the Ice Palace Bing Xing walked in circles, and wondered why they still hadn't arrived. Suddenly, she was greeted by Xiao Fan, who came out of nowhere immediately after. He asked what was going on, and why she was in such a hurry. Bing Xing was happy that Xiao Fan and her younger sister had finally arrived at her place. Just as suddenly, she fell to her knees in front of Xiao Fan and said that, according to SIS, he was full of immortal spiritual roots. Xiao Fan and Xiao Shui asked Bing Xing to stand up and started to lift her up. But she refused to get up until Xiao Fan promised to lend her some roots. Xiao Fan said that it was actually not that simple. The fact was that he had long since eaten all the divine spirit roots he had collected. Tears appeared in Bing Xing's eyes, and she asked, did that mean everything was gone? After which, Bing Xing sank down, and a soul began to come out of her. Xiao Fan asked if she was all right, and what's going on with them, since she had summoned him and Xia Shuai so urgently. Bing Xing sobbed, and through her tears she began to tell him that the master had been seriously injured, and was in critical condition, and that she needed a huge amount of aura to recover. She believed that there was still hope for them. But now, Xia Shuai snapped her fingers, interrupting the silence, and asked to wait for a moment. Afterwards, she said that maybe there was still hope for them. Xiao Shuai explained that this pervert had eaten so many immortal spirit roots that his very blood was saturated with their spiritual energy. Xiao Fan was surprised at what he heard. After which, Xiao Shui added that his blood might even be more useful than the roots. Since it was so simple, Xiao Fan agreed to try this method. Suddenly, Bing Xing abruptly jumped up and promised that she would give her life if he could save her master with that. Bing Xing, embarrassed, Xiaofan Xiaoshui asked Sister Bing about what kind of nonsense she was saying. After all, she doesn't have to give herself to this pervert to get him to agree to help. Xiao Fan agreed with Xishui and said that was all he could do for them. Xiaoshui pinched Xiao Fan and asked Ba Xing if she understood it, to which the latter replied that she understood everything. That it was wonderful. Since everything worked out so well, Bing Xing offered to escort the guests to the palace. After a short walk, the company finally reached the palace. Just as suddenly, the guards lowered their spears in front of Bing Xing and her companions, whereupon she was reminded that men were not allowed to enter the ice palace. Bing Xing explained that this was her friend, whom she had invited to treat the master. Right after that, the ice palace mistress came out to them and asked Bing Xing if she had forgotten the rules of the ice palace. Bing Xing explained that this person would be able to save their master. Hearing this, the mistress wondered how he would be able to do this, after which she asked if she had only found this guy. The ice palace mistress reminded that this was her ice palace's business, and there was clearly no reason for an outsider to interfere. Right now, Bing Xing herself was merely a holy maiden, while she is the mistress of the ice palace. But Bing Xing replied that no one would be able to stop her. After all, she was saving the master, immediately after which she released her frost aura. Xia Shui admitted that it was hard for her to hold on because of Bing Xing's aura, and Xiao Fan suggested that Bai Xing's snowflake was the most powerful weapon in the world, an immortal-level weapon. Unable to withstand Bai Xing's pressure, the palace mistress fell to her knees. Since Bing Xing had gotten the palace mistress out of the way, Xiao Shui suggested that they head inside. The landlady, however, promised that they would regret it. Bing Xing with Xiao Fan and Xiao Shui ran to help the master as soon as possible. Walking up to Master, Bing Xing asked how she was feeling afterwards. She said she found someone who could help her. This person is Jiang Xiaofan. Shelvin told the master that he was pleased to meet her, and said that he was confident that he could help. With a wistful look in her eyes, the master said that she knew her body very well, and therefore she realized that whoever came was all useless, but still, she thanked them for their concern. Shelvin bowed to the elder and told him that he had happened to eat a lot of immortal spiritual roots, so his body had accumulated a lot of spiritual energy. So, there was a chance that his blood. The elder asked how many roots he had managed to find. Xiao Fan replied that he couldn't think of a simpler answer, other than a lot, if it really is. As everyone says, the elder dares to try this method. Xiao Fan said that, in that case, he would start immediately, after which he slid his palm, and golden elixir flowed from it. Seeing this, the elder wondered if it was really blood. What she saw, for sure, is blood of 3 colors. Bing Xing was happy, since with such a powerful spiritual energy, her master would definitely be saved, and Xiao Shui realized the exact reason why this pervert's cultivation was advancing so fast. It was all about the amount of aura in his body. The elder told Xiao Fan that she was grateful for the chance given to them, after which she took his hand and began to absorb the aura energy, but after a few seconds Xiao Fan felt sick, which did not escape Xie Shui's eyes. Xiao Shui asked how he was feeling, but Xiao Fan only sighed heavily. Immediately after she caught Xiao Fan, who had lost consciousness, Xiao Shui tried to call the pervert and bring him back to consciousness. But all she felt was, suddenly, Xiao Fan found himself in the world of divine consciousness, where he saw a powerful figure. Xiao Fan felt a familiar breath from the figure, after which he asked the figure if it could be a copper brother. The powerful figure nodded, confirming Zhang Xiao Fan's words. Xiao Fan couldn't understand how such a thing was even possible. After all, the strength of this entity was hundreds. This is the text of times greater than the copper shard in his body, causing him to assume that this was the true strength of the copper shard. Suddenly, Xiao Fan felt a loud bang on his ears. Shishui shouted for the sick pervert to wake up. Under Shishui's voice, Xiao Fan slowly opened his eyes, after which he saw the hand from which the elder was absorbing his aura. Just as suddenly, he realized that the girls were here, and asked about what had happened. Xiao Fan asked about how he ended up here. Bing Xing said that he had finally woken up, and asked him how he felt, after which she answered him that this was her bedroom. Shelf uncovered himself in a blush and began to explain that he didn't want to sleep in her bed. Xiao Shui wondered why he was so nervous. After all, Bing Xing would still marry him. Xiao Fan asked what she meant by that. Xiao Shui said that she couldn't even believe that he was so lucky to be with Bing Xing. But in her mind she sobbed over it, and hoped that this pervert would not marry Bing Xing. Noticing something amiss in Xiao Shui's behavior, Xiao Fan wanted to ask about it. Bing Xing asked Master Zhang if he had already forgotten about it. She had given her word that, if he managed to save her master, she would give herself to him. Her teacher had always taught her to keep her word, and since she had promised that, she would marry him. Xiao Fan wondered if Bing Xing really wanted to marry him. Xiao Fan jumped out of bed and asked her to wait for a moment. Xiao Fan explained that he helped her as a friend and that she didn't have to give herself to him. More importantly, that getting married this way was too unfair for her. Bing Xing wondered what he wanted to say with that. Immediately after, Xiao Fan asked her not to worry, as he would run to the master right away and explain everything to her. After all, marriage was a serious matter, not a child's play. After Xiao Fan ran away, Bing Xing sighed, thinking about the fact that she didn't really feel that way. After finding an elder, Xiao Fan bluntly said that Bing Xing couldn't marry him. The elder wondered why it couldn't be, and asked if it could be. That Bing Xing wasn't beautiful enough for him. Xiao Fan replied that it wasn't about that at all. He then told the elder that he had saved her, of his own free will, but that Bing Xing didn't like him, and that the wedding would probably upset her. The elder said that if they didn't like it, they could not do it. He had saved her life, and therefore, she would not force him into marriage. Xiao Fan was a little surprised at what he heard. The elder said that they should still thank him for his kindness, and handed him a cup, and told him that it was the sacred wine of the Ice Palace, which was of extraordinary value. He would drink it with her, so that she could thank him for saving her life. Xiao Fan said that he would drink first, then emptied the bowl in a volley. Just as suddenly, Xiao Fan felt a pain that caused him to release the bowl. After which, Xiao Fan leaned on the table and tried to catch his breath, and asked what kind of wine it was. Xiao Fan said that he felt very uncomfortable after the bowl of wine. The elder advised him not to worry and to try to circulate the blood, to improve the strength of the wine. As soon as Xiao Fan followed the elder's instructions, his aura increased manifold. After which, the sensation finally let him go. As Xiao Fan suddenly realized that, he suddenly burst through, and covered his palm with golden flames. The elder asked how he liked the wine. Did he like it? After which, Xiao Fan thanked her wholeheartedly. After gathering their strength, Xiao Fan and Xiao Shui got ready to leave. Xiao Fan said that they were done for the day, and that it was time for them to go home. Xiao Shui said goodbye and told Bing Xing that they would see each other again later, and Bing Xing wished them a good journey. When Xiao Feng and Xiao Shui ran away, Bing Xing clenched her hand at the thought of Xiao Feng. She promised herself that, as soon as she finished all the business at the Ice Palace, she would come to him. Shortly after, Jiang Xiao Fan and Xiao Shui left the Ice Palace and returned to Wuwei Peak. Qin Lu suggested that Xiao Fan join him in a cloud cave near Wuwei Peak. Upon arriving at the cave, Xiao Fan had to work with a pickaxe. After a while, Xiao Fan complained to Qin Lu about having to borrow something like this. He expected something good here, but he had come to dig a stone. Xiao Fan asked Qin Luo what kind of treasures were hidden in this cave. Qin Luo asked, really, had Xiao Fan not heard anything about this? It's all about an ancient relic that was recently discovered in a Stygian cave. It was rumored to be an ancient battlefield formed thousands of years ago. So, there must be something good inside. Xiao Fan agreed that they couldn't miss such a good opportunity, after which, Qin Lu reminded Xiao Fan that the previous time, he had taken all the most valuable things, but this time, he's going to get rid of his shame earlier than. Xiao Fan asked Qin Luo to help him, and then asked him what he was so busy doing. Qin Luo replied that he didn't expect to see Qi Tang here. It was exactly the same guy who wanted to kill him last time, but before he could take revenge on him, Qi just appeared at his door. Xiao Fan suggested Qin Lu not to think about it. After all this time, they are here for good deeds. Better more than less only. Qin Lu was about to hit the stone with his pickaxe, when he noticed a brush of his hand. Afterward, he asked Xiao Fan to look at what he had found. After a while, Xiao Fan and Qin Lu dug up the ancient remains. Qin Lu was pleased that they had managed to find a corpse, as it meant that the remains of an ancient battlefield were indeed here. Qin Lu suggested to dig further, as they might find treasures on the corpses. Suddenly, the newly dug-up skeleton began to tremble. An earthquake has started in the cave, which is obviously bad for them. Suddenly, the stony floor crumbled, causing all the cultivators to fly down. The cultivator tried to figure out how they had managed to land so softly, with the fact that they had fallen from such a height. And where were they? Just as suddenly, Qin Lu noticed that the skeleton that was supposed to fall with them had disappeared somewhere. Shelvin pointed to the side and asked Qin Lu to look over there. Looking over there, all the cultivators were surprised. After all, they had found nothing less than a palace of relics. The flames they see are probably some kind of forbidden. None of the cultivators had ever thought that something like this could be underground. Qin Lu's eyes lit up for There must definitely be a lot of valuable treasures. But Xiao Fan warned him not to be in such a hurry, and to wait for a while. Xiao Fan suggested that their assistants should enter the relic palace. First, Qin Lu grinned and said that Xiao Fan, as it turned out, was quite bad. Suddenly, Qi Tang ordered everyone to get out of the way, after which he called them a bunch of trash, and asked them what right they had to take his treasure at such a slow pace, after which, Qi Tang gathered his strength, and threw his spear into the flame barrier. But once the spear hit the flames, it immediately began to melt. Qi Tang was dumbfounded by the strength of this flame, for it was much stronger than he could have imagined. The half-naked cultivators shouted that they had nothing to fear here, since they were outnumbered, whereupon the second cultivator agreed with him, and shouted, "To hell with it." The cultivators were all attacking the flame barrier together, and from the looks of it, it was starting to weaken just a little more, and the barrier was about to fall, opening them up to bullets, into the temple. Xiao Fan and Qin Lu decided not to slack off, and also contribute, before the others got ahead of them. And after their joint attack, the flame barrier finally began to dissipate. The entrance was open, and the cultivators hurried inside. Grab and take out whatever they could, as quickly as possible. Qin Lu suggested Xiao Fan to hurry up before everything was sorted out. But at the same moment, Qi Ting snuck up behind Xiao Fan's back. After that, he brought the knife in with the thoughts that he couldn't let them go inside. He was going to kill these bastards on the spot. Qi Ting tried to stab Xiao Fan in the back, but he suddenly dodged. Xiao Fan had long been waiting for the moment when Qi Ting would dare to betray him again. Dodging, Xiao Fan knocked Qi Ting to the ground. Immediately after, stepped on his hand, letting Qi Ting throw away the blade. Xiao Fan recalled that it had been a long time ago. After which, Qin Lu asked Qi Tang if he remembered trying to kill him. After finishing things here, Xiao Fan told Qin Lu that he was leaving Qi Tang to him, after which he ran towards the entrance of the relic temple. Qin Lu asked Xiao Fan not to worry about him, as he had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. After all, the previous time he had failed to introduce Qi Tang to his treasure. The dragon sword, the cultivators in front, didn't even notice that Qi Tang had been captured. They ran towards the treasury with all their legs. But the first to arrive at the gate was Xiao Fan, who had been far behind a while ago. Everyone was trying to understand. Since when had this guy become so fast? But they were in no hurry to stop, because they still had a chance to catch up with him. To their misfortune, Xiao Fan was already at the door. He grabbed the gate handle, and apologized to the cultivators. He then opened the gate and saw a space, in the middle of which, a cauldron was floating. Upon seeing this cauldron, the cultivator flying on the sword muttered that, with such a strong aura spreading through the air, there must be a most valuable treasure in this furnace. Whereupon, all the cultivators decided to speed up. Xiao Fan apologized to the cultivators and said that it was all his. After which, he took out a spear. Using his spear to fly, Xiao Fan was able to accelerate multiple times, causing the cultivators behind him to shout, as he would take away a valuable treasure. Everyone was just complaining about how this guy was suddenly ahead of them. But they continued on their way, in hopes of still being able to snatch the treasure. Grabbing the cauldron by one of the legs, Xiao Fan felt a strange aura fluctuation. For unknown reasons, the fluctuations from this cauldron were the same as from the peach tree, where he saw a sea of blood, filled with corpses. Just as suddenly, Xiao Fan started vomiting blood. Just like that time, seeing him stop, the cultivators assumed that Xiao Fan had surrendered, which meant that they still had a chance to obtain the treasure. Young Xiao Fan shouted out for no one to come closer to this furnace, for there was clearly something wrong with it. Xiao Fan warned them of the danger, but the cultivators continued to pursue the treasure, because of their lust for profit. As the cultivators approached the furnace, it suddenly exploded with fiery energy, and began to attack them, burning in the flames. The cultivators screamed in pain and begged for help. While Xiao Fan tried to comprehend what was happening, Qin Lu, who had finished his business, saw the essence of the furnace, and shouted that it was too dangerous, and they should leave in a matter of seconds. The space with the cauldron was filled with all-consuming flames. Qinhua was able to sigh after all. They were lucky they didn't go first. That would have been terrible. As Xiao Bai suddenly came out of nowhere and said that she was familiar with this aura. Startled by her appearance, Qin Luo asked his aunt about what was going on, and what she was doing here. Looking closer, they noticed that there was someone there unexpectedly. But it was a skeleton they had found on the upper levels of the cave. Qin Luo couldn't believe what was happening. After all, that skeleton had just disappeared. After the floor failed, Xiao Bai assumed that this skeleton had managed to escape. Before the floor failed, suddenly, the wooden token around Xiao Bai's neck began to glow. Xiao Bai brought the token to the wall of flames, and then a passage was formed in it. As it turned out, the wooden token was not afraid of fire. Xiao Bai speculated that this furnace might contain a golden elixir, and if she ate it, she would be able to raise her cultivation by at least one level. Xiao Bai asked him to hurry up. Whereupon, Xiao Fan snatched the wooden amulet from her. Thanks to the copper shard, the power of the amulet began to be released, causing the barrier to increase in size, and Xiao Fan and the others began to break through the flames. The cultivators behind were surprised by the weapon in Xiao Fan's hands, which allowed him to traverse the flames unhindered. They wished they could figure out how to get through the flames, for they must get the treasure first. One of the cultivators advised the others not to panic, because with sufficient defense, this flame wouldn't be able to stop them, which the others thought was quite logical. Meanwhile, the skeleton moved. Just as suddenly, the skeleton flew towards Xiao Fan, ordering him to get out of here. The skeleton attacked Xiao Fan, before flying back, with a squeak. Thanks to the soldier's spear, and the power of the wooden amulet, Xiao Fan was able to block the skeleton's attack. Xiao Fan said that he would take care of the skeleton, while Qin Lu would try to break through to the cauldron. Qin Lu agreed with Xiao Fan and asked him to be more careful. The skeleton shouted to Xiao Fan to give him everything at once, after which, it released a huge amount of flames. Barely holding back the skeleton's pressure, Xiao Fan was increasingly amazed at just how strong the skeleton was. As Xiao Fan defended himself from the flames, the streams flying past hit the cultivators, causing them to retreat, while those who were lucky enough not to be hit by the flames tried to figure out what the hell was going on here. Under the cries of pleas for help, Qin Lo asked Xiao Bai to hurry up, while he covered her. Gathering strength in her hooves, Xiao Bai bounced off the ground and flew towards the hovering cauldron. But because she jumped too hard, she crashed her head into the cauldron and started falling backwards. Just as suddenly, Xiao Bai noticed that her jump was not futile, for a hole had formed in the cauldron. The hole from which the elixir fell out, as it turned out, it was a perfect elixir, the level of which was one higher than that of the golden elixir. Hearing the sound of impact, Xiao Fan turned around, after which he saw Xiao Bai falling down, along with the elixir. Seeing this, the skeleton cursed, after which, it surrounded itself with flames. Immediately afterward, he began to go underground rapidly. With the skeleton gone, the cultivators noticed that the flame barrier had also disappeared. After the elixir fell out of the cauldron, they could all feel how dense the aura emanating from this pill was, which only made them more eager to take it. From Xiao Fan, suddenly, a wounded Qiting entered the room and told everyone that this pill belonged to him. Suddenly, something happened that shouldn't have happened. The spirit pill suddenly changed its course and flew towards Xiao Fan. Unexpectedly, the pill violently flew into Xiao Fan's mouth. The cultivators were trying to realize what they had just seen. The elixir just took and flew into that guy's mouth. Absorbing the pill, Xiao Fan's eyes lit up with a golden flame. Xiao Fan wondered how such a thing could happen. Immediately after, he realized that his copper brother was to blame, except that this pill's power is too much for him, causing him to struggle to digest it and experience intolerable pain. Qin Lo wondered what Xiao Fan was doing, and was he not going to advance in this hole? Xiao Bai then said that in his current state, Xiao Fan was unable to handle the elixir. Xiao Bai told Xiao Fan that he would die here if he didn't take action. Therefore, she advised him to focus on the breakthrough, while she and Qin Lu stood guard together. Che Tang explained to the brethren that it was only an elixir, and that it couldn't stand any more than the furnace in which it was prepared, so he offered to take the furnace away, while Xiao Fan advanced. The cultivators agreed. That brother Qitian's words made sense. Just as suddenly, Xiao Bai took human form and said that they would still see how they could get past them. Cultivators were astonished by what they saw, because all this time, this beast was a disguised human emperor level. This is the text, demonic beast, which was almost impossible, unless this guy was too lucky, since she agreed to protect him. Che Ting said that they had nothing to fear, after all. There were many of them, while the emperor was only one, which meant that they would be able to crush these two in numbers, confident of their victory and fueled by their thirst for profit. The cultivators immediately rushed forward. Qin Lo was surprised at how arrogant these people were today. He was going to beat them all to pulp. Xiao Bai asked Qin Liu to guard Xiao Fan while she dealt with all these bastards. Without a shadow of fear, the cultivators pounced on the superior opponents. In strength, but not in numbers. Xiao Bai turned her hands into claws immediately, after which she dealt with the first wave of cultivators. In a matter of moments, seeing this, some cultivators turned blue with fear, as this opponent was much stronger than they had expected, but even so, they believed that together they had a chance of defeating him. While Qin Lu was fighting off the traitors, Qi Ting sneaked up on him from behind. Noticing this, Xiao Bai shouted to Qin Lu that there was danger behind him. But it was already too late for warnings. Unexpectedly, but a moment before the strike, Xiao Fan caught up to Qi Ting and pierced his chest. Qin Lu explained to Qi Ting that he would not be as kind as Qin Lu, and would finish the matter to the end. This time, with a single movement of his spear, Xiao Fan finally took Qi Ting's life. The remaining cultivators were furious because Xiao Fan dared to kill Qi Ting, who was the core disciple of their Zhuiwei sect. They were about to kill Xiao Fan and take the furnace with them. Suddenly, one of the disciples noticed that the furnace started to shift suddenly. But the furnace did the same as the spiritual pill. It flew towards Xiao Fan. After which, it transformed into a Dao Yun, and with each passing second, its strength became greater and greater. Scared that Xiao Fan's strength had increased again, the cultivators of the Zhuiwei sect started to run away, but they promised that their leader would still avenge Brother Qi. Seeing Xiao Fan's strength increased again, Xiao Bai wept and asked why he was so lucky. Hearing some sound, Xiao Fan saw a stone start to crumble from the ceiling. Whereupon, Qin Lu asked about what was happening now. Suddenly bigger and bigger blocks started falling from the ceiling, making Qin Lu realize that the temple had started to collapse, and that they needed to get out of here as soon as possible. Only Xiao Fan and company reached the exit, as a huge cobblestone blocked the way. Qin Lu said that they wouldn't be able to leave that way, and that they would have to look for another way out. Xiao Bai asked what they should do, whereupon Xiao Fan suggested that they look for a way out. Separately, after a brief search for a way out, everyone realized they were stuck here, and the cave was only minutes away from collapsing. Realizing that they had no other choice, Xiao Fan and Xiao Bai decided to clear a path to freedom. Suddenly, Qin Lu asked them to wait because that skeleton had decided to return suddenly. But the skeleton greeted the master Taoist. Looking at Xiao Fan, Qin Lu asked what the man meant and if he was going to kill them. The skeleton then covered himself in flames and told Lord Daos that this would be the last thing he would do. For him, the last thing the skeleton made was a flaming staircase leading outside. After all these battles and dangers, Xiao Fan was finally able to breathe. This journey had been very effective and fruitful. Most importantly, he was now safe from the cultivators in the Holy Realm. Qin Lu crawled out of the cave and complained to Xiao Fan that he and his aunt had labored for half a day, but still got nothing. Xiao Fan offered to give them each a pill once they returned to the sect, which quickly managed to lift their spirits. Tanzong Palace, the terrace of the Pillory Palace. Qin Lu sniffed at the contents of the cauldron and asked what the fragrance was. To which Xiao Fan replied that the absorption pills were being perfected here. Seeing so many pills, Xiao Bai's eyes glistened. Just as suddenly, she jumped off Jiang Xiao Fan's shoulder and flew towards the so pleasant-smelling snacks. After something landed in the huge cauldron, cultivators began to scatter in panic. Old man Li Yun asked the intruder who the hell he was. Since he dares to invade his courtyard, it is quite a serious offense. Xiao Fan and Qin Luo came down, following Xiao Bai, and Xiao Bai apologized, explaining that his pet, in a moment of playfulness, couldn't help himself, and jumped to their elixir. Xiao Fan suggested that the elder count the pills, after which, he would pay for the damaged ones. The old man asked if they knew how much the pills cost. He's pretty sure they couldn't pay for it. After that, his disciples began to resent Xiao Fan's pompous words. If he wanted to appear cool, then their terrace was clearly not the right place for it. The disciples asked Elder Li not to talk to this person, and instead, follow the rules and report everything to the master. Suddenly, a bag fell at the feet of the disciples, from which golden-colored pills sprinkled out. Xiao Fan asked, would it be enough? Everyone was astonished, seeing this. The elder asked, are all of these things Dao pills? It's simply unbelievable if he single-handedly managed to perfect so many quality pills. Seeing the reactions of the elder and his disciples, Xiao Fan wondered if he had given them too many pills. In fact, Xiao Fan is actually perfecting hundreds of such pills. For auntie, they are a mere trifle to him. The disciples advised the elder not to fall for this asshole, because there was a good chance that he had stolen all of this before getting caught by them. Hearing the disciples' call, the elder Xiao Fan interrogated if the person was Li Yun. From the Pill Palace, the disciples were outraged that Xiao Fan had called their elder by name. Afterwards, the old man admitted that it was really him, and asked Xiao Fan how he knew him. After learning that it was indeed Elder Li, Xiao Fan assumed that Lin Quan and Tong Yu were his disciples. The elder asked Xiao Fan what was the point of mentioning these idiots. And besides, he shouldn't have any scum in his disciples, and then he ordered Xiao Fan not to interrupt him. Xiao Fan finally made sure of everything. Xiao Fan told the old man that he had broken the furnace to frame Lin Quan and Tang Yu, and then expelled them from the palace. In that case, he was ready to settle the score with him. But since the elder didn't believe him, Xiao Fan offered to make a bet with him. The old man asked the little bastard what he was talking about. Jiang Shangfan offered him a competition in alchemy. If Elderly was the loser, he would crawl on his knees to Wei Peak, then bow down to Lin Quan and Tong Yu, and beg their forgiveness. The disciples of the Pill Palace assumed that this guy was just crazy for talking about such things. Seeing that the old man was in no hurry, Qin Lu decided to ask if he was getting scared. The elder laughed and asked what kind of fear Qin Lu was talking about. He is the elder of the Pill Palace, and he clearly shouldn't be afraid of some disciple from the elder's self-assured words. Yao Fan realized that he was willing to make a bet, but in that case, he would hope that he wouldn't decide to renege on his word. The elder accepted the stipulation when he lost the bet. Except, what happens if he wins? Zhang Xiaofan asked what the elder wanted. Immediately after that, the elder pointed at Xiaofan and shouted that if Xiaofan lost, he would have to publicly renounce. After which, he would become an inferior servant under the Pill Palace. Xiaofan would have to serve as a horse, cow, or whatever, and most importantly, he must always obey his orders. The room was full of onlookers, capturing the transaction between Zhang Xiaofan and elderly Yun. A short while later, Shifan was relaxing in nature, while Lin Quan waved a fan in front of him, and Tang Yu held a plate of grapes. Lin Quan said that he was very grateful for the kindness shown to him, but what Shifan was doing was even too dangerous. Tang Yu agreed with his brother and told his boss that, although he was incredibly talented, there was no way he could compare to Li Yunjiang. Chao Fan replied to them that they were worrying over nothing. After all, it wasn't even a competition. As someone's footsteps were suddenly heard from behind, Xiao Shuai shouted to the perverted man to come over to her. She then grabbed Xiao Fan's ear and asked him why he made her worry about him, and then she demanded that he tell her why he decided to contact this Li Yun. Xiao Fan was in pain and begged his wife to let go of his ear. Xiao Shuai asked what other wife, then ordered her to stop this chatter and tell what is demanded. Xiao Fan asked, why is she so afraid? Wasn't it because she was worried about him? With a slight blush, Xiao Shui turned away from Xiao Fan and asked who would take care of him. She then explained that she was wondering who would take his body after he died. Xiao Fan felt that it was all too suspicious. Xiao Fan asked Xiao Shui not to worry, and asked when has she ever seen him lose. The whole secret is that her husband, Xiao Fan, never participates in a battle when he is not sure of victory. After which, Xiao Shuai asked to let him not spoil anything. This time, he had encroached on a basket that was too big. To see what the result would be, Xiao Fan asked her not to worry, for she would know when it happened. 3 days later, Jiang Xiaofan, along with elderly Yun, entered the arena. The mustachioed man recalled that it was rare for someone to have the courage to challenge elderly Yun, after which the cultivator next to him said that Li Hun could be considered a great alchemy master in their sect, while the guy who challenged him didn't even know the heights of heaven and earth. The spectators behind shouted that they should still wait until Xiaofan activated what he had prepared. Lin Quan and Tang Yu were supporting their boss, as always, and Xia Shuai warned the perverted man to be as careful as possible. Xiao Fan asked her not to worry so much about him. The announcer announced that both challengers are in their seats, which means the game is on. Immediately after the competition began, Xiao Fan began to cultivate the blue, cold flame pill. The elder, on the other hand, used the flame of the pills. After which, he covered his hands with it. The elder was confident in his victory. He assumed that Xiao Fan's confidence came from the strong flame, but the latter, in turn, clearly did not realize that with a strong flame, a person could not always control it. The elder looked at Zhang Xiaofan and almost dropped his jaw in shock, for he had used the blue flame. Except that, with such a low temperature, Xiao Fan was unlikely to be able to melt the ingredients. Xiao Fan, on the other hand, chuckled. He then advised the elder to take care of himself first, and then think of the others. Elder Li chuckled and told Xiao Fan that if this was all he could do, it would be better to surrender and not disgrace himself further. Xiao Fan interrogated the elder about what he said, making excuses for not hearing what he said. He asked if Elder Li was going to admit defeat. The old man told Xiao Fan that he was too sharp-tongued, and since that was the case, he would be happy to see what he could do. After which, Elder Li waved his hand and started the furnace. The onlookers immediately began to discuss that Elder Li had shown himself to be a worthy elder. The aroma coming from the elder's cauldron was sweet and pleasant. Everyone was sure that the child in front of the elder would lose, which meant that the Pill Palace would soon have a new horse or cow. Elder Li suddenly decided to tell Zhang Xiaofan the truth. He had been immersed in elixir cultivation for decades, and his pills had already become the highest quality of all pills. So, there was no way Xiao Fan could compare to him. Hearing this, Xiao Shui became nervous and grabbed Lin Quan, shaking him wildly, shouting to the pervert on the field that he was the best and could beat this old man. Lin Quan started begging to be released, as he was already feeling sick. Xiao Fan looked down at the elder and asked. Is that it? Xiao Fan asked the elder, since he knew so much about pills. Why wouldn't he look at this pill, after which he waved his hand. And a purest golden pill appeared in front of him, emitting an incredible aura. After this pill appeared, a surprise cry of what? Rang throughout the arena. Everyone was trying to figure out what the big deal was with this pill. The elder mumbled that it was simply impossible. This pill had already gone far beyond a normal pill. It was the purest pill. This was no longer an ordinary pill. It was the purest Taoist pill. While Xiao Shui was jumping around, shouting that the greatest pervert had done, a great robot, Tong Yu, refused to believe that their boss was capable of making a pill of such quality, whereupon Lin Quan sighed, and said that there was nothing he could do about it because that was the scenario. Elder Li Yun shouted, with a frothy mouth, that this couldn't be true, so the quality of this pill was 100 times higher than what Xiao Fan had paid him, which meant that it must be a cheat. Xiao Feng asked the elder what kind of cheating he was talking about, because those pills were just for fun, and couldn't be compared to this one. Elder Li was frightened by what he heard. Master Young Xin came down to the arena and announced the end of the game, but Elder Li started to protest, shouting that Xiao Fan was cheating. He refused to accept defeat from a mere disciple. Xiao Fan said that it had long been obvious whether his pill was stronger or weaker than Elder Li's pill. Hearing both participants in the game, the arena master announced that the winner was Jiang Xiao Fan. Hearing this, Xiao Shui with Lin Xuan and Tang Yu began to loudly praise Xiao Fan. Elder Li said that he suspected Xiao Fan of tampering with the pill, so he suggested that he brewed the pill again to make sure. He thought that a simple pill was not as complicated as a Taoist pill. It was almost 100 times more complicated, and considering Xiao Fan's age, it would be great if he could perfect such a pill. But Xiao Fan would not be so lucky anymore. So he could crush him. The arena master asked Xiao Fan what he would say to Elder Li's suggestion of another game. Xiao Fan replied that since Elder Li liked it, he would gladly play with him. Hearing this, Elder Li rubbed his beard contentedly, as it turned out this boy was too stupid to make contact with him so easily. Since none of the participants had any objections, the arena master announced the start of the second round of the pill cleansing competition. The Pill Palace spectators began to discuss that Xiao Fan had 2 bones since he had agreed, but this time he would definitely not be able to avoid the fate of a horse. The others wondered what kind of idiot Xiao Fan is. He obviously doesn't know that Elder Li is creating all the stocks of simple pills for their sect. Xiao Shui started shouting what an idiot Xiao Fan is, and started punching Lin Quan and Tong Yu for making him even dumber. The arena master asked the participants to prepare themselves after a while. The arena master said that time was up and announced the end of the brew. Elder Li was already excited to bring Xiao Fan out. The elder asked Xiao Fan to look at his furnace because it wasn't moving, which meant that he still hadn't had time to form his pill. Xiao Fan asked the elder why he cared whether he moved or not, and advised him to check the cauldron. Elder Li shouted to the arrogant brat that he would teach him real alchemy today. Then he waved his hand upward, ordering the boiler to open, and from inside the boiler showed a basic pill of superior quality. The onlookers were delighted with Elder Li's pill and from the flavor from it. Almost anyone could tell that it was a top-quality pill. Xiaoshu started to worry about Xiao Fan. After all, Elder Li is the best at cultivating basic pills, which means the pervert is in trouble. Lin Quan said that it couldn't be. After all, their boss would definitely not want to be a pill palace horse. After looking at the pill, Xiao Fan said that this pill was 100 times better than what the sect received from the elder, so he asked if the elder was profiting at their expense. The elders demanded Xiao Fan to stop talking nonsense because there was no way he could do that, after which he reminded them that he had already opened his furnace, and asked if Xiao Fan was going to surrender. Xiao Fan leisurely stood up, and began to shake off the dust, after which, with a slight wave of his hand, Xiao Fan ordered the cauldron to open, and a pill flew out. It was a basic pill with cloud patterns, being a pill of excellent quality. Elder Li began to shout that a pill of this quality simply couldn't exist, while the others were cheering for Xiao Fan at full strength, and didn't listen to the old man. Elder Li shouted that there was no way that bastard could have prepared a superior pill at his then age, and once again accused Xiao Fan of being a fake. To the raucous applause, Xiao Fan reminded the elder that this game was taking place under the supervision of the arena master. Hence, he had to ask Elder Li, could it be that he didn't trust the master? After which, the arena master said that Xiao Fan had never cheated, and Elder Li had indeed lost hearing. This, the elder trembled, unable to resist the arena master's words. Xiao Fan asked the elder if he remembered his bet, because now was the perfect opportunity. Elder Li demanded of Xiao Fan to not go that far, The arena master reminded Elder Li to fulfill his promise. Suddenly, the elder shouted to the master not to believe the false words of that bastard Xiao Fan, for he was definitely cheating. The arena master asked the elder how he dared to speak so presumptuously, and whether he doubted him. Elder Li was frightened by the arena master's anger, and stammered, and said that he dared not doubt him. Immediately after which, Li Yun discarded his pride and still fell to his knees. In front of the audience, Elder Li Yun began to apologize to Lin Quan and Tan Yu. Meanwhile, the onlookers were amazed that the elder actually fell to his knees and began to wonder if it was true that this elder had slandered his disciples and banished them. The disciples still found it hard to believe that their elder had turned out to be so devious. Jiang Xiao Fan laughed with the elderly, still being able to kneel, while Lin Quan with Tang Yu wanted to ask if this was really a good thing after experiencing humiliation because of Xiao Fan. Li Yan vowed that one day he would experience humiliation 100 times more shameful. Suddenly, a cultivator emerged from the crowd and immediately reported to Xiao Fan that the head wanted to see him. Xiao Fan was surprised at what he heard. After all, why would he want to do that? Huangshenmen Sect Hall of Elders. The cultivator told Brother Jiang that this was their elder hall, which was one of the 3 main halls of the Huangshenmen sect. Then added that the head was waiting inside. Xiao Fan thanked his brother and headed towards the entrance. Once inside, Xiao Fan found himself in the majestic room of the elder hall. Looking around at the statues on the sides, he assumed they were all statues from previous chapters. When Xiao Fan reached the end, he met the head of their sect for the first time. Young Xiao Fan's disciple bowed to the teacher and said that he was happy to see his master. The head apologized and said that he knew everything about what had happened in the Pill Palace at such a young age. Xiao Fan had managed to reach great heights, indicating that their sect had another great genius. After which, he decided to get straight to the point and asked Xiao Fan to take this cauldron. Xiao Fan was astonished that he wanted to be given such a cauldron. From the breath from it, he could already realize that this furnace was the truest treasure, but since the head decided to give him such a valuable gift, he must have some ulterior motives. Xiao Fan replied to the head that it was too valuable a gift for a disciple like him. The head chuckled and asked Xiao Fan to accept this gift. He said that Xiao Fan's talent in alchemy was exceptional, and their Huangtian sect was always looking for talents. This cauldron was exactly what he deserved, after which he added that the pills Xiao Fan made were of the highest quality and extremely rare, which was why the head hoped that Xiao Fan would contribute to the sect. And of course, the Pill Palace will reward him with 10 golden pills every month. The head asked Xiao Fan if he agreed to this. Xiao Fan said that he agreed to this, and that he couldn't even wish for more. The head handed Xiao Fan a green token and explained that it could be used to deduce gold pills, and therefore Xiao Fan should keep it as the apple of his eye. Just as Xiao Fan expected, he turned out to be completely right. Xiao Fan thanked the head and asked him not to worry, as he would do his best. The terrace of the Pill Palace. Xiao Fan was thinking about how alchemy was hard work. He would prefer Lin Quan and Tang Yu to do it, so it was time to teach them a few things. Just as suddenly, someone asked Xiao Fan if he was the person who had defeated Elder Li today. Xiao Fan replied that he had only come here to retrieve the golden pills. The disciple was surprised to hear about the golden pills. Suddenly, Xiao Fan sensed something wrong. Turning around, he saw Elder Li, who was about to kill Xiao Fan for encroaching on the pills. Elder Li mercilessly struck out with a flaming palm, after which, he took a closer look and wondered where Xiao Fan had suddenly disappeared to. Zhang Xiaofan asked the elder why he was so harsh, and said that he was at his back. After which he asked who it was that he wanted to kill. Immediately after, Xiaofan shouted that the elder would answer for this, and attacked the elder with his spear. But Elder Li managed to dodge. After which, he landed sloppily and cursed. Xiaofan asked the elder if this was what was called a greeting in the Pill Palace. Or was it that the elder had managed to miss him because it had been so long since they had seen each other? Elder Li asked the little brat how he only dared to tease the elder. After which, he summoned his flaming cauldron and shouted that he wished Xiao Fun dead. Suddenly, Xiao Fun became serious and told the old man that if he lost, he would have to accept it. Besides, he had no rights to put others to death. Xiao Vin began to unwind the spear, reminding the elder not to blame him. If he was suddenly hurt, if he is not going to back down, he should just walk over and try it. The elder shouted that he would kill Xiao Fan right now for disregarding his honor. After which, he wished Xiao Fan to burn in hell and lowered his huge cauldron onto him. After finally dealing with his splinter, Elder Li shouted that even though he was old, he was still good. If anyone disgraced his honor, he would have to suffer Xiao Fan's fate. But when the haze cleared, Elder Li was no longer in spirit. Xiao Fan shook off the dust and turned to Elder Li. After which, he reminded that it was too early for the elder to rejoice, and asked if he had thought that the younger generation would only be occupied with alchemy. The elder retreated a little and demanded of Xiao Fan that he didn't even dare to approach him. Xiao Fan asked the old dog why he should listen to him, and unfortunately for the elder, he tore towards him, instantly approaching the old man. Xiao Fan sent the old man to hell and kicked him in the stomach with his foot, from which the elder rolled away, smashing the floor behind him. Stopping, the elder asked uneasily, "What's going on?" But when he looked up, he saw Xiao Fan raising his spear at him. Xiao Fan told the old man that there were many things he couldn't even imagine. And then, the old man begged for forgiveness. Only Xiao Fan was about to end it all, when they were ordered to stop this squabble. The old man asked Xiao Fan what was going on, and how he dared to come to the Pill Palace and make trouble here. The elder asked someone to get this guy out of here. As suddenly, Xiao Fan asked him to wait. After which, he showed him a green token. The old man immediately recognized the green token. After which, Xiao Fan asked if he recognized it. The old man said that, since it was a green order, it must be for dispensing gold pills, and since that was the case, he asked Xiao Fan to follow him. Elder Li shouted to the elder not to believe this bastard, because the green token is a sacred relic reserved for the elders of the Pill Palace, while this guy is too young to have such a thing. The elder asked Li Yun, how could someone forge a green token, when only their leader could bestow it? Hearing this, Elder Li Yun trembled. After all, it was simply impossible for Xiao Fan to suddenly obtain a green token and be able to receive gold pills. And since that's the case, then soon, Xiao Fan received his monthly gold pills, and the elders led him to the exit. The blue-clothed elder wished Xiao Fan to take care of himself, and if he wanted to do anything else in the future, Xiao Fan could go straight to him. Xiao Fan laughed and thanked the elder. As soon as Xiao Fan left, the elder asked the Yun if he knew that he had just almost gotten into trouble. After all, if he hadn't stopped them, the master would have never let Li Yun go. Li Yun asked, did the head really summon this tomboy after all? This all means that. The blue-clothed elder said that it was all nonsense, then warned elder Li Yun that if he ever showed such disrespect to their guest again, he was fully confident that he would do the same to Li Yun. Back at the peak, Xiaofan shouted to Lin Quan and Tang Yu that they had exactly 1 minute to appear before him. Hearing this, Lin Quan and Tang Yu abruptly woke up from their dreamless sleep. Immediately after that, they ran down the mountain below and appeared in front of the boss. Lin Quan greeted the boss and asked, what did he bring? Whereupon Tang Yu assumed that elder Li Yun had sent Xiao Fan a medicine, as a sign of reconciliation after his loss. Xiao Fan told Tang Yu that he was thinking too much, and told him that this pot contained golden pills, that he was giving them as a boss. Looking inside the pot, the disciples were shocked to see that they were indeed golden pills. Lin Quan asked the boss if it was really all for them. Xiao Fan replied that it was indeed them, then added that from now on, he would give them a dozen gold pills once a month. Afterwards, Xiao Fan tossed them an alchemy book, and ordered them to practice seeing the contents. Lin Quan almost dropped his jaw, after which, he thanked the boss for his generosity. After all, these were records of ancient alchemy. Tang Yu added that this was not just arrogance, it was a path against the sky. Xiao Fan ordered them to take the golden pills and practice, and the disciples were surprised to hear this, and asked if he wanted them to start practicing right now. Xiao Fan explained that he was here for their protection. Lin Quan and Tang Yu wept with happiness. Lin Quan started wiping his tears while saying how good their boss was. Smiling evilly, Xiao Fan said that, of course, many good things were not given for free, which meant that they would have to supply the sect with high-quality pills every month. A few hours later, Xia Shuai was surprised. After all, Lin Quan and Tan Yu had already managed to break through to the realm of consciousness. And even so quickly, suddenly, Xia Shuai remembered why she was here, and said that in a few days, the Zoe sect was organizing a talent festival, and she wanted to go along with her sister Xia Shuai. Xiao Shui asked if Xiao Feng wanted to go along with him. Zhang Xiao Feng replied that he was willing to go anywhere. If she went, Tang Yu swept up that their boss had a date with a beautiful woman again, and Lin Quan wondered when they would be able to get rid of their lonely dog. Hats the Battle Cliff is the venue for Zoe's talent selection. Masters of all sorts come here to duel, using a variety of martial arts. It can be called the Great Gathering of Dragons and Tigers. Xie Yu said that she had heard that the Zhuwei sect and Bengong sect would be present at the Battle Cliff, and Lu Yuanlong from Huangshimen sect would also be there, after which she added that Murang Ling would also be participating. Xiao Shuai inquired who this was. Hearing the name Murong Ling, Zhang Xiaofan wondered why this name seemed so familiar to him. Xiao Yu said that this was a rare event and suggested that they speed up and head to the Battle Cliff to get better seats. Suddenly, someone noticed. Xiao Yu Fengwei said that since she was here, it meant that he had once again received a blessing from the heavens. But seeing Xiao Yu's expression, Fengwei asked what was the matter. And did she not want to warm his bed? After all, she would belong to him. Xiao Yu called Fengwei a sack of shit and warned him to watch his rotten tongue. Xie Shuai asked her sister what kind of toad was talking to her. Fengwei asked Xiao Yu if this girl next to her was her new maid. After which, he praised Xiao Shuai's figure. Xie Shuai said that this frog wanted to die and asked who he was calling a maid. Fengwei suddenly winked at her, and then told Xiao Yu that her maid was very good looking, but she was too bad-mannered. After which, Fengwei licked his lips nastily and offered Xiao Yu to sell his maid-servant. And in return, he would make sure that his father would not invade her family's fortress. Zhang Xiaofan tapped his finger on Fengwei's back and asked him to repeat everything. As he couldn't hear their conversation very well, Xiao Fan wanted to know who this Fengwei wanted to teach manners to. Fengwei replied that he was naturally talking about that little maid next to Xiao Yu, and asked the guy why he cared. Xiao Fan wondered why he would care about this. Just as suddenly, Xiao Fan grabbed Fengwei's fat face, and a moment later, Fengwei pierced the rock underfoot with his face. After which, Xiao Fan agreed to everything, and Fengwei started complaining about the pain. After slightly recovering from the pain, Fengwei angrily asked Xiao Fan, how dare he even dare to hit him, and did he know who he was? Xiao Fan admitted that he didn't care who the other person was, but if the other person was willing to disrespect Xiao Shui, then Fengwei should first ask if he was willing to face the fist. As a cultivator suddenly appeared out of nowhere, he lowered Xiao Feng's fist and asked Brother Jan to forget about it. For Mr. Feng, Wei is a key disciple of the Divine Wind sect. The Divine Wind sect controls many forbidden guards, and there's no way they can conflict with them. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Fengwei created a stream of wind under his feet, then advised Xiao Fan to prepare, as he would still return. As he flew away, he shouted that he would deal with the Xiao family. Sooner or later, Xiao Fan tried to reassure his fellow man by saying that everything would be fine, as it was just some Divine Wind clan, and that nothing would happen to him. And the Xiao family, Xiao Shuai told Brother Xiaowen to just trust their Xiao Fan. After a while, the top of the cliff. Upon reaching his destination, Xiaowen was surprised at how many people were here. Just as suddenly, Xiao Fan bellowed out, for he saw someone he did not wish to see again. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Fan said that he had finally found the bastard. The scene of the bastard betraying him and throwing him off the cliff was still replaying in his mind. Jiang Xiao Fan smirked evilly because now he understood why Morang Ling's name seemed so familiar to him. This thief has nowhere else to look after breaking through his iron shoes. The battle on the battle cliff is about to begin. When the talent festival began, the students from each school began to battle each other fiercely. However, none of them were able to maintain their winning streak until Morang Lin came on stage. Morang Lin advised his opponent to surrender, as he was clearly no match for him. The cultivator bowed and said that he was honored. Deep down, to the enthusiastic shouts of the audience, the announcer announced that Morang Lin remained the winner of this battle. The spectators were discussing how strong Morang Lin was. He had already managed to defeat 10 people in a row, and probably no one else would dare to challenge him, as expected from a core disciple of the Xiang'e sect. Morang Lin is, at least, one of the top 3 strongest at this event. The announcer asked if there was any other cultivator here who dared to fight Marin Lin. Xia Shuai was in a good mood because of all these battles, which made her want to try it herself. After which, she looked at Xiao Fan and wondered where that pervert was. While Xia Shuai was trying to look for Xiao Fan, he jumped onto the cliff. Young Xiao Fan bowed to Mr. Morang Lin and said that he had come to learn from him. Zhang Xiao Fan immediately noticed that he didn't even recognize him, and since that was the case, Morang Lin would get a slap. Noticing that this idiot had entered the arena, Feng Wei clenched his teeth in anger. Xiao Fan must have seen Morang Lin defeat 10 opponents, and after all this, he dares to challenge him. The only explanation for this was that he was looking for death. Feng Wei shouted to Meng Lin to give this disciple a lesson. After that, the rest of the audience began to cheer Meng Lin on, all wanting him to show this arrogant disciple what he was worth. Hearing all the shouting, Morang Lin assumed that it was a lot of fun. Under the stage, well, in that case, he's willing to casually teach his opponent a few lessons. Yung Xiao Fan observed that even after all this time, Morang Lin still had the habit of acting like a pussy. Immediately after which, Xiao Fan tore at Morang Lin, causing the latter to even be a little surprised at his speed quickly approaching. Xiao Fan grabbed Morang Lin by the collar and addressed him. Xiao Fan told Morang Lin that the one who had long been waiting for his grandfather. Morang Lin, on the other hand, was trying to figure out what was wrong with this disciple. Zhang Xiaofan admitted that he never expected that he would never get the chance to subject Murongling to violence, after which he took out one of his spears. Murongling asked Xiaofan how he had gotten here so quickly. Xiaofan chuckled and asked, could it really be called fast suddenly? Moranglin drew his sword and fought back, hurriedly, to break the distance. Moranglin recognized that little brother was quite extraordinary. He was truly impressed. After all, it wasn't often that he was given the chance to pick up an immortal sword. Now he was ready to give his best. And so, Morangling advised Xiaofan to be careful. Xiaofan pointed his spear at him and advised him not to hold back an attack. Morangling really didn't understand where this guy came from. He came out of nowhere. And yet, he dares to be so crazy and aggressive. Moranglin thought the opponent was too naive. Moranglin said that he would take this advice. Immediately after, he instantly drew closer to Xiaofan, and they exchanged a few blows. After which, Xiaofan was in the air and aimed his spear at Moranglin. For the final blow, Jiang, Xiaofan and Moranglin, once again, exchanged sharp blows. Xiaofan and Morangling suddenly froze. Suddenly, Morangling dropped his sword and started screaming, suffering from the pain in his arm. The onlookers began to discuss the fact that this guy had managed to break Moranglin's arm. Moranglin was trying to understand how this guy could wield such tremendous strength. Zhang Xiaofan swept up that even though they hadn't seen each other for so many years, the latter was still just as unable to maintain his dignity. Moranglin, what does he mean by saying they haven't seen each other in so many years? Xiaofan reminded Moranglin by asking if he remembered the mountains and his grandfather, Jiang Xiaofan. After thinking about it for a while, Moranglin finally remembered who was in front of him, after which he wondered how he didn't die, since it was practically impossible. Since the latter finally remembered, Xiaofan decided to give Moranglin another chance. Moranglin must fight him with all his might, and if he could win, he would walk out of here alive. To which Moranglin replied to Xiaofan that he didn't even know what he was talking about. Moranglin recognized that Xiaofan was extremely lucky, since he didn't die after falling off the cliff. But to his regret, today's Xiaofan came to him. Morangling ate a pill. Immediately afterward, his broken arm glowed and recovered quickly. He said that, in that case, Xiaofan would go to hell and unleashed his power. Xiaofan asked if it would really be like this, and twisting the spear, took it in his right hand. Immediately afterward, he jumped and said that Moranglin himself would be the first to go to hell. Lowering his spear down, Xiaofan created a huge pillar of flame. The onlookers were stunned by such terrifying strength. This guy's flesh was already comparable to a spiritual warrior. Everyone was forced to admit that Moranglin had met a worthy opponent. This time, after dodging Xiaofan's attack, Moranglin quickly went behind him and was about to kill Xiaofan in the back. As Moranglin approached, he asked Xiaofan if he really thought he was faster. Immediately after, he stabbed at Xiaofan, as he suddenly began to disperse like a mirage. Zhang Xiaofan was already behind Moranglin's back and said that it was right, because he was indeed faster. Immediately after, Xiaofan attacked Moranglin, but the latter managed to block the blow. Moranglin told Xiaofan that he made him do it. With a sweep of his blade, Moranglin threw Xiaofan to the other edge of the arena. Xiaofan was surprised at what had happened. After all, Moranglin had found a second, high-rank, spiritual weapon. Moranglin called Xiaofan a bastard and said that he didn't believe that Xiaofan's physical strength could compete with his two high-end spiritual weapons. The onlookers were dumbfounded when they saw the pair of spirit weapons. After all, this was a technique that only a divine emperor and above could master, which meant that this child had finally angered Moranglin. Xiaofan asked Moranglin if he really thought this trick would work on him. Moranglin smirked madly and said that, even as death approached, Xiaofan's mouth remained firm. After that, he stood up and shouted to Xiaofan. To show his best, Moranglin raised his swords upwards, and purple energy began to flow into them, absorbing the energy. The blades merged into a single sword, and Moranglin laughed loudly, and shouted to Xiaofan that he was dead. Without wasting time, Zhang Xiaofan threw his spear at Moranglin's sword, causing it to shatter into splinters. Seeing something like this, even the recently loud crowd went quiet. Losing his sword, Moranglin spat on the floor. Just as suddenly, he started sobbing as he tried to pick up the sword fragments. He asked the bastard Xiaofeng, how did he just dare to break his sword? Zhang Xiaofan asked Moranglin if this was all he was capable of, and did he still think he was the same kid? As when they first met, the spectators downstairs began to heatedly debate what had happened. They felt that Zhang Xiaofan was too overconfident for a guy with such strength, and therefore suggested that Moranglin should be forgiven. He had already broken his weapon, and there was no reason for him to go that far. Xiao Fan asked if it was really too much, that he should just forgive him. After which, he pointed at Morang Lin and said that compared to what he had done back then, the spiritual weapons he had broken could only be considered a light punishment. Xiao Wen wondered what the man could have done. After all, Mu Rangling had always been a generous and courteous person, and even Xia Shuai thought the pervert's words were strange. The rest of the audience began to demand proof that Morang Lin could have done something terrible, except they didn't believe that such a thing could be found. Xiao Fan replied that he would have some proof. After which, he ordered them to open their eyes and showed the scene of Morang Lin throwing him off the cliff. Xiao Fan shouted that it was Morang Lin, the person everyone called handsome. For the sake of his selfish desires, he dared to mutilate a defenseless person like him. Morang Lin smirked and asked Xiao Fan what kind of evidence he was going to conduct. Didn't he think that he would be able to get everyone through some kind of mental imprint? Mu Ranlin asked his little friend to listen to his. Suddenly, Mu Rongling put his hand on his heart, and said that he knew Xiao Fan held a grudge against him. But the latter had accidentally fallen off the cliff. At that moment, he had failed to save Xiao Fan. And now, the latter was trying to slander him with this fake spiritual imprint. Hearing this, the onlookers believed that this Xiao Fan guy was really evil. Morangling unsuccessfully tried to save him, but he began to retaliate. Everyone thought it was outrageous that such a person had entered their competition, and began to demand that Xiao Fan be thrown out. Xu Shuai was sure that the perverted man was not the kind of person Morang Lin was trying to make him out to be, and besides, the print was real. But these people, just as suddenly, someone in the crowd asked everyone to be quiet. Gu Yongxing of the Ziwei sect is finally here. The audience started demanding that Gu Yongxing take that boy out of here because he was bothering them. In the blink of an eye, Gu Yongxing climbed into the arena, after which, Gu Yongxing asked to be shown some respect, and took a step back from today's matter. Jiang Xiao Fan agreed with Guangxing, except that before doing so, he would like to receive a prelude apology from Murong Lin, as well as compensation payments, after which he would be willing to let him go. While he was speaking, Gu Xianxing slowly approached the little friend, after which, he placed his hand on Xiao Fan's shoulder, releasing some energy, reminded him that he had already smashed Morang Lin's weapon, which should be enough. He only needed to give Xiao Fan a little taste of the medicine. Xiao Fan asked, "What does the other one mean?" To which the latter replied that it was no big deal. He just couldn't sit idly by while Xiao Fan tried to cause trouble in their territory. Just as suddenly, Xiao Fan knocked Gu Yongxing's hand off Gu Yongxing's shoulder. Afterward, he put his hand in for a punch, and shouted to Gu Yongxing that the man was the same person as Murong Lin, also dared to set him up. When the audience saw where this was going, they started shouting that Xiao Fan would finally come to an end, because Gu Yongxing's physical strength had also been perverted among the younger generation. Everyone wished for Jiangxing to banish this villain. Hitting the enemy block, Xiao Fan immediately rebounded. Whereupon, he ordered the man to get out of his way, and summoned his spear, seeing death approaching. Gus Hengsheng cried out in fear. Just as suddenly, the unknown men said that this was enough, and lowered a pagoda in front of Xiao Fan. Lang Danking said from behind the veil that today's event was just a competition, regardless of the past, after which she asked if he was being too aggressive. She agreed that this was Xiao Fan's first offense, and since that was the case, if he voluntarily recanted and left the cliff, they could pretend as if nothing had happened here. Xiao Fan assumed that the so-called talents were all hypocrites like these three. Since that was the case, he was no longer interested in attending the event again, except that he wouldn't leave until Morang Lin paid for everything. Go Yongxing told Xiao Fan that if he was so limited, he didn't deserve to participate in the event. As Xia Shuai suddenly climbed into the arena, she told the trio that they were the ones who didn't deserve to participate. Xia Shuai asked, how dare they even dare to call themselves talents, and couldn't they see that Xiao Fan's spiritual imprint was real? Murong Ling intentionally threw Jiang Xiao Fan off the cliff to kill him, yet they call it salvation. Xiao Fan asked his sister not to talk to these people, because they were just trying to appear superior to them. After hearing this, Go Xiangxing wasn't going to leave things like this. Xiao Fan once again asked Xu Shuai not to talk to these people, as it was useless. Besides, he is capable of dealing with them alone. Xiao Shui thought for a moment, and then smirked. Since Xiao Fan was so confident, she didn't mind leaving these three on him. But still, she asked for him to take care of himself. While those two were talking, Gu Jianxing reached for his concealed weapon, and said that, since things were like this, that he was very sorry, immediately after which he jumped up and threw hidden blades at Xiao Fan, but none of them hit the target. Feeling that something was wrong, Xiao Fan looked up, where a huge pagoda was already falling towards him. Gu Jianxing laughed loudly, after which he shouted that Xiao Fan could not escape, for his heavenly sword formation had blocked all avenues of retreat. He advised Xiao Fan to prepare to die. Being trapped in the formation, Xiao Fan was unable to dodge, and fell straight under the pagoda. Gu Jianxing asked Xiao Fan how he only dared to think, as if he would be able to deal with them alone. Just as suddenly, Lu Yunlong's hand trembled. So did the pagoda, and a moment later, the pagoda burst into flames. Splitting apart, Xiao Fan said that there were 2 more pieces in front of him, and they somehow wanted to overpower him. He thought that it was a powerful weapon, but it turned out to be even too weak. Lu Yuanlong wondered how the pagoda could have been destroyed. The only explanation was that this boy was still hiding his strength. Lu Yuanlong shouted to Xiao Fan that he would pay for this, and rushed to attack. Xiao Fan said that he couldn't ask for that. But Jiang Xiao Fan attacked Lu Yuanlong, shouting out that, at the beginning, he would have to try this out. Lu Yuanlong shouted out that it was a treasure, and Ling Dan King even praised Xiao Fan. After looking at Xiao Fan's treasure, Lu Yuanlong asked Xiao Fan if he was from the Huangshenmin sect. The audience began to wonder where this boy could get the treasure from, and what kind of sect Huangshenmin was. The only conclusion was that it was clearly not a small sect capable of obtaining a treasure. Lu Yuanlong asked Xiao Fan if he was really from Huangshenmin. The girl admitted that she wouldn't have thought that such a young cultivator could have a treasure. Except, even if he uses his treasure, he shouldn't be so arrogant. Xiao Fan wondered if this was the sword used by the Ice Palace mistress. Ling Danqiang said that she was willing to give Xiao Fan one last chance. Either he will leave, or he will be kicked out. Young Xiao Fan assumed that it was that bitch's disciple, which was very interesting. Xiao Fan chuckled and told Ling Danqiang that he just couldn't believe that Liu had given her a broken sword. Ling Danqiang got angry and asked Jiang Xiao Fan how he only dared to call the Ice Palace mistress by her name. After that, she is going to personally teach Xiao Fan manners. Ling Danqiang raised her sword and shouted at Xiao Fan, "Die!" Immediately after, an ice vortex appeared from her sword. After feeling it, even young Xiao Fan was forced to admit that this icy energy was very strong. Whereupon he pulled out a spear and shouted that she wasn't the one to teach him. A second later, the arena was completely covered in an icy blast. Immediately after which, the Ice Palace mistress's apprentice flew out of the veil. Ling Danqiang was astonished that this guy was able to block the power of the Ice Palace, which also shocked the audience, because it was the weapon of the Ice Palace mistress herself. Just as suddenly, Gu Yunxing jumped out of the smoke screen. Immediately afterward, he threw a hidden weapon at Xiaofeng, while shouting for him to go straight to hell. Xiaofeng told Gu Yunxing that he didn't think he could die at his hands, then raised his palm and summoned his weapon. Xiaofeng explained that he was much better than that, and started knocking down all of Gu Jianxing's blades. Gu Jianxing couldn't believe what had happened after all. All of his spirit soldiers had just been destroyed. Gu Jianxing clenched his fist, gathering his strength to deal with Xiaofeng. For if he could defeat him, all these spiritual weapons would belong to him. Gu Jianxing rushed towards Xiaofeng, demanding that he pay for his spirit soldiers. Pay with his life. Zhang Xiaofan agreed to pay Gu Jianxing's debt, and threw a punch, unexpectedly. Jiang Xiaofan easily managed to overpower his opponent. The Ice Palace mistress's disciple took the opportunity and attacked Jiang Xiaofan from the back. As close as possible, she told Xiaofan that he would never be able to leave the ice cliff. Just as suddenly, Xiaofan abruptly turned around and grabbed the spear, then asked Lang Danqing if she knew Bingxing. She replied that, of course, she was familiar with her, and asked what was the point of him mentioning this useless maiden. She then demanded that Xiaofan let go of her blade. Xiaofan apologized, and said that Bingxing was 100 times better. After letting go of the blade, bouncing back, Lang Danqing sensed something wrong and looked up again to see Xiaofeng's relic. Only this time, up close, immediately afterwards, she was able to feel the power of the relic. Morang Lin refused to believe what was happening before his eyes. For this guy, he shouldn't be this strong. The only explanation for this could only be that Zhang Xiaofan had entered the Holy Realm. Except that's impossible. When Xiaofan approached him, Morang Lin was forced to bow, after which he addressed Zhang Xiaofan. But after a second, he called the latter Master Zhang. Morang Lin confessed that he was the only one to blame for everything that had happened. He was the person who had turned black and white. Morang Lin begged the saint not to kill him, and to forgive him, and asked for forgiveness for what he had done. Zhang Xiaofan asked Morang Lin if he knew what was wrong here. Morang Lin admitted that he did, indeed, know that it was wrong. Afterward, he once again started begging the master for forgiveness. Xiaofan asked what the man was doing, and didn't Morang Lin think that just bowing and apologizing would be enough? Was all this struggle in vain? With tears in his eyes, Murong Lin cried out. Immediately after that, he realized what he could do, and with a wave of his hand, he pulled out a spiritual weapon, collected over a lifetime, all of which he offered in exchange for his life. After looking at Murong Lin's collection, Xiao Fan was amazed at what he noticed. For it was the Heart of Fire, was found in Murong Ling's collection. Xiao Fan had been searching for it for many years, because thanks to the heart, he would be able to prepare the best Dao elixir. Young Xiao Fan asked Murong Ling if he wanted Murong Ling to forgive him for getting some trash. Through the trembling in Murong Lin's voice, it could be heard that this was all he had. Zhang Xiao Fan decided not to continue and said that, since Murong Lin had sincerely apologized, for the sake of all sincerity, he would not bring up the topic of those years for now. Murong Ling thanked the master for his generosity, and asked the master to accept his collection as a gift. Lastly, Xiao Fan asked him to remember to avoid him because he might not want to talk to him next time. Murong Ling agreed and promised that he would remember this. Xiao Shui shouted at the pervert that he was great, then added that she believed that he wasn't lying. Since the three strongest people at the event couldn't handle Zhang, Xiao Fan Funwei decided to turn to experts. The talent event had come to an end. Xiao Wen said that they could go back now, and Xiao Shui was already satisfied that it was finally over. Just as suddenly, riders rode up to Xiao Fan's group and shouted out that the Divine Wind sect had received orders. Fengwei said that they had just received word that a wanted criminals had been spotted at the event, and therefore no one was allowed to leave the area. Jiang Xiao Fan said that, apparently, someone didn't want them to leave, and Xiao Shua asked the fat man what he meant. Fengwei ordered them to stand still, so he could search them, after which he pointed at Xiao Fan and ordered him to come out, as he looked too suspicious and was even carrying around too many spiritual weapons. Xiao Fan rolled his eyes because of this nonsense. Xiao Shui asked the fatty what he was talking about, and how Xiao Fan could even be a wanted criminal. Fengwei replied that he just felt like the guy was suspicious and asked Xiao Shui what she thought about it. Whereupon Fengwei licked his lips violently while looking at Xiao Shui, and asked why she wouldn't let him search the guy. Xiao Shua cried out and was about to rush into the fray. Just as suddenly, Jiang Xiao Fan grabbed her hand and told her not to worry about it, as he would personally take care of this type. Jiang Xiao Fan asked the fat man, what right did he have to search them? After which, he advised the fatty not to underestimate him if he didn't want to regret it later. Feeling Xiao Fan holding her hand, Xiao Shuai's heart thumped, and she was covered in blush. All she could think about now was that he had grabbed her hand without even asking her, and now he was saying she was his. Looking at this, a vein popped out on Fengwei's forehead, and he snorted. Fengwei ordered these people to be captured and brought to the Divine Wind sect, so that he could investigate them. After hearing this, Xiao Shuai's eyes flashed with anger, after which she wondered how this fatty dared to prevent her from holding on to Xiao Fan's hand. Xiao Shui turned to the fatty and took a step forward, after which she said that she would still watch the fatty dare to touch Xiao Fan Zhang. Xiao Fan stopped Xiao Shui, and laughingly told her not to worry, for he was able to handle them. After which, he asked Xiao Shui if he remembered her, and pointed at the hoof that appeared on his shoulder. Zhang Xiao Fan held out the pill to his aunt, and she agreed to do whatever he asked, just to get the pill. After receiving the pill, Xiao Bai jumped off Xiao Fan's shoulder. Fengwei asked if they thought they would be able to stop the guards of the Divine Wind sect. After all, in that case, they would have no idea who they were messing with. Xiao Bai said that they wouldn't be the ones to stop the Divine Wind guards, but she alone. After which, purple energy began to envelop her, and within a second she was back in her human form. Xiao Bai asked why she should care about these people. If she hadn't been asked by Jiang Xiao Fan, she wouldn't have even come out to see them. Seeing Xiao Bai Feng Wei through fear, forgot how to breathe. Everyone was astonished because of Xiao Bai, for she is a demonic beast in human form, and she possesses the great power of the Divine Emperor realm. The guards of the Divine Wind sect couldn't help but recognize Jiang Xiao Fan, for he is followed by such a persona. Feng Wei started to panic because, all of a sudden, Xiao Fan had gotten such a powerful pet, causing them to be unable to win. So he decided to just run away. Feng Wei told everyone that he suddenly remembered that he had something important to do, causing him to have to stop. As Feng Wei began to retreat, he told Xiao Fan that he was extremely lucky today, then promised that he would return one day and get that made for himself. He then added that he would also take revenge on the Xiao family, besides them. Xiao Wen wondered what this had to do with them, then Xiao Yu added that they didn't even have a camera. Xiao Fan asked if those people thought that they could just run away from here. He offered to see just how fast they could run, and pulled out a spear, after which he threw it with all his might. In the wake of the fleeing Feng Wei, the spear flew right beside Feng Wei. causing him to deflect to the side. And then he fell off his horse and rolled. With a trembling voice, Feng Wei asked young Xiao Fan what he was trying to do. Xiao Fan raised his spear and asked, what was Feng Wei doing? Isn't he a big fan of kidnapping? Weirdo girls, he should be sorry for what he did. Feng Wei started frantically begging Xiao Fan for mercy. But Xiao Fan wasn't going to stop and still stuck his spear into Feng Wei. Whereupon, he started screaming due to the pain he was experiencing. Hearing the shout, the guards realized that their young master had been left behind. The guard ordered them to stop torturing their young master. They don't even have the right to raise a hand on him, but since they dared to do so, none of them will be able to raise a hand again. Just as the guard jumped down from his horse, he was immediately struck. Shelby asked the guard not to say any more such nonsense. The guard jumped to his feet and asked them not to blame them for his death, immediately followed by the rest of the guards. The guards asked, didn't they think that the Divine Wind sect was so easy to intimidate, even if it was at the level of a divine emperor? It didn't mean that it could disrespect them. One of the guards took out a bow and offered to shoot the beast. All this talk was already starting to piss Xiao Bai off. Guards suggested she come down and attack them if she dared. Xiao Bai asked if they thought they could hold her back with their strength, then rushed toward the guards. Xiao Bai ordered the guards out of her way, and a moment later, she dealt with all the guards of the Divine Wind sect. Jiang Xiaofan praised Xiao Bai for the work he had done. Xiao Bai said that they shouldn't stay here for too long, and the people from the Divine Wind sect would soon report back. It wouldn't be long before they would return with renewed strength. Xiao Fan praised Xiao Bai for saying the right thing, and tossed her a pill, after which she thanked her boss. After finishing with all the matters, Xiao Fan motioned for Xiao Shuai to head back. After which, they all flew off together. After Xiao Fan and company flew away, the members of the Divine Wind sect discovered their young master and rushed to his aid. The half-dead Feng Wei asked Xiao Fan to wait for him, for he could not spare him after all that had happened. A short while later, Jiang Xiaofan said that they had finally arrived. Xiahua said that he was right because right in front of them was the Xiaoji fort. After that, Xiaoyu apologized for having to travel such a long way. Because of them, Xiaofan wondered what was so annoying about it, and Xiaowen told Xiaofan that he was quite polite. Jiang Xiaofan asked him not to worry because, if he said he would protect him, he would keep his word. Xiaowen thanked Xiaofan for his support. While they were talking, a man came out of the fort who immediately recognized Xiaowen and Xiaoyu. Xiaowen also recognized him as his uncle. Xiao Wang introduced Jiang Xiaofan to Uncle Zhang, then explained that he had invited him to help the Xiao family. The uncle was interested in this, and Xiao Fan introduced himself and greeted him. Uncle thought of a certain oddity. This guy seemed quite familiar to him, but he wasn't sure where he might have seen him. He laughed and greeted the guests, who had traveled such a long way. Suddenly, he remembered a certain Zhang, whereupon his uncle asked if this person was the same Zhang Xiaofan. Xiaowen replied that it was indeed him. Immediately after that, the second uncle turned around and left, and asked Zhang Xiaofan to apologize because Xiaofan's reputation was too terrible, and he couldn't let such people into the fort. The second uncle asked Xiaowen to guide this guest. Xiaowen asked his uncle what he was doing, since Zhang Xiaofan is their guest. Since Xiaowen and Xiaoyu are standing up for Zhang Xiaofan with such sincerity, Uncle decided to tell them he must do so, to prevent the destruction of this world. After which, he reached for the scroll, saying that this was a test. The uncle opened the scroll and asked if this was their guest of honor. After which, he explained that this picture was on the wanted list. Everyone was amazed that Jiang Xiaofan was suddenly a wanted man. After which, someone recalled seeing him somewhere near the ocean. Jiang Xiaofan complained about this wanted ad because the tactics of the Ziwei sect had already bored him. Xia Shuai asked the perverted man if it was really him in the photo. The second uncle hid the flyer and said that it was none of their business what kind of trouble he was having in the Ziwei sect, but he didn't want to interfere, so he had to ask him not to make life difficult for them. Uncle sighed, and then asked him to just leave. The way he came to them, Xiaoyu turned to her uncle, but he ignored her. Suddenly, someone intervened and asked Xiaofan to wait. The man praised Xiaofan for his courage since he was still so young, yet so calm in the face of the Zhiwei sect. The second uncle turned around, after which he saw that it was the patriarch. The second uncle tried to object to the master, for this man is a wanted man. Except that the patriarch of the Xiao family didn't care about that. The patriarch was the eyes of the Xiao family. Greeted Jiang Xiaofan on behalf of the family, after which he said that they would have a banquet today, to welcome brother Jiang in no time at all. All the preparations were completed, and the food prepared. The patriarch raised his glass, and turned to his family friend Xiao. His friend, Jiang, just as suddenly, a new person came to the banquet. and asked about the Xiao family's unrest. The second uncle slammed his hand on the table and called that man a bastard, whereupon what the man forgot here, to which Lu Zhou replied that, of course, he was here for fun, whereupon he told the patriarch that this banquet was very good. Lu Zhao asked, why don't they have room and treats for him and his brothers? Lu Jiao explained his intrusion by saying that this fort would still belong to their Divine Wind sect, because the Xiao clan would be affiliated to the Divine Wind sect. The second uncle asked the old man who his family was and ordered him to get out of Xiao fort, as he was not welcome here. Then, some members of the Xiao family also demanded that he leave. The old man asked them to look at themselves, because they were so cruel. The old man refused to leave. After all, they were now family. Zhang Xiaofan asked Xiaowen who the old man was. Gradually turning blue with anger, Xiaowen realized that this old man is one of the culprits for putting their Xiao family fort in this situation. This bastard's name is Lu Zhou, and he was once the most ordinary servant in their fort. When this old man first came into their family, they never treated him badly, but the man was so rude to them that he turned his back on them. To get rid of his servant status, he stole the Xiao family's secret fort techniques and offered them to the Divine Wind sect. All this to join the Divine Wind sect, and now they are working together with him to suppress the Xiao family. After listening to Xiaowen, Xiaofan agreed on how vile this person was, and such people should be gotten rid of. Early on, as he passed by, old man Lu Zhou suddenly noticed Jiang Xiaofan. The old man said that this young man was a new face here. When he came here, he wondered why it was so lively, but as it turned out, they had a new assistant. The old man asked what this boy could do, since he was so weak that he could be killed by any of the Divine Wind sect's guards, and then he laughed. One of the guards behind him laughed, and told old man Lu that he would probably be able to get rid of this boy using only one hand, so there was no need for a squad. Zhang Chao Fan smirked sinisterly, and asked the guard which hand he was going to use. The old man began to laugh, because of the young man's self-confidence. He then sharply approached him and warned the young bastard not to be so cocky, or he would die, and he wouldn't even know how. The guard suggested to Xiao Fan to let the old man take care of himself. Just as suddenly, Xiaowen jumped up from the table and ordered Lu Zhou to leave now, for this fort belonged to their Xiao family. After which, the patriarch himself explained to Lu Zhou that the Xiao family's fortress was no place for him. He ordered the old man to get out of here or else. The old man inquired as to what they would do, whereupon his hand became covered with a purple aura, and he said that he would today. The patriarch asked the old man how he dared, and attacked him, summoning a mighty whirlwind. But his attack was blocked by the guard, after which he asked the patriarch why he was so impatient today. He suggested to teach this ungrateful boy a lesson first, while the patriarch would have to wait his turn. Standing on the sidelines, the patriarch asked what they wanted, whereupon the guard laughed, and said that they should greet the guest of honor. Zhang Chao Fan told the patriarch that it was fine, as he was still sitting idle, just to see their plans for him. This old man is just an old piece of shit. Blue Zhou stared gloomily at Xiao Fan, and asked him to repeat what he had just said. The old man said that the latter was too sure of the end of his life, and therefore, he would show him now. The Xiao Fan, lightning fast, walked behind the old man's back, and asked what he was looking at. Immediately afterwards he kicked the old man's legs and said that he did not deserve to talk to him, while standing on his feet. A blow of such force was enough for the old man's old bones to crack, and the old man fell to the ground. The old man cried out because of the pain in his legs, and the guards of the Divine Wind sect rushed to his aid. After the guards lifted the old man up, they told Xiao Fan that he would still answer for daring to offend their captain. Xiao Fan explained to them that they were just a bunch of dogs who didn't know right from wrong, and used his spatial spear. Xiao Fan took out his spear before admitting that he wanted to know how they were going to make him pay, and raring to attack in the blink of an eye. Xiao Fan had dealt with the entire squad of the Divine Wind sect. The patriarch of the Xiao family turned to Xiao Shui, and said that her friend, slightly more specifically, is he too strong? Xiao Shui chuckled and said that he had always been like this. If he was offended, he would return the favor tenfold. The patriarch turned blue because of what he heard, and asked again. Jiang Xiao Fan pulled the old man up, holding him by his clothes, and said that such an unscrupulous rascal should be dealt with by the Xia family itself, not an outsider like him. Jiang Wen ordered him to be killed. This damn villain must die now. Lu Zhou begged the young master not to do so. Afterwards he admitted that he knew he was wrong, but now he was ready to offer him his help. He could tell them the secrets of the Divine Wind sect. Hearing this, Xia Shui inquired about their secret of strength. Lu Zhou was going to make up a lie to deceive these ignorant people, and then he would return to the Divine Wind sect, and bring all the guards here to destroy the Shao family fort. Lu Zhou reminded them that the Divine Wind sect wanted to annex the Shao family, after which he said that this was not the only thing they wanted to do. Xiaowen said that they didn't really need this information, and stabbed the old man with his sword, after which he splashed blood off his blade and said that he was bleeding out. The old man tried to address Xiaowen. Xiaowen said that he didn't need any help from the traitor, from the last of his strength. The old man said they were all. The old man couldn't stand it and spat on the ground, at last saying that Zai Jibo was dead. The second uncle complained to Xiaowen about not letting the traitor finish speaking. Xiaowen asked if he had forgotten how Lu Zhou had deceived his second sister. He then turned to the Shao family members and said that their family had already suffered too much, and that if they let the traitor go, it could be a disaster for them. If he hadn't said back then that Xiao Yu would marry Shen Fengmin, their family would never have gotten to this state. They can't believe anything that comes out of that rascal's mouth. Some members of the Shao family began to agree with Xiaowen's second uncle agreed that it was indeed true. Lu Zhou had already tricked them once before by forcing them into a marriage contract. Except if Lu Zhou really knew some secrets of the Divine Wind sect, how would they be able to fight them without having their own trump cards? Xiaowen shook his head, disagreeing with his uncle's words. Xiaowen asked his uncle, did he really not understand? Lu Zhou is only a captain of the Divine Wind Guards, and there was no way he could know the important secrets of the sect. Xiaofan reminded both of them that they were all members of the Shao family, and that there was no reason for them to quarrel over such a small thing. Besides, it's just some Divine Wind sect, and he would be able to deal with them himself. Second uncle asked if he was drunk, and how he would be able to deal with an entire sect by himself. He told Xiaofan that he probably drank too much. At the banquet, the patriarch of the Chao family ordered everyone to calm down and be quiet, after which he agreed with Zhang Xiaofan's words. For this was really not the time for infighting. Once Lu Zhou died, it would be an excuse to attack Fort Xia, rather than argue about it. The patriarch suggested thinking about how to deal with it. After which, Patriarch Xia bowed before Zhang Xiaofan and said that the Divine Wind clan could attack them at any time. Xiaofan felt embarrassed by the patriarch's bow and was about to ask the patriarch not to be so polite to him. But the man continued. He said that their family. He was asking for his help. Xiaofan told the patriarch that he didn't need to talk about it. After which, he smirked and said that it was only the Divine Wind sect. Let them come, and he would kill them all, one by one. At night of the same day, Xiaoyu caught up with her brother and asked if he was coming back. After a short silence, Xiaowen said that this was only a one-man job, and that they couldn't drag Zhang Xiaofan and the others into it. Xiaoyu needed to hear what the elders had said recently. Xiaoyu asked if Patriarch Xiaofan had asked for Xiaowen's help at that moment, what Xiaowen would be able to do. After that, Xiaowen revealed that he could at least use his name to get Brother John and Sister Shuai out of the city. This night, Xiaoyu told her brother not to worry, because young Shao Fengfan had already killed Fang Wei, and the Divine Wind sect would definitely blame him. If they made a mistake, there was no way they would be able to correct it. If not, they would fight to the end, as it was her family's fate. Suppressing a shiver, Xiao Hu said that after tomorrow, the Shao family might already cease to exist. But Xiao Hu reminded her brother that he had already seen how strong Zhang was, and if they fought together, they would definitely be able to. Xiaowen asked her sister to stop this. After all, he had already made up his mind. Suddenly, the door opened, and Xiao Fan ordered the two of them to stop it. Besides, he was busy with something right now. Xiaowen was surprised at what he heard, and asked what he was up to. Xiao Fan asked them not to say anything else, and that he had heard everything they said. And then he asked them to come in. Xiao Fan asked, why all this fuss? Because it was just a small sect. Xiaowen and Xiaoyu silently looked at each other after hearing this. After which, Xiao Fan asked them to just go inside. Inside Xiao Fan's room, Xiaowen said that the Divine Wind sect was no small thing and that they were much stronger than he thought. Furthermore, there are rumors that the Divine Wind clan guards have a secret combined formation that is simply terrifyingly powerful. Zhang Xiaofan didn't even pay much attention to this. Losing his composure, Xiaowen asked Xiaofan if he had heard what he had just said. The Divine Wind sect is really strong, and therefore he should flee together with Xiao Shuai. Xiao Fan told Xiaowen that he was being too emotional. After which, he replied that he had heard what the man had said, and that was why he was preparing a secret weapon right now. Xiaowen asked what kind of weapon it was. Xia Shuai suddenly peeked out from around the corner and asked what kind of secret weapon it was. She then asked the pervert what he had been doing all night. Hearing Xiao Shuai, Xiao Fan asked her to come in quickly. Afterward, he pulled the fishing line and said it was almost done, And after a few seconds, Xiao Fan laughed, having finally prepared everything at the same time. Xiu Shuai was trying to figure out what it was. Xiu Shuai turned to the perverted man and asked if this was really the secret weapon he was talking about, and if it was, wasn't it just created to encourage the enemy? Xiaowen was also curious to hear about it. Zhang Xiaofan raised a flag and said that it was exactly like this. With this, he would be able to eliminate a large number of Divine Wind Sect soldiers. The next day, the Divine Clan Sect's army arrived at the Xiao clan's fort. After which, they stopped at the fort itself, and two cultivators stepped forward. The head of the Divine Wind announced that he was going to destroy the Xiao family fort today, and the soldiers behind exclaimed. Anticipating the fun on the Xiao family side, Jiang Xiaofan came out and said that those people were exalting themselves too much, and if they wanted to touch the Xiao family, they would have to go through him. Jiang Xiaofan, first hearing the one named the head, told Xiao Fan that it was the one who dared to ruin his son, and Xiao Fan agreed. The head of the Divine Windsock called Jiang Xiaofan an arrogant bastard, then said that he wouldn't go anywhere today. The head of the Divine Wind swept his hand near his neck, and ordered his men to kill Jiang Xiaofan and all the members of the Xiao family. Immediately after which, the Divine Wind's cavalry headed out to attack. As the riders approached Xiao Fan, he continued to stand still. The first rider who reached Xiao Feng wished that one to be cursed and to die for him. Xiao Feng said that this was exactly what he wished to see. After all, they get through this much faster, after which he snapped, finally engaging his secret weapon. Immediately afterward, a red net glittered between him and his opponent, and a moment later, the enemy riders were defeated, slightly thinning the ranks of the Divine Wind Sect. Thanks to his training, Jiang Chao Fan had defeated many soldiers without taking a single step. The head of the Divine Wind Sect was amazed at what he saw. He wondered if it could be the 81 flag, the 9th largest flag. After which, he finally decided to assume that it was indeed him. Jiang Chao Fan admitted that there was no way he had expected the latter turned out to be so knowledgeable. The head of the Divine Wind agreed that it wouldn't be easy. He never thought that this son of a bitch would be able to learn this art. A hooded cultivator approached the head and whispered that they were in danger. Hearing this, the head smirked and growled contentedly. After which, he admitted in public that he hadn't even thought that he would ever come up with such a trick, and the old man wouldn't be able to kill him for the time being. But since he can't kill him now, there are those who are related to Jiang Xiaofan, be it his relatives, friends, disciples, or even his girlfriend. He will send Divine Wind Sect experts to arrest them. One by one, Xiao Fan interjected for what the Divine Wind Head had just said, and the man explained that he would torture them, so that they could realize that life could be far worse than death. After which, he squeezed the flame in his hand and said that after those went through pain and despair, they would all be in front of Jiang Xiaofan's eyes. After which, he turned around and said that he could hide behind this formation as long as he wanted. Xiao Fan turned gloomy and called the old man an idiot. Taking advantage of the spatial ring, Xiao Fan told the old man that if he even dared to touch his men, immediately afterward, he tore towards the head of the Divine Wind and shouted that he would let his soul fly away. Just as suddenly, the old man abruptly turned around and explained to Xiao Fan that he had fallen for a trick. Xiao Shui and Xiao Bai immediately realized that things were not good for them, for the aura of the Divine Emperor realm began to emanate from this person. The head of the Divine Wind asked Xiao Fan if he had tried to harm him. Young Xiao Fan cursed the old man and asked how the man only dared to frame him. The head asked, so, what's in it for him? After which, he reminded Xiao Fan that he was still in his hands, and squeezed his hand. Xiao Bai ordered Xiao Fan not to touch Xiao Fan, and rushed to the rescue. Noticing this, Xiao Shui warned Xiao Shui to be more careful. Xiao Bai took on a human form and covering her hands with her aura, ordered the old man to let Xiao Fan go. Just as suddenly, a hooded cultivator appeared beside her, and immediately grabbed Xiao Bai's hand. He admitted that he couldn't even believe that Xiao Fan's divine beast was actually within the realm of the Divine Emperor, except it didn't matter to him, and he was able to break through her defenses with ease. Immediately after which, it flew into the ground not far from Zhang Xiaofan, causing him to worry about it. The head of the Divine Wind Sect admitted that he hadn't expected to see a divine beast in the hands of such a little brat, but now Jiang Xiaofan could only dutifully await his fate. The situation was simply dire, and Xiaofan had no choice but to take advantage. Suddenly, Patriarch Xiao jumped out from behind the formation, and asked the Divine Wind Sect leader how he could dare to attack Xiaofan while thinking that there was no one in the Xiao family who could resist him. Immediately afterward, he summoned several mighty vortices to destroy the enemy. Seizing the opportunity, Patriarch Xiao picked up his buddy and his divine beast, after which he returned to safety. After a few seconds, the whirlwind dissipated, and the head of the divine wind realized that he had missed his enemies. Shaking off the dust, the head stepped back, and at the same time, a servant came up to him and admitted his incompetence in the last battle. The head asked him to forget about it, as they wouldn't be able to get out of the fort alive. Anyway, he even wondered, how much longer could this boy hold out? After rescuing Xiao Fan, Patriarch Xiao took him to the closed part of the Xiao fort. Young Xiao Fan inquired about their current location. The Patriarch replied that this was the Xiao family's restricted area. He realized that Xiao Fan was in danger, so he had no choice but to bring him here. When Xiaobai heard that it was a restricted area, she volunteered to go with them, but she still wondered what would happen to the other people. Patriarch Xiao asked her not to worry about it, as they knew all the passages to the Forbidden Zone, and would soon join them, after which he explained that they would just take shelter here for a while. After entering the building, the Patriarch said that they had arrived, and that they would wait from here on. Xiao Fan agreed. Except, the Divine Wind sect has two powerful Divine Emperor Realm cultivators, because of which it might be a bit difficult. Patriarch Xiao explained that, if only they hadn't lost the Xiao family's secret techniques, they wouldn't be in this situation now, and wouldn't be afraid of the Divine Wind sect. They were unlucky, after which he told them that all they had now was a long lost scroll of technology, but at the moment, it was just a scrap of torn paper. Xiao Fan asked if he could have a look at the scroll, to which Patriarch Xiao replied that he could certainly take it. Zhang Xiaofan had done a great favor for their family, and this was just a lost scroll. Xiaofan thanked the Patriarch and reached for the scroll. Zhang Xiaofan easily slipped his hand inside the barrier, and picked up the scroll as he suddenly felt. A moment later, Zhang Xiaofan. Suddenly, he found himself in an unfamiliar place. After that, he realized that there wasn't even a sense of touch, because of which, he assumed that this place was someone's divine consciousness world. Zhang Xiaofan looked up and suddenly, to himself, he saw the actual dragon itself. The dragon asked, who had invaded his mirage of the Thunder God. Zhang Xiaofan was surprised when he heard that it was a Thunder God mirage. After which, he said that he had not entered this place on purpose. The dragon inquired if the man thought that he could enter here whenever he wanted, and Zhang Xiaofan asked, isn't that how it should be? The dragon assumed that the man just wanted to tease him. But Zhang Xiaofan explained that the man had misunderstood him, and that he was leaving this place right now. The dragon ordered the one to get out of here now, and struck with a lightning bolt, throwing Zhang Xiaofan away. Lightning slammed into the ground, and Xiaofan was miraculously unharmed. Things were bad. He couldn't use his trump cards, and the only outcome left was to die in the mirage of the Thunder God. Just as suddenly, electrical pulses began to emanate from Zhang Xiaofan's hand, which clearly didn't escape the dragon's eyes. And more importantly, it surprised him. The dragon tried to understand how this person was suddenly able to understand the power of thunder. Noticing that the dragon had stopped attacking, Zhang Xiaofan looked at him in surprise. What surprised the dragon even more was that this person had a fragment of ancient copper. Suddenly, the dragon said he had to go and suggested Xiaofan get out of here, which threw him into confusion, due to the abrupt likeness. After which, he punched through space and roared loudly. Xiaobai wanted Patriarch Xiao to explain what was happening right now, but even the latter wasn't sure what had happened. Xiaobai pulled the Patriarch up by his clothes, and he told her that the whole point was that this scroll had long been abandoned, and no one from the Xiao family had ever been able to fathom its secrets. This scroll shouldn't have reacted to Jiang Xiaofan. Xiaobai explained to the Patriarch that there was something wrong with his scrolls, otherwise Xiaofan could not have fainted at the touch of a scroll. Xiaobai put more effort into her hoops and demanded an explanation, but the Patriarch only said that he really didn't know anything. Just as suddenly, Xiaobai noticed that something strange was happening to Jiang Xiaofan's body, and a thunderous aura was emanating from him. Immediately after, she shouted for him to hold on, and flew to Xiaofan's rescue. But as soon as she touched the barrier, she was hit with an electrical pulse. The Patriarch ran up to Xiaobai and asked if she was alright. He then assumed that, since Zhang Xiaofan was emitting an aura of thunder and lightning, he was probably trying to comprehend a long-lost art. Suddenly, everyone heard the voice of the head of the Divine Wind sect. He asked Zhang Xiaofan if the little bastard thought that he would be safe in this place, if he didn't want Fort Xia to be flooded with blood, then he should go outside right now. Patriarch Xiao recognized that their business was going too badly. Immediately after that, the others entered the building. The Patriarch asked about what was going on outside, to which the second uncle replied that things were very bad, as the soldiers of the Divine Wind sect were attacking them, after which Xiao Shui noticed that there was something wrong with the big pervert, and asked about it. Xiao Bai admitted that she and Patriarch Xia didn't understand anything at all. Xiao Wen wondered if Jiang Xiaofan was trying to understand their family's lost art. Just as suddenly, Xiao Yu noticed a purple lightning bolt near Xiaofan. Second uncle asked the patriarch what he was doing here. After all, they can't give out Xiao family secrets to outsiders. Following behind, the rest of the Xiao family picked up on the elder's words. They wanted to know why the hell their patriarch was doing such a thing. Even if their secret art was lost, it still can't be passed on to outsiders. This is the ultimate insult to the Xiao family. After hearing all of this, the patriarch of the Xiao family ordered everyone to shut up because it was too late for fighting. If the illusion shattered, everyone in the Xiao fortress would be affected. So, what good would the forbidden technique be to them? Suddenly, there was an explosion, and the building shook, causing the Xiao members to tacitly agree with Patriarch Xiao. Patriarch Xiao cried out that this was very bad, and ran to the barrier with the men. Xiao Bai volunteered to stay here to look after Zhang Xiaofan. Running outside, Patriarch Xiao saw the members of the Divine Wind sect attacking the barrier at full speed. The Patriarch took up the task of maintaining the barrier, and ordered the others to help him with it. And hold the line. Things were simply dire. For the illusory array was already at its limit, and could collapse at any moment. The head of the Divine Wind ordered his men to continue the attack. Soon, the formation should fall, and they would flood Fort Xia with blood. Meanwhile, Xiao Bai saw a strange reaction. Xiao Fan started spewing out more and more purple lightning. Just as suddenly, a crack appeared in the barrier, and a thunder beam shot out of it, nearly incinerating Anti after flying past Xiao. The beam nearly hit Patriarch Xiao before crashing into the illusory array. The Patriarch asked his men who among them had destroyed the illusory array, and if that person had gone mad. Turning around, he saw Xiao Fan, who started laughing, for he was finally here. The head of the Divine Wind sect laughed loudly, after which he said that the Xiao family's formation was worthless. Under the roar of his Divine Wind sect, it was just nothing. Now he was ready to see where the Xiao family members would hide. This time, as he walked further, the Divine Wind head saw that only Zhang Xiaofan alone was standing in his way, while the other cultivators heard it in the distance. Jiang Xiaofan abruptly turned around and asked the old man why he was still here. After all, he thought that he had already died of old age. Waiting for him, giving into the provocation, the old man immediately unleashed his aura, and shouted that the brat had too sharp a tongue and would therefore tear his mouth open immediately. After which, he turned into an air vortex, and rushed towards Zhang Xiaofan. Patriarch Xiao shouted to Xiaofan to dodge this blow. As soon as the head of the Divine Wind approached, Xiaofan disappeared from his seat. The head of the Divine Wind asked how this was even possible. After all, there was no way that the brat's speed could increase. Again, Zhang Xiaofan, who was in the air, asked the old man if the problem was that the man was starting to age, and his eyes were no longer seeing well. Suddenly, a hooded cultivator appeared right behind Zhang Xiaofan. The one asked Xiaofan what was the point of speed if he couldn't overpower him and the Master Divine Emperors. Today was the day of Zhang Xiaofan's death. Xiao Shuai shouted to Zhang Xiaofan that an enemy had approached from behind. But it was too late, and since it looked like she'd have to do something herself. As soon as the cultivator touched Xiaofan, his hand began to pass by. For some unknown reason, he simply can't hurt Xiaofan. Seizing the chance, Zhang Xiaofan attacked the cultivator with his foot. But the cultivator managed to dodge the blow. Immediately after, a hooded cultivator was on top of him, and began to create black spheres. The emperor attacked Xiaofan, but he instantly moved out of the attack range, leaving purple lightning behind him. The head of the Divine Wind shouted that it was all just a flea-like effort. He already knew where Xiao Feng would dodge next time. Hence, he created several mighty tornadoes unexpectedly. But instead of dodging, Jiang Xiaofan tore straight towards the emperor. Immediately afterward, he threw him straight back to the vortices of the chapter. The cultivator asked the head to save him, which made the head reprimand him. The head couldn't let a subordinate die, and so he moved the tornado. After which, a hooded cultivator landed behind his back. Zhang Xiaofan recognized that it was not bad, but why was the head panting? The head said an eye for an eye, forcing Xiaofan to turn around. With a final movement, the Divine Wind Sect head directed the vortices straight towards Zhao's hideout. The Divine Wind Sect had laughed, and asked Xiaofan to watch. Zhao's family and his beloved go straight to hell. Patriarch Xiao ordered everyone to run away, while he restrained those vortices. Suddenly, purple lightning struck the vortices, and then, they began to dissipate. The head of the Divine Wind Sect couldn't believe what he was seeing. After all, just now, Zhang Xiaofan had used the Xiao family's secret art, the Arc of Purple Thunder. Looking at the old man's pointless endeavors, Zhang Xiaofan wondered if he really wanted to kill him. because if so, he was ready for a real fight. In response, the head of the Divine Wind shouted to Xiao Fan that he should kill him today. The hooded cultivator told the head that he would have to take advantage of it. After which, a black fluid aura began to emanate from his hands. The emperor told Xiao Fan that he would die today, and then he summoned a huge serpent to eat the enemy. Zhang Xiao Fan said that this was too shameless a statement, and instantly destroyed the snake. At the same time, the enemy emperor's cloak, caught on the head of the Divine Wind, Sak cried out that it was too powerful. The Thunder God's decree possesses too immense strength. Afterwards he asked his brother not to try to fight it. As the thunder had a deterrent effect on them, he suggested to retreat before it was too late. But the man replied that they would stay a moment longer, and threw off the remains of his cloak. He admitted that he had never thought that Xiao Fan was so strong, and that he had clearly underestimated him. Patriarch Xiao was astonished when he saw who exactly was hiding under the cloak. It's actually the former master of the Divine Wind sect, Fengxing. Except that one should have been dead a long time ago. Fengxing laughed and said that he remembered him, and since that was the case, he should definitely remember a certain trick. Immediately after, which he rushed towards Zhang Xiao Fan, and the Divine Wind sect head asked him to stop. Fengxing recognized that Zhang Xiao Fan had talent, but unfortunately, a huge skull appeared behind Fengxing's back. After which, the latter quickly approached Zhang Xiao Fan. Fengxing said that, unfortunately, Xiao Fan's body would now belong to him. Xiao Shui was worried about the fate of the perverted man, and Patriarch Xiao ordered that no one should go there, since it was a soul purification technique. Once you touch its aura, it will immediately take over your body and kill you. The head of the Divine Wind sect was happy about this outcome, because this annoying boy was finally finished, and now no one would be able to stop him. Xiao Shui asked the Patriarch of Xia to do something, to which the latter replied that emperors are not trivial, and that now one can only. As Xiao Bai suddenly shouted that none of this was true, and that she believed in Zhang Xiao Fan, whereupon she asked everyone to look up. The ball of flesh burst, and Feng Sheng flew out of it. As he flew down, Feng Sheng couldn't accept what had happened, for it was almost impossible. The head of the Divine Wind rushed to the rescue, and caught the falling brother. The head asked his brother what had just happened, to which he was about to give an answer, but abruptly reprimanded and shouted that he owed it to him to get that boy's body. Looking up, the head of the Divine Wind sect asked, "What is happening now?" Jiang Xiaofan began to gather the thunder clouds above him, after which, he began to condense the energy of the sky and earth into a sphere. It was a perfect call of thunder. Looking at this, Xiao Shui wondered if this was the real strength of the pervert. Frightened by the enemy technique, the Divine Wind sect leader, once again, he advised his brother to flee from here, and this time, he was forced to agree with him. Except that Zhang Xiaofan had already finished his preparations, and since those were leaving, he didn't mind helping them leave. Jiang Xiaofan threw the thunder sphere at the two divine emperors, after which, it quickly caught up with them, and a few moments later, there was nothing but a gaping hole in the ground. At the impact site, the Xiao family members began to praise Jiang Xiaofan, for they had finally broken free from the Divine Wind sect. Everyone jumped up and down joyfully, rejoicing in their victory, and only the members of the Divine Wind sect were left behind. As their master had just died, Zhang Xiaofan was finally able to sigh, after which he said that the Thunder God techniques consumed too much energy. Suddenly, someone called out to him, which startled him quite a bit, and even the members of the Xiao clan couldn't believe what they saw. After all, the head of the Divine Wind sect had managed to survive Zhang Xiaofan's final blow. He asked Xiaofan, how did he just dare to kill his brother? Above the head himself towered a horned creature covered in green feathers. The head swore that he was about to kill Zhang Xiaofan. Xiao revealed that this beast is Fian, a legendary god and also a monster. He is the lord of the 5 fortunes and the 8 winds. Except, they don't need to worry about him, because this Fian is just a spirit. In the blink of an eye, Phalian was crushed as he was dying. The head of the Divine Wind sect said that it simply couldn't be, for it was a treasure. Zhang Xiaofan said that it was the same thing, and that he would just kill him. The members of the Divine Wind sect were not in good spirits. For their master, Zhang Xiaofan pointed at the members of the destroyed sect and ordered them to listen to him. Their master was dead, and the Divine Wind sect no longer existed. If they agreed to join the Xiao family, he was willing to spare their lives. One of the disciples asked Jiang Xiaofan if he would really spare them. The disciple behind him asked his brother if he was willing to try it, to which he replied that he would die if he didn't agree. Barely suppressing a shudder, one of the students raised his hand and said. Then, the 5 disciples of the destroyed Divine Wind sect, raised their hands and said that they agreed to join the Xiao family. With these settled, Jiang Xiaofan asked the surrendered ones to move to the right. Just as suddenly, one of the cultivators lowered his hand and asked them to take their time. The others were surprised at this kind of behavior. From the elder, the cultivator charged the brethren that their master's body had yet to cool down, but they were already betraying him. However, the elder, he demanded that they stop calling him elder. For today, he would kill them all. The elder waved his hand, summoning a hand of purple aura, to kill the traitors of the divine wind sect. Some of the disciples cried out in fear, for they were about to die at the hands of their own elder. And one of them asked not to kill them, for they still wanted to live. Only did the sinister hand approach the former divine wind disciples, as it was immediately destroyed. After which, the heavenly demon sword continued on its way, and pierced through the elder's chest. Jiang Xiaofan approached the elder, and asked if he had heard what he had just said. After which, he grasped the hilt of his sword and said that people who do not want to surrender, they must die immediately. After which, Jiang Xiaofan sliced open the elder. One of the divine wind disciples asked Jiang Xiaofan if their elder had really died. Jiang Xiaofan asked the one why their divine wind sect was so cruel, and they were constantly killing people. He was simply amazed by these people. The disciple asked Xiaofan how he could say such a thing, when he himself was far worse than them. Yung Xiaofan decided not to continue the conversation, and suggested that they go and report everything to the Xiao family, while he himself would go about his business for now. Suddenly, the disciple fell to his knees, bowed, and thanked Jiang Xiaofan for his help. After which, he asked him to become their new head of the Divine Wind sect. If he didn't mind, of course. Xiaofan asked about what had come over him, and explained that he was making a mistake. Xiao Shui, on the other hand, asked the disciple if this would be normal. Xiao Bai then revealed that these disciples had probably only recently joined the Divine Wind sect, and attacking Fort Xiao wasn't even part of their plans originally, not to mention that just now, the elder wanted to kill them in public. But in the end, the disciples were saved by their enemy, Jiang Xiaofan. Jiang Xiaofan was astonished at what these two were talking about. The disciples bowed to Jiang Xiaofan, and all together asked for him to become their new sect master. Jiang Xiaofan thought about it for a moment, but in the end, he decided to admit that he didn't think he would succeed. Xiao Shui grabbed Jiang Xiaofan's shoulder and made a suggestion to them. If they really wanted to thank Jiang Xiaofan, they could give him a few treasures of their sect. Hearing this, Xiaofan couldn't help but admit that it was a great idea, and said that he liked it. Afterwards, the disciples brought Mr. Xiaofan to the treasury of the Divine Wind sect. He told Mr. Xiaofan that he could take anything he wanted. Jiang Xiaofan was amazed at how many different treasures were here. Xiao Bai shouted that all the pills in this room belonged to her from now on, and that she would eat it all, right. Now, first of all, Jiang Xiaofan grabbed a sword, whose scabbard was covered with gold engraving. There were a lot of spiritual soldiers in this room, and he could once again enrich his stockpile. The Divine Wind disciple asked Xiao Shui if she would like to pick up something. As well, she replied that she would wait until the others had chosen. The disciple bowed and said that she was truly generous. Xiao Shui mentally agreed with her generosity. As soon as Zhang Xiao finished, she would use her spatial abilities to take everything for herself, so she wished that he would take his time and choose more carefully. Xiao Shui heard a giggle behind him and asked his sister why she was giggling. Xiao Shui didn't hear this, as she couldn't help but feel excited about her new strength. Just as suddenly, she realized that she was acting strangely, and said that it was nothing, then asked Zhang Xiaofan if he had chosen anything. She advised him not to be shy and still choose something, as the treasure could make him stronger. Xiaofan, on the other hand, chuckled. Suddenly, Jiang Xiaofan sensed something from a distant part of the treasury. As he got closer, Xiaofan realized that this feeling was coming from this outfit. This outfit gave him the same feeling as the copper bro's aura. Jiang Xiaofan called out to his disciple, and the latter happily ran up to him. Jiang Xiaofan asked if their master had found these clothes, to which the latter replied that all the treasures here were collected by the past masters of the Divine Wind sect, and Xiaofan could take whatever he wanted here. Xiaofan said that, in that case, he would return now, and the disciple inquired where he would go. Just as suddenly, Jiang Xiaofan heard a burp, and looked behind his disciple to see a satisfied Xiao Bai. Jiang Xiaofan was amazed at what he saw. He asked his aunt if she had really eaten all the pills here, but she only chuckled contentedly, after which Xiao Shui said that the harvest had been gathered. When Jiang Xiaofan tried on the new outfit, he couldn't be happy with it, because it was a great outfit. That resonated with his copper fragment, so he could master the Copper Brothers' power even better. And that's not to mention a ring filled with spiritual soldiers of high quality. A satisfied Jiang Xiao fan started humming about what a rich harvest he had gathered here. Xiao Shuai pouted at this because he only knew about harvesting spiritual soldiers and didn't even bother to ask her about what she liked. Suddenly, she had a rather entertaining idea. Barely containing her laughter, Xiao Shuai slipped her hand through the space and reached for the ring that Jiang Xiaofan had just tossed. Just as suddenly, Jiang Xiaofan noticed a hand that came out of nowhere and grabbed it. Jiang Xiaofan asked Xiao Shuai what was wrong with her hands. In response, Xiao Shuai stomped her foot and told Xiaofan not to try so hard and just take the ring. Xiaofan apologized several times, after which he asked how he could know it was her, and offered this ring to her, but Xiao Shui turned away, after which she said that she didn't care. Still, she opened one eye and said she'd forgive him if he told her how he guessed she was the one using spatial abilities. Jiang Xiaofan said that he guessed, as the mysterious cultivator suddenly attacked, but did not harm him, indicating that he had changed the structure of the space. Everyone in the Xiao family uses the wind element. He is familiar with Auntie's technique, which leaves only Xiao Shuai. He then asked when she had awakened her spatial abilities, and why he was only now finding out about it. Xiao Shuai replied that she couldn't say, and Xiaofan appeared to be quite smart, so she was willing to let him go. In any case, Jiang Xiaofan still doesn't know a lot of things. Just as suddenly, Jiang Xiaofan abruptly grabbed and turned Xiao Shuai around and hugged her. Jiang Xiaofan whispered that he actually knew it was her. Covered in a blush, Xiao Shuai hummed. After which, she asked about what he was doing. While the three of them were updating the Divine Wind Sex Treasury, the Xiao family threw a banquet. People were happy that they were able to survive, all thanks to Lord Jiang Xiaofan. And just after the banquet started, Jiang Xiaofan and company returned to the Xiao fort, and the patriarch of the Xiao family came out to meet them. The Xiao patriarch thanked Jiang Xiaofeng and said that, from now on, he was the Xiao family's great benefactor, and if Jiang Xiaofeng asked them, the Xiao family would go through fire and water for him. Jiang Xiaofan said that it was just a favor. After all, Xiao Wen's brother and Xu Yu's sister are his wife's friends. Xiu Shuai was stunned by what this pervert had just said. Xiu Shuai grabbed Jiang Xiaofan's ear and calling him a big pervert, she asked who his wife is here. Xiao Fan could only reply that he was in a lot of pain right now, and the Xiao family members started laughing with the two of them. When the two were done, the second uncle came up to Xiao Fan and apologized for what happened when they first met. Shelvin rubbed his head and said that there was nothing wrong with it. After which, the elder admitted that he was curious to know how the latter had learned the Xiao family's secret art. Shelvin pondered for a moment before agreeing to answer them. Immediately afterward, he confessed that he didn't really know it himself. The patriarch and the elder lost the ground beneath their feet. The elder said that he didn't believe it because such a thing was impossible. Xiao Fan replied that he wasn't really lying, but if uncle didn't believe it, if one does not believe, he can seal everything with a spiritual imprint. The elder asked if this was really true. Zhang Chaofun touched his forehead with his fingers to create a spiritual imprint. After that, he stretched his fingers forward to show the scene, and the Xiao family members began to meditate to see everything. Suddenly the elder opened one eye and asked, "Why can't he understand a single word? It's simply impossible. After all, this is the Xiao family skill, but he can't master it." Patriarch Xiao admitted that he had the same, which surprised the elder. After which, he revealed that, according to his ancestors' story, the Xiao family's secret technique had been passed down to the Xiao family hundreds of years ago, and was not created by Xiao Jiabao, as they all believed. Patriarch Xiao suggested that it was Zhang Xiaofan who was the true master of this secret art. Zhang Xiaofan pondered that if his hunch was correct, the Xiao family's secret art must be related to his copper brother, but unfortunately, the Thunder God's secret and the copper did not fall out together. And so, Patriarch Xiao does not know what is going on. Suddenly, an unknown person noticed Jiang Xiaofan and shouted that he was here now. Shelfin, on the other hand, kept puzzling over what he was about to do. After all, the Thunder Dragon should know copper, but he was already consumed by it. At the cultivator's shout, his crowd rushed over, and then he shouted to Jiang Xiaofan that the Zuwei sect was looking for him for disrupting the talent festival and seriously affecting the Huangshimen sect. They would now deliver him to the Shiwei sect. After which, that Zhang Chaofan would pay for his deeds. Zhang Chaofan waved them away and asked them to leave, as he was bored right now. The cultivators were not willing to tolerate such an insult, and asked that Zhang Chaofan not blame them for it. They gathered ore and their swords and threw them at Jiang Xiaofan, while Xiaofan complained that those were too stubborn. After which, he said that they needed to be taught a lesson, and abruptly turning around, he used the secret technique of the Thunder God. The cultivators were in floods of tears because of what had happened. After all, Their spirit soldiers had just been annihilated. Zhang Xiaofan asked what those wanted him to do, then suggested that Xiao Shui continue on their way. As soon as Zhang Xiaofan took a step, a new voice ordered him to stop. Cultivator asked Xiaofan, how dare he, just dare, erect the spiritual soldiers of the guards. For his insolence, he should. Zhang Xiaofan put his hand on his face and asked, what kind of small melon was growing here? He advised this kid to just calm down and leave this place, but the fellow cursed loudly and said that he would have to take matters into his own hands. The cultivator folded his hands into a seal and began to giggle, after which, a pagoda appeared in the air. Zhang Xiaofan didn't care about this at all, but Xiao Shou was worried since this kid had, somehow, managed to get his hands on the soul recycling pagoda. The cultivator called Xiaofan a baby and said that today, he would show him the power of his shower recycling pagoda, immediately after which, the young cultivator summoned the bad spirit. Xiao Shui said that the soul recycling pagoda was a Yin treasure that was rumored to be able to melt souls. Xiao Shui asked Jiang Xiaofan to look at the Yin energy in this tower, then one can realize that it has already managed to kill several people. However, the pagoda's aura was still too weak, and it was still far away from the treasure level. Xia Shui said that she just couldn't believe that such a young cultivator could have such a black heart, but the man showed her his tongue and asked her to leave him alone, without all these lectures. Zhang Xiaofan told the cultivator that he would teach that one manners today, which surprised him. Cultivator replied that she was not his parent to teach him manners, and they did not know his other identity, Zhu Yonglin, yet after which, he turned dramatically serious, and said that his name was Zhu, and he would scare them to death, just so long as he could hear their screams. Hearing Zhu Yunlin's name, Xia Shui remembered that he was Zhu Shida's younger brother. Zhu Yunlin recognized that Xia Shui had brains. After all, Jikaido was indeed his brother, and also the first core disciple of the Huang Tian Menshi, after which he roared and shouted that it was useless to be afraid. Since they were already dead, Zhu Yunlin ordered the pagoda to attack the two. The spirit recycling pagoda attacked Jiang Xiaofan with all its might, but he blocked it with his palm, after which, Jiang Xiaofan threw it into the air, and the pagoda exploded. Zhu Yunlin simply had no words after what had happened, whereupon, he shouted to the sky that it shouldn't be like this, and after a moment, bloodlust showed on his face. Zhu Yunlin roared that it was a spirit recycling pagoda, given by his brother, and now he must kill them. Zhang Xiaofan leaned on the kid's shoulder, and asked how the kid was going to kill him. 7 Su Yunlin ordered Zhang Xiaofan to get behind him, and fought off his hand. Zhang Xiaofan said that he was just a pain in the ass, as everything kept attacking him. And since brother is the first core disciple of the Huangtian sect, Jiang Xiaofan put it on his knee, and said that he needed to teach the tomboy a lesson. While Jiang Xiaofan was beating Zhu Yunlin's butt, Xiao Shui started laughing, and said that Jiang Xiaofan was acting too harshly, to which the latter replied that he didn't think so. Feeling incredibly embarrassed, Zhu Yunlin asked Zhang Xiaofan, how dare he beat him for this? He would tell his brother everything, and when he did, he would never let Xiaofan go. Zhang Xiaofan asked Zhu Yunlin, as he only dared to threaten him again, since he wouldn't learn anything. Zhang Xiaofan decided to be tougher on him and created a thunder spear. To do so, only Zhu Yunlin felt the aura of thunder. As he began to beg Jiang Xiaofan to stop. Through tears, Zhu Yunlin admitted his guilt and asked Jiang Xiaofan to forgive him. After the end of the punishment, Zhu Yunlin tidied up his clothes, and after running off a bit, he shouted that he would remember this day, whereupon he abruptly felt the pain of his recent beating. Jiang Xiaofan was angry. He had just taught this boy a lesson, but he was back at it again. Xiao Shui laughed and told him to forget about it, after which she grabbed Zhang Xiaofan's hand and advised him to return to Wuwu Peak, as Elder Lu and the others hadn't seen him in a long time. Zhang Xiaofan agreed and said that he would gladly take his wife's advice. Xiao Shui pouted and threatened that, if he called her that again, she would start ignoring him. After a while, Zhang Xiaofan finally returned to Wuwei Peak, after which, he called out to Elder Lu and the brothers, while humming, but surprisingly, no one came, not even the two who surprised Jiang Xiaofan. Suddenly, a shout was heard nearby, and Lin Quan and Tang Yuxuan ran towards the boss. Tang Yuxuan greeted the boss, after which, he told him that Master Yangxing wanted to meet with him. Jiang Xiaofan wondered why such an important person had traveled all the way here to meet him. Tan Yu agreed that it was unusual, and advised him to meet him as soon as possible. Suddenly, Master Yangxing beat them to it, and said that it wasn't necessary. Master Yangxing said that he had been waiting for Zhang Xiaofan for a long time, after which he asked him to come with him to the Noodling Heart Palace. Zhang Xiaofan wondered if this was all happening because of the talent festival. Zhang Xiaofan asked. Why was he being summoned to the palace? Master Yinxing said that something had happened, and that Zhang Xiaofan would understand everything. When he arrived on the scene, Zhang Xiaofan knows that Master Yinxing is very influential, and if he doesn't comply, he might involve Lin Quan and Tong Yu. Hence, Master came to him to personally invite him. Zhang Xiaofan agreed with the Master, and said that he would follow him. Just as suddenly, Lin Quan grabbed his hand and asked the boss to be much more careful, because already, the entire Huangshimen sect knew about what Zhang Xiaowan had done. Jin Chao Fan asked Lin Xuan not to worry, and promised that he would be fine. Following the Master, Jin Chao Fan told the brothers that he would be back soon, and asked them to send greetings to Old Man Lu. They said they would do it, but couldn't take away the excitement for their boss. As soon as Master Yinxing entered the palace, he was immediately greeted by the guests. Master Yinxing apologized that they had to wait so long for him. Zhang Xiaofan greeted the elders, after which Master Yinxing introduced Zhang Xiaofan, a disciple of the Huangshimen sect. To them, those who called Zhang Xiaofan were the elders of the Ji Wei sect, the Xiyang sect, and Binggong. Looking at the elders, Zhang Xiaofan noticed someone familiar, and asked Sister Bingxing what she was doing here. Just as suddenly, Master Yingxing coughed, to remind Xiaofan of where, and in front of whom, he was. Now Master Yingxing told the elders that if they had any questions about what happened at the talent festival, they could ask Zhang Xiaofan. A Ziwei sect elder asked Zhang Xiaofan if he would admit his guilt for what had happened. Zhang Xiaofan asked the elder what exactly was his fault. Just as suddenly, Ziwei sect elder Xiang exploded and ordered Zhang Xiaofan not to mess with their heads. He accused Zhang Xiaofan that he was now going to pretend, just like he had done in the talent festival. Elder Xiang demanded that Zhang Xiaofan explain himself for what he had done to his disciple. He dared to steal Morang Ling's fiery heart, and then pretend that he had nothing to do with it. Zhang Xiaofan asked the elder who his disciple was. Elder Zhuwei asked Elder Xiang to calm down, after which he suggested that Zhang Xiaofan might just have a bad memory. Afterward, he asked Zhang Xiaofan if he remembered what he had done to his core disciple, Gu Yingxing, whereupon he grinned wickedly and said, "It wasn't as good as." Suddenly, the elder shouted that he would help Zhang Xiaofan remember this, and threw his spiritual weapon at him. Just as suddenly, his sword was blocked by a stream of water, and disintegrated into shards. The elder asked Bingxing what she was doing, to which Bingxing replied that they hadn't figured out anything yet, and asked the elder why he was in such a hurry to kill the disciple. Master Yunxing agreed with the Ice Palace elder. He then admitted that he wasn't sure if the elders would believe Zhang Xiaofan's words. So, he asked them, why not let Zhang Xiaofan create a spiritual imprint to prove everything? Zhang Xiaofan agreed with the master's idea, after which he touched his forehead, and created a spiritual imprint with what happened at the talent festival. The elders looked on in silence, at everything that was going on, until the elder cried out that he was right about all of this, for it was Zhang Xiaofan who was responsible for beating up his core disciple, Go Xiangxing, causing him to almost die. Master Yuanxing told the elder that, from the spiritual imprint, it should be quite obvious that Go Xiangxing was the first to provoke Zhang Xiaofan, causing him to die. Their disciples behaved excessively, and Zhang Xiaofan had to teach them a lesson. For that, Elder Z clenched his fist and said that even if that was the case, Zhang Xiaofan had taken on too much. Immediately after, the Z sect elder summoned the treasurer of the Z sect. The devil disc then asked Zhang Xiaofan if he dared to teach him a lesson. Master Yunxing turned to Zhang Xiaofan to offer him help, but the latter replied that it was fine. If Elder Zhuwei decided to kill him just for revenge, then he would be willing to play with him for a while. Zhang Xiaofan said that, although he was not as old as the elder, the latter had taken the initiative, and even asked for it. The Ziwei sect elder interrupted Zhang Xiaofan by shouting that he had been waiting for this moment. Then he brought the devil disc into action and said that although he was not that old, he still had an unusually large mouth. As soon as the devil disc got closer, an artifact suddenly fell in front of Zhang Xiaofan, with a rumbling sound, to the elder's surprise. It was a treasure of the Huantianmen sect. Since Zhang Xiaofan could answer him with something, Elder Zhuwei decided to test how long he could last. Just as he was about to apply the devil disc, it completely paled. Bingxing asked the elder, was it too much to use the sex treasure against some disciple? Bingxing asked young Xiaofan if he was alright, to which Xiaofan replied that, fortunately, yes. The Ziwei sect elder immediately recognized the immortal spiritual weapon of the Ice Palace. The elder told the Ice Case that she was meddling in the wrong business. He explained that Zhang Xiaofan had harmed his disciple, causing him to have to retaliate in the same way, And if the Ice Maiden doesn't want any trouble with the Zhui sect, he asked her to step aside. Sect. Elder Zhui shouted for her to mind her own business. As Master Yangxing suddenly intervened in the conversation, he asked, "Is that so?" After which, he reminded the elder that they were now in Wang Tianmen's sect territory, and in doing so, he was going to kill his disciples. Sect Elder Zhui asked the master if he wanted to say that they were going to harbor a criminal. Master Yangxing said he's not talking about defense, but since Zhang Xiaofan is a disciple of the Huang Tianmen sect, he naturally has to protect him. Sect Elder Xiang agreed with the master. He promised that he would remember the emperor of the Hua Tianmen sect. Bingxing asked Elder Zhui if he had anything to say. Sect Elder Zhui said that, in that case, he would spare Zhang Xiaofan. But one day, the moment would come when he would die. The elder had no idea that this brat would be protected by so many people. But he'd better stay out of his sight from now on. After the negotiations ended, Zhang Xiaofan ran after the Ice Maiden and asked her to wait for him. Bingxing asked what he had run after her for, and Zhang Xiaofan thanked her for helping him today. Bingxing aflame after hearing this. She asked if he really wanted to thank her, to which Zhang Xiaofan replied that, of course, that was true. If she hadn't saved him today, he probably would have been torn to pieces. Embarrassed, Bingxing started stroking her hair. After which, she asked, can he marry her in that case? Bingxing asked, so he wouldn't misunderstand her. For she didn't. Bingxing sighed and asked Zhang Xiaofan to just forget about it, and not to take her words seriously, after which she said that she still had things to do, and that she would leave first. Immediately after that, Bingxing jumped off the cliff, and Zhang Xiaofan asked her to stop. But in the end, he was left alone, never having talked things over with her. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaofan was attacked by Xiao Shui and Qin Luo. These two wanted to know what had just happened here. Taking out his katana, Qin Lu announced the start of the interrogation. After which, Xiao Shui demanded that the perverted Xiao Fan tell her what he had talked about in private with Bingxing. Zhang Xiaofan immediately started to refuse. He explained that they had not talked about anything like that, after which he wondered what these two were doing here. Xiao Shui asked if that was really the case, after which she asked him to forget about it, and said that she would deal with him later. Xiao Shui revealed that they had come here to inform Jiang Xiaofan that the Huang Tianmen sect would soon hold a trial of core disciples. After which, Qin Lo told him that if Brother John passed the test, he could become one of the core disciples, and then he could obtain the treasure. Zhang Xiaofan was astonished by what he heard. He asked the two what they were just waiting for, and said they needed to sign up now. Unexpectedly, Xiao Shui adopted a haughty pose, and Qin Lo coughed aside, causing Zhang Xiaofan to wonder about what was happening after which, Qin Lo said that they had already signed him up for the trial. After talking to Qin Lo and Xiao Shui Jiang, Xiao Fan started meditating. He had already been signed up for the competition, which meant he needed to climb to the next level. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaofan found himself inside his sea of consciousness, but what was surprising was that it had visibly transformed, and there was an additional. Taking a closer look, Zhang Xiaofan saw a sleeping lightning dragon. Zhang Xiaofan wondered if this was his strength. If that was the case, then now was the time to summon a dragon and test it out. A stick of incense later, no matter how Zhang Xiaofan tried, he still failed to wake up the dragon, causing it to be completely exhausted. It was likely that the lightning dragon would be hibernating for a long time yet. Well, in order not to waste time, Jiang Xiaofan decided to start raising his level right now, so he began to gather energy. Attempting to raise the level here resulted in Jiang Xiaofan suddenly being struck by lightning. Jiang Xiaofan clutched his head in unbearable pain, barely able to hear his thoughts. He felt as if his body had become incredibly hot. But how could it be that his divine sense was suddenly out of control? The lightning strikes carved a mark on Zhang Xiaofan's forehead. After which, a huge amount of thunder aura struck him. As Zhang Xiaofan suddenly woke up, standing on the water surface, to his surprise, the copper fragment and Buddhist scriptures merged together with the thunder. God's legacy. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaofan heard a voice. A girl pleading for them to be left alone. Zhang Xiaofan wondered what was going on there. He then walked to the edge of the cliff and heard pleas for help. The voices seemed to be coming from the village under Huangtianzong Mountain. Zhang Xiaofan assumed being able to hear it from such a distance meant that his hearing had sharpened, and not just his hearing, but all of his senses. The cultivators who attacked the village shouted to the villagers that they should be honored to die. For the sake of their Ziwei cult, the elder begged the Lord to spare his village, and in return, he offered his life to the Lord. Since he wanted an offering, he did not want them to sacrifice children. The girl begged her grandfather to save her, but the lady refused his sacrifice. She then asked the old man why he thought that only one of his victims would be enough for them. She said that they should blame themselves for what had happened, because their village was too small. Whereupon, the mistress told the girl that she would give them happiness. Suddenly, a pillar of lightning struck the mistress, along with a thunderous shout of stop. But at the last moment, she managed to dodge, then asked who dared. Zhang Xiaofan wasn't too surprised that Zhu Weijiao was involved in the robbery again. The girl that Xiaofan had saved immediately rushed to her grandfather. The woman felt that this guy was quite strong, which made her think of using him at the festival. She asked Zhang Xiaofan why he dared to interfere if he knew that they were from the Xiujiao sect, and isn't he afraid of their sect? We'll start looking for him. One of the students told his sister that the man seemed a little familiar to him. Whereupon, the other student noticed it as well. Hearing about such a thing, Jiang Xiaofan couldn't hold back and started laughing. After all, he would barely be recognized after what he had done to their sect. Jiang Xiaofan asked them how they were going to send him on the run if they were just some rookies. The disciples got angry and demanded that Xiaofu repeat what he had said again. If he wished to die, Jiang Xiaofu said that, in his opinion, that was it, after which a thunder sphere appeared in his hand. The woman said that she couldn't let Xiaofan live, and reprimanded that his mouth was too big. After which, she barked out that she really wanted to know, where did he get that confidence from? Immediately afterward, the disciples of the Zoe sect used the seal. Near Zhang Xiaofan, the 4 thunder pillars marking the boundaries of the seal struck. The woman laughed, and then said that once they created a divine seal, it was impossible to escape. Now he saw what the Zui sect was capable of. Zhang Xiaofan asked, were they sure that it was enough to contain him? After which, he struck the divine seal with the thunder sphere. But to his surprise, he failed to break that seal. The woman asked him not to waste his strength, because this seal uses the energy of earth and heaven. She was sure that this guy couldn't handle the energy of earth and heaven, so he would be sealed until he died. Now then, Zhang Xiaofan understood why these cultivators were so bold, and he already knew what he should do. Zhang Xiaofeng raised his hands, saying that he just needed to summon heaven and earth, which, of course, he could immediately after the divine seal began to be surrounded by streams of heaven and earth, qi, which surprised Zhu Wei cultivators. The female cultivator was simply dumbfounded, for it was almost impossible. This guy is using dragon, or a transformation. Except, it can only be done in the illusory realm of the gods. Thanks to the dragon, Zhang Xiaofan instantly destroyed the divine seal. Immediately after, Yung Xiaofan attacked the cultivator in response to the seal. The female cultivator covered herself in fear. She already knew that she wouldn't be able to dodge. And moments later, he caught up with his target, putting the village out of danger. The girl asked her grandfather, did Big Brother win? Only the old man was about to answer. This is the text, as just as suddenly, Jiang Xiaofan saw that his attack failed, as the woman defended herself with the sex treasure, the devil disc. At first, Jiang Xiaofan was surprised to see another devil disc. But after a second, he noticed that the aura of this disc was many times weaker than the one the elder used, which meant that it was a replica. The woman praised Zhang Xiaofan for identifying the devil disc. He was less stupid than she had originally thought. After that, she decided to ask Zhang Xiaofan something, namely, does he know the elder of the Zhuiwei sect? See, Fenghong, so he is her grandfather. Zhang Xiaofan was surprised at what he heard after all. He had already had a run-in with his grandfather. Recently, Madame Z asked Zhang Xiaofan if he was starting to feel fearful of her. If so, she suggests he surrender. Otherwise, Zhang Xiaofan asked if her head was fine. He then asked why people from the Zoe sect liked being hit so much. At first, he was afraid that he was hitting the wrong person, but now he had gotten a low IQ. Ugly woman from the Zoe sect, Miss C, was clearly hurt by all these insults in her direction. She asked, how dare he call her names like that? Then engage the devil's disc, since he's wished for death. She doesn't want him to complain about his fate. Lady Z attacked Jiang Xiaofan with a large number of purple chi spikes, but it was worth it for those to fly towards Jiang Xiaofan, as he released a large amount of emerald chi. Disciple Ziwei was astonished at what he saw behind his mistress's back. For this person, just like her, possesses the sex treasure. Miss C shouted that it couldn't be, because there was no way a simple cauldron could block her attack. So, it was Madame Z, accused Zhang Xiaofan of stealing this treasure. From one of the seats, Zhang Xiaofan rolled his eyes and asked, Madam, why is she sure that he stole it, after all? It couldn't be that everyone was as stupid as her. Just as suddenly, disciples Zhu Wei remembered this cauldron, which means the guy insulting their mistress is Jiang Xiaofan. The lady was astonished at what she heard, and asked the student again. Whereupon the student said that it was indeed him. Hearing this, Mrs. C didn't mind too much, because it meant that she could give it to her grandfather, for which he would reward her. Lady Z ordered everyone out of her way, and swung her whip, after which she grabbed the devil disc with it, and told Zhang Xiaofan that today, he's going to die today, right after which, she threw the disc at him with all her might. Zhang Xiaofan created 5 lightning bolts on each of his fingers, after which, Xiaofan told Mrs. C that she had done her best, since she had decided to use the disc as a gyroscope. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Xiaofan completely stopped the devil disc. Afterward, he said he would play with her too, and kicked the jade cauldron straight into the jade disc. Lady Z demanded that he return her treasure, but he easily destroyed the disc and fell to the ground. Pulling back her whip, Madame Z asked Jiang Xiaofan, "How dare? He makes attempts on the lives of people from the Zoe sect by doing so. He's only seeking his own death." Zhang Xiaofan said that he had already managed to forget about her. After which, he ordered the jade cauldron to take this mistress, and it started sucking in the members of the Zoe sect. At the end, Mrs. C said that her sect, and even her grandfather, would never let him go. And after a few seconds, they were all sealed inside the jade cauldron. Jiang Xiaofan brushed off the dust, and said that one was carrying too much nonsense. As suddenly, the villagers started praising the mighty god for saving them all. Under the pressure of the praise, Jiang Xiaofan covered himself, and began to beg for them to stop, but the villagers continued to praise their god. The girl pointed at Jiang Xiaofan and said that he had helped them defeat the big bad guys from the demonic cult, so he must be a god. Besides, he could fly. After thinking for a bit, Jiang Xiaofan couldn't help but notice that it really did sound as if it was true. Jiang Xiaofan landed on the ground, after which he explained that it was only magic, which surprised the villagers. Suddenly, the villagers fell to their knees and bowed their heads before the god. But Jiang Xiaofan once again asked them to stop. The old man turned to the immortal lord and said that he had a request, though it was impertinent, but he wanted to ask the lord for mercy. The old man asked if he could take his little girl as an apprentice. After all, she is the only child in the village and would only be lost here. He said that the immortals from the Siwei demonic sect would soon arrive here, and if he didn't promise them, they would continue to kneel like this. Jiang Xiaofan couldn't refuse to take the girl with him, except he can't let Xiao Kai be by his side. Jiang Xiaofan offered to send her to the Xiao family, for whom he is a friend in Xiao Fort. She will definitely be able to escape the Zhuiwei sect. Hearing this, the girl began to dance joyfully, and thanked the immortal for his help. After a while, Jiang Xiaofan threw the Zhuiwei sect disciples out of the jade cauldron, and they began to complain of pain from the fall. Mrs. C growled at Jiang Xiaofan that he would still pay for what he had done today. Jiang Xiaofan picked her up by her clothes and said that she was the one who had to pay him. He demanded that she explain why they were killing the villagers. Mrs. C asked if Xiaofan thought she would just take it like that, and tell him everything. Since she wasn't going to tell him, Jiang Xiaofan decided to find out everything by force. And as soon as he released some of his aura, Lady Z started begging him not to do that, and let her go. But Jiang Xiaofan didn't listen to her, and forcibly entered her divine consciousness. What he saw inside stunned him, for in the middle of his consciousness was a creepy object, absorbing the energy of the corpses around him. Jiang Xiaofan speculated that the creature in the air was absorbing energy to recover. Except what is behind that seal, since it makes them expend so much effort for it. After checking the divine consciousness, Jiang Xiaofan released Lady Z's body, after which she was caught by one of the disciples of the Zhuiwei sect. The disciple asked Jiang Xiaofan how dare he use such a sinister technique on Madame Z. Jiang Xiaofan pointed at his disciple and asked him if he had thought about how many innocent lives had been lost. As a result of all this, the apprentice replied that he was only looking for an excuse to pick on them. What did he care about some pathetic bunch of mortals in this world? Those mortals were far below the cultivators. Jiang Xiaofan wondered if mortals were really so inferior to them, and since that was the case, why wouldn't he use the members of the Zhuiwei sect as his victims? A huge wall of ice had hidden the icy world behind it. For years, suddenly, cracks began to crack along it, and after another blow, part of the wall was destroyed. After expending a bit of effort, Jiang Xiaofan still managed to penetrate inside the spiritual source. After seeing the innards of the vein, Jiang Xiaofan realized that the risks of the Zhuiwei sect were clearly worth it. To get here, as such, a terrifying aura concentration would allow him to go straight to the next level. Just as suddenly, Jiang Xiaofan noticed an ice rabbit running towards him. The rabbit immediately began to melt. Jiang Xiaofan suggested that, when the local aura comes into contact with the outside world, it dissipates into the key of heaven and earth. Except that the aura didn't dissipate immediately, which only meant one thing. He should hurry up, after which, Jiang Xiaofan began to absorb the local ice aura. After a short while, the concentration of aura in that vein had almost completely dropped. Jiang Xiaofan only had one piece of aura left that would allow him to break through. But absorbing so much aura was increasingly burdening him. Jiang Xiaofan's eyes shone with an icy light, and he ordered the ice dragon to walk towards him. Immediately after which, the absorption of the last part of the aura accelerated by leaps and bounds. And just seconds later, Jiang Xiaofan completely absorbed all the energy from that vein. Jiang Xiaofan wondered if everything had gone as it should. If everything did, then he should only try. Jiang Xiaofan hit the rock with all his might, causing it to immediately shatter. With this strike, Jiang Xiaofan had almost destroyed the mountains that formed the vein. Jiang Xiaofan laughed out loud, for it was simply unbelievable. Thanks to this spiritual vein, he was able to obtain such tremendous strength in no time. With his current physical strength, Jiang Xiaofan could possibly even rival the Saint Realm. Suddenly, Jiang Xiaofan stopped boasting to himself, as he saw a girl lying on the ground in front of him. Jiang Xiaofan was afraid that this girl had fainted due to the force of his punch, and tried to bring her to her senses, but she only mentally asked him not to touch her. Just as suddenly, the girl grabbed Jiang Xiaofan's hand, after which, she stood up and addressed him as an older brother, which frightened Jiang Xiaofan. Trying to pull away from the girl, Jiang Xiaofan asked who her brother was here, and explained that she was wrong to call him that. But the girl smiled and said that she had found her brother. She then said he was her brother, and wondered why he refused to admit it. He should actually be responsible for her. Jiang Xiaofan said that she was the wrong person, tried to brush her off, and asked her to let him go, but the girl refused to do so, demanding that he take responsibility. Jiang Xiaofan wondered what she was even talking about, but in the end, he had to agree to take care of it and bring her along. Hearing this, the girl glowed with happiness, and asked if that meant they had a deal. The girl unhooked herself from Jiang Xiaofan's hand and jumped down, then suddenly agreed with him. Xiaofan tried to understand what she was talking about. Suddenly, the girl remembered something, and asked what his name was. Once in the city, the girl was surprised at how many people were here, and started pulling Jiang Xiaofan's hand. To follow her, Jiang Xiaofan asked the girl if she could stop tugging on his shirt, since he had already promised that he wouldn't run away from her. But the girl refused, citing that there were too many people here, and she might get lost among them. As suddenly she turned to the bench, where she started drooling over a very appetizing-looking fruit. Jiang Xiaofan decided to himself that he should find someone ASAP to send this little lady away. Suddenly, the girl asked her brother if he would come to her rescue if she got lost here, trying to think of an answer. Jiang Xiaofan began to look at the surroundings. Glancing to the side, he saw people hurrying somewhere. Jiang Xiaofan turned to one of them and asked where they were all in such a hurry. The man assumed that the strangers in front of them we were strangers, and therefore, it was not surprising since they knew nothing. Jiang Xiaofan praised the man for being smart, while the girl tried which strangers the man was talking about. The man said that there was a deserted mountain outside of Wangyu City, and a few days ago, it suddenly began to glow with different kinds of haze. This could only mean that some treasure would soon appear there. After thinking for a bit, Jiang Xiaofan said that no matter how it looked like a trap. Jiang Xiaofan thanked his older brother for the information. Suddenly, he was pulled with all his might by his belt. Running outside the city, the girl wondered if this was a desert mountain, and Jiang Xiaofan was a bit surprised by its height. The surrounding mountains are clearly rich in energy, but only this mountain stands out in that it has no energy at all. There is, clearly, something is wrong on this desolate mountain. The girl ran forward to look around, and Jiang Xiaofan asked her to be more careful. Suddenly, the girl hit her head, which made her gasp loudly. Jiang Xiaofan was scared for the girl and asked if she was all right. But the girl loudly shouted, "No," for it was very, even painful. Just as suddenly, Jiang Xiaofan realized that something was wrong here. And looking ahead, he saw that girl hit the barrier. And behind him, he felt a familiar breath. Jiang Xiaofan asked the girl to wait for him here. After that, he affected the barrier with lightning behind that barrier. He could sense something similar to his copper brother. Just as suddenly, the barrier abruptly covered in cracks and collapsed, surprising Jiang Xiaofan, after which the energy began to be sucked into the barrier, emitting a hissing sound. Jiang Xiaofan was trying to figure out what it even was, and the girl behind was cheering because of something interesting. Suddenly, there was the sound of footsteps, and a few minutes later, people rushed towards the broken barrier. A glow began to emerge from the ground on the deserted mountain, causing people to think it was the birth of a treasure, and run on, looking at this. Jiang Xiaofan wondered, is there really a treasure here? As they ran further away, They were all amazed at how powerful the aura emanating from here was, and looking at the object emitting the aura. They wondered what kind of treasure it was, and it looked like a fragment of a treasure. But even if it was just a fragment, it was worth chasing after. Unexpectedly, this item turned out to be a second silver-colored bronze. The girl asked her brother why he was waiting and offered to grab the treasure, before anyone else did it first. Zhang Xiaofan immediately ran after the treasure, causing him to surprise the girl with his speed. After running around all the people, Zhang Xiaofan was the first to grab the treasure. But this immediately displeased the others. For an obscure guy suddenly appeared in front of them and snatched their treasure. Realizing what was coming next, Zhang Xiaofan quickly returned and grabbed the girl by the scruff of her clothes. Immediately afterward, he began running away from an angry mob of people, wanting to take his treasure. Several cultivators managed to catch up to him, and then began to demand that he just stop, so that he could save his life. A woman in the crowd asked, what was the point of talking to this thief? Whereupon she suggested just finishing him off. The woman struck the ground, and then a purple dragon appeared, chasing after Zhang Xiaofan. When people saw this, they realized that they had obviously run into the wrong person, because it was a human emperor. The girl looked back and yelled to her brother that they were under attack. Zhang Xiaofan felt the 4 human emperors behind him join forces, and since that was the case, he would have to activate the second copper fragment. Opening his palm, he saw that the fragment had glowed, and was already reaching for the first fragment. As suddenly, the fragment glowed, completely engulfing Zhang Xiaofan and the girl. The woman cursed unhappily. After all, these 2 were getting away with it. She ordered the other 4 not to stand by and help her through this barrier. After which, the 4 emperors stood in a circle and began to gather all their forces. After that, they channeled all that power into the barrier. The thief was hiding under. But to their surprise, they didn't even manage to damage this barrier, which was almost impossible. Their energy simply bounced off this barrier. Since no human emperor would be able to get through, everyone decided that the stolen treasure must be very powerful. The woman assumed that this barrier wouldn't hold for long, which meant they would soon see their prey. She mentally swore that if that bastard dared to take her treasure, she would get it from beyond the grave. After being swallowed up by the light, Zhang Xiaofan and the girl found themselves in an unknown space with stairs upwards. It all reminded Zhang Xiaofan of something, as he suddenly realized that the resonance had become even stronger, making him even more curious about what was at the top. The girl's eyes sparkled at the sight of such a long staircase, and she suggested that her brother go up it and see what was there after climbing up quite high. Even Zhang Xiaofan was exhausted by this staircase. He didn't even think about how long it would be. This staircase made it feel like he had been climbing it for a whole year. But the most surprising thing was that the girl didn't understand what Zhang Xiaofan was saying. The girl asked Zhang Xiaofan to look ahead, where a fountain could be seen, with 10 yellow spheres hovering above it. Just as suddenly, Zhang Xiaofan's copper fragment burst out and flew towards the fountain ahead. Zhang Xiaofan was surprised that his copper was suddenly sucked out, and chased after it, as suddenly, there was a powerful flash of energy high in the sky. After that, it was possible to see the solid copper god's pavilion. Looking down, the man said that he had finally found His Majesty, after which, he noticed a strange aura hovering around His Majesty. To his surprise, this aura turned out to be the aura of the ancient god himself. Just as suddenly, the man felt the aura begin to interrupt, and the space in front of him began to crackle. The man entered the rift to finally bring His Majesty home. Zhang Xiaofan thought about the fact that the copper brother had merged with the second fragment, which meant that it could now absorb it. Zhang Xiaofan began to meditate, and a ring of branches appeared above him. But the girl asked him not to start cultivating here, as they were still being chased by intruders. As the space suddenly shook, the girl asked her brother not to consume the thing. As the altar was beginning to collapse, the girl was trying to figure out what she should do about this splinter, and after a few seconds, she decided she needed to help her brother. The girl then used her powers to collect the flying spheres, and directed all these spheres to Zhang Xiaofan. Zhang Xiaofan's body began to spew out flames that began to spread through space. Just as suddenly, the mark on Zhang Xiaofeng's forehead lit up, and he flew into the air. The girl realized that this was clearly not a good thing, and a second later, everything around, including the girl herself, began to be sucked into Zhang Xiaofan. By some miracle, the girl managed to stay in the air, but her spirit had already left her body. Meanwhile, the barrier the thief was hiding behind began to crack, which was no way to avoid the eyes of the cultivators around him. The woman promised that she would watch him, and that there was no way she would let the thief get away. This time, increasingly covered in cracks, the barrier still broke apart. and Zhang Xiaofan and the girl appeared behind it. The female emperor immediately attacked Zhang Xiaofan, shouting out that this bastard should die. But Xiaofan objected, saying that she was the one who should die. Whereupon, he blocked her attack with a thunder wall. One of the cultivators cried out that it was a bad matter, for this cultivator had the power of thunder. The female emperor recognized that this guy was quite capable, and since that was the case, she would first kill the girl he was carrying around. Just as suddenly, a gap in space formed, from which an unknown man emerged and asked, "How dare she?" The girl asked her grandfather's keeper what he was doing here, to which the latter replied that Her Majesty had traveled too long, and that it was time for her to go home. Zhang Xiaofan tried to understand what was happening, and who this guardian was. The guard caught Her Majesty, and asked her to get out of here as soon as possible. But she fell to her knees and began to beg her brother to save her, because she does not want to return. Zhang Xiaofan folded his hands into a seal and ordered the old guard to let the girl go, as she herself was unwilling to go with him. The old man asked if he wanted to fight the old guard for her. Meanwhile, the human emperors had finally broken through Zhang Xiaofan's barrier. The female emperor ordered all three to be killed, whereupon the cultivators pounced on the guards. But the guard thought they were just a handful of ants, as the old man suddenly disappeared, surprising the cultivators, after which one of them asked the others to look up at the sky, where a huge blade was hovering. The cultivators were astonished by what they saw. After all, this was the power of a god, which only meant that this old man was a divine. Guardian Zhang Xiaofan was astonished when he heard about the divine power. After all, the god had long ago disappeared from this world. Meanwhile, the divine blade struck the ground, ridding the guardian of the annoying ants. The old man took Her Majesty by the shoulder and asked Her Majesty to go with him, as it was not safe here. Then, he picked up the princess and left at last. The girl asked her brother to come to the kingdom of the gods and find her, for he had said before that he would be responsible for her. In Zhang Xiaofan's mind, the moments of meeting the little princess flashed through his mind, and he promised that he would save her, for he had given his word. As it turned out, the female emperor survived the guardian attack. She recreated the purple dragon, then shouted to the little bastard that the divine guardian was gone, which meant no one could protect him now. Zhang Xiaofan said that this was all taking too long, after which he told the female emperor that she had asked for it. Zhang Xiaofan unleashed the powers of the Buddha, Scripture, and the Thunder God. Then began their fusion, after which he released a fiery arrow that completely destroyed the purple dragon. The woman admitted that she couldn't even think about the fact that this guy's body contained 3 elements of the Buddhist Tao at the same time, which meant that he probably had a lot of special treasures, and if she could kill him, her cultivation would improve greatly. As the cultivator suddenly saw something unexpected, this guy even found that he had a treasure that he used to attack the emperor's woman. The female emperor was terrified, for with 3 systems, this guy is able to control the treasure. It was too bad because the enemy's attack was too fast. The female emperor shouted to the others that it was too late, since this guy had gotten the treasure, which meant they needed to join forces for such a hard fight. The cultivators released their spirit weapons and began to infuse them with power. After that, they managed to fuse all of their powers into a shield. A few moments later, they finished fusing, after which the female emperor asked Zhang Xiaofan if he thought he was the only one capable of fusing. Zhang Xiaofan said that they got it too small, but it would do fine for them. After which, Zhang Xiaofan summoned the heavenly demon sword, and raising it up, ordered it to devour the lightning bolts. Immediately afterward, he rushed towards the enemy's shield and chopped it with a single blow. The female emperor refused to believe in what had happened, because it was simply impossible. Still, she had to accept that he had actually managed to destroy the fusion of their spiritual weapons. Zhang Xiaofan warned that if they didn't calm down, he would kill them. One of the emperors bowed to his younger brother and thanked him for his mercy, whereupon he swore that they would never dare to trouble him again. After which, Zhang Xiaofan bowed to the others as well. The female emperor promised herself that she would not let this guy live. Finished with his business on the desolate mountain, Zhang Xiaofan flew away from here. Flying away, he asked the little princess not to worry, for he would surely find her. After a while, Zhang Xiaofan finally returned to the Huangtian men sect. While walking around the city, Zhang Xiaofan suddenly heard someone crying, and most importantly it sounded quite familiar. Going to the sound, Zhang Xiaofan met Lin Quan and Tang Yux right after, which Lin Quan greeted the boss. Zhang Xiaofan asked what happened since they were not at Wu Peak, and why were they crying. Tang Yux wiped his tears and asked his boss not to scold them. After they told him everything, Lin Quan asked his brother, so what if the boss scolds them after all? They would be kicked out of Wuwei Peak soon anyway. Jiang Xiaofan was surprised to hear that they would be kicked out. He said he wanted to know about all the hell that happened here. While he was gone, Tang Yu revealed that it was all because of the ancient alchemy. The boss gave them one stick of incense. Later, Jiang Xiaofan was astonished at what he heard. After all, that bastard had not only stolen their ancient alchemy, but he had also taken the Green Pill Palace token. Old dog Li Yun had allowed himself too much. This could only indicate that the elder had too little of the previous lesson. Jiang Xiaofan ordered his brothers to follow him to the Pill Palace, the entrance to the Imperial Palace of the Pillory Palace. As Jiang Xiaofan approached the palace, the guards said that he could not enter without carrying the Green Pill Palace token. Jiang Xiaofan asked how dare they speak of such a thing. After all, they were the ones who stole his green token. Jiang Xiaofan ordered them to tell Li Yun to get out of there. The guard told Xiaofan that he was being too bold. He then attacked Jiang Xiaofan for being disrespectful by calling their elder by name. Jiang Xiaofan grabbed the guard's hand and asked if he was really arrogant. After that, he picked up his disciple and said that it was obvious that it was their elder who was acting unfairly. Not only had he robbed his brothers from Wuwei Peak, but he had also stolen his green token that he had given to his brothers, and now he dared to kick them out of Wuwei Peak. The guard warned Jiang Xiaofan not to cause trouble in the palace. Otherwise, Jiang Xiaofan asked his disciple about who was arrogant among them, after which he tossed that one aside. Jiang Xiaofan used the power of a god and asked his disciple what would he do if he just got lost. Immediately afterward, he unleashed lightning bolts at the disciples. Once the smoke cleared, 2 students could be seen lying unconscious. Jiang Xiaofan shouted at the old dog, Li Yun, to get out of the palace right away, and then he went outside, wondering who had decided to play with the Pill Palace. When he came out, he realized that it was the annoying Jiang Xiaofan again, and the elder accused him of stealing. Jiang Xiaofan demanded the old dog to return his green token in ancient alchemy, but the old dog refused to do so, saying that these things did not belong to Jiang Xiaofan. Suddenly, one of the disciples came to his senses and alerted the elder that Jiang Xiaofan had already entered the Saint Realm. Jiang Xiaofan attacked Li Yun, but the latter dodged, shifting slightly to the side. After which, Li Yun asked if the latter thought that he would still be the same. After so much time, one of the disciples noticed that Elder Li's speed had become much faster than before. Jiang Xiaofan realized what the matter was here. Elder Lu had moved on to the next realm. Li Yun praised Jiang Xiaofan for his guests, after which he summoned the cauldron and shouted that he wanted Jiang Xiaofan to pay for making him kneel. Jiang Xiaofan asked if the man was really sure that he would pay. This made the old man mad, and he attacked Jiang Xiaofan, wishing for the son of a bitch to burn in hell for eternity. Jiang Xiaofan summoned the jade cauldron to repel the elder's treasure. The disciples were astonished, as there was no way an ordinary disciple could have a treasure. Jiang Xiaofan asked the old man, Li Yun, how dare he call his speed fast. After which, he took off, and a moment later, he was right in front of the old man, and grabbed him by the neck, as he tried to figure out how Jiang Xiaofan had appeared right in front of him. Jiang Xiaofan tossed the old man aside and said that he was not the only one capable of such a thing. After flying a dozen meters away, old man Li Yun crashed down hard on the ground. Immediately after, Jiang Xiaofan ran up to the elder and stepped on his chest. The old man asked how dare he behave like that. But Jiang Xiaofan pressed harder and said that, although he had advanced to the Holy Realm, even so, he was willing to beat up anyone who dared to bully him. Jiang Xiaofan asked Lin Quan, which hand did the old dog rob you with? Lin Quan said that the old man robbed him with his right hand and raised his right hand. But Tang Yu objected, saying that the man actually robbed them with his left hand and raised his left hand. Jiang Xiaofan pondered for a bit to decide what they should do, whereupon he said that, in that case, they would not have to hold hands. The old man asked Jiang Xiaofan how dare he, but Xiaofan pressed down on his left arm, causing him to scream in pain. Elder Li Yun told Jiang Xiaofan that the Pill Palace would not tolerate such a thing. Jiang Xiaofan asked what insult he was talking about. He then looked into the pouch and asked, what was the point of the golden pills if he couldn't even use them? After which, he said he had no need for such garbage. And in the next instant, lightning struck the palace. The old man asked if Xiaofeng had gone crazy doing such a thing. Looking at the burning palace, the disciples panicked as the palace was on fire, and started calling for help to put it out because of this fire. All the elixir made by the elder would now be ruined. Unknown asked, who dared to destroy the Pill Palace? After which, the master of the Pill Palace ran out to personally confront this insolent man. Jiang Xiaofan admitted that he did it, after which he revealed that Li Yun of their alchemy palace had bullied his friends and even robbed them. Hence, he decided to teach this old dog a lesson. The Pill Palace master was simply stunned by what he heard. He told Zhang Xiaofan that he had signed a death sentence for himself. Immediately after, he flew into the air and attacked Zhang Xiaofan with a multitude of fire blades. Zhang Xiaofan told the old man that he was the same as Li Yun, which meant that he also didn't deserve to live. With a wave of his hand, Zhang Xiaofan completely suppressed the enemy's attack. Tang Yu's eyes shone, for their boss's strength was already comparable to that of a divine emperor, and Lin Quan asked him to keep his voice down and not to rejoice too soon because the Pill Palace master would not be easy to beat. The old man was forced to admit that Zhang Xiaofan's body was incredibly strong. Except, the old man said that he wasn't sure if Zhang Xiaofan's body could withstand the strength of his treasure, whereupon he summoned the gourd-shaped treasure, being the Pill Palace treasure. Zhang Xiaofan was a little surprised. He immediately offered him the Pill Palace treasure. Except that, in the current times, every other person has treasures, said Zhang Xiaofan. Immediately after which, he summoned the Jade Cauldron. As Zhang Xiaofan and the Pill Palace master were suddenly ordered to stop. Looking up, they saw a flower platform. Xiao Shuai and the Tiannu Peak elder, Yu Yang, were there. Yu Yang ordered them to stop, and then she asked why they were picking fights in the middle of the sect. The Pill Palace master was surprised that the head of Tianpiku decided to intervene in this fight. He explained that this battle was only about his Pill Palace and this guy, and that it had nothing to do with her. Today, he should kill this guy anyway. After saying those words, the Pill Palace master shot Zhang Xiaofan with a treasure. But the Tiannu Peak elder once again ordered him to stop, and suppressed his treasure by releasing sakura petals. The Pill Palace master asked Yu Ouyang if she was really going to interfere in the affairs of his Pill Palace. Yu Ouyang apologized, and said that she had to intervene. The Pill Palace master was forced to retreat, but he promised the little bastard that he wouldn't get away from him so easily. Xiao Shuai walked up to Zhang Xiaofan, and said that he was just a big pervert, after which, she came closer and grabbed his ear, causing Zhang Xiaofan to scream. A vein of anger popped out on Xiaohui's face, and she asked when would he stop giving her trouble. After which, she let him go and said that he had just returned, but he had already managed to anger the Pill Palace master, and even herself next time if someone wanted to pick on Zhang Xiaofan. She probably wouldn't be able to help anymore. Zhang Xiaofan approached Xiao Shuai, causing her to blush, and asked if it was possible that the master had sought him out that time because Xiao Shuai had asked him to. Xiao Shui replied that there was nothing wrong with that. She had just sent a letter to her sister, otherwise, the Ice Palace could have sent someone else. The main hall of the Huangqianmen sect. The master of the Pill Palace asked the master to help him. He told the master about how Zhang Xiaofan broke into the Pill Palace and beat up Li Yun. Afterward, he took and set fire to his Pill Palace. The master of the Pill Palace asked the master, how many more precious pills would this villain destroy? The Pill Palace master bowed and hit his forehead on the floor of the main hall, asking for the master to kill Zhang Xiaofan as a warning to the rest of the offenders. Just as suddenly, Xu Shuai kicked the door of the main hall, and asked the Pill Palace master how he dared. After which, she pulled Peak Elder Tiannu inside. Peak Master Tiannu greeted the sect master, before asking why those invaded him. The Pill Palace master stood up and asked Yu Wuyang, why was she meddling in his affairs again? To which the one replied that she was here, of course, because of their Pill Palace. After which, she told the sect master that Zhang Xiaofan was indeed guilty, except that it was Li Yun himself who was behind it. Alright, after that, Zhang Xiaofan himself entered the hall, and said that he had heard that he was being searched. For Xiaoshuai asked Zhang Xiaofan not to worry, promising that she would protect him even if he burned down the emperor's palace. Zhang Xiaofan stroked Xiaoshuai's head and said that she was even too kind to him. Yu Wu Yang asked the Pill Palace master if he had seen what had just happened, and was he sure he could withstand the wrath of the Yi family's daughter after killing Zhang Xiaofan? The master of the Pillory Palace is blue with anger, for once again, the Yi family is meddling in his affairs. The sect master didn't even consider that the daughter of the Yi family might be interested in such a boy. The Pill Palace master asked Zhang Xiaofan why he cared if some bastard was being protected by the Yi family. He then summoned a treasure guard and shouted to Zhang Xiaofan that he would pay for burning the Pill Palace today. Yu Ying immediately realized that things were not good for them because if the Yi family's daughter was injured within the Huangshimen sect, there was no way the Yi family would let her go. Yu Ying ordered the Pill Palace master to stop. The Pill Palace master moved the gourd towards Zhang Xiaofan, preparing to attack, making Zhang Xiaofan feel threatened by this treasure. To defend himself, Zhang Xiaofan fused Buddhist scripture and the power of the thunder god. But Xiao Shui immediately jumped out in front of him and asked, "Who would dare to touch a person under her protection?" Just as suddenly, Yu Wuyang asked Xiao Shui not to do anything stupid, and pulled her disciple's hand away. After that, Yu Wuyang told Xiao Shui that she should not do anything without her order, which made Xiao Shui blush, and asked the master what she was doing. Zhang Xiaofan covered the girls with his body and aimed at the gourd treasure. He was going to absorb whatever he could to win. Zhang Xiaofan recognized that this gourd was worthy of being a pill palace treasure, except that it was quite troublesome for him. Xiao Shui asked the master to let her go because she had to save this pervert. But Yu Yang replied that she couldn't do that. Immediately after that, the gold treasure shot at Zhang Xiaofan. But suddenly, a silhouette appeared in front of Xiaofan. Lu Qing blocked the attack with his own body, then asked the pill palace master, how dare he insult his Wu Wei Peak disciples? The master of the sect was simply amazed at what he saw. For this power, Lu Qing asked the Pill Palace Master if he thought it was shameful to use the power of the Divine Emperor realm against a disciple of the Consciousness realm. Zhang Xiaofan asked the elder if he had managed to recover his strength. Yi Yong greeted the Wu Wei Peak elder and congratulated him on his return to the summit. Lu Qing waved his hand, dropping the gourd on the ground, whereupon he announced that from now on, no one from the Pill Palace would be allowed to climb Wu Wei Peak. The Pill Palace Master had to agree with the Wu Wei Peak elder, but he still advised Yung Chao Fan to stay out of his sight after he passed the core disciple test. Yung Chao Fan was shocked by his elder's strength, for he had never even considered that his strength would turn out to be so great. Lu Qingnan turned to Zhang Xiaofan. He asked Xiaofan to follow him, and Zhang Xiaofan inquired where they were going. The elder replied that they were returning to the peak of nothingness, then created a portal under Jiang Xiaofan. A moment later, Jiang Xiaofan was high in the sky, directly above Wu Peak. Jiang Xiaofan wondered what it was just now. After all, it was capable of teleporting him. Meanwhile, Elder Lu Qingyan also teleported to Wu Wei Peak, and told Zhang Xiaofan that he was gaining strength so fast that he already had a hard barrier, and since that was the case, he should start practicing. The elder promised that he would help Zhang Xiaofan get rid of his inner demons. The elder asked Zhang Xiaofan to concentrate and get rid of all distractions, and Zhang Xiaofan did his best to try to do so. Lightning flashed around, and the old man told Zhang Xiaofan to go inside the demonic world. When Zhang Xiaofan opened his eyes, he found himself in a gray space filled with fog. Suddenly, he saw Xiao Shu molesting another man, and she insults Xiao Fan in front of him. Zhang Xiaofan was stunned by what he heard. He was trying to understand where Xu Shui could suddenly come from here. At this moment, Xu Shui noticed Zhang Xiaofan and asked why he was catching her eye again. She said that he was a real pain for her. Afterwards, she asked how many times she had already talked about how she didn't like him, and that she would never be with him. Xiao Shui demanded that this stinking pervert get away from her. Jiang Xiaofan asked why she was saying such a thing. Xiao Shui asked her sweetie to kill the bastard, to which he replied that he would have no problem with it. After which, the guy demanded that Zhang Xiaofan not molest his Xiao Shui. Immediately after, he summoned a spiritual blade and attacked Xiaofan with it. Jiang Xiaofan had no way of knowing who this was, and what the hell was going on here. After which, he ordered the man to explain everything to him, and released the golden lightning bolts. Jiang Xiaofan fended off the stranger's blade. After that, the one covered in cracks, and burned in purple flames. Just as suddenly, Xia Shui and the guy started to scatter. Zhang Xiaofan was trying to figure out what had happened causing these people to suddenly disappear. Before he could think it over, a wily, smiling little princess appeared behind Zhang Xiaofan. Zhang Xiaofan felt something, and he turned around and saw the princess. She begged her brother to save her. She didn't want to go back. Just as suddenly, the expression on the princess's face changed to an embittered one, and she sent Zhang Xiaofan to hell for not keeping his promise and protecting her. After that, a huge palm began to descend on Zhang Xiaofan from the sky. Jiang Xiaofan couldn't understand what was going on. The strange things were happening, one after another. In the outside world, Jiang Xiaofan trembled as he clenched his teeth and emitted a dark aura. Elder Lu tensed up, for this meant that the inner demons had begun to extinguish. Xiaofan's will, the elder reminded Zhang Xiaofan not to be afraid of his inner demons, and promised to help him. Then he threw a seal at Zhang Xiaofan. But as she approached, she crashed into the demonic aura barrier, surprising even Elder Lu. This was a bad omen for Zhang Xiaofan's heart. Demons had managed to break the demon's seal. He must figure out how to rid Zhang Xiaofan of his inner demons as soon as possible, otherwise. The world of the gods, the god pavilion. Unexpectedly, the princess suddenly felt her brother's aura, and from the looks of it, things were not good, for her brother was clearly in trouble. The princess hoped her brother would wait for her. She closed her eyes, and the crystal on her forehead glowed. Demon World, Zhang Xiaofan was completely exhausted, and during his time here, he still couldn't understand what was happening. The princess started giggling, then she asked if he really thought he could hide the truth. That he had killed her. Zhang Xiaofan panicked. He wanted to know if this would ever end or not. The demonic princess laughed loudly, after which she looked at Zhang Xiaofan, and advised him to prepare for his death. Just as suddenly, the demonic heart was ordered to stop and light began to enter the demonic princess's forehead. After that, a crystal began to form on her forehead, just like a real princess. The princess told her brother that she would help him. She told him to concentrate, and not to worry about the demons around him, but to concentrate on one point. Zhang Xiaofan was surprised at how drastically this demon princess had changed, so she also gave him advice. The princess asked him to act as quickly as possible, for this seal would not continue for long. The princess said that no one would save him today, and reaching out to the side, used her powers after that. A large hammer materialized in her hand. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaofan began to meditate, trying to concentrate on a single point, but at the same moment, the princess jumped towards him with a sledgehammer in hand. Zhang Xiaofan wondered what point he should focus on. Suddenly, his body began to blur. The demonic princess managed to overtake the immobilized opponent, without any problems afterward. She wondered if he was really dead. As the giant Zhang Xiaofan suddenly towered over her, he finally realized everything. He realized his path. He must protect everyone who cared for him. While the demon princess was trying to recover, Zhang Xiaofan ordered his inner demon to die, and reached out to her. The demonic princess panicked. She began to beg for him to stop, and covered herself with her hands. But Zhang Xiaofan ignored the demon, and grabbed the one in his fist. After which, he squeezed his hand, getting rid of the demon in his heart. The demon was sure to the end that such a thing should never have happened. After getting rid of his inner demons, Zhang Xiaofan released a huge amount of aura. Finally waking up, he told the elder that he had finally figured it out. He was able to advance, and the power of the Thunder God completely merged with that of Buddhism and Taoism. Elder Lu told the disciple that everything ended very well. Zhang Xiaofan thanked the elder for his help, but the elder asked him not to thank him. After all, it was Zhang Xiaofan who had completely defeated the inner demons. After 3 days, suddenly, Zhang Xiaofan's facial expressions changed. He couldn't believe that he had lost 3 whole days. As the elder suddenly sensed an object flying through the air, he warned Zhang Xiaofan immediately, after which the leaf crashed into the tree. Jushido challenged Zhang Xiaofan to fight tomorrow at the same time, if he is willing. Of course. Elder Lu said that it was a matter of life and death. At night of the same day, while lying in bed, Zhang Xiaofan thought that this Jixian Dao was probably Zhu Yunlin's older brother. And it was all because he had taught Zhu Yunlin a lesson not too long ago. At that moment, Zhu Yunlin promised that he would tell his big brother everything, and then he would never let him go. He is only the first core disciple of the Huangtian men sect. And therefore, Zhang Xiaofan is confident that he has nothing to fear. As Zhang Xiaofan suddenly had an unusual sensation. It was as if something had appeared in his head. After concentrating, Zhang Xiaofan found himself in a space that contained 5 of his colored images. Zhang Xiaofan wondered if this space was his inner consciousness. Just who are all these guys? And why do they look like him? Zhang Xiaofan suggested that these 5 were personifications of the ghostly steppe, the thunder god, Taoist scriptures, Buddhist scriptures, and even demons' seals. The force within him took on a human form, and suddenly attacked him. Zhang Xiaofan prepared to defend himself against the attacks of the 5 forces, as those suddenly began to penetrate inside him. Immediately after, Zhang Xiaofan was enveloped by flames that began to burn him, causing him incredible pain. The 5 forces lifted the host into the air and proceeded to pour into it. Zhang Xiaofan realized that this was very bad, as his body was about to explode due to the overabundance of energy. Meanwhile, a huge aura vortex began to form over Zhang Xiaofan's house. After a while, the vortex began to gradually dissipate over a certain village. Once that one completely subsided, Zhang Xiaofan flew out of the vortex. After which, he roughly landed on his butt. When Zhang Xiaofan opened his eyes, imperceptibly, the energy that had been trying to tear him apart from the inside, a short while ago, glimmered in them. Zhang Xiaofan wondered what kind of dream this was. Zhang Xiaofan looked at his hands, trying to deal with this feeling. Suddenly, spatial power began to flow from his hand, while Zhang Xiaofan was trying to comprehend what was happening. The villagers began to go outside to look at the god who had descended to them. Once Zhang Xiaofan finished, he looked up and saw the villagers worshipping him. As if he was their god, Zhang Xiaofan wondered. When talking about God, did they mean him specifically? Just as suddenly, Zhang Xiaofan noticed a flag that was familiar to him. Time traveling wasn't easy. And so, one day, Zhang Xiaofan left behind a flag. And this is indeed the village where he left the flag. In the past, in fact, if it wasn't for time travel, he would never have had so many opportunities. Nearby, several residents said hello to a certain icy beauty, and started hitting on her. Hearing the girl's voice, Zhang Xiaofan ducked his eye, thinking that she had a rather familiar voice, while the villagers were praying to Zhang Xiaofan. As a god, a trio was found and started harassing none other than Bing Xing. The black-haired man said that his boss was the master of Xiaoyu village, and that if she went with him, she could get whatever she wanted. After which, the second man asked why she was taking so long to think and started to rush Bing Xing. Zhang Xiaofan wondered why Bing Xing was suddenly here, and whether it could be that she had been following him all this time. He had already started to imagine Bing Xing sobbing, lying at his feet and begging him not to leave, since she was really in love with him. But in the end, he decided he had to help the Ice Maiden. Plus, there was a time when these people were also harassing him. Zhang Xiaofan was going to eliminate these people. Bing Xing called the trio shameless and shushed them, releasing a bit of aura, after which she warned them not to dare molest her again. The man never expected to come across a beautiful woman with a treasure. He whispered to his boss that this maiden's treasure was far more powerful than they had seen before. Which meant, this means that it's not actually a treasure. It's actually an immortal weapon. Bing Xing ordered the trio to get out of here, now. Immediately after which, those fled in fear. Fearing for their lives, Zhang Xiaofan felt awkward. He was going to save the Ice Maiden, but she's, as usual. Bing Xing was surprised to see Zhang Xiaofan, and wondered what he was doing here. Zhang Xiaofan smirked awkwardly, and replied that it was a mere coincidence. Zhang Xiaofan was sure that, even if he told her that he had gotten here after cultivation, she wouldn't believe him. Bing Xing asked if Xiaofan had come here for this, but the man immediately denied it, and said he didn't know what she meant. Bing Xing returned the snowflake to her hand and asked Zhang Xiaofan, lest he pretend that he didn't come here for this. In any case, Bing Xing unleashed her strength and shouted out that, but belonged to the Ice Palace, and she could not let it fall into the hands of outsiders. Zhang Xiaofan was surprised at what he heard. He asked Bing Xing how something from the Ice Palace could appear in this backwater village. Meanwhile, new people arrived in the village. Morang Ling ordered the Xiaoyu villagers to heed his words. Then, one of the disciples shouted out that he was an immortal, who had come here to select new talents. The villagers were amazed that the second immortal, in an hour, had arrived. They fell to their knees again and began to worship the immortal Morang. Lin asked the villagers if there was a person with the surname Lin in the village. One of the students tossed the bottle and told the residents that anyone who gave them a clue would be handsomely rewarded. The residents thought about it, but they still couldn't remember anyone with the last name, Lin Maorong. Lin suddenly became serious and asked the residents why they didn't tell him anything. After which, disciple Xiang grabbed one of the villagers by the neck and ordered him to speak, except that he really doesn't know anything, and has never heard of any Lin. By then, Zhang Xiaofan, along with Bing Xing, had finished their conversation. After which, they saw the rampage of the Xiang disciples. Zhang Xiaofan was simply amazed that he had caught this guy's eye again. And from the looks of it, he had already forgotten about what had happened between them at the talent festival. Bing Xing thought about this. To Lina, she wanted to inquire about how the people from the Shi and sect knew that the former master of the Ice Palace had died. Here, one of the Boing immortals said that there had never been anyone with the surname Lin in their village, and asked the immortals not to get angry. Just as suddenly, one of the villagers stood up and said that was enough. He admitted he knew who they were looking for, except she was already dead. The man's nearby daughter told her daddy that she was afraid of these people. Morang Lin smirked, sinisterly, and repeated that that one had already died. After which, he grabbed the girl's pendant and asked about this ice jade. The girl tried to break free, taking the ice jade with her. She said that this jade was a gift from her mother. The girl's father begged the immortal to stop for this. Ice jade was the only thing left of the girl's mother. Morang Lin ordered the lowly mortal to stay out of his affairs, and shot out a stream of energy. Before the girl could scream, the stream hit her father directly. But once the flood dissipated, everyone saw that the father was alive. Thanks to one man, Zhang Xiaofan told Morang Lin that he was too proud of himself. Morang Lin was clearly displeased, as he was once again caught by this Zhang Xiaofan. Noticing this, the disciples were surprised, as they did not expect to see him here. Jiang Xiaofan created a thunder god sphere, then ordered Morang Lin to let the girl go. Even the villagers were surprised to hear about Jiang Xiaofan. For once, they all knew him as a little beggar, but now he wasn't even recognizable. Once upon a time, Jiang Xiaofan had asked an immortal to accept him as a disciple, but the latter betrayed Jiang Xiaofan and threw him off the cliff, saying that he was too stupid and didn't deserve to be in the Xiang sect. Seeing the girl beside Jiang Xiaofan, the bald-headed man wondered if it was the ice bitch that had threatened them a while ago. And if it's really her, what would she be doing near this beggar? Suddenly, the entire puzzle in the man's mind came together. He realized that Jiang Xiaofan had appeared here because of this ice maiden, and for that she had given him her immortal weapon. Morang Ling asked Jiang Xiaofan not to force him to do so, while the girl, through her tears, begged the immortal to let her go. Jiang Xiaofan asked if the one was going to let the girl go or not, or did the one just want to fight him? As a bald man suddenly intervened in the conversation, he asked Jiang Xiaofan, how dare he? While the two were talking, the bald man told the villagers about everything, which made them angry at Jiang Xiaofan. They wanted to know how this beggar dared to associate with a great immortal who had visited their village before. The villagers demanded that the beggar not involve their entire village in his problems, and demanded that he apologize to the immortal. Right now, Jiang Xiaofan mentally smirked. After all, he had yet to collect the debt from the villagers, who were tormenting him before they decided to come to his door on their own. The villagers kept demanding, louder and louder, that the beggar repent to the gods. They shouted for him to leave them out of his suicidal squabbles. Jiang Xiaofan smirked maliciously and told Morang Lin that he was asking. For the last time, he let his hand pass, and asked whether Morang Lin would let the girl go or not. The bald man shouted to the immortal that he would support the immortal's decision to kill this boy for daring to defy the gods. The bald man was already imagining how this beggar would be beaten to death by the gods, after which, he could have that icy beauty for himself. Morang Ling lifted the girl higher and told Jiang Xiaofan that he hated him. Since he was asking so much to let the girl go, Morang Ling dared to do so. Except, he threw her into the distance to distract Jiang Xiaofan. The girl screamed in fear, and the man was scared for his little choo-choo. As suddenly, water appeared under the girl, after which a whirlwind with arms came out of her. Using his new strength, Jiang Xiaofeng managed to catch a good catch. He was able to anger Morang Lin even more, because he had demonstrated spatial magic. Morang Lin asked. So what if he had awakened spatial magic? Because Jiang Xiaofan was not the only one. Jiang Xiaofan brought Chu-Chu back to the village, after which she thanked her big brother for saving her. Following behind, her father fell to his knees, and began to thank immortal Jiang Xiaofan for his help. But Jiang Xiaofan told the man that he didn't need to thank him for his help. After which, Jiang Xiaofan turned around to Morang Lin and said, with a clenched fist, that he was just asking to die. Jiang Xiaofan said he could no longer be blamed for this, then took out his spear and attacked, using the Thunder God technique. The resident was amazed at what he saw, for it was simply impossible. He asked the boss if the boss had just said that this boy was just a beggar. Then, why Jiang Xiaofan stuck his spear into the ground, and used the Thunder God's split solution immediately, after which a wave of lightning swept across the ground, which the bald man tried to run away from. Morang Lin smirked and said that he had been waiting for Xiaofan to do that, after which, he took out a flaming heart, and squeezed it in his hand. Looking at the burgeoning flame in his hand, Morang Lin said, this is a supreme flame heart, and thanks to this heart, he would be able to take down Jiang Xiaofan without a problem. Releasing a flame, Morang Ling explained that the purple gold flame, transformed by the flaming heart, was enough to blast Jiang Xiaofan. As soon as the flame made contact with the lightning, Jiang Xiaofan was astonished. For Morang Lin has another fiery heart. Morang Ling was aware of the fact that he would use the Thunder God's decree, and once the lightning hit the flames, Jiang Xiaofan would be destroyed by his own Thunder God's decree. If he tried to avoid it, the villagers would suffer. This guy turned out to be really evil. A flame lit up in Jiang Xiaofan's eyes. Morang Ling smirked and asked Jiang Xiaofan if he was a righteous man, by any chance. If so, he would be able to watch Jiang Xiaofan choose between himself and these villagers. Jiang Xiaofan clenched his fist in anger, for there was nothing he could do, except Jiang Xiaofan grabbed the air, and made every effort to open up the space. Suddenly, a gap of space appeared between Jiang Xiaofan's hands. Morang Ling was astonished by what he saw because Jiang Xiaofan had suddenly decided to create space using his awakened space power. Just as suddenly, the spatial rift rushed upward and began to diverge, drawing the Thunder God's decree ever wider. After which, the Heart of Flames finally caught up with Jiang Xiaofan. But Jiang Shao Fan grabbed the heart of the flame and began to contain it. Morang Lin was simply stunned, feeling such a powerful aura. Nearby, a barrier appeared around Jiang Shao Fan, which immediately began to be surrounded by raging flames with extra effort. Jiang Shao Fan still managed to seal the flaming heart. Immediately afterward, he threw it straight into the rift. A moment later, the strongest, but still maximally suppressed explosion from the interaction of the heart of flame, and the Thunder God's pointer rang out in the middle of the village. Stepping out of the flames, Jiang Shao Fan told Moronglin that he had, indeed, fatally changed. Emboldened by the flames, and even more angry, Jiang Shao Fan recalled that he had, indeed, warned Moronglin. But the latter, stuttering on every word, Moronglin asked Jiang Shao Fan, "No, the Overlord?" To stay away from him at this moment, he could only think of Jiang Shao Fan's strength. It was simply impossible to believe that someone had suddenly become so strong. This is the end. Jiang Shao Fan asked Moronglin if he had forgotten about what once was, after which he grabbed the man by his clothes. Jiang Shao Fan lifted Moronglin up and said, "It seems to him. He feels like he has to help him remember everything." Jiang Shao Fan recalled that he had said this before. But if Moronglin saw him again, he must remember to go around him from afar. Otherwise, Jiang Shao Fan swung his spear at Moranglin's face, wound, and said that otherwise, he would die. Moranglin cried out in fear, and began to beg Jiang Shao Fan not to kill him. Jiang Shao Fan wondered why he shouldn't kill him. As Rongling fell to his knees, he told Lord Jiang Shao Fan that he did not wish to die. Through shivers and tears, Rongling admitted that he knew that everything he did was wrong. And next time, he wouldn't even dare. Rongling began to beg Jiang Shao Fan to take pity on him, and give him another chance. Jiang Shao Fan smirked sinisterly, and asked if he should give him another chance, as he suddenly noticed an interesting pouch hanging on Moranglin's belt. Another flaming heart, reeking from that pouch. Noticing the latter's sudden change in face, Moranglin took the bag off his belt, and said that if he liked it, Shao Fan could just take it. Jiang Shao Fan calculated that this amount of flame hearts would be enough for him to create hundreds of top pills. After thinking for a bit, Jiang Shao Fan asked Moranglin if he thought that his life was worth all those flaming hearts. Moranglin was astonished by what he heard, and wondered not enough. After which, he bit his finger and crookedly offered a deal. If he found the treasure today, he would give half to Jiang Shao Fan. Except, Jiang Shao Fan wasn't happy with some half of it. Jiang Shao Fan suggested that he still didn't understand everything, and used the Thunder God's decree. Moranglin covered himself with his hands, and asked Shao Fan not to hit him. After which, he bowed and said that all the treasures would go to Lord Jiang Shao Fan. If he found them, he would give everything, as he didn't need anything. Jiang Shao Fan hit his spear and asked, with a satisfied smirk, what kind of realm were they looking for? Through clenched teeth, but Moranglin said that they were looking for the Xingye mountain stream, a secret realm. Jiang Shao Fan was astonished at what he heard for the treasure. Moranglin is talking about is this treasure, is copper. Jiang Shao Fan told Moranglin that he wouldn't be able to go to the Xingye secret realm. Moranglin asked, why can't he go there? But Jiang Shao Fan, absorbed in his thoughts, did not reply and only clenched his fist. He had already taken the copper shard from the secret realm, Xingye mountain stream, and now they would go there again. If they went there again, they would only defile the body of the Buddha. Meanwhile, several cultivators arrived at their place. One of the cultivators said that, according to Moronglin, there was a treasure here. Except, he didn't say where it was. The second cultivator wondered if Moranglin was going to trick them, and take the treasure for himself. Hearing the cultivators talking, Jiang Shao Fan realized that those cultivators had also come for the Xingye mountain stream. Except he couldn't let someone desecrate the body of a Buddha. Noticing Moranglin, the cultivators approached him, after which one of them praised Moranglin for being one step ahead of them, while the other asked about the guy next to him. Jiang Shao Fan bluntly said that no one was allowed to enter this secret realm, otherwise they would all die here. The cultivators were astonished at this insolence. The girl cultivator asked, how dare such a brat stop them? And did he realize who was in front of him? Jiang Shao Fan said that he knew who they were. They were just a pack of dogs of the Xingye sect. The girl asked Shao Fan to repeat his words, after which she raised her swords with the rest of the cultivators, and threatened to cut off Jiang Shao Fan's long tongue, which she would feed to the dogs afterward. Suddenly, Moranglin forgot the situation he was in, and asked his siblings to kill the insolent man. This guy is trying to stop them, since there are some weapons under the rock. Except he doesn't want to go together, as he wants to take everything valuable with him. The girl grinned and said, not surprisingly, after which She demanded for the little bastard to answer. Once, he dared to challenge their Xiang sect. Morang Ling betrayed Jiang Xiaofan once again, causing Jiang Xiaofan to even smirk. For he had already pardoned him twice. Jiang Xiaofan summoned the Jade Cauldron and said that if they came even one step closer, it would kill him. Morang Ling shouted to his friends that he was afraid for this guy. Wanted to kill him. Jiang Xiaofan threw the cauldron at Morang Ling, to finally get rid of him, as the girl suddenly blocked the cauldron with her sword. Whereupon she asked if the bastard thought they were standing here blind. The girl recalled that she was a member of the Xiang sect, and asked if he was really willing to try to kill them. Jiang Xiaofan assumed that, since she was interfering, she also wanted to die. Jiang Xiaofan swung his spear to summon the fire dragon and said that, in that case, he was ready to satisfy her. Then he squeezed the shaft harder and attacked the Xian girl, which shocked her because he used the triple divine power. The girl somehow managed to suppress the force of the attack, and rolled to the side, after which she was able to sigh because of the experience, and asked how did he get triple divine power. This guy turned out to be too powerful. But just who was he suddenly? Jiang Xiaofan appeared right beside the girl and had already drawn his spear, causing the girl to scream loudly. But the situation was saved by her fellow students, attacking Jiang Xiaofan with their spiritual soldiers. Bing Xing wondered if there was anything she could do to help Jiang Xiaofan, and even summoned a snowflake to save him from Xiang's disciples. But Jiang Xiaofan asked her not to interfere, and turned into a whirlwind, and instantly destroyed all the spiritual weapons flying at him, which was almost impossible to defeat. Jiang Xiaofan refused to help, just to personally get Murong Lin. He ordered all the Xiang'e disciples to disperse, then shook them. Jiang Xiaofan asked Murong Lin where he was going. Jian Xiaofan asked Meranglin where he was going. Meranglin wondered if he was the one he was talking about. For, in that case, he goes. While Meranglin was talking to Jian Xiaofan's teeth, a sword was already flying towards him. The moment will finally come when Jian Xiaofan, who hated him, will die. Suddenly, Jiang Xiaofan reached back and grabbed the sword by the hilt. Jiang Xiaofan asked Morang Lin to repeat what he wanted to say. A shocked Morang Lin asked how the man had even managed to do that. Jiang Xiaofan broke the spiritual blade and reminded that he had already given Meranglin 2 chances. He had no intention of giving a third. Meranglin released his green aura and ordered Jiang Xiaofan, lest he be too, just as suddenly. Jiang Xiaofan grabbed his face. He told Murong Lin that he was going to die today. Murong Lin shouted at the top of his voice, and his lips dried up. Murong Lin told Jiang Xiaofan that if he killed him today, the Xiang sect would never let him go. The girl shouted at Jiang Xiaofan that he was just a bastard. Then she threatened that the Xiang sect would persecute him for the rest of his life. If he touched their sect, Jiang Xiaofan replied that if the Xiang sect came to him, he would leave no one alive. If 2 people came to him, he would kill them both, after which he squeezed Morang Lin's head and said in a lighted voice that all he wanted was death. After a few seconds, Jiang Xiaofan let go of Morang Lin, causing him to cower to his side, and afterward he began to burn, leaving behind only his clothes. The Xiongnu girl was horrified because of what had happened. She ordered to kill this guy for real. Xiaofan said that he is Jiang. Xiaofan always does what he says. Xiaofan shouted that no one would be able to enter the Xingya mountain stream, secret realm, today. The girl asked why they couldn't go there. Yung Xiaofan replied that his master was resting there. Now, the girl understood why this guy was so strong. From the looks of it, his master. One of the disciples asked, since this guy's master was resting in the mountain stream, why don't they? As the girl suddenly ordered Jiang Xiaofan to listen to her. Jiang Xiaofan had killed one of the members of the Xiang sect, which meant they could never let him go. Jiang Xiaofan quickly armed himself and said that if they wanted to die, he would let them die quickly. Xiang's disciples were shocked for this guy had now demonstrated the power of the thunder. God's decree, the girl cursed to herself. As it turned out, this guy not only possessed and could control the powers of the 3 gods, but also control the thunder clouds. Since that was the case, she ordered everyone to retreat. As she left, she warned Jiang Xiaofan to wait for his time, for the Xiang sect would soon take revenge on him. Bing Xing, who was watching the fight, was surprised by Jiang Xiaofan. She could already hardly believe that Jiang Xiaofan had single-handedly chased all these people away. His strength had once again increased, even though not much time had passed since their meeting. Just as suddenly, Jiang Xiaofan grabbed her shoulder and asked, what was she looking at while everyone was leaving? Bing Xing turned to Jiang Xiaofan, as the latter smirked and said that he had handled it. Just as he had told her, he then recalled that she also wished to go to the Shenya mountain stream to find something for the ice palace. He asked where it was since he was going to go with her. Bing Xing asked if he really wasn't going to stop her. Suddenly, Zhang Chao Fan picked her up by her waist and quickly carried her to the edge of the cliff. Immediately afterward, Jiang Xiao Fan, along with Bing Xing, jumped off the cliff. The villagers fell to their knees and said goodbye to the immortals. As Bing Xing walked downstairs, she noticed the very grave that Jiang Xiaofan was talking about. Jiang Xiaofan said that this was his master, after which, he bowed to his grave. Bing Xing wondered if Master Jiang Xiaofan was really buried under this mountain stream. Bing Xing turned to Mr. Jiang, but he raised his hand and said it was fine. Whereupon, he pointed to the lake and said that if there was any mystery here, it could only be hidden under this clear lake. Then he approached the lake and noticed something strange. Agreed with his hypothesis. Jiang Xiaofan took off his outer clothes, then told Bing Xing that he would dive in and check everything. Seeing Jiang Xiaofan without his outerwear, Bing Xing was embarrassed and tried to look away. She agreed to leave this difficult job to him. Jiang Xiaofan dived into the lake and began to dive deeper and deeper. This lake is really very strange. It's much deeper than it should be. Just as suddenly, Jiang Xiaofan noticed something golden, glowing at the bottom. Jiang Xiaofan swam up to the shining object and touched it, as it suddenly started releasing a huge amount of aura. It was a boundary. Meanwhile, Bing Xing was starting to worry about Jiang Xiaofan. After all, he had been underwater for more than a minute. Suddenly, ripples rippled across the water, and Jiang Xiaofan immediately surfaced from it, causing Bing Xing to secretly gasp. Jiang Xiaofan extended his hand and asked for Bing Xing to give him her hand. Bing Xing blushed even more and asked, "What is this for?" To which Jiang Xiaofan replied that he would take her with him. As it turned out, there was a boundary at the bottom of the lake that he had never noticed before. Without thinking for long, Bing Xing still extended her trembling hand to Jiang Xiaofan. As they sank to the bottom, Bing Xing herself was able to see the boundary that Xiaofan was talking about. Jiang Xiaofan asked Bing Xing to wait for a while he escorted her out. Bing Xing asked him to be more careful, but Jiang Xiaofan reached for the border, as a vortex appeared near her, pulling everything inside. While Jiang Xiaofan held Bing Xing's hand, Bing Xing reflected on the fact that he was the first man to touch her hand. Jiang Xiaofan said that the treasure she mentioned should be here. Bing Xing promised herself that, if Jiang Xiaofan refused to marry her, in the future she would cut off that arm. Meanwhile, a black-haired man had been sealed overseas for years, being swallowed by the vortex. Jiang Xiaofan and Bing Xing fell into a kind of space. Sensing the guests, the man opened his red eyes and asked who was here. But Bing Xing immediately asked the demon lord not to give them any trouble. Immediately after, Bing Xing took out a snowflake and asked the demon lord if he remembered it. Just seeing this snowflake, the demon lord opened his eyes wide and started trying to break free of the chains. He knows what is in the hands of the guest, and he only wanted to know one thing: is it her descendant? The demon lord asked if she was okay, to which Bing Xing bluntly replied that she was dead. The demon lord was stunned by what he heard. Suddenly, a red aura began to emanate from him, and he asked who it was did. He wanted to know the name of the person who killed her, so he could kill him. Bing Xing replied that he himself was the one who killed her. Hearing this, the demon lord calmed down and asked about it. Just as suddenly, Jiang Xiaofan walked in front of Bing Xing and addressed the demon lord. He told him that the heavenly demon sect was the most powerful demonic sect, and the magic they practiced would absorb the life force of everyone around them, absorbs the powers of all. But the mistress of the ice palace accidentally got pregnant with his child. Bing Xing had, in no way, expected that Jiang Xiaofan could know so much. Except, how could he know it? The demon lord was surprised to hear this. He interjected, "Is she pregnant by him?" Bing Xing turned to the demon lord and asked him to calm down, as he suddenly tensed up and started laughing loudly, after which he repeated the name of his sex several times. If only it wasn't for this heavenly demon sutra, he wouldn't have taken the demonic path. Not to mention, it killed her. Suddenly, an even thicker aura began to emanate from the demon lord, and he shouted that this demon lord didn't deserve all of this. The demon lord began to growl loudly, trying to break free of the chains, as light suddenly burst out of his shackles. Immediately, sealing symbols appeared all over his body. The demon lord demanded to be released. He wanted to break out of this dungeon. Following the symbols, the demon lord's body began to be covered in flames. Zhang Chao Fun raised his spear and warned Bing Xing to be more careful. After calming down a bit, the demon lord took a breath and said that he was making them laugh at him. One stick of incense later, the demon lord said he was sure they hadn't come here just to tell him the news. Bing Xing agreed and said that they had come here to retrieve an item from the ice palace. The demon lord clenched his fists when he heard this. Just as suddenly, he started spewing out more and more demonic aura. He shouted that they were all from the Ice Palace. They were all really in a hurry to die. Jing Shou Fan was astonished. After seeing this, he wanted to understand what kind of magic this was. The Demon Lord kept releasing huge amounts of aura, until his shackles were finally destroyed. He finally broke free, and in that case, he'll send everyone to the afterlife after her. The Demon Lord roared, then he pushed off and flew towards Zhang Chao Fan. The Demon Lord's hands were covered in an aura, turning them into deadly weapons, which was clearly a bad sign. The Demon Lord quickly caught up with Zhang Chao Fan, but the latter still managed to block his attack. Zhang Xiaofan accepted that the Demon Lord controlled powerful demonic energy and used powerful magic skills. Just as suddenly, Zhang Xiaofan's spear broke apart, as if it was an ordinary spear and not a spiritual weapon. As it turned out, it was all about the demonic aura. It could destroy the spiritual spear. Bing Xing approached Jiang Xiaofeng and said that he was no opponent to a Demon Lord. With the power of a heavenly demon, Bing Xing offered him her help immediately, after which she used frost techniques. Zhang Chao Fan shouted for her to stop, after which Bing Xing directed her falling light at the enemy. The Demon Lord asked the younger one if she thought the falling snow would be able to stop him. The Demon Lord unleashed a powerful flame, after which it turned into chains, and they all rushed towards Bing Xing immediately, after which they chained her. Things were not good, for the Heavenly Demon Sutra is capable of destroying the Ice Palace Mistress. It could also destroy his spear, and perhaps even the Heavenly Demon Sutra could destroy the falling snow. Just as Jiang Xiaofan had suggested, the Heavenly Demon Sutra began to devour the falling snow. Little by little, seeing this, Bing Xing folded the seal, and in the name of falling snow, she used 3 feet of ice as suddenly. Even that began to crumble. The Demon Lord extended his chains to the falling snow, and continued its destruction. He wished to destroy this weapon. Jiang Xiaofan came to the conclusion that he had no choice but to pull out that sword. 3 feet of ice was destroyed, but Bing Xing rebuilt it again. The Demon Lord asked not to waste time on this. After all, he was the one who had found this immortal weapon, together with Ning Ruo, after which he attacked Bing Xing to send her to where Ning Ruo was. Now, Zhang Chao Fan ordered the Demon Lord to stop it, and suddenly, but he managed to break those demonic chains. The Demon Lord was astonished at what he saw, for this was his heavenly demon sword. Just as suddenly it exploded, releasing even more aura. The Demon Lord asked Jiang Xiaofan, where did he get the heavenly demon sword from? Shattering the chains, the heavenly demon sword returned to its new master's hands. After which, Jiang Xiaofan shouted to the Demon Lord that he was here to fight him. The Demon Lord said that this sword used to belong to a god, but he had sealed it away in a secret realm. The Demon Lord asked the young man, where did you get that sword? After which, he once again began to attack Zhang Xiaofang with chains. Except this time, Zhang Xiaofan could already cut those chains. Zhang Xiaofan asked the Lord not to misunderstand him. After all, he didn't steal this sword. Cutting chain after chain, Zhang Xiaofan revealed that this sword recognized him as its master. The Demon Lord couldn't believe that the sword recognized him as the master, because it was simply impossible. It was a demonic sword. While Jiang Xiaofan is not even one of the demons, Jiang Xiaofan was forced to accept the Demon Lord's words. The sword of the heavenly demon is indeed a demonic sword, except that the Taoist Master Seal is capable of destroying all demons. The Demon Lord couldn't believe what he saw. He asked Zhang Xiaofan if his teacher was a holy Buddha, which Zhang Xiaofan immediately confirmed. Bing Xing was surprised. As she looked at Zhang Xiaofan's heavenly demon sword, Bing Xing asked him to use the Taoist seal to break his demonic seal only. The Demon Lord was clearly unhappy that the disciple of the Holy Buddha wants to take this sword. He would never be able to allow it, and if he wanted to obtain the heavenly demon sword, it would only be from the bottom of his grave. Suddenly, Jiang Xiaofan was chained by the Demon Lord. Bing Xing shouted for him to be careful, for a new chain was already flying towards him. Bing Xing realized that she was the reason why Jiang Xiaofan was in this situation, and therefore, she must save him. Bing Xing once again called out to the falling snow. Immediately afterward, the immortal weapon was still able to give resistance to the Demon Lord's chains. The Demon Lord did not expect such a thing, for it was not to be. Seizing the chance, Jiang Xiaofan summoned the heavenly demon sword and shattered the chains restraining him. Immediately afterward, he leaped to the Demon Lord and said that, since his master had passed away, now, he would have to take care of the Demon Lord. After a brief hesitation, Zhang Xiaofan drove the seal straight into the Demon Lord's head. But the one wasn't going to tolerate this one. The Demon Lord shouted with his name. Zhang Xiaofan placed the seal on the Demon Lord. Immediately afterward, the demon lord began to be consumed by golden flames. He shouted for Xiao Fan to stop. But Zhang Xiao Fan continued on his way. As suddenly, the demon lord once again exploded with energy, being consumed by the golden flames. One stick of incense later, after the demon lord woke up, he noticed that he had an incredibly bad headache. Just as suddenly, he remembered that the ice palace had come to him, and asked the younger ones how they were. Zhang Xiao Fan greeted the elder. As he finally woke up, the demon lord looked at his hands and asked Zhang Xiao Fan if he had hurt him during the battle. To which Zhang Xiao Fan replied that, fortunately, not, as he had a Taoist seal that the master had given him. Otherwise, Bingxing might have heard this. The demon lord began to sprinkle himself with curses, and tried to tear out his hair. After which, the latter shouted to Ling Qingyang that he had sworn an oath to Saint Buddha, but then, why was he unable to control this cursed energy? The demon lord fell to his knees and said that, if he had truly hurt them, Ling Qingyang asked for their forgiveness. Zhang Xiao Fan asked if he really wished to apologize. Ling Qingyang agreed with Zhang Xiao Fan. He admitted that he was at fault, and offered to take whatever Xiao Fan wanted. At this moment, Bingxing opened her eye and said, through her pain and fatigue, that she wanted to take the item from the ice palace. Before Ling Xingyan could reply, Bingxing lit the ice flame and said that, if he continued to insist on not giving it back, she could only fight again. Zhang Xiaofan asked them to wait. After which, he inquired about what this thing even was. Ling Qingyang bowed down and said, this thing, and tears flowed from his eyes. Ning Ro congratulated Ling Qingyang for founding the Heavenly Demon Sect. Ling Qingyang asked Ning Ro to believe him because when the Heavenly Demon Sect becomes the greatest sect, then he, Ling Qingyang, will marry her. Ning Ro asked if he promises. Ling Xinyang hugged Ning Ru and said that he would swear this to her. And then, no ice palace or anyone in the world would be able to separate them. Ning Ro said that she believed what he said. She then suggested that he take something. And when that day came, he would bring it back to the ice palace. But Ling Qingyan refused to take that thing. After all, it is Ning Ro's weapon of life. Ning Ro placed a bell in his hand and confessed to Ling Qingyan that he was as important to her as she was to him. Ling Qingyang squeezed his hand, realizing what kind of bell Ning Ro had given him. Then tears came to his eyes, and he promised that the day was not far away. He promised her that the day would be soon. This bell is the only one that Ning Ro left him. Bingxing inquired about the relic. Ling Qingyang said that since this item was of great importance to the ice palace, he was willing to give them anything they wanted. Suddenly, the bell ignited with an icy flame, and flew into the air, creating a projection of Ning Ru. Even Bingxing was amazed by this, for this was nothing but the spirit of life. It meant that the former head of the ice palace had given this person her spirit of life. Even Zhang Chao Fan was surprised by this. After all, it meant that she wasn't afraid to do this. Lung Qingyang covered his face with his hands and said that it was indeed Ning Ro's life spirit, but he would rather destroy the ice palace by coming there than bring it back. Lang Chenyang asked, what was the point of all this? For in the end, he never managed to keep his promise. Bingxing recalled that Ning Ro had long since died. So, what else would the ice palace do but get her spirit? Warrior Lung Qingyang shook his head, protestingly, and admitted that he wasn't sure about it. They should personally ask the ice palace about it. Bingxing told the heavenly demon lord that, in that case as soon as she grabbed the bell, Ning Ro's projection immediately became covered in cracks and shattered into shards. A second later, Jiang admitted that he didn't think so, which surprised Bingxing. After which, he moved closer and whispered that once the master died, the weapon's aura would immediately dissipate, and the ice palace would only be left to use this useless bell. Bingxing was embarrassed and asked, did he happen to think that? She didn't notice it right away. After which, Bingxing held out the bell to Ling Qingyan and asked him to take it away, because the ice palace no longer needed it. Birds were frolicking on the watery lookout of the mountain stream. Suddenly, a vortex began to form on the surface, scaring away all the birds. And after a few seconds, Jiang Xiao Fan and Bingxing finally made their way out of the heavenly demon lord's dungeon. Bingxing still couldn't stop pondering about heavenly demon lord Ling Qingyang's feelings for ice palace mistress Ning Ru. Lung Qing and Yang still insisted that they take Ning Ru's bell for themselves. Ning Ru had originally suffered because of his demonic aura, and now, her own weapon would be stuck here forever. Through tears, Lung Qingyang said that she would feel very sorry for her, whereupon he waved her off and asked that the guests take her spiritual weapons and leave, let her see the outside world again. Zhang Xiaofan picked up the ice maiden by her arm and shoulder, and turned to her. But she ignored Jiang Xiaofan and suggested that she should hurry back to the ice palace. Jiang Xiaofan apologized and said that he wouldn't be able to go to the ice palace if one counted how much time it was. Now a life-or-death battle with Juxiawu was about to take place. Suddenly, from Xiaoyu's village, screams were heard. The girl was asking for her mother's gift to be returned to her. Jiang Xiaofan recognized that voice. It was the little girl he had saved before. Elder Xian grabbed the ice jade and asked the wretched mortal how she dared to appropriate the treasure. He asked if that meant they had stolen it from another immortal. Chu Chu replied that he was not, and called him a bloodthirsty old man. Chu Chu's father asked the immortal to leave her mother's item. To the girl, Elder Zhang was surprised at the insolence of this mortal, and asked if he had to return this to them. Immediately afterward, he ripped the ice jade off the ribbon, and said that a mere mortal was not worthy of the treasure. Suddenly, Jiang Xiaofan said that it was shameless to rob a mortal, and threw his spear at the old man's hand, causing him to drop the ice jade. Just as suddenly, Ning Ro's bell trembled. Bing Xing released the bell immediately, after which, it flew straight towards the ice jade, and slammed into him, creating a blinding flash. As soon as the flash dissipated, Ning Ro's bell merged together with the ice jade, which was simply unimaginable. Sect Elder Xiang rejoiced, as he also got his hands on the second treasure. And since that was the case, he said that this treasure should also belong to the Xiang sect, and reached for it just as suddenly. The pendant dodged Elder Xiang's hand. Immediately afterward, he flew to the girl. As it flew toward its mistress, the amulet stopped and began to glow. He then recovered the ribbon and returned himself to the girl's neck. But something surprised her much more suddenly. Chu Chu felt her mother's aura emanating from this amulet. Whereupon, she closed her eyes and soared above the ground. When Chu Chu opened her eyes, her gray eyes were completely icy. Due to her excitement, Chu Chu's father turned to her. Just as suddenly, Chu Chu unleashed a powerful ice aura. Chu Chu's father was astonished by what he saw for this. He couldn't understand what was happening to her. After the girl released her aura, Elder Xiang was able to recognize the ice palace aura in her. As it turned out, this ice jade was a treasure that sealed a portion of Ning Ro's cultivation. Within it, Elder Xiang took out a huge axe and said that, from now on, this treasure should belong to his Xiang sect. Jian Xiaofan was astonished, for this ice jade, actually, turned out to be the most valuable treasure of the ice palace, and from the looks of it, Bing Xing originally wanted to find this particular treasure. Jiang Xiaofan pulled out his spear and ordered Elder Xiang to get out of here, but the elder called him a bastard, and reminded him that Jiang Xiaofan had recently killed his disciple, Murong Ling, for which he had never settled his score. The elder offered Jiang Xiaofan a deal. He would not interfere with him today, and he, in return, he would agree to spare Jiang Xiaofan's life. Chu Chu approached Jiang Xiaofan with Elder Ziyang, but Jiang Xiaofan interrupted her, telling the old man that he thought too much of himself. After all, as long as he is here, the elder will never be able to steal anything belonging to Bing Xing. Chu said, sensing her fear. Just as suddenly, she changed abruptly and asked who they were. And starting to gather a huge amount of frost aura, the girl said that she was Ning Roa's daughter. After which, she asked if the daughter was hers. Bing Xing realized that this girl had her predecessor inside her. Hence, she greeted her. Ning Ro noticed that there was snow in the air, and it appeared to have come from behind those two. Elder Xian quickly realized what was going on and pointed at Jiang Xiaofan, and shouted that the little girl was being bullied by that bastard. Before Jiang Xiaofan could marvel at the insolence of this old dog, how Ning Ro believed the old man, and accused Jiang Xiaofan of lying to her. Jiang Xiaofan clenched his spear tighter and attacked the old man, shouting that everyone in the Zhang clan was truly the same. The elder asked if the man was angry about being exposed as bullying the weak. The elder was glad of what had happened, for this was the price for killing his disciple. Just as suddenly, Ning Ro appeared in front of Yung Xiaofan, and grabbed his spear and asked how could he only dare to threaten her descendant. She said that he deserved to die for it, right after which his spear quickly iced and was destroyed, as if it wasn't a spiritual weapon, but ordinary ice. This was probably the former ice palace mistress's true strength. And since that was the case, Jiang Xiaofan took out more spiritual weapons. From his spatial bag, Ning Ruth praised Jiang Xiaofan. He showed her not even bad strength at all. After which, she raised her hands and created an ice tornado, from which the ice blade showed. Afterward, she promised that she would save his body. For his funeral, Jiang Xiaofan asked. Did that mean he should thank her for it? He suggested she attack if she wasn't afraid. Of course, Elder Young was astonished by what he saw. Besides Jiang Xiaofan being able to control so many spiritual weapons, he also had to find them somewhere. Except, it was useless against the power of the former Ice Palace mistress. He wouldn't be able to defeat her, even if he brought a lot more spiritual weapons. With him, Ningru and Chu-Chu's body was surprised by so many spiritual weapons. But what's worse, her body wouldn't be able to withstand. Ning Hao raised her ice blade and released her sword. Intent, at the same moment, Jiang Xiaofan's spiritual weapon flew towards her, but was immediately destroyed by Ning Rou's aura. After dealing with Jiang Xiaofan's weapons, Ning Rou aimed at Jiang Xiaofan. Jiang Xiaofan said that it wouldn't be that easy. Ning Rou caught up to Jiang Xiaofan in the blink of an eye, after which she stabbed his chest with her sword. With anger in her eyes, Ning Rou ordered him to burn in hell, while Bingxing was horrified that Jiang Xiaofan had been injured. Just as suddenly, Jiang Xiaofan's body began to blur into thin air. Jiang Xiaofan reminded Ning Rou that he had already told her that he was not her opponent. Immediately after, his hand appeared behind Ning Hao and snapped off the ice jade. The frosty aura dissipated, after which, Chu-Chu fell to her knees. But no sooner had she fallen to the ground than Jiang Xiaofan picked up Chu. Chu sighed, as this was finally over. Suddenly, Chu-Chu opened her eyes, and a second later, her pupils iced over again. Immediately after which, she bounced aside. Calling Jiang Xiaofan a shameless savage, Ning Rou once again took the ice blade and used the sword. Moan. As she suddenly realized that something was wrong here. Just now, she was so close to this child. But she felt no hostility, which meant Ning Rou swore. Then shifted her blade to Elder Jiang and asked, how dare he deceive her? The elder tried to understand what had just happened, but that was enough for Ning Rou. She revealed that, as expected, this old man's fear intensified when she targeted him, which meant that he had actually circled her. He managed to trick her descendant, and even managed to trick her. Ning Rou shouted at the old man for being too brazen, and attacked him with her ice sword. But the elder blocked the sword with his axe. He was surprised that she had figured it out, but what surprised him even more was such a powerful force, which was clearly not a good thing. Ning Rou shouted that this wasn't the end, and folded the seal immediately after, which, an ice flower appeared behind her back. Ning Rou explained that no one dared mock her descendants, and the flower bloomed immediately after, which, Ning Rou attacked the elder with ice flower petals. The old man managed to block the petals with his axe, but things were not so good. Elder Xiang was beginning to panic, for if this continued, he would soon be unable to hold back the attacks. Ning Rou ordered the ice flower to smash this old man. Immediately after which, the ice flower's strength increased, and it destroyed Elder Xiang's axe. While under the snow hail, Elder Xiang cursed the ice palace. But since he was in a losing position, he would have to retreat. The elder put his hand behind his back and created a purple flame. After depriving her opponent of his weapon and further weakening him, Ning Rou grabbed her ice sword and rushed to attack. Elder Xiang promised that he would still remember the humiliation from the ice palace. Immediately after, he used his flames and held Ning Rou down with her sword. Taking the chance, Elder Xiang laughed and flew away, saying that he would still meet the ice palace. Ning Rou was clearly unhappy that this old man had managed to escape. That old man is acting too sinister, but her power is already being dissipated by Chu-Chu, and so she's not sure if she'll be able to do anything if he wants revenge. Ning Rou turned to the younger ones and said, there was one thing she hoped to agree with. Bingxing asked Jiang Xiaofan to do what the former ice palace mistress wanted to ask. Jiang Xiaofan smiled and asked him to tell him about it. After which, Ning Rou told her that Chu-Chu was her descendant, and that she did not wish for her to return to the ice palace. But now that her power was about to dissipate, it might be time to bring her back. Bingxing told the older woman that she understood everything, after which she bowed and said that Chu-Chu had such talent that it was simply unacceptable to bury him in this small mountain village. Ning Rou smiled for the first time and said that she could now safely leave them. Immediately after that, Ning Rou's icy aura began to leave Chu-Chu's body. Lastly, Ning Rou told Chu-Chu that she was counting on her, and when she comes of age, if she doesn't want to stay in the ice palace, then she can leave. Ning Rou left her offspring's body, knowing that everything would be alright. Immediately after, Jiang Xiaofan picked up Chu-Chu and asked her to be careful. Bingxing asked the eldest not to worry, because from now on, she would treat Chu-Chu as her own. Jiang Xiaofan turned to Bingxing and put his hand on her shoulder, but the latter asked him not to worry, as she was perfectly fine. Bingxing told the mortal, who was Chu-Chu's father, that from now on, this girl was the heir of her ice palace, and as a holy maiden, she would bring her back to the ice palace and train her. Chu-Chu's father was confused by what he heard. He said that Chu-Chu Bingxing unleashed her frosty aura, and asked if the other person didn't like something. The man asked if she could not leave. He tried to explain that it was then the identity of the woman from the ice palace, that had made her the. Bing Xing explained that, if Chu Chu didn't return to the Ice Palace, what happened a few minutes ago might happen again, and he asked if he would be able to protect her next time. From not knowing what he could do in this situation, tears flowed from the father's eyes. And he asked the immortal if she would let him say goodbye to his daughter, one last time. To which Bing Xing replied that he could do it. One stick of incense later. Huang Tianmen sect. After Bing Xing and Chu Chu led Zhang Xiaofan into the sect, Zhang Xiaofan said goodbye and stated that he had to leave. Bing Xing admitted that she had already heard that Mr. Yung was going to fight Juxideo in a deadly duel. Zhang Xiaofan told her not to worry about it, because there was no way Juxideo could defeat him. With his current strength, Bing Xing was forced to agree with Zhang Xiaofan and asked him to take care of himself. After which, Zhang Xiaofan said goodbye to Bing Xing and left. Looking at the back of the departing Xiaofan, Bing Xing smiled and blushed as she thought of him. Jiang Shangfan finally returned to the Huangshenmen sect, where everyone was already discussing something. Immediately afterward, he returned to his peak of Owei. After climbing the peak, Jiang Shangfan told his brothers that he had returned. But they were surprised to see him here. Lin Quan asked the boss, "Didn't he leave to hide from Jushido?" After which, Tang Yu asked why he decided to return to the sect. Zhang Xiaofan was surprised at what he heard, and asked, why would he be the one to hide? After which, the brothers recalled that the battle with Jushido was due tomorrow morning, and Zhang Xiaofan had escaped from the sect early in the morning. They wondered, wasn't he going to seek refuge? Zhang Xiaofan taught his brothers a lesson, to knock the thoughts of all sorts of hiding places out of them. He explained that he was in training. Besides, why would he be afraid of some Jew shirt owl? Lin Quan and Tang Yu looked at each other. After hearing that, he was only practicing, not running away suddenly. Lin Quan wept and hung on to his boss, begging him not to fight. After all, it was rumored that Juicy Dao had entered the Saint Realm a few days ago, while Jiang Xiaofan was only in the realm of consciousness. Tong Yu hung on to Jiang Xiaofan, just like Lin Quan, and all the while, he was agreeing with his brother. He began to beg his boss not to be so impulsive, for impulsiveness was the devil. Jiang Xiaofan asked his brothers if they thought that he wouldn't be able to compete with Jushido. Lin Xuan and Tong Yu silently looked at each other, as they thought about what they had heard. Immediately afterward, they stood up and bowed synchronously, saying that they didn't think so in any way. There was suddenly an oppressive aura from their boss. Apparently, he was getting angry. The atmosphere was diffused by Elder Lu, who greeted Jiang Xiaofan. He welcomed Jiang Xiaofan back, and asked how he was feeling. To which, Jiang Xiaofan replied that he was in full health. After which, he thanked Elder Lu for all his advice. Elder Lu stroked his beard and said that it was all unimportant, because it was actually Zhang Xiaofan who was too perceptive. Elder Lu asked his disciple if he was ready for a mortal combat tomorrow morning, to which Zhang Xiaofan replied that he was naturally ready for it. After which, he added that he would kill Jushido tomorrow. The next morning, the disciples of the Huangshenmen sect gathered to watch the deadly duel between Jushido and Jiang Xiaofan. Some of the disciples had not even heard of this Jiang Xiaofan, so they bet on the famous Jew Shi Dao, while the rest bet on Jiang Xiaofan, because he was tough enough to start a fire in the Pill Palace itself. So, they thought that he could not lose. Suddenly, some of the disciples began to ask the others to be quiet, because their patriarch was coming. Immediately afterward, the sect patriarch, Huang Tianmen, walked onto the stage, along with the Pill Palace master. The patriarch coughed, whereupon he announced that today would be a mortal battle between Chunheng Peak's senior disciple Zhu Stale and Wu Wei Peak's disciple, Jiang Xiaofan finished. The patriarch waved his hand and created blue plates, with which he immediately closed the arena as a barrier, after which, the patriarch asked that everyone take their seats. After which, the sect elders also sat down in their seats. The Pill Palace master wondered, how did this bastard only dare to fight Jizadeo? He clearly doesn't know what he's doing. But even if he was confident of his victory today, Jiang Xiaofan would definitely die at the hands of Jushido. Some time ago, after arriving at the place, Juxiadeo asked the Pill Palace master why he wanted to see him, and was there really anything he could do for him. The Pill Palace master said that he had heard that tomorrow morning, Juxiadeo would fight Zhang Xiaofan to the death from Wei Peak, whereupon he took out a pill vial. Juxiadeo confirmed the elder's words, after which he explained that he wanted revenge, since Jiang Xiaofan had beaten up his brother. Yunlin, the Pill Palace master, inquired if he wished to kill Jiang Xiaofan, to which Juxiadeo replied that, of course, he wanted it. The master of the Pill Palace explained to Zhu Sherdao that there was only one pill in the vial, in his hand, and this pill is referred to as a mixture of purified cinnabar. Zhu Sherdao was astonished. Upon hearing the name of this pill, this particular elixir is rumored to be able to increase strength tenfold. In an instant, the Pill Palace Master said that it was because of this that Juxiedo would be able to win tomorrow's fight. Juxiedo squeezed the vial in his hand and said that he would definitely kill this bastard. Finished with everything, the patriarch waved his hand and asked the fighters to leave. The first to enter the arena was Jushida. The audience immediately began to discuss how much Jushida's strength had increased since the last time. Many even believed that he would definitely be able to win. After which, he made a bow and introduced himself as Jianheng, Pai's disciple, Zhu Stao, Xiao Shulin Xuan, and Tang Yuk supported Jiang Xiaofan before exiting. Immediately afterward, he jumped into the arena second. Jiang Xiaofan made a bow and introduced himself as a disciple from Wei Peak. Jiang Xiaofan, Juxiawu, summoned his spiritual weapon in the form of a large sword, after which he smirked and told Jiang Xiaofan that he would kneel before him today and beg for mercy. After finishing his greetings, Zhu Shidao immediately summoned a bird from the thunder to prepare for the attack. The spectators were astonished by this turn of events, for it was a thunderous sword of destruction, which meant that Zhu Shidao had decided to use his killing move at the very beginning of the fight. Seeing his opponent's lightning power, Jiang Xiaofan wasn't too frightened, unlike the spectators, but since it is fated that they both wield the power of thunder, he will show everyone his thunder god decree. Immediately, the sky was covered in clouds and began to fill with a huge amount of thunderous aura. The spectators were astonished by this, because it meant that Jushido's sword was so powerful that it could cause changes in both the earth and the sky. This meant that Jiang Xiaofan would clearly not be well in a fight with him. Summoning the thunder clouds, Jiang Xiaofan promised everyone that he would show them what the power of thunder really was. Jiang Xiaofan shot into the sky with the power of the thunder god's decree. As soon as it came into contact with the clouds, the thunder god's decree completely covered the sky with lightning. The spectators, who thought it was Justo's handiwork, started shouting together to kill Jiang Xiaofan. Except all of this was not Justo's doing. Even he was amazed by the changes in heaven and earth. Such a thing simply couldn't happen since the power of the thunderous sword of destruction. Wasn't that great? Yet suddenly, a huge thunder snake appeared from behind the clouds and immediately pounced on Jushido's bird. After the collision between the snake and the bird, the spectators began to question what was happening, for this was clearly wrong. At this point, some of the spectators began to guess that it was actually Jiang Xiaofan fighting such a huge thunder force, not Jushido. Suddenly a cracking sound was heard. Joshua's sword began to be covered in cracks and was already on the verge. Juswa reflected on the fact that his thunder sword of destruction was a top-grade spiritual weapon, which only meant that Jiang Xiaofan's strength. The lightning struck the thunder sword of destruction again, and it disintegrated into shards. The audience couldn't believe what they saw. After all, Jushido's spiritual weapon is extremely strong, but once it appeared on the stage, it immediately shattered. Jiang Xiaofan asked Jushido if he was going to fight him until his death, after which, he asked who he was going to humiliate by fighting with destroyed spiritual weapons. Jushian Dao let out a loud curse, as he had not expected that the opponent would be so strong, and since that's the case, it was Jiang Xiaofan who forced him to do this. Suddenly, Jushido released a huge amount of aura, causing his clothes to tear, and a golden dragon mark to appear on his body. After which he soared, thanks to the ever-increasing power of thunder. And his thunder took the form of 4 beasts, an azure dragon, a red bird, a white tiger and a black turtle, with a snake wrapped around it. The onlookers were almost speechless from such a thing, except none of them had seen such a killing move. Moreover, none of them had heard of such a move, and he probably wasn't from the Huangshimen sect. Even Jiang Xiaofan was surprised because of the pressure exuded by such an unusual technique. Elder Lu thought about the aura exuded by Jushido's technique. Suddenly, he remembered what this technique was, and it was bad. Elder Lu had explained to Jiang Xiaofan that it was an evil art of using souls to nurture souls. Juswa called out to the souls and commanded that they all. Juswa pointed at Jiang Xiaofan and ordered the spirits to devour him immediately. After which, the 4 beasts pounced on Jiang Xiaofan. Jiang Xiaofan was the first to be caught by the white tiger, which immediately struck him with its claws. Shuishuai told the perverted man to beware of this attack. Immediately after which, Jiang Xiaofan disemboweled the white tiger. Jiang Xiaofan said that they were just a couple of evil spirits, then asked how Zhu Shidao was going to kill him. With them, Jiang Xiaofan raised the heavenly demon sword and summoned the powers of the 3 systems. Immediately after, his sword was covered in shimmering flames. Seeing this, Zhu Shidao smirked and praised Jiang Xiaofan as he clearly had potential. Except today, Jiang Xiaofan will die by his hand. Jiang Xiaofan told Juxiadeo that he was dreaming too much, and then swung his sword, shattering all the spirits at once. The Pill Palace Master was astonished, since Su Sherdao appeared to have so many tricks. But, remembering that very trick, the Pill Palace Master could no longer hold back a smirk. Watching the battle, Sect Patriarch Huang Tianmen thought about the fact that nurturing the soul, with the soul, translates its yin into evil. The Patriarch's face creased, since such evil arts are not the legacy of the Huangtian sect. So then, where could Jixia Dao have learned it? The Patriarch asked Elder Lu what he thought about it, to which the elder replied that it was a battle between life and death, and that he had no right to interfere in it, except that Zhang Xiaofan is his disciple, and if Jushido defeats him with his techniques, he will have nothing to say, unless. The Patriarch asked the elder not to worry about it. After all, if Jushido actually defeats Zhang Xiaofan in such an evil way, then, even the Huangtian men sect would not tolerate it. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaofan was trying to figure out what was going on. Right now, these beasts keep rebelling, and you can't kill them, no matter how hard you try. Just as suddenly, Jiang Xiaofan heard Elder Lu's voice. The elder told him that, with the evil art of soul lifting, a true soul would never die, and a demon soul would never fade away. Jiang Xiaofan thought about what he had heard while looking at these beasts, as it suddenly hit him. The only way out of this situation is to kill the target's true soul. Having quickly dealt with the beasts, Jiang Xiaofan accelerated, thanks to the ghostly footsteps. Joshua laughed. He explained to Jiang Xiaofan that no matter how hard he tried, he would still die from the paws of those beast souls. Jiang Xiaofan asked if this was true, immediately after which, a sly smirk rose on his face. Jiang Xiaofan sheathed his sword in flames, and asked Juxiadeo who he thought he was. Juxiadeo was surprised by Jiang Xiaofan's attack, and asked what was wrong with him. He then called out to the black turtle, to protect him from the attack. The black turtle caught Jiang Xiaofan's sword with its mouth. Jiang Xiaofan said that it was just the shadow of a cruel soul, and ordered the sword to seal it immediately, after which the sword broke through the black turtle. After piercing through the turtle, the heavenly demon sword flew past Juxiadeo, injuring him in the cheek. Juxiadeo was furious because Jiang Xiaofan had managed to break through his beast souls. Since that was the case, he would have to use the pill obtained from the master of the Pill Palace. Zhu Sherdao broke the vial, releasing the pill outwards. The spectators were amazed to see the hybrid pill. After all, it was rumored to be an elixir, capable of instantly increasing strength by dozens of times. And Jiu Shida had something similar. Zhang Xiaofan was slightly surprised. After sensing the aura of this pill, Jushido advised Zhang Xiaofan to prepare for death, and swallowed the pill. Zhang Xiaofan asked what he was talking about, and if Jushido would like to fight him with elixirs, because, in that case, he had quite a few of them in store. The onlookers were shocked when they saw these purses because each of these purses contains gold pills. This is the text, which is too much. It is too many pills for one person. Juxiadeo began to meditate. To digest the pill he had eaten, and Zhang Xiaofan simply threw a bag of gold pills into his mouth, while asking if he thought he was here. Without the pills, after ingesting the pills, Zhang Xiaofan and Juxiadeo were ready for the final round of their fierce battle.